Chapter 1. The Wild Fairy. Breaking news. The heir of the Liang Wang and the betrothed of the Shinji Marquis, Li Mengshui, were caught secretly meeting at Chunfeng Tower by the Shinji Marquis heir. The Shinji Marquis heir, Yi Wu, was so enraged that he spat blood thrice and fainted on the spot. Chunfeng Tower. Awakening from the dizzying darkness, Yi Wu again found himself pale, expelling a large mouthful of blood as fragments of memories flickered through his mind. He realized he had traversed through time. Yi Wu, the only son of the Shinji Marquis of the Great Zhou dynasty, had lost his mother at a young age. Over 2 months ago, news from the border brought grim tidings the northern Great Wall had been breached, and his father, Marquis Qi, perished on the battlefield. No remains to be found. The warmth of companionship had vanished. Before the mourning period could conclude, the Shinji Marquis residents faced a relentless series of overt and covert attacks. In merely 2 months, the once mighty Shinji Marquis estate had been reduced to a precarious state, forcing them to liquidate their assets for survival. Already weakened by grief during the funeral, Yi Wu, who had bled excessively and suffered mental distress, found his situation exacerbated. He had yet to recover fully. And then, he was driven to the brink of death by his own fiancée and her paramour, the heir of Liang Wang. "Young master, how are you feeling?" "Hang in there, I've sent for the imperial physician." Steward Qin shouted anxiously. Seeing Yi Wu regain consciousness, he felt a slight sense of relief. His gaze turned to the couple nearby, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Though the Shinji Marquis estate faces misfortune, it does not grant you two the audacity to humiliate us." "Steward Qin, I am fine." Yi Wu waved his hand, a hint of warmth gracing his features. "Please rest for now. Allow me to handle this matter." The Shinji Marquis household, under pressure from all sides, saw nearly all the servants flee, leaving the remaining few in a state of dread. Only this steward, Qin Yuan, who had watched him grow since childhood, remained steadfastly by his side. His gaze shifted to the beautiful woman not far away, his fiancée, Li Mengshui. Ranked 9th on the Great Zhou's list of beauties, she was also the culprit behind his time travel. Standing beside her was a suave gentleman naturally, the paramour, Zhao Xing, the heir of Liang Wang. Yi Wu sighed inwardly. In times past, such a pair of adulterers would never have dared to brazenly commit such despicable acts. His father, Marquis Qi, was a military hero, bestowed with a noble title through the current emperor's grace, a title that could be inherited without question. As soon as the 3-month mourning period concluded, he would inherit the title of Shinji Marquis. However, if this matter were mishandled today, the reputation of the Shinji Marquis estate would be utterly ruined. Whether he could smoothly inherit the title would become an uncertain affair. After all, to this day, the emperor, residing deep within the palace, had not issued any decree. Given his current circumstances, if he were unable to inherit the title of Shinji Marquis, without this protective charm, he might quietly perish in some forgotten corner. Suddenly, a mechanical notification rang in his ears. Destiny reversing system successfully loaded hostbound. A transparent panel materialized abruptly before his eyes. Host, Yi Wu. Realm, postnatal level 9. Bloodline, none. Divine powers, none. Cultivation techniques, burial of heaven scripture, not yet initiated. Martial skills, 5 Thunder Fist beginner, ghostly god fist, not yet initiated. Source power, 50. The benefits of being a transmigrator had arrived. Zhao Xing's expression was mocking. If the Shinji Marquis were still alive, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to act in such a manner. Even if his father were the Liang Wang, who the emperor addressed as uncle, it would be unthinkable. The Shinji Marquis was too formidable. Yet now, the Shinji Marquis, Yi Qi, lay dead in the North Mang. The Shinji Marquis estate had already declined. Were it not for the inscrutable attitude of the emperor deep within the palace, and a few lingering concerns about the hidden cards that the Shinji Marquis might have left to protect Yi Wu, he would have long since struck with lethal force. The Shinji Marquis was his father's political rival. He had repeatedly thwarted his father's ambitions. Li Mengshui regarded Yi Wu with an expression as cold as ice, devoid of emotion. In fact, there was an air of disdain. "Yi Wu, since you have discovered my secret, Let us lay everything bare today. Li Mengxue raised her neck high, resembling an arrogant swan. Our engagement is but a drunken jest of our forebears, a verbal agreement that I, Li Mengxue, do not recognize. I seek to marry a martial prodigy, a future unparalleled powerhouse, not a martial waste like you. I am already at postnatal level 9 and will soon break through to the enlightenment realm. While you remain at the postnatal level, we are simply incompatible. If you truly care for me, let me go and allow me to pursue my happiness. I might still regard you favorably. Perhaps we can remain friends in the future. If you continue to cling to me like this, it will only make me feel more disgusted. What a splendid display of the little fairy's sentiments. Yi Wu was jolted from his contemplation of the system, his eyes widening in disbelief. He truly had traversed through time. How did he suddenly feel as though he had returned to his previous life? What was happening here? If his memories served him right, Li Mengxue's current achievements seemed to rely heavily on the support of this waste behind her. Without him, what would Li Mengxue amount to? Nothing at all. Yet now, she twisted the narrative, portraying him as the villain who forced her into a predicament. The crowd in Chunfeng Tower erupted in an uproar. Li Mengxue was ruthlessly bold, unfeeling, and utterly shameless. Previously, the Shenji Marquis heir had treated Li Mengxue with such kindness within the vast capital of the Great Zhou. It was well known. He had spent lavishly on pills to help her break through to the postnatal realm, gifted her the priceless earth-level cultivation technique, Ice Soul technique, and sent people to the western extreme glacier to procure a millennium-old Ice Soul mysterious stone, all to lay a solid foundation for her innate abilities. He had even used the life creation pill, bestowed by the emperor, to treat her father, Li Shan, for the complications arising from a failed breakthrough to the earthly fiend realm. Moreover, the exquisite Yunxue robe she wore, the hairpin adorning her head, and the earrings dangling from her ears were all top-tier magical artifacts. All of these were gifts from the Shenji Marquis heir. Each of these instances had incited envy among countless women in the imperial city. And furthermore, many were well aware of how the Li family had risen to prominence without the Shenji Marquis' substantial support. The Li family, of humble origins, would never have gained a foothold in the grand capital. They would have long since been consumed to the last crumb. Yet unexpectedly, having ascended to the Liang Wang's favor, she turned around and trampled the Sun-To fallen heir of the Shenji Marquis estate into the mud. The first strike upon reaching the shore, aimed at the one she had once cherished. Clap, clap, clap. Amidst the tumultuous chatter of the crowd, Yi Wu joined in applause, laughing heartily. Chapter 2, I do not wish for you to be partial, declared the man below. Well said. Truly, you have articulated it splendidly. Everyone possesses the right to pursue their own happiness, and I wholeheartedly concur. Since you seek to chase after your own joy, I shall accommodate you. Do you truly agree? Li Mengxue was taken aback. Liang Wang's heir also slightly narrowed his eyes. How has Yi Wu changed so markedly from before? Beside them, Butler Qin was equally astonished. He was well aware of how fond his young master was of Li Mengxue. Yet now, astonishingly, a gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. With resounding clarity, Yi Wu proclaimed, "Let it be known to all present that the engagement between the Shenwi Marquis estate and the Li family of the capital, specifically with Li Mengxue, is hereby rendered null and void." Yi Wu's declaration rang with conviction. Having traversed realms, how could he still marry a mere fairy? That would render his journey meaningless. Best this way, Li Mengxue scoffed coldly, turning to leave, only to be halted by Yi Wu. What? Are you having second thoughts? Li Mengxue glared at Yi Wu with frigid eyes, her voice sharp and biting. Why, Yi Wu? Do not make me look down upon you. Nay, nay, with so many witnesses present, how could I ever go back on my word? Yi Wu shook his head, speaking calmly. Since you have rejected our prior engagement, I request the return of the treasures you took from the Shenwi Marquis' estate. After all, they were intended for my fiancée, and you are not she. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. None anticipated that the heir of the Shenwi Marquis would act in such a manner. Yet his words held no fault whatsoever. Yi Wu, what do you mean by this? Before Li Mengxue could speak, Liang Wang's heir stepped forward, angrily rebuking. You are the heir of the SHNW Marquis. Gifts given are akin to water poured out, and yet you wish to reclaim them. How utterly disgraceful. If word of this spreads, you will become the laughingstock of the world. Zhao Xing, do you have a place to speak here? You scoundrel! Yi Wu cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xing, provoking his ire. Since you are so generous, why not repay Li Mengshue's debts yourself? I shall compile the bill and send it to the Liang Wang's estate. Zhao Xing was rendered speechless. Repaying Li Mengshue's debts. How could that be possible? He had heard of the vast treasures Yi Wu had bestowed upon her over the years. Their worth was staggering. Even selling him would not suffice to cover them, but if he dared to act thus, his father, the Liang Wang, would undoubtedly break his legs without hesitation. They would swiftly replace him with another heir. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. The mockery painted Liang Wang's heir's face in shades of crimson and green, desperately wishing to disappear into the ground. Filled with resentment towards Li Mengshue's gaze remained fixed on Yi Wu. A surge of unnamable anger coursing through her, rendering her expression even colder. She was furious. Yi Wu, you have disappointed me greatly. I once thought you merely a martial arts failure. Yet it appears you are also a miserly and stingy man. I ask you, were those treasures I demanded? No, they were freely given by you in your pursuit of me, despite my refusals. Now, having failed in your courtship, you dare to ask for them back. This is truly unheard of. If the SHNW Marquis were no, he would rise from the grave in fury, unable to face his ancestors. Slap. Before Li Mengshue could finish her words, Yi Wu suddenly struck her across the face. Her fair visage instantly bore the imprint of his hand, and a profound silence enveloped the crowd. All present were left agape. Li Mengshue was stunned, but she quickly regained her composure, her eyes reddening, her voice shrill. You dare to strike me? With a roar of fury, Li Mengshue unleashed her innate martial aura, reaching the 9th layer, and launched the Ice Soul Needle technique towards Yi Wu without hesitation. You seek death. The Ice Soul Needle, a lethal technique forged from icy coldness, would, upon penetration, send its frigid essence coursing through the victim's veins, wreaking havoc upon their very foundation of martial prowess, leaving them in a state worse than death. Many who had looked down on Li Mengshue and sympathized with Yi Wu instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear witnessing Yi Wu's grim fate. The disparity between the innate 9th layer and Yi Wu, who was merely at the acquired level, was a crushing inevitability. Liang Wang's heir's expression turned icy, a glimmer of glee flickering in his eyes. Die. Qin Bo. Before Yi Wu could utter a word, Butler Qin had already moved, unleashing a terrifying martial aura that shattered the Ice Soul Needle with a mere wave of his hand. That a powerful force struck Li Mengshue directly. Puff! Her complexion turned ashen, akin to a leaf caught in the wind. As she crumpled to the ground, violently expelling a mouthful of blood, the fury in her eyes dissipated, replaced by sheer terror as she gazed at Butler Qin. Deja, the seemingly inconspicuous old butler of the SHNW Marquis' estate, was revealed to be a master of the Deja level. Having visited the estate countless times, she had never perceived this truth. The onlookers, equally shocked, instinctively recoiled, feeling a chill of fear. The terrifying prowess of a Deja master was undeniable, with a mere manifestation of will. He could crush all present. Cold sweat trickled down Liang Wang's heir's back, a sense of dread washing over him. Thankfully, he had refrained from acting impulsively. Who could have imagined that this old butler of the SHNW Marquis' estate was a Deja master? Indeed, a withered camel is still larger than a horse. Even in decline, one should not underestimate the SHNW Marquis' estate. If an old butler is a Deja master, who knows what other hidden cards they possess? After all, the legacy of the SHNW Marquis was indisputable. It would be illogical for him to leave behind no contingencies. Young master, I have sealed her martial cultivation. You may dispose of her as you wish. Butler Qin stated, stepping back to Yi Wu's side, his demeanor calm. Feeling the power within her sealed, Li Mengshue could do nothing against Butler Qin. Yet as she looked at Yi Wu, her gaze was filled with even greater rage and venom, wishing to devour him whole. Thank you for your efforts. Qin B. Odat, Wai Wu approached Li Mengxue, crouching down to humiliate her further, patting her flushed cheeks. Soon, the other side of her face bore an equally crimson mark. Li Mengxue let out a furious shriek, wishing she could obliterate Yi Wu with a single strike. But she was powerless, her cultivation sealed. She was now akin to an ordinary person. Li Mengxue, to be frank. You disgust me. It makes me feel nauseous. You may mock me as you wish. I might simply slap you a few times, but do not involve my father. You are unworthy. This is your first warning. Should there be a next time, you shall be silenced forever. Yi Wu's voice was steady, yet Li Mengxue sensed a chilling intent within it. Why Yi Wu truly wishes to kill her. Chapter 3 Crisis looming previously. Yi Wu had declared he would marry no one but her. Now, not only had he struck her, but he also seemed intent on her demise. Indeed, a man's empty promises should not be trusted. Rising to his feet, he summoned a servant from Chunfeng Tower to bring a silk handkerchief, disdainfully wiping his hands before tossing it lightly onto Li Mengxue. Such thick skin, your cheeks have turned red from my slaps. Begone. In 3 days, I shall return to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Should you fail to return it, you shall bear the consequences. Li Mengxue unleashed a scream of utter humiliation, covering her face with her sleeve as she dashed out of Chunfeng Tower. Today, she had completely lost face. The hatred she harbored for Yi Wu could not be washed away, even with the waters of the 4 seas. Zhao Xing, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Stay behind, and let us continue our conversation. Why sneak away? You are, after all, a royal relative. What kind of woman can't you find? Tisfiske, I never expected you to have such peculiar tastes, liking someone as brazen as this. A dog and a whore, truly a match made in heaven. Remember to lock her away. Do not let her roam the streets to harm others. Having stealthily approached the door, Liang Wang's heir had intended to leave quietly. But upon hearing this, he stumbled in rage, nearly falling to the ground. Why Yi Wu? This debt shall not be settled so easily. Laughter erupted within the Spring Breeze Pavilion, filling the atmosphere with an infectious joy. The events that transpired in the Spring Breeze Pavilion swiftly spread throughout the imperial city, leaving countless onlookers in utter astonishment. No one could have anticipated that the previously low-profile heir of the godly might Marquis would suddenly rise to such prominence after remaining discreet for over 2 months. Concurrently, within the opulent mansions of the imperial city, some prominent figures were rendered speechless by this unexpected news, prompting a flurry of activity. Spies were dispatched to the godly might Marquis' residence with remarkable haste. Once a vibrant estate, the godly might Marquis' residence now stood nearly deserted. Even the gatekeeper had vanished. Upon entering, a young man hurriedly rushed out. Cousin? The young man looked up, his pupils contracting in an instant, revealing a fleeting glimpse of panic and shock in his eyes, though it quickly vanished. Where are you off to in such a hurry? Yi Wu inquired. I intend to return to my hometown to borrow some money from my family to temporarily sustain the Marquis' household. The young man replied. This young man, named Wang Shi, was the son of Yi Wu's maternal uncle. After attending the funeral recently, he had returned with his father but chose to stay behind to assist Yi Wu. As they were, after all, cousins, please convey my regards to uncle. Yi Wu said, his expression filled with regret. That we are family. There is no need for such formality. Wang Shi reassured him, patting Yi Wu's shoulder. We shall weather this storm together. I believe the godly might Marquis' residence will rise again. Wang Shi departed shortly thereafter. Qin, I wish to rest. Unless there is something of utmost importance, do not disturb me. Yi Wu instructed in the courtyard. Yes, young master, replied Qin, the steward, watching Yi Wu's retreating figure with a glimmer of satisfaction in his aged eyes. The young master has grown. The incident at the Spring Breeze Pavilion had restored the dignity of the godly might Marquis' residence. Even in decline, they were not to be trifled with by just anyone. Did they truly believe that the godly might Marquis' house had completely fallen from grace, devoid of any hidden means? Has the Marquis truly fallen? Qin Yuan pondered. Unwilling to accept this reality, he understood the true strength of his master and could not believe that the godly might Marquis had perished in the North Mang. After all, there were no remains to confirm such a fate. Rest assured, my lord, Regardless of the circumstances, I shall diligently assist the young master to restore the godly Might Marquis' residence to greatness." Meanwhile, Wang Shi, who had already left, found himself reappearing not far from the godly Might Marquis' residence, his gaze fixed intently upon it. "How is Yi Wu still alive? Did I not administer the poison?" he thought, puzzled by Yi Wu's apparent well-being. Could it be that the poison was flawed? That shouldn't be possible. Before long, Wang Shi learned of the happenings at the Spring Breeze Pavilion, his expression one of disbelief. He then hastily made his way in another direction, that I must ascertain the truth. In his room, Yi Wu sat down, momentarily setting aside thoughts of Li Mengxue, and began to thoroughly process the memories flooding his mind. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose, a frown forming on his brow. His current predicament was even worse than he had initially imagined. The godly Might Marquis' residence was in disarray. Akin to a fragile boat tossed about by a violent storm, on the verge of capsizing, the present emperor's stance remained ambiguous. Aside from sending representatives to the funeral, there had been no further indication of support. With the 3-month mourning period drawing to a close, it remained uncertain whether he would successfully inherit the title. Most critically, it seemed that death was once again looming over him. His very arrival in this world hinged upon the sudden demise of the original owner of this body, allowing him to take their place. Initially, he believed that the original owner had perished due to the machinations of a treacherous couple. But as he processed the memories, he began to suspect that the truth was far more complex. There were significant issues at play. It was merely a matter of psychological injury. Even in his previous life, with proper care, one could recover completely. Moreover, in this extraordinary world of martial prowess, recovery should be even more attainable. Yet, despite the passage of time, he had not only failed to heal, but had deteriorated further. It was utterly unheard of for a practitioner at the 9th level of the acquired realm to be driven to despair and death. Additionally, the news of the treacherous couple's clandestine meeting had reached the original owner's ears with alarming timeliness, which was far too coincidental. In his memories, this information had been gleaned from a servant of the estate. When coincidences abound, they cease to be mere chance. It was evident that someone was orchestrating events from the shadows, intent on ensuring the survival of the godly Might Marquis as sole heir was thwarted. They sought his demise. "My late father truly left me a convoluted mess." Yi Wu sighed deeply. As the commoner marquis, favored by the current emperor, Yi Qi was inherently at odds with the entrenched nobility of the dynasty. His father's political adversaries were numerous, and previously, though they harbored deep-seated grudges, they dared not act openly due to the godly Might Marquis' formidable strength. Now, with the Marquis' death, all manner of nefarious entities emerged from shadows. And the godly Might Marquis' residence had suffered grievously in such a short span, with the unrelenting efforts of these individuals playing a substantial role in this decline. This left him utterly unable to deduce who sought his life. According to the original owner's memories, the godly Might Marquis was a formidable martial artist, one of the most powerful figures in the Great Zhou dynasty, having defended the Northern Wall for over a decade without error, instilling fear into the hearts of the North Mang, capable of silencing even the most restless children. Such overwhelming strength could not possibly vanish without a trace. Even the remains were never found. All that remained was a fragmented divine weapon and tattered battle attire, hastily erected as a symbolic grave. Furthermore, the Northern Wall had been a stronghold established after the founding of the Great Zhou, fortified with intricate formations and impenetrable defenses that had repeatedly repelled the North Mang's cavalry. Yet, it was precisely during this occasion that a significant breach occurred. There had to be more to this story. While the original owner had perished, he merely occupied their place. However, the one who had covertly orchestrated this plot remained oblivious, likely believing their scheme had failed. Once they discovered the truth, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him once more. They would not remain idle, treating this as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 4. Unleashing power, burying heaven, burying earth, and burying people. It has always been said that a thief may thrive for 1,000 days. Yet there is no such thing as a thief-proof day. To ensure safety, one must quickly enhance their strength in a world where martial arts reign supreme. Only with sufficient might can one safeguard oneself. However, the original owner's martial aptitude was lackluster, which explained why they remained stuck at the 9th level of the acquired realm, failing to break through and earning disdain from Li Mengxue. The fate-reversing system, could it truly alter his destiny in one fell swoop? The precarious circumstances weighed heavily upon Yi Wu, instilling in him a profound sense of urgency. Before his eyes, the translucent interface reappeared. Host, Yi Wu Realm. 9th level of the acquired realm bloodline. None divine ability. None cultivation method. Burial of heaven scripture. Not yet initiated. Martial technique. 5 thunder fist initiated. Ghostly divine fist. Not yet initiated. Source power. 50 soon, Yi Wu grasped the operational principles of this system, that it could absorb the power from various rare treasures, converting it into source power. The 50 points of source power he possessed were remnants of the energies from the treasures he had consumed, now transformed by the system. Source power could be utilized to enhance skills. By expending source power, he could elevate the rank of his cultivation methods and martial techniques, thereby advancing his prowess. What was he waiting for? Allocate points. Would you like to consume 50 points of source power to comprehend the burial of heaven scripture? Yes, let me comprehend it. Martial cultivation hinges upon the foundational methods, and the burial of heaven scripture was the ancestral secret art of the Yi family, shrouded in mystery. Despite his lack of understanding, Yi Wu had managed to reach the 9th level of the acquired realm, showcasing the scripture's formidable nature. According to the godly might Marquis, if he could master the burial of heaven scripture, breaking into the innate realm would be a mere formality. Boom! In an instant, the burial of heaven scripture began to circulate within him. An unprecedented sensation surged through Yi Wu, a wondrous feeling that enveloped him, as if he had transformed into a colossal black hole, capable of devouring all and extinguishing everything. Even the heavenly path could be buried within mere moments. Cracking sounds echoed that in the depths of obscurity. It seemed as though some shackles had been shattered. The sutra of burial heaven was successfully grasped. In that fleeting moment, the surroundings of Yi Wu instantly manifested peculiar phenomena of the fall of the heavenly Tao and the twilight of the gods. At that instant, Yi Wu appeared to embody a death god traversing between heaven and earth, annihilating the heavenly Tao and slaying the deities that a dark, inky radiance silently emerged from Yi Wu's skin. And then, from his lower abdomen, a thunderous roar erupted. It was the sound of opening the Dantian. The transformation from acquired to innate requires the establishment of a Dantian, from which one cultivates a breath of innate true qi. The size of the Dantian determines the quality of the innate true qi, as well as the strength of the innate realm. Typically, one entering the innate realm possesses a Dantian measuring merely 1 foot in radius, with exceptional individuals able to expand it to 1 zhang. However, with each additional zhang opened, the difficulty multiplies. Yet upon introspection, Yi Wu discovered that his Dantian had astonishingly expanded to a radius of 10 zhang. This size far exceeded his expectations, surpassing even his father, the formidable Marquis Yi Qi, whose Dantian measured 8 zhang. Though the difference was only 2 zhang, the implications were profoundly significant. How splendid! The consumption of 50 points of source power was indeed worth it. Yi Wu laughed heartily. A 10 zhang Dantian was something he had never heard of. What kind of quality of innate true qi could this generate? The innate true qi cultivated from the Sutra of Burial Heaven was frightfully terrifying, fundamentally distinct from the myriad innate true qis of the world. When combined with the ghostly divine fist, it could unleash an exceedingly terrifying combat power. Moreover, it could even transform the physical body into an exceptionally formidable entity, rivaling some divine weapons. The reason why Marquis Qi was renowned across the world was due to his ghostly divine fist, which rendered the Northern Mang speechless, and the Sutra of Burial Heaven played an indispensable role in this. Yi Wu was filled with anticipation. Within the Dantian, the innate true qi began to emerge. Initially gray, it gradually transformed into a pale black. As time progressed, the pale black faded away, replaced by an inky black innate true qi. This was the true qi of Burial Heaven, the unique innate true qi cultivated from the Sutra of Burial Heaven. Finally, The entire dantian was filled with this inky black, true qi, manifesting as a dark ocean of innate true qi, seemingly evolving into a profound abyss, intent on swallowing all light in the world and giving rise to eternal darkness. Under the impetus of the Sutra of Burial Heaven, the black, true qi flowed ceaselessly, permeating his entire being. Every inch of flesh and blood was refined by the true qi of Burial Heaven. The originally unremarkable body underwent a visible transformation, becoming immensely powerful at an astonishing pace. The innate realm. He had finally achieved a genuine breakthrough into the innate realm. His father's true qi of Burial Heaven was pale black, but his true qi was pitch black, entirely devoid of any other hue. Truly worthy of a Tenjong Dantian, the expenditure of this source power was exceedingly valuable. According to the Sutra of Burial Heaven, only by grasping its essence could one cultivate the true qi to the level of pitch black. Had he attempted to cultivate it on his own, he would not know how long he would have to wait to even enter the Sutra of Burial Heaven. Not to mention, in terms of the quality of innate true qi, he had surpassed his father, the formidable Marquis. Wu felt that he was now significantly stronger than before. At this moment, Yu also noticed the extraordinary phenomenon that had emerged after comprehending the Sutra of Burial Heaven. And he was instantly taken aback. He felt as if he had transformed into a terrifying lord of annihilation, determined to obliterate the heavens and the myriad realms. Indeed, he had manifested such fearsome celestial phenomena. His father's words were undoubtedly true. The origins of this Sutra of Burial Heaven were likely far beyond imagination. This also proved that the power of this ancestral Sutra of Burial Heaven was even greater. How then did such a terrifying Sutra of Burial Heaven fall into the hands of the Yi family? After so many years of inheritance, it had not been lost. Opening the system panel. Host. Yi Wu realm. First layer of innate bloodline. None divine power. None technique. Sutra of Burial Heaven. Entry. Martial skills. 5 Thunder Fist. Entry. Ghostly Divine Fist. Not yet entered. Source power. 0. What a thrilling feeling it is to have a cheat. However, it consumes source power excessively, and he found himself completely depleted in an instant. The 50 points of source power had been entirely consumed, leaving him with not a drop. Then he would press on. The 5 Thunder Fist had only just been initiated, and the Ghostly Divine Fist had yet to be entered. He wondered how much source power would be required to enhance them, that he needed to gather some source power. Having tasted sweetness once, Yiwu naturally could not stop, since he had activated cheat. He would go all the way. Although the true qi of Burial Heaven was immensely powerful, to fully unleash its might, it needed to be combined with the Ghostly Divine Fist. Chapter 5. Mastering the 5 Thunder. An audacious family. On this day, the Marquis' residence was akin to locusts sweeping through a field. Anything of even slight value was ravaged by Yi Wu, leaving the few remaining individuals in the residence utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that the young master was engaging in self-destruction? Was the renowned Marquis Yi truly on the brink of complete decline? In the room, the system panel unfurled. Host. Yi Wu source power. 30. He had nearly emptied all valuable items from the Marquis' residence, yet had only managed to gather 30 points of source power. While the extraction range for source power seemed vast, capable of drawing from numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the amount of source power each could provide was not as plentiful as one might imagine. This source power was far more precious than expected. Nevertheless, it should suffice. After all, entering the Sutra of Burial Heaven only consumed 50 points of source power. System, upgrade the Ghostly Divine Fist for me. The Ghostly Divine Fist is a martial technique recorded in the Sutra of Burial Heaven. Of high quality, surpassing many martial arts in the world, it can perfectly manifest the power of the Sutra of Burial Heaven. Insufficient source power, unable to upgrade the Ghostly Divine Fist. The source power required to initiate the Ghostly Divine Fist is so much. This caught Yi Wu off guard. It wouldn't require 50 points of source power. Would it? However, this further confirmed the Ghostly Divine Fist might. Once successfully cultivated, the benefits it would confer would be even greater. He tried to upgrade the Sutra of Burial Heaven once more, and, as expected, the system still indicated insufficient source power. Then let me upgrade the 5 Thunder Fist. Yi Wu turned and declared. The 5 Thunder Fist was neither the ghostly divine fist nor the Sutra of Burial Heaven. He could hardly believe that 30 points of source power would not be enough. Boom! Various insights regarding the 5 Thunder Fist surged within his mind in an instant. While the 5 Thunder Fist could not compare to the ghostly divine fist in quality, it was still formidable, classified as an earth-grade martial art, on par with the Ice Soul technique. Arcs of lightning danced around Yi Wu's fists, enveloping him in a shroud of electricity, as though he were an ancient thunder god descending from the heavens. With each gesture, an overwhelming thunderous might accompanied him, instilling fear in those who dared to gaze upon him. Host, Yi Wu realm. First layer of innate bloodline. None divine power. None technique. Sutra of Burial Heaven, entry. Martial skills. 5 Thunder Fist, proficient. Ghostly divine fist, not yet entered. Source power. 0. The hard-earned 30 points of source power were once again entirely consumed, leaving nothing behind. However, the gains were equally substantial. Martial skills are divided into 5 levels. Entry. Proficient, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. The power that can be unleashed between each level varies drastically. The proficient level of the 5 Thunder Fist had already evolved to exhibit incredibly potent thunderous might, sufficient to elevate his combat power to a new tier that it truly feels exhilarating to have achieved. Although the 5 Thunder Fist could not match the Ghostly Divine Fist, it was still an Earth-grade martial art. To cultivate it to the proficient level would typically take at least 3 to 4 years. With his martial talent, the time required would be even longer. After all, merely reaching the entry level had taken him 3 full years. Yet now, transitioning from entry to proficient occurred seamlessly within mere breaths. It felt effortless, as if he were dreaming. Source power, source power, source power is fundamental. He must find a way to increase it, as long as there is sufficient source power. Whether in terms of realm cultivation or martial skills, he could elevate them without encountering any bottlenecks. Regardless of the obstacles, with a single punch, he could suppress and obliterate all. But where could he possibly obtain this source power? Source power, heavenly materials, earthly treasures. Aha! Yi Wu seemed to recall something, his eyes growing brighter, and then he suddenly slapped his thigh in regret and pain. What a prodigal! The numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had gifted to the little fairy. If he had kept them all, how much source power would that have yielded? He must retrieve them. He needed to bring them all back, not leaving a single piece behind. Those were not mere treasures. They represented his future, his martial path. Anyone who dared obstruct his acquisition of source power or hinder his cultivation would be his sworn enemy, whom Yi Wu would pursue to the end. Meanwhile, the Li residence that Elishan had also received the news. Standing outside his daughter Li Ruoshue's chamber, listening to the faint sounds of weeping emanating from within, his expression dark as a pot bottom. Elishan, your daughter has suffered such tremendous humiliation, becoming the laughingstock of the entire imperial city. And yet you remain here, silent as a statue. What does this signify? Do you intend to let this matter slide? Li Mu's sharp voice pierced through the air, her eyes blazing with fury. That wretched creature is a worthless fool. Must my daughter Mingxue endure the same torment and disgrace alongside him? It is a universal truth that people strive for higher grounds while water flows downward. Why should our family be dragged down with them? Furthermore, how can a fallen marquis house like the Shenwei Marquis dare to compare itself with the Liang Wangfu? Now they even wish to reclaim the gifts previously bestowed upon them, showing no semblance of noble decorum. I shall tear that mouth of his apart and force him to kneel before everyone, apologizing to the Li family. Just as Li Mu turned to storm towards the Shenwei Marquis to settle the score with Yi Wu, she was sharply halted by Li Shan's commanding voice. What is this wailing and shrieking? Do you have no dignity left as the matriarch of this family? Li Shan took a deep breath. His tone stern. Not forget, that old steward of the Shenwei Marquis is a master in the earthly fiend realm. Although I have also broken into that realm with the aid of the life creation pill. My foundation is still unstable, and I may not be his match. Then what shall we do? Li Mu, as if doused with cold water, suddenly regained her composure, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Are we just to let this go? We cannot simply let it slide, but we must devise a meticulous plan. Qin Yuan, that old dog, has remained silent, yet I did not expect he had already entered the earthly fiend realm. It seems this is the handiwork of the Shenwei Marquis, meant to protect that wretched Wu Shan paste, a glimmer of cunning calculation flashing in his eyes. With Yi Qi dead and his only son a martial arts waste, the decline of the Shenwei Marquis is a foregone conclusion. Even the one in the imperial palace cannot reverse this downward spiral. And one wishes to see the Shenwei Marquis rise again. The late Shenwei Marquis was arrogant and overbearing. Now that he is dead, retribution has come. Just wait. That wretched creature has stirred such a ruckus. He will undoubtedly face even harsher oppression. Let us see if he can survive the next 3 days before we discuss any visitations. Li Shan's analysis of the situation was astute, having clearly discerned the stakes involved. You must comfort Meng Shua. Whatever means she employs, we must stabilize our connections with the Liang Wang's heir. The Shenwei Marquis is no longer reliable. For our Li family to truly establish ourselves in the imperial city and even rise, we must have a strong backing. The Liang Wang is a true royal lineage. We must seize this opportunity. Rest assured, I will speak to Meng Shua earnestly. Limu nodded. That Liang Wang's heir is quite infatuated with our Meng Shua. Now that the engagement with that wretched creature has been dissolved, there is no need for hiding anymore. Chapter 6. Fabricating Evidence. The next morning, Yi Wu practiced the ghostly divine fist in his small courtyard. The black aura of the burial heaven True Qi enveloped his body, making him resemble an ancient and formidable deity. Although he had yet to master the burial heaven scripture, the practice had granted him some insights. He was attempting to see if he could master the ghostly divine fist without relying on additional points. Steward Qin gently pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside. Initially taken aback, he soon gasped in astonishment, his face betraying an expression of disbelief. Master, you have broken through to the innate realm? The aura of innate true Qi was overwhelmingly evident, something he had witnessed numerous times emanating from the Shenwei Marquis himself. That it was a fortunate breakthrough amidst despair. The Yi Wu reigned in his innate aura. Steward Qin, what brings you here? Congratulations, Master. Steward Qin, as if awakening from a dream, repeatedly expressed his genuine joy for Yi Wu. With your breakthrough to the innate realm, everything will be profoundly different. Master, the Duke of Pingyang and his heir have arrived. They are currently in the reception hall, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss with you. You wish to meet them? The Duke of Pingyang. Yi Wu recalled the names associated with the fragmented memories. He nodded slightly. The Duke of Pingyang, Song Kaisheng, like his father, the Shenwei Marquis, was a military man bestowed with a title, belonging to the ranks of common nobility. The relationship between the two families was quite amicable. During the morning period, the Duke of Pingyang had even come to pay his respects. Let us go meet them. They traversed through the rear courtyard and along the corridor, the reception hall coming into view. The hall was spacious, with the Duke of Pingyang seated in the main position beside a younger man, likely the Duke's heir, who appeared to be around 14 or 15, exuding an air of arrogance. Yi Wu greeted them, offering a brief salutation before signaling the servants to withdraw. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Duke? The Duke of Pingyang, a middle-aged man clad in a moon-white robe, bore a warm smile, presenting an image more akin to a scholar than a seasoned warrior. However, to mistake him for anything less would be a grave error. Those who rose to nobility through military exploits were all seasoned veterans forged in the crucible of battle. His martial prowess was profound. Yi Wu found himself unable to discern the depth of the Duke's cultivation. It felt as though a terrifying sun was gestating within the Duke's body, constantly burning with an intimidating flame, making it impossible to gaze directly upon him. It seemed that merely approaching would result in incineration by that radiant sun. It was said that the Duke of Pingyang practiced the ancestral martial art, the great sun-burning heaven technique, which harnessed the terrifying power of the sun. When mastered, one could transform into a blazing sun themselves. Indeed, this seemed to hold true that Yi Wu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, overwhelmed by a sense of awe, as fragments of the original body's memories surfaced in his mind. Regrettably, it was said that the great sun-burning heaven technique had been rendered incomplete due to the decline of the Duke's family. limiting his martial capabilities and leading to unsatisfactory performances on the battlefield. Otherwise, with the Duke's martial talent, he might have advanced further, possibly even attaining the rank of Marquis, which was not something a mere earl could compare to. The burial heaven scripture silently circulated within him, effortlessly purging the negative effects stemming from the Duke's great sun burning heaven technique. Death is irreversible, Yi Wu. You must take care to mourn. The vast Shenwei Marquis will rely on you to support it henceforth. I have also heard of the events at Chunfeng Tower. The Li family has gone too far. I shall hold them accountable and ensure they pay the price. Once your mourning period concludes, I will petition His Majesty, allowing you to inherit your title early, ensuring that Brother Yi Qi can rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. Brother Yi Qi previously sent someone to borrow our family's heirloom, the great sun burning heaven banner, promising to return it upon victory, and also borrowed the burial heaven scripture for a glimpse. Now that Brother Yi Qi has fallen in battle at the northern wall, his remains are missing, and the great sun burning heaven banner has vanished. I should not have come at this time, but the matter concerning the heirloom of the Duke of Pingyang is too pressing to ignore. As he spoke, the Duke unexpectedly produced a promissory note and handed it to Yi Wu. The note clearly detailed the contents spoken by the Duke, word for word, and bore the prominent seal of the Shenwei Marquis. Unmistakably clear. Steward Yi Wu cast a deep glance at the Duke, saying little, and discreetly summoned Steward Qin to authenticate the handwriting on the note. Master, this is indeed the Marquis's handwriting, and the seal is genuine, Qin Butler remarked. However, a barely perceptible trace of doubt flickered in the depths of his eyes. Although the day-burning heaven flag of the Pingyang Duke's residence is indeed a remarkable divine weapon, renowned throughout their great Zhou, it is entirely unnecessary for the Lord to travel such a great distance to borrow it, given his martial prowess. Furthermore, the agreement to lend the burial heaven scripture is even more perplexing. The value of the burial heaven scripture far surpasses that of the day-burning heaven flag. They are not even in the same league, just like the day-burning heaven technique, which is incomplete. The day-burning heaven flag itself is also damaged in many places, having long since lost its divine might. Nonetheless, that black and white borrowing note with its red seal cannot be forged. Wait a moment. It seems that it might not be impossible to forge it after all. If the Lord were still alive, naturally, no one would dare to falsify such matters. However, the unfortunate truth is that the Lord has perished on the battlefield. The Pingyang Duke, being a close friend of the Lord in life, knows him exceedingly well. Employing some means to imitate his handwriting and fabricate a grand seal might not be beyond the realm of possibility. How audacious of you, Pingyang Duke, to set your sights on the residence of the divine Might Marquis. From the outset, your aim is directly fixed upon the burial heaven scripture. Your appetite is exceedingly large. Do you not fear that you might choke on it? Within the imperial city of the great Zhou, many covet the burial heaven scripture, yet none dare to act rashly. Thus, the first bold individual to approach openly is none other than the Pingyang Duke. Qin Butler wished to caution his young master, but suddenly realized that he found himself utterly unable to speak. Chapter 7. Shameless father and son, murderous intent revealed a terrifying force suddenly bore down upon him, pressing him firmly into submission. The Pingyang Duke. The martial prowess of the Pingyang Duke has silently surpassed the earthly fiend realm. A malignant tiger has come to the door. Qin Butler's face was filled with anxiety. Yet he was utterly helpless. Nephew, I understand that my actions may seem somewhat treacherous, but I hope you can comprehend my predicament, the Pingyang Duke said, lifting his gaze slightly, continuing to feign a troubled demeanor. With a brief glance at Qin Butler, he realized that this old dog is a warrior of the earthly fiend realm. Had it not been for his recent breakthrough in realm, he might not have been able to suppress him. Pingyang Duke, is this borrowing note truly penned by my father, the divine Might Marquis? Yi Wu stepped back, raising the borrowing note in his hand, a hint of mockery in his smile. He could see through the Pingyang Duke's intentions. This visit was merely a ploy to feast on the blood-soaked buns. Although the handwriting and seal on this borrowing note are genuine, within the memories of the original owner, there is a warning from the divine Might Marquis Yi Qi. The burial heaven scripture is the foundation of their Yi family, harboring a colossal secret that must never be divulged. Given this, How could Yi Qi possibly use the burial heaven scripture as a bargaining chip? It is utterly unreasonable. Therefore, the Pingyang Duke is engaging in extortion. He seeks to deceive them, to obtain the burial heaven scripture without any cost. His intentions are despicable. Indeed, as time passes, a host of sinister characters coveting their divine might Marquis residents have begun to emerge one by one. There is certainly no forgery. The Pingyang Duke's tone was resolute, his gaze fixed firmly on Yi Wu, his voice low as he admonished, "Nephew, you do not intend to deny your father's borrowing note, do you? Are you looking to evade repayment? Do you wish to tarnish your father's reputation, even in death, leaving him unable to rest in peace beneath the 9 springs? Is this how you conduct yourself as a son?" Since ancient times, filial piety has been paramount. The Pingyang Duke, Song Kaisheng, executed this tactic of moral coercion with remarkable skill. Were it someone else, they might find it difficult to refuse. Through half-hearted consent, he might just hand over the burial heaven scripture. However, Yi Wu is not swayed by such tactics. Moral coercion? Ha! As a transmigrator, he possesses no morals. Seeking to deceive them? Not a chance. Father, why bother with so much trivial talk? The Pingyang Duke's son, Song Hui, heavily set down his teacup. Suddenly rising to his feet, adopting a condescending posture as he looked down upon Yi Wu. Since time immemorial, repaying debts has been a matter of course, a truth even the ancient sages could not deny. Since you refuse to repay, then I shall compel you to do so. Just so, I also wish to witness for myself the true might of the burial heaven scripture, to see if that so-called ghostly god fist can compare to my feathered ascension fist. Boom! Song Hui spread his palm wide, then abruptly transformed it into a fist, striking down ferociously at Yi Wu. The air twisted under the force. The aura of a 5th layer of the innate realm instantly enveloped the space. The feathered ascension fist? Ha! You are not worthy of prompting me to unleash the ghostly god fist. Come at me. Yi Wu replied coldly, stepping forward rather than retreating, delivering a powerful punch in return. His cultivation having broken through, he was eager to find someone to spar with. 5 thunder fist. Lightning arcs instantly danced around his fist, surging with the power of thunder. The true energy of the burial heaven scripture surged forth. The strength cultivated through the 5 thunder fist is of the utmost yang. Yet at this moment, it was tinged with a shadowy HUIT, was as if thunder from the depths of the netherworld had descended upon this realm. Boom! The 2 fists collided, producing a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the hall. Immediately after, a figure was sent hurtling backward at a speed visible to the naked eye, crashing heavily against the threshold of the reception hall. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. My hand! Song Hui let out a piercing scream. The hand that had unleashed the feathered ascension fist now twisted grotesquely, blood and flesh mangled, revealing the stark white of bone beneath. Dark lightning arcs flickered about the wound, akin to maggots burrowing into flesh, hindering Song Hui's recovery. This what at that moment. A sudden flash of light surged from Yi Wu's chest. A terrifying force of fist intent erupted violently. Reminiscent of an ancient, domineering specter that transcended time and space, delivering a cataclysmic blow with the intention of shattering the entire world. Pingyang Bo let out a muffled grunt, staggering back several steps. A flicker of horror flashing in his eyes as he fixated intently on the jade pendant hanging around Yi Wu's neck, his expression growing exceedingly grim. It was a protective jade pendant imbued with the martial will of the ghostly divine fist. Pingyang Bo had not anticipated that the formidable Marquis Shenwei, Yi Qi, would leave such a defensive measure for Yi Wu. The martial will of the ghostly divine fist was enigmatic and tyrannical, immensely fearsome, akin to a terrifying deity emerging from the depths of the abyss. His martial will of the great sun burning heaven was utterly outmatched, as there existed a fundamental disparity in quality between the two. It was precisely for this reason that he coveted the Burial Heaven Sutra, hoping to harness its power to rectify his martial deficiencies and elevate his strength further, unless he dared to unleash his full power without regard for consequences. He might have a chance to shatter that ghostly divine fist's martial will. However, the commotion that would ensue could be monumental. Above them, that figure in the depths of the palace was certainly watching. The oppressive marshal will crumbled instantaneously, and Yi Wu exhaled heavily, retreating a significant distance. The Marquis Shenwei truly did not disappoint him, having indeed left him a valuable gift. And no wonder he was instructed to take good care of this jade pendant and never lose it. Had it not been for this object, he might have truly faced dire consequences moments ago. How splendid, indeed, the prowess of Pingyang Bo. He had truly opened Yi Wu's eyes. Initially, he believed Pingyang Bo to be a close friend of his father. But he was astonished to discover that he was nothing more than a despicable wretch. His father, having spent his life discerning character, had ultimately misjudged. T.O. think he would consider such a shameless scoundrel friend. Just days after his father's demise, this man brazenly came to oppress an orphan like him, fabricating a counterfeit promissory note to seize the treasured techniques of the Marquis Shenwei's household. Such audacity, such ambition, such shamelessness. Yi Wu laughed coldly, no longer caring for Pingyang Bo's increasingly darkening countenance, unleashing a torrent of words. Each statement struck at the heart of Pingyang Bo, igniting his ire, since the mask had been torn away. He would go to the bitter end. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Did he truly believe that the Marquis Shenwei's household had fallen so low that it had lost all means of defense? He had dared to bully them outright. You claim my father borrowed your great sun-burning heaven banner from the Pingyang Bo household to fend off the martial experts of Beimang. Yet my father's burial heaven sutra had already been cultivated to an extraordinarily profound level, his physical body unparalleled, and he had once shattered the so-called supreme weapon, the demon turtle divine armor, of Beimang with his bare hands. He had slain Beimang's second strongest expert, Tuoba Huang. Pingyang Bo, do you dare assert that your great sun-burning heaven banner has surpassed that demon turtle divine armor? Has it ascended to the ranks of the world's finest weapons? If I recall correctly, your great sun-burning heaven banner is merely a low-grade divine weapon. 8 years ago, you privately sparred with my father and employed that very banner, only to have it broken at the corner by my father's fist, nearly relegating it to a low-grade divine weapon. Do you truly believe my father needed your so-called great sun-burning heaven banner? Preposterous. Pingyang Bo, you are truly adept at gilding your own reputation. When my father, the Marquis Shenwei, was alive, you treated him with utmost respect, and you benefited greatly from his kindness. This so-called title of Pingyang Bo, if not for my father's support, how could you have attained it? To think you would turn gratitude into enmity, raising a white-eyed wolf like yourself. I refuse to believe that in this world, justice does not exist, that there is no fairness to be had. If it comes to it, I, Yi Wu, will approach the palace to seek an audience. I will petition the emperor for justice. Let us see whether this so-called promissory note is genuine or fabricated. If it is true, I shall accept it. If false, Yi Wu turned to leave, genuinely intent on heading to the palace to lodge a complaint. Pingyang Bo's countenance darkened further, one hand barring Yi Wu's path. The situation had escalated beyond his control, but he knew full well the truth regarding the promissory note. It was one thing to cause a stir in private, but if it were to be brought before the emperor and made public, even as a noble, he would be stripped of skin. A single misstep could even lead to the loss of his title. How could the son of the Marquis Shenwei exhibit such a drastic shift in temperament, so forceful and extreme, to threaten to petition the palace at the slightest provocation? In the face of such upheaval, could a person's character truly transform so dramatically, almost as if reborn? Steward Qin, too, felt he scarcely recognized his young master anymore. The change was immense. After all, Pingyang Bo had martial prowess that surpassed the earthly fiend realm. Yet now he was being verbally assaulted without the slightest chance to retort. He displayed the demeanor of the Marquis of Yi Wu, your actions are placing me in a difficult position. Would it not be better to comply as before, obediently doing as you were told? If you allow me to peruse the Burial Heaven Sutra, the technique would still remain in your possession, and you would incur no loss. Why must you be so obstinate? For what is a mere innate cultivator, but a pawn bearing the burden of precious treasures? The Marquis Shenwei was indeed formidable, but he had perished, slain on the battlefield of Beimang. Even his complete remains were nowhere to be found. With the connection of borrowing the technique, perhaps I could later offer some assistance to your household, safeguarding a life or two. and even help you find a couple of common women to marry, ensuring that the legacy of Yi Qi's lineage does not come to an end. You must understand that the current Marquis Shenwei household is but a leaf adrift in a vast ocean. On the brink of capsizing, in this world, strength is fleeting. Only longevity is everlasting. Moreover, no matter how much reputation or grace one possessed in life, it all fades into oblivion. Why cling to it day in and day out, only to invite contempt? Is this how your father raised you? To spend every day repaying gratitude with enmity, devoid of any upbringing? Today, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of your brother Yi Qi, lest you bring calamity upon yourself and tarnish his name, leaving him to be reproached in the afterlife. Unable to find peace, Pingyongbo had calmed down, not allowing Yi Wu's words to incite him to irrationality. Instead, he swiftly regained his composure. His palm turned, resembling a sun descending, covering Yi Wu and leaving him no chance to escape. Though the protective jade pendant was powerful, as long as he did not employ martial will, it was as good as useless. After all, it was not the true Marquis Shenwei. Pingyongbo was preparing to seize it by force. If diplomacy failed, then he would resort to force. Today, none would stop him from obtaining the Burial Heaven Sutra. Chapter 9. Do you dare to kill me? Wretch, Pingyongbo, how dare you? Steward Qin's eyes bulged with fury. Letting out a roar of pure rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood, disregarding everything as he forcibly broke free from Pingyongbo's concealed suppression and charged at him. Yet he was utterly outmatched. The chasm in their realms was insurmountable. Mere desperation could not bridge such a divide. Bang! Steward Qin's body was sent flying, blood spewing forth in midair, further igniting Yi Wu's fury. His eyes turning crimson, this beast had the audacity to arrogantly claim he would discipline him in place of his father. What are you but a lowly cur? No matter how grandiose your words, you remain a white-eyed wolf. Since it has come to this, let us not pretend. Yi Wu scoffed coldly, facing Pingyongbo's assault without an ounce of fear, exhibiting an air of calmness. You dare to overturn the table. Yet do you think I would not dare to do the same? At that moment, his spiritual intent swiftly connected with a mysterious seal within the protective jade pendant. Previously, upon activation, the pendant had not merely unleashed the martial will of the ghostly divine fist. It had also revealed that his father, the Marquis Shenwei, had concealed within it 3 full-strength strikes as a trump card for his protection. Pingyongbo, since you dare to overturn the table, prepare to be beaten to death. You, Song Kai-sheng, have truly resorted to bullying the weak, with not an ounce of face left. Just then, a furious voice suddenly erupted from the entrance of the Marquis' mansion. Following that, a terrifying sword aura descended from the heavens. A single sword, frostbitten and chilling across 14 provinces. The piercing sword energy seemed poised to rend the very fabric of this realm, tearing apart all that stood in its path. Deities shall be slain, and Buddhas shall be slain. Even before the sword aura arrived, Yi Wu felt his skin prickling painfully in his mind. Only a divine sword that pierced through heaven and earth remained. Such overwhelming sword intent. The sword of breaking heaven. The sword Marquis. Qin Guanjiao was first taken aback, but then he was overcome with uncontainable joy. Young master, the sword duke has arrived. We are saved. The sword duke. Pingyongbo, who had initially maintained a confident demeanor, suddenly found his expression shifting dramatically. He had no choice but to alter his tactics, temporarily abandoning his focus on Yi Wu, and instead turned his attention to shattering the incoming sword Qi. The sword duke, Sunbo, account brought forth by the formidable Nwihu. His connection to the Marquis was notably closer, with his mastery of the breaking heaven sword technique. He had carved out a formidable reputation on the Northern Mang battlefield, instilling fear in numerous Northern Mang experts. Sunbo, do you truly believe you can stop me? Pingyongbo, continuously shattering the sword duke's attacks, wore a frosty expression as the vast radiance of the sun bore down upon him, seeking to suppress the sword duke. How can you know my strength if you have never faced me? The sword duke, Sunbo, approached with the breaking heaven sword in hand, its tip aimed directly at Pingyongbo, exuding an air of utter disdain. In fact, the murderous intent was palpable. You have merely just entered the heavenly gang realm. How much stronger can you be than I? Yi Wu was correct. Brother Yi Qi truly was blind, and I too have been deceived. I fail to recognize that you, Song Kaisheng, are nothing but a shameless white-eyed wolf. Had I known earlier, the SHNWIHU should have let you perish on that Northern Mang battlefield, sparing us one more calamity. Upon arriving, he overheard the conversation between Yi Wu and Ping Yongbo, igniting a furious blaze within him. Were it not for the SHNWIHU, Ping Yongbo would not stand where he was today. Yet, Ping Yongbo, instead of being grateful, chose to repay kindness with malice. Qin Guanjia, take Yi Wu and retreat far from here. Swish! The Sword Duke made his move once more. The breaking heaven sword Qi surged skyward, transforming into a realm of sword energy, locking onto Ping Yongbo and denying him any chance of escape. Ping Yongbo's face turned a ghastly shade. He had never anticipated that the reckless Sword Duke, Sun Bo, would return at this moment. Catching him completely off guard, one true Sun Bo spoke was indeed accurate. Though he was in the heavenly gang realm, he had only just entered, while Sun Bo had already attained perfection in the earthly fiend realm. In a straightforward contest of strength, he could not be assured of victory. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation became for him. Why the haste to leave now that you have arrived? Were you not quite arrogant moments ago? I preferred your previous rebellious demeanor. Yi Wu said with a smile, firmly placing a foot on Song Hui's body, causing him to spit blood anew, his eyes filled with resentment. If you have the ability, then kill me. Do you dare? Swish! In the next instant, a chilling, blood-stained sword light flashed, severing an arm that fell to the ground, eliciting a piercing scream from Song Hui arm. Chapter 10. The death-substituting gold talisman. Song Hui clutched the stump of his severed arm, his face contorted with rage, blood seeping through his fingers uncontrollably. Yi Wu. Ping Yongbo roared in fury, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, wishing he could tear Yi Wu apart. He could not have imagined Yi Wu would be so reckless, so audacious as to actually sever his son's arm without hesitation. Qin Guanjia was similarly dumbfounded, unable to intervene in time. While feeling exhilarated, he could not help but worry. Severing Ping Yongbo's son's arm would undoubtedly escalate the enmity. They had truly crossed the line, and no matter how unwilling they were to admit it, the decline of the SHNWIHU's estate was a harsh reality. They were no longer on par with the flourishing Ping Yongbo household. Now, having forged a deadly feud, the pressures they would face in the future would likely only intensify. Ha ha, you truly are the bloodline of the Marquis, possessing a fraction of his former grandeur. The Sword Duke laughed heartily, the sharpness of his breaking heaven sword Qi increasing. Yi Wu, this white-eyed wolf has me to hold him back. Do as you wish without worry, even if you decide to slay that little beast. I, the Sword Duke, will take the blame for you. Outside the Marquis' estate, spies from various factions stood in stunned silence, having learned of the unfolding events through various means, and one had anticipated that 2 counts, who should have been aligned with the SHNWIHU, would find themselves fighting within his estate. The shock of the SHNWIHU's heir defeating Ping Yongbo's heir was already astonishing enough. Now he had even severed an arm. This enmity was truly profound. At the same time, they were astonished by Yi Wu's decisiveness, which starkly contrasted with their prior intel. Most crucially, the heir of the SHNWIHU had evidently broken through to the innate realm and truly mastered the Burial Heaven Sutra. This was the real news. Ping Yongbo, do you now feel the sting of regret? Yi Wu said, a smile playing on his lips as he pointed the sword's tip at Song Hui's remaining arm. The sharp blade piercing the skin, rendering Song Hui immobile. Earlier, you and your father shamelessly fabricated a lone note, plotting against my family's Burial Heaven Sutra. Did you not foresee this day, without fear of repercussions? I, the SHNWIHU's estate, have already fallen. Yet you, the Ping Yongbo household, are different. After all, you have painstakingly cultivated an heir who has entered the outer sect. Should he die here, can you find another? Song Hui's expression morphed from seething hatred to sheer terror. He sensed the cold, murderous intent emanating from Yi Wu, Yi Wu truly intended to kill him. This was not merely a threat. Pingyang Bo's expression darkened as he contended with the Sword Duke, stating in a deep voice, "Yi Wu, what must I do for you to release him?" As he spoke, Pingyang Bo felt a profound sense of frustration. The saying to lose the chicken and the rice aptly described his current predicament. Ultimately, he had miscalculated. He had come to realize the current situation. It was no longer possible to stealthily seize the Burial Heaven Sutra. Continuing to entangle himself would likely lead to his own misfortune. Yi Wu let Pingyang Bo's old dog exchange for the death-substituting gold talisman. The Sword Duke's voice suddenly echoed in Yi Wu's ear. The death-substituting gold talisman was a particularly unique talisman that could ward off a fatal crisis. Previously, I had entered a secret realm with Pingyang Bo, from which he obtained such a talisman. One death-substituting gold talisman could guarantee a certain level of safety for one's life. Even if one were to be killed, the talisman could reverse death, effectively providing an extra life. The death-substituting gold talisman? Yi Wu immediately recalled the relevant information. The potential value of such a talisman was immense. He had not anticipated that Pingyang Bo possessed such a treasure. Meeting Pingyang Bo's almost predatory gaze, Yi Wu calmly articulated his demand. The death-substituting gold talisman? Pingyang Bo's expression shifted instantly, his gaze fixed intently on the Sword Duke, his teeth clenched. "Did you tell him?" The Sword Duke merely smiled and remained silent. "Impossible!" Pingyang Bo flatly rejected the notion without hesitation, leaving no room for negotiation. "Choose another. That indeed is a true life-saving talisman. Throughout the vast expanse of the Great Zhou dynasty, such divine artifacts are exceedingly rare. How could he possibly part with it so easily? A son may be lost, yet he could be born anew, but if such a miraculous object were to be lost, it would be irretrievably gone. I never imagined that in the eyes of the Duke of Pingyang, the life of his own flesh and blood is deemed less valuable than a mere protective charm. How utterly heartless." Song Hui's countenance shifted dramatically. Yi Wu silently chuckled, utterly unsurprised by the Duke's refusal. If that were the case, then let him trade the great sun-burning heaven technique and the ascending immortal fist for his life. Since you two father and son covet my family's martial arts, then let your own skills serve as compensation. Absolutely not. Before the Duke of Pingyang could utter a word, Song Hui was the first to erupt in fury, unleashing a roar. The ascending immortal fist is the ultimate skill of the ascending immortal sect. I only acquired it due to my master's influence. If it were to be leaked, I would have no place to die. Even if you do not kill me, the ascending immortal sect would inevitably pursue me to the ends of the earth, leaving me no chance of survival. Faced with death on both sides, Song Hui grew resolute. The Duke of Pingyang's expression was as if he had swallowed a dead rat. Yi Wu's condition was clearly an intentional humiliation. Moreover, it sowed discord between father and son. Yet, one cannot be overly obstinate. Should he refuse again, the bond between them would truly shatter. This is a blatant scheme, however, to relinquish the family heirloom, the great sun-burning heaven technique, while suffering such losses, left him deeply resentful. The Duke Jian had already ceased his actions, yet his sword intent remained firmly locked onto the Duke of Pingyang, denying him any opportunity for a sneak attack. He observed Yi Wu with keen interest. Yi Wu's performance today indeed surprised him greatly. "This won't do. That won't do. Duke Pingyang, you and your son are putting me in a most difficult position." Swish, the flash of a sword light passed by. And once more, Song Hui's other arm fell to the ground. Both arms severed. Song Hui emitted a chilling scream. The Duke of Pingyang's face paled, his eyes nearly spewing tangible flames, his gaze truly ferocious. Steward Qin's eyes widened in shock. Duke Jian was taken aback. This lad was exceedingly decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. With a single disagreement, he severed a man's arm. "I agree. I will give you the great sun-burning heaven technique." "Not enough." Chapter 11. Extortion. "The defenses have been breached," Duke Pingyang roared. Yet Yi Wu calmly pointed the blade at Song Hui's neck, slicing through the skin. "I too am willing to surrender the ascending immortal fist." In the face of a genuine life-threatening crisis, Song Hui could no longer afford to be cautious. First, he needed to survive this immediate peril. Still not enough. Yi Wu shook his head. Duke Pingyang's eyes bulged with rage. The essence of the great sun burning heaven roaring forth as if to manifest a true sun, warping the surrounding air with intense heat. Not push your luck. Duke Jin hastily advised Yi Wu in secret, stating that acquiring the great sun burning heaven technique and the ascending immortal fist was already sufficient. Asking for more could provoke Duke Pingyang to overturn the table. However, Song Hui was not entirely incorrect. It would be wise to avoid the ascending immortal fist, for the ascending immortal sect is indeed not to be trifled with. The current predicament of the divine Marquis residence is already quite dire. Antagonizing the ascending immortal sect would surely invite even greater troubles. Yi Wu understood this principle. Yet, I have already provoked them. Even if I forego the ascending immortal fist today, will the ascending immortal sect refrain from seeking revenge in the future? Duke Jin was left speechless. External sects are notoriously protective. Given Yi Wu's treatment of Song Hui today, word will surely return to the ascending immortal sect, prompting some action. Furthermore, he recalled the Zhong Tianjing inherited by the divine Marquis residence. It is not only the martial artists of the great Zhou dynasty who covet the Zhong Tianjing. Various external sects also yearn for it. Pushing one's luck? Wasn't that precisely what you two father and son had done earlier? I merely mirrored your actions, and now you are on the defensive? Duke Pingyang's expression was dark as storm clouds, as if rain were imminent. Yi Wu continued to make exorbitant demands, listing off various elixirs and rare treasures, such as the Xianyang pill, life creation pill, fire lin grass, primal true pill, and washing marrow elixir, among others, all in great quantities. Let us settle on this. I want 100 of each, and I shall spare his life. Duke Pingyang, surely you wouldn't hesitate, would you? Just as Duke Pingyang was on the verge of losing control, Yi Wu finally ceased his demands, though not without a hint of satisfaction. Duke Jin and Steward Qin were left dumbfounded. They had anticipated Yi Wu seizing this opportunity to make grand demands. But this was beyond all expectations. Song Hui remained silent, yet within, he felt a profound chill. He could only watch helplessly as his father was compelled to comply. The total value of the treasures Yi Wu sought far exceeded his own worth. 2 martial techniques, at most, coupled with the Xianyang pill and primal true pill. Duke Pingyang's tone turned frigid, his calm demeanor laced with an infinite murderous intent. Should he refuse, before he could finish his sentence, Yi Wu shouted his agreement. Deal! Duke Pingyang's expression froze instantly. I have the Xianyang pill and primal true pill right here. Song Hui hurriedly shouted, fearing Yi Wu would renege. In the next moment, Yi Wu reached into Song Hui's bosom, retrieving a heavy storage bag. Yes, the items are indeed in the storage. Before Song Hui could finish, he saw Yi Wu brazenly shove his storage bag into his own bosom without a hint of hesitation. Yu, what do you mean by you? You are now my captive. This is my trophy, Yi Wu declared with righteous indignation. Song Hui was left dumbstruck. Subsequently, he became so enraged that his eyes turned bloodshot. Unable to help but spit out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in a faint, he was so furious he nearly lost consciousness. Duke Pingyang's demeanor grew even colder. Had it not been for Duke Jin's watchful gaze, he would have almost succumbed to the murderous intent boiling within. This is utterly intolerable. After a brief moment, the Duke Pingyang's household delivered the Xianyang pill and primal true pill. The manuscript for the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique and the ascending immortal fist also fell into Yi Wu's hands. The transaction concluded, and as the two departed, Yi Wu bade them farewell with a smile, even kindly returning Song Hui's severed arms. As innate martial artists, our vitality is robust. With a little expenditure, the arms can indeed be reattached. We welcome you to return for further exchanges in the future. Duke Pingyang departed without a backward glance, while Song Hui nearly stumbled to the ground. Exchanges? What kind of exchanges? At that moment, his resentment towards Yi Wu reached a peak. The spies outside the Marquis' residence were utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Did the Duke of Pingyang really lower his head? Thank you. Uncle Sun. Yi Wu expressed his gratitude to Duke Jian, recognizing that had it not been for his timely arrival, he might have truly fallen prey to that pair of ingrates. What thanks? Were it not for your father's care back in the day, I would not have the accomplishments I do today. Now that Brother Yi Qi is no longer here, it is my duty to look after the Marquis' residence. Although you have passed this ordeal, you have thoroughly offended the Duke of Pingyang. Be cautious in the future to avoid any unforeseen plots against you. Duke Jian spoke solemnly. For the time being, I will remain in the imperial city. Should anything arise, feel free to send someone to notify me at the Duke's residence. As for those spies, do you require me to eliminate them? Yi Wu's gaze flickered as he sensed the situation surrounding the Marquis' residence. Indeed, there were quite a few individuals from the divine Might Marquis faction watching closely. No need for Uncle Sun to take action. Let them stay for now. They may prove useful in the future. Duke Jin nodded, saying no more, transforming into a beam of sword light, swiftly vanishing from sight. Bang! The gates of the Marquis' residence slammed shut, severing all lines of sight. Not far from the Marquis' residence, a nearby corner, Wang Shi stood with a complex expression, mingled with disbelief and an inability to accept the reality. Meanwhile, the events transpiring within the divine Might Marquis' residence quickly spread throughout the imperial city. Young master, Steward Qin hesitated, his mind reeling from the series of actions displayed by his young master today, which were far more audacious than those of the Marquis in his youth. A tiger father begets no dog's son. Qin Bo, rest assured, I know what I am doing. Yi Wu extracted a vial of elixir from Song Hui's storage bag, handing it to Steward Qin. Truly, as a disciple of the ascending immortal sect, he possessed many fine treasures. Qin Bo, accept this vial of vitality-replenishing pills. It is imperative to restore your health. This vast Marquis' residence will need you to hold it up in the days to come. Indeed, Qin Bo, please release a message on my behalf shortly. Following Yi Wu's words, Qin Guanjia's breath quickened as his eyes widened slowly. Young master, if we proceed in this manner, it would surely offend many. Posing a great risk, Qin Bo, simply follow my instructions. Regardless of the risk, it cannot be worse than our current situation. Point 1 cannot worry about an abundance of debts. Qin Guanjia was left speechless. Chapter 12. Noble benefactor? A philanthropist. In the room, after closing the door, Yi Wu eagerly began to tally the spoils of this venture. The Feather Ascension Fist and the Great Sun Incineration Technique. Both are truly remarkable techniques. The system panel displayed, Host, Yi Wu Techniques, Feather Ascension Fist, not yet initiated, Great Sun Incineration Technique, not yet initiated. The system's verification confirmed the authenticity of these techniques, which is why Yi Wu was unconcerned about the possibility of Pingyang Bo and Song Hui providing him with counterfeit methods. If the system were to deem it unverified, it would undoubtedly be false. That I wonder, how much could these two techniques fetch? Yi Wu's eyes glimmered slightly as he retrieved the Xianyang pill and the innate pill. The former consisted of 3 vials containing 9 pills, while the latter had only 1 vial with merely 3 pills inside. The value of the innate pill is unquestionable, as it not only assists in breaking through the innate realm without risk, but also continuously purifies innate true qi, bringing its quality closer to a genuine reversal of the innate state. Although effective solely at the innate realm, it is indeed a top-tier earth-grade elixir, and in some respects, its efficacy even surpasses that of heaven-grade elixirs. Even within the Pingyang Bo residence, the supply of innate pills is scarce. The Xianyang pill, a yang attribute elixir, greatly aids in the cultivation of the Great Sun Incineration Technique. It is also classified as an earth-grade elixir, albeit with a certain disparity when compared to the innate pill. With a total of 13 earth-grade elixirs, presenting these to the Pingyang Bo residents would not cripple them, but it would certainly cause discomfort. Placing them right in the middle, let us first test the effect of the innate pill. In the past, I had purchased an innate pill, but it was used by Li Mengxue upon ingesting an innate pill. The Zhongtian Sutra commenced its operation, and the medicinal power instantly dispersed, merging into the Zhongtian true qi, causing it to surge. Truly, the innate pill warrants its high value. It indeed possesses exquisite properties. Yet, before Yi Wu could fully relish the surprise, the fervor of the Zhongtian true qi subsided, returning to a state of calm. The medicinal power of the innate pill vanished without a trace as the Zhongtian true qi regained its tranquility. This? Yi Wu was momentarily stunned. That was a top-tier Earth-grade elixir, yet it failed to enhance the quality of his innate true qi even slightly, merely increasing its quantity. The maximum effect of the innate pill, which reverses the innate state, did not manifest within him. There exists but one explanation. The quality of his Zongtian true qi is too high, exceeding the limits that the innate pill can enhance. Resulting in this situation, this suggests that the Zongtian true qi he cultivated is already, in a true sense, innate true qi, or is genuinely approaching the state of reversing the innate. Regardless of the circumstance, it sufficiently illustrates the power of his Zongtian true qi innate pill, losing its primary effect and serving only to marginally increase the quantity of Zongtian true qi. Feels like a considerable waste that it would be more prudent to exchange it for source power points. Without hesitation, Yi Wu deposited the 9 Xianyang pills along with the remaining 2 innate pills into the system. Host, Yi Wu source power, 150 boom. Upon witnessing the source power figures on the system panel, Yi Wu's eyes sparkled with radiant brilliance. 150 points of source power. A significant accumulation indeed. Since his arrival in this realm, he had never experienced such affluence. Transitioning from entry to mastery of the Thunder Fist only consumed 30 points of source power, while initiating the Zongtian Sutra merely required 50 points. Now he had amassed a total of 150 points of source power in one go. Right, that fellow Song Hui also possesses innate pills and Xianyang pills within his storage bag. Realizing this, Yi Wu eagerly opened Song Hui's storage bag and emptied its contents in haste. There were indeed numerous valuable items. After a meticulous inventory, Yi Wu's eyes gleamed with excitement. 2 innate pills, 4 Xianyang pills, 1 mid-grade magic tool, 3 low-grade magic tools, over 10 various talismans, and a 300-year-old Xianji ginseng. As he picked up a jade vial, Yi Wu momentarily struggled to identify the elixir within. However, upon merely inhaling its fragrant aroma, his true qi stirred slightly. A remarkable elixir. Would you like to refine the feather pill to absorb 50 points of source power? The system's special function had been utilized by Yi Wu for the purpose of item appraisal. The feather pill. Unexpectedly, it is from the Feather Ascension sect. This item is notoriously scarce. Its appearance would incite fierce competition among countless martial artists. The feather pill is a uniquely special elixir passed down within the Feather Ascension sect. Although merely classified as half a heaven-grade item, consuming it allows one to enter a special state of feather ascension. In this state, the effects of cultivation are exponentially enhanced, akin to enlightenment. It is precisely for this reason that the feather pill is so rare. Though not truly a heaven-grade elixir, it is indeed more precious than some heaven-grade elixirs. It seems that Song Hui's standing within the Feather Ascension sect is even higher than I anticipated. As he managed to acquire such a rare elixir, alas, it now belongs to me. After tallying the spoils from this venture, Yi Wu unreservedly cast aside all these treasures to the system. Convert them all into source power. Though the feather pill is splendid, its effects are far less valuable to him compared to the conversion into source power. Host, Yi Wu source power. 400 full 400 points of source power. Upon seeing this number on the system panel, Yi Wu was filled with exhilaration. 1 cannot become wealthy without unexpected gains. Horses do not grow fat without grazing at night. The ancients truly do not deceive me. The Pingyang Bo father and son are indeed benevolent individuals, practically his noble benefactors. They're the guiding light of his life. With this substantial 400 points of source power, he could fully unleash his potential to elevate his martial arts cultivation. System, enhance my ghost god fist cultivation. With fervent determination, whoosh, 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 the source power points on the system panel rapidly diminished at a visible rate. A formidable will erupted from Yi Wu's body, continuously evolving. Ultimately, an ancient ghost god manifested behind Yi Wu. The ghost god fist has been initiated. As the source power points steadily dwindled, the ancient ghost god gradually opened its eyes, seemingly preparing to emerge from the ancient Nine Nether Hell, intent on dragging the entire world into its depths. Insufficient source power, unable to further enhance the ghost god fist. What? Yi Wu was abruptly yanked from the intoxicating sensation of elevating his ghost god fist cultivation. his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 13. The Golden Swallowing Beast. To the highest bidder, 400 points of source power, and it's already insufficient. This cannot be real. Yiwu swiftly summoned the system panel. Host, Yiwu Realm. Second layer of innate realm bloodline. None divine ability. None techniques. Zongtian Sutra. Initiated. Martial skills. Thunder Fist. Mastered. Ghost God Fist. Mastered. Great Sun Incineration Technique Fragment. Not yet initiated. Feather Ascension Fist. Not yet initiated. Source Power. 0. The panel displayed the various transformations clearly. The realm had ascended to the second layer of the innate state, achieving a minor elevation. The most significant change, of course, was the Ghost God Fist, which had progressed from an uninitiated state to mastery. From initiation to mastery, it consumed a staggering 400 points of source power. What a gluttonous beast! Yiwu's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly incredulous. The Zongtian Sutra's initiation only required 50 points of source power. Transitioning the Thunder Fist from initiation to mastery consumed a mere 30 points. Combined, these two martial skills only utilized 80 points of source power in total. Yet now, merely enhancing the Ghost God Fist devoured a full 400 points of source power, 0.5 times the consumption. And it only improved by 2 minor realms. The excess consumption is outrageous. That that moment. Yiwu suddenly realized that the quality of his ancestral Zongtian Sutra might far exceed his expectations. Even the recorded martial skills within are quite extraordinary. Heaven-grade martial arts? Or perhaps something beyond heaven-grade. The 5 Thunder Fist is classified as an Earth-tier martial skill, and the journey for novice to mastery requires merely 30 points of source power. While this may seem significant, it pales in comparison to the ghostly Divine Fist, rendering it but a trifling fraction. The disparity is immense. However, despite the considerable consumption, the benefits it confers are equally monumental. Yiwu feels that his current strength has surged beyond mere doubling. He has ascended to an entirely different echelon. The power of the ghostly Divine Fist exceeds his expectations by an alarming margin. If the ghostly Divine Fist, as recorded in the Burial Heaven canon, demands such an exorbitant amount of source power, one can only wonder how much more would be required to cultivate the Burial Heaven canon itself. It would likely amount to a staggering astronomical figure. This further substantiates the formidable nature of the Burial Heaven canon. Source power remains paramount. He had anticipated that amassing 400 points of source power would suffice for a while, only to discover it was woefully inadequate. It is far too little. Only when one is in need does one realize the scarcity of source power. A storm is brewing, although this incident has rendered the Pingyang family at a significant loss. Allowing him to gain an advantage, it has simultaneously plunged him into a perilous tempest. Within the imperial city, factions within the outer sects, along with anyone who has set their sights on the Burial Heaven canon, are likely to become increasingly frenzied. Yiwu's gaze darkened. He must do everything within his power to elevate his martial prowess expeditiously. Given this necessity, he must expedite the completion of that task. Once successful, he will undoubtedly have the opportunity to reap a considerable harvest of source power. The Pingyang estate. The Pingyang Lord has gone to great lengths to procure a spirit elixir that can regenerate flesh and bone, successfully reattaching Song Hui's severed arms. Father, we absolutely cannot let this matter rest. Song Hui ground his teeth in fury. The deep-seated resentment in his eyes could not be washed away even with the waters of the 4 seas. This humiliation was unprecedented in his life. Until he eliminates Yiwu, he cannot find peace in his heart. Humph! The Pingyang Lord scoffed, his own murderous intent palpable. The quicker that little wretch jumps, the swifter his demise will be. That little beast is merely in the throes of a dying struggle, even if he masters the Burial Heaven canon. So what? He is not Yi Qi. Innate, merely an insect at this moment, the more remarkable one as performance. The greater the envy it incites. Just wait. It won't be long before someone loses their composure. Father, is the Burial Heaven canon truly that terrifying? Song Hui suddenly inquired. He had only just entered the innate stage. While I had immersed myself in that realm for many years, yet I was utterly defeated without the ability to retaliate. This was a disgrace for Song Hui, yet it also illuminated the stark contrast between him and Yi Wu. Although the Five Thunder Fist at the mastery level is formidable, the power of the Ascendant Fist at the novice level is even more terrifying. In a mere contest of brute force, the Five Thunder Fist is nothing but trifles beneath the Ascendant Fist. It pales in comparison. The fundamental disparity lies in the burial heaven true chi that Yi Wu wields. This is the root cause of his inability to stand against him. The burial heaven cannon. The Pingyang Lord sighed deeply. The reason the Marquis Shenwei could rise so swiftly is twofold. One, his martial aptitude is exceptionally high. Two, it is undoubtedly due to the burial heaven cannon, even our family's great sun burning heaven technique. Despite being incomplete, would not be worthy of even serving as a mere shoe for the burial heaven cannon in its prime state. The Ascendant Fist is already incredibly powerful, being a true heaven-tier martial skill. Yet even so, it was utterly crushed by the Earth-tier 5 Thunder Fist enhanced by the burial true chi. Not even the Ascendant Sect's Ascendant Fist can compare to that burial heaven cannon. Yi Chi is indeed a remarkable individual. Song Hui's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. How is this possible? In this world, nothing is truly impossible. It is far larger than you can comprehend, and the secrets concealed within it are beyond your ability to perceive. The Pingyang Lord's gaze grew distant as he stood atop a high tower, gazing towards the direction of the Marquis Shenwei's estate. Murmuring to himself, the burial heaven cannon must be obtained at all costs. The incomplete great sun-burning heaven technique is unattainable with his current martial cultivation. Being able to break through the celestial barrier is already the limit. Any further advancement seems nearly impossible. Thus, he covets the burial heaven cannon from the Marquis Shenwei's estate, hoping to shatter the confines of his martial cultivation and glimpse a higher realm of martial arts. Alas, he failed. The value of the burial heaven cannon is too great, intricately tied to the legendary divine repository and the ancient secrets of gods and demons, that Yi Chi possesses the strength to safeguard it. But Yi Wu lacks such power. At the Li estate, upon learning of the Pingyang family's misfortune, Li Shan felt utterly unsettled. Innate, how could that waste, Yi Wu, suddenly master the burial heaven cannon after so many years? How could he possibly achieve that? To enter the innate stage with the burial heaven cannon, and to defeat the Pingyang Lord's heir and sever Song Hui's arms in one strike. This is ample proof that Yi Wu is no longer a mere waste. He possesses the talent of the former Marquis Shenwei. This makes our Li family seem rather short-sighted. And that Tianjin Lord, he unhesitatingly sided with the Marquis Shenwei's estate, single-handedly opposing the Pingyang family. This is sufficient evidence that the Marquis Shenwei's estate has not truly fallen yet. There remains hope for a resurgence. What? Is Uncle Li regretting his decisions? Chapter 14. Auctioning Martial Techniques. The gaze from the imperial palace, the Crown Prince of Liang. Zhao Xing suddenly approached, accompanied by Li Mengxue, and they took a seat on a bench in the garden. The two shared light-hearted laughter, appearing very intimate, as though their relationship had reverted to its former state. Li Shan's expression darkened immediately, and he hastily said, "Your Highness, what are you saying? My Li family is utterly loyal to the Liang Prince's estate. How could we possibly have regrets? I am merely a bit concerned. In 2 days, that little wretch will be coming to our doorstep at that time. Regardless of whether it is Steward Qin or Lord Tianjin, they are foes we cannot contend with. Your Highness knows that if that little wretch arrives, my old face will be utterly lost, and I fear my Mengxue will be too embarrassed to face anyone thereafter. Your Highness, you wouldn't want to witness such a situation, would you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xing let out a cold snort, his face betraying his hatred and murderous intent towards the Crown Prince of Liang, a true royal. This was the first time he had suffered such a significant loss. Upon returning, he had nearly had his legs broken. The higher he jumps now, the more painfully he will fall later. As for 2 days from now, the Liang Prince's estate will certainly dispatch experts. Yi Wu will not be able to succeed in his schemes. Li Mengxue, standing beside him, offered Li Shan a reassuring expression, which caused him to breathe a heavy sigh of relief. His daughter is truly capable. As long as he can firmly secure the Crown Prince of Liang, the Li family's rise to prominence is merely a matter of time. Yiwu. At that moment, a servant rushed in, panting heavily. Master, master, something terrible has happened outside. Calm yourself. What a disgraceful display. Do you not see the Crown Prince of Liang here? Li Shan's heart sank, hastily reprimanding the servant. First, compose yourself, and then speak. Zhao Xing and Li Mengxue exchanged curious glances, instinctively sensing the same implication in each other's eyes. Could it possibly relate to Yiwu again? Just then, a message suddenly emerged from the Marquis Shenwei's estate, announcing that in one day, they would auction the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique from the Pingyang estate, as well as the Ascendant Fist from the Ascendant sect. Crash! Li Shan immediately shattered the teacup in his hand. His eyes wide in shock, breath quickening. Li Mengxue stood there, dumbfounded, questioning whether she had misheard. Zhao Xing leapt to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Repeat that. On this day, a piece of inside information ignited the entire imperial city that in one day, the Marquis Shenwei's estate would auction the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique and the Ascendant Fist. The highest bidder wins. No latecomers. This news struck like a thunderclap, leaving countless individuals in the imperial city dizzy with shock that in an instant, whether ordinary citizens or martial artists, all were left questioning if their ears had deceived them. How could this be true? Yiwu. How dare he? This would surely offend both the Pingyang family and the Ascendant sect entirely. Upon this realization, the myriad noble families and aristocratic lords within the imperial city, as well as certain sects from beyond the realm, all instinctively sprang into action at the earliest opportunity. The Great Sun Incineration technique, while not insignificant in quality, is ultimately incomplete and does not truly qualify as a celestial-level martial art. However, the Ascension Fist, recorded in the Ascension Sutra, is an entirely different matter. It is unequivocally a top-tier celestial-level martial art, deeply intertwined with the Ascension Sutra itself. It is far more precious than other martial arts of the same rank. Its value beyond measure. They were aware that Yiwu had obtained these two martial arts from the estate of the Earl of Pingyang, yet none anticipated that he would act so recklessly as to auction them off. Whether this was true or false mattered little to them. They simply wished to witness it for themselves. After all, once this opportunity slipped away, it would be gone forever if it turned out to be a forgery. They would incur minimal loss. But should it be genuine, missing out would surely lead to regrets that would haunt them for any potential repercussions from the Earl of Pingyang or the Ascension sect. They were wholly unconcerned. Having chosen to participate, they naturally dismissed any threats from those two families that Yiwu. Upon hearing the news of the auction, both the Earl of Pingyang and his son simultaneously looked skyward and let out a furious roar. Such egregiousness! After their anger subsided, the father and son fell into a state of panic. The Earl pondered that should the Great Sun Incineration technique be made public, the Earl of Pingyang's estate would be on the brink of ruin. Once the core technique was learned by others, it would not be long before they discovered a means to counter it. If everyone became proficient in the Great Sun Incineration technique, the Earl of Pingyang would lose their advantage entirely. As for Song Hui, he feared that his own demise was imminent. If the Ascension Fist were to be leaked, it would not pose much of a problem if only Yiwu practiced it. Afterward, as long as he could eliminate Yiwu, the matter could be concealed. With his master's backing, he might only face some punishment upon returning. However, now, the Ascension Fist was a true secret of the Ascension sect, and without his master's connection, it would have been impossible for him to master it at his current level. Should it be made public, not only would he face death, but his master would also share in the calamity. Yiwu must die. At that moment, the intent to kill surged to its zenith. If Yiwu remained alive, it would be they who would meet their end. The Sword Duke, upon hearing the news of the auction, was momentarily rendered speechless. He had witnessed Yiwu's ability to stir up trouble, that a significant crisis was looming. The Sword Duke immediately made his way to the estate of the Marquis of Divine Might. In the Imperial Palace, within the Imperial Study, the Emperor the Great Zhou set down his brush, auctioning the Ascension Fist. How intriguing. The Ascension sect will surely be restless. The chief eunuch, Su Peixiang, promptly stepped forward to respond. Your Majesty's vision is astute. The Ascension Fist is a secret martial art of the Ascension sect, historically kept from public knowledge. 150 years ago, when the Ascension Fist was inadvertently leaked, the Ascension sect dispatched 5 elder-level martial artists to pursue and recover it over vast distances. Indeed, the leakage of a secret martial art would rattle even the formidable Ascension sect. Those sects from beyond the realm hold their traditional martial arts in high esteem and strictly prohibit their dissemination. When I was still a prince, I once disguised myself and infiltrated the Ascension sect, but alas, I regrettably failed to learn any martial arts from the Ascension Sutra. The emperor then inquired, how long until the mourning period for the Marquis of Divine Might concludes? Su Peixiang's eyes sparkled with brilliance before he quickly composed himself. Your Majesty, there are still 10 days remaining until the mourning period for the Marquis of Divine Might ends. 10 days. The emperor mused. The Marquis has served our great Zhou well, yet tragically fell in the Northern Mang. How lamentable. We must select a propitious date. The title of Marquis cannot remain vacant for too long. Su Peixiang immediately grasped the emperor's intent and replied in a hushed tone, this old servant shall arrange it forthwith, ensuring that the Ministry of Rights selects an auspicious day, so as not to delay the succession of the Marquis's title. After Su Peixiang exited the imperial study, the emperor's expression darkened, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the void as he muttered to himself, Marquis of Divine Might, did you truly perish in the Northern Mang? Or are you merely employing a cunning ruse to feign death and escape? Once outside the imperial study, Su Peixiang hurried directly to the Ministry of Rights as the chief eunuch. He was acutely aware of the recent events surrounding the Marquis of Divine Might's estate. Initially, he had anticipated the imminent decline of the Marquis's household. In fact, he had even prepared himself to seize the opportune moment to attempt to acquire the legendary Burial Heaven Sutra. Even learning just a fragment of its martial arts would be an immense boon for him. However, what he had not expected was the emergence of hope amidst despair. The young heir of the Marquis of Divine Might displayed an extraordinary talent for causing upheaval, and his audacity was remarkable. He had managed to capture the emperor's attention in such a manner. Though the emperor had not explicitly stated anything, as someone close to him, Su Peixiang understood the unspoken implications. The heir of the Marquis of Divine Might, Yi Wu, must not encounter any misfortune during this auction. Yi Wu, the Marquis of Divine Might, the Ascension Fist, the Earl of Pingyang, and the various noble families and sects for beyond the realm. This grand spectacle within the imperial city was becoming increasingly riveting. After issuing orders at the Ministry of Rights, Su Peixiang did not pause, but swiftly exited the imperial palace, heading straight for the estate of the Marquis of Divine Might. Su Peixiang has arrived? At the Marquis of Divine Might's estate, upon hearing the report from his servants, the Sword Duke shot up from his seat, his eyes wide with astonishment. Quickly, invite him in, after a brief moment of shock. Yi Wu also regained his composure, as Su Peixiang was no ordinary eunuch. He was a trusted companion of the current emperor, having stood by him even before his ascension, thus holding an extraordinary position. The sudden visit from Su Peixiang was indeed unexpected. I shall go greet him personally, Yi Wu declared, rising swiftly and heading toward the entrance, eager to discern the purpose behind this sudden visit from the esteemed eunuch Su. Congratulations, young master, on breaking through to the innate realm. Upon arriving, Su Peixiang was the first to extend his congratulations to Yi Wu, presenting him with a gift box. The spies lurking outside the estate were left utterly astounded by this scene. Their eyes wide in disbelief, unable to stifle a sharp intake of breath. This, the emperor's chief eunuch suddenly visits, and even presents a gift. Such a signal carries significant implications. Was this the will of His Majesty? Or merely Su Peixiang's personal initiative? The meanings behind the two scenarios were worlds apart. In an instant, the news spread once more in all directions, leaving everyone in a state of shock and speechless wonder. Your Majesty, what does this mean? Congratulations to the young master. His Majesty has instructed the Ministry of Rights to begin calculating an auspicious date, once the mourning period for the Marquis of Divine Might concludes. The young master shall inherit the title of Marquis. Su Peixiang delivered this momentous news upon entering, his tone triumphant. What? Yi Wu halted abruptly, the surprise catching him utterly off guard. The emperor, who had remained silent until now, had suddenly made a declaration. What could this mean? Confusion enveloped not only Yi Wu, but also the Sword Duke. Master Su, does His Majesty mean? The Sword Duke instinctively began to inquire, but Yi Wu interrupted him. Thank you for your immense favor, Your Majesty. After bowing deeply toward the direction of the palace, Yi Wu produced a jade slip and handed it to Su Peisheng. Master Su, I have recently acquired a new martial art, but have many uncertainties regarding it. My father once mentioned your profound expertise and unique insights into various martial arts that I humbly request your guidance. Did the Marquis truly say this? Su Peisheng paused for a moment, then beamed as he accepted the jade slip from Yi Wu. Certainly, I shall take it back, study it thoroughly, and provide annotations before returning it to you. I must return to my duties at the palace, so I shall not linger. The chief eunuch, Su Peisheng, arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Without even partaking in why Yi Wu, what riddle are you playing at? What does seeking guidance on martial arts mean? The Sword Duke furrowed his brow, finding himself lost in confusion, feeling as though he were a fool. Uncle Sun, why do you think Master Su chose this moment to deliver such news, right as I announced the auction of the Ascension Fist and the Great Sun Incineration Technique? The succession of the title should have been predetermined long ago, rather than being announced now. What do you imply? In my tender years, I once overheard my father recount a piece of gossip. When His Majesty was still a prince, he had sought initiation into the Celestial Ascension sect. However, due to various reasons, he was unable to acquire the sacred text of the Ascension. Yi Wu, in a contemplative manner, then inquired, Uncle Sun, what is the nature of the relationship between our great Zhou and the various external sects? It appeared harmonious on the surface, yet beneath it lay fierce and relentless strife. As he spoke of his area of expertise, the Swordmaster's spirit was immediately lifted. The sects are as steadfast as iron. While the dynasties flow like water, some external sects have existed for millennia, far surpassing the lifespan of any dynasty. Prior to our great Zhou, certain dynasties were even under the dominion of external sects, serving as mere vassals to them. It was only through the might of our great Zhou's founding emperor, who swept across the land and subdued the external sects, that the foundation of our imperial dynasty was established, compelling those sects to bow in submission, albeit only in appearance. The Swordmaster saw through this facade with clarity. Numerous external sects harbored ambitions to overthrow our great Zhou dynasty and restore the former paradigm where sects dominated the world. However, under the might of our great Zhou's military, they were left with no choice but to acquiesce. For instance, the Celestial Ascension sect, at one point during the previous dynasty, was the state religion. When our great Zhou's founding emperor overthrew the prior dynasty and established his reign, the Celestial Ascension sect had repeatedly conspired in the shadows, attempting to undermine him. The Swordmaster spoke eloquently, yet suddenly halted, his eyes widening in realization. Chapter 16. The divine will is unfathomable. The imperial way rises. Understand now. The Swordmaster comprehended why Su Peisheng would suddenly convey the emperor's intentions at this juncture. The Celestial Ascension Fist holds the key. Its purpose is to leverage the upcoming auction orchestrated by Yi Wu to strike a blow against the Celestial Ascension sect. The Celestial Ascension Fist is of paramount importance to them. Should it be fully disclosed, it would inflict unimaginable damage upon the sect. Thus, the jade slip you provided to Su Peisheng bears the cultivation method of the Celestial Ascension Fist. Yi Wu nodded. It was only after the arrival of the Grand Eunuch Su Peisheng that he truly grasped the implications. He had intended for Su Peisheng to offer guidance, but in truth, it was a means to relay the Celestial Ascension Fist to the figure within the palace. Upon recognizing this pivotal factor, the Swordmaster let out a heavy sigh of relief, filled with joy. You have inadvertently accomplished a monumental deed, catching the Emperor's attention. This auction will proceed with much greater stability. Those monstrous entities will no longer dare to employ their overt tactics. Once you inherit your title, your circumstances will improve significantly, alleviating the current predicament that I in this matter. The stance of the martial emperor is of utmost importance. The Swordmaster genuinely felt happy for Yi Wu, and so did Steward Qin by his side. At that moment, Wu had opened the gift box presented by the Grand Eunuch, revealing 2 jade vials. 1 contained 3 innate pills, while the other housed a single royal secret dragon ascension pill. 4 top-tier Earth-grade pills. What a lavish gesture from Eunuch Su. The sword master leaned in closer, and upon discerning the contents of the gift box, he couldn't help but gasp in awe, his desire palpable. The innate pills, while precious, could still be purchased with sufficient wealth. However, the Dragon Ascension pill was entirely different. A royal secret is notoriously difficult to procure. Only the great Zhou royal family possesses the knowledge of its refinement. And it is said that the materials required involve the qi of the imperial way. This qi is exclusive to the great Zhou royal lineage. Each year, the number of Dragon Ascension pills that circulate from the palace is exceedingly limited. The rarity of the Dragon Ascension pill lies in its ability to assist earthly fiend realm martial artists in comprehending the celestial gang realm, thereby significantly increasing their chances of breaking through. It serves as a specialized auxiliary pill. Compared to the innate pill, its efficacy in this regard is markedly superior. Consequently, the Dragon Ascension pill is in high demand, as the heir to the Marquis of Divine Might. Yiwu immediately recalled pertinent information about the Dragon Ascension pill, recognizing its intrinsic value. To refine the Dragon Ascension pill would yield a remarkable 100 points of source power. What? Yiwu's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to suppress his rapid breathing. The potential to absorb 100 points of source power is staggering. The innate pill is already rare, deemed a quasi-heavenly grade pill, yet only provides 50 points of source power. But this Dragon Ascension pill offers double that, truly deserving of its name. Yiwu marveled inwardly and then handed the vial containing the Dragon Ascension pill to the eager swordmaster, Yiwu. What is this? The swordmaster, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Uncle Sun has aided me immensely. How could I not express my gratitude? Although the Dragon Ascension pill is precious, Yiwu felt no remorse in gifting it to the swordmaster. Had it not been for Uncle Sun, he might have faltered during his previous endeavor. Moving forward, the auction of this martial arts technique would require Uncle Sun's oversight, although the Emperor's decree would render some overtly dark tactics ineffective. The underhanded schemes would still persist. The stronger Uncle Sun's capabilities, the more advantageous it would be for me. Ideally, he would swiftly break through to the celestial gang realm. Then I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, the swordmaster said nothing further and accepted the Dragon Ascension pill, recognizing it as something he currently needed. He had long since perfected the earthly fiend realm, but had yet to find the opportunity to break through to the celestial gang, which had stymied his progress. With the aid of this Dragon Ascension pill, he might just seize the chance to ascend in the outside world. News of Grand Eunuch Su Peishing's decree to the Celestial Monitoring Bureau spread rapidly, especially with the influence of certain individuals. Yiwu would inherit the title of Marquis of Divine Might after the mourning period. The news was not grand, yet it rendered the expressions of some schemers suddenly grim. This is troublesome. They had presumed that the heir of the Marquis of Divine Might was a lost cause, given the Emperor's prolonged silence, and that matters would drag on indefinitely. Little did they expect that at this critical juncture, such a significant surprise would emerge. The Earl of Pingyang shattered his favorite teapot. The son of the Liang King looked sullen, and Li Mengxue was left speechless for a long time within the palace. The martial emperor received the Celestial Ascension Fist presented by Su Peisheng without delay. Su Peisheng candidly recounted his dialogue with Yiwu, omitting no details nor embellishing any part of the conversation. This little Marquis of Divine Might. The martial emperor mused over the Celestial Ascension Fist, chuckling softly to himself. Unlike his father, the Marquis Yi, he had not anticipated that such a cunning son would emerge. One capable of discerning his thoughts so accurately that it was no wonder he had stirred such tumult in the imperial city of late. The Celestial Ascension Fist. Indeed, Su Peisheng hung his head, but within, a storm of emotions surged. The martial emperor's attitude was unprecedented, signifying that the young Marquis Yiwu had truly caught his EY, as long as Yiwu was not genuinely a lost cause. The resurgence of the Marquis of Divine Might's estate was all but assured. Truly fortunate. Reflecting on Yiwu's earlier performance within the estate, Su Peisheng resolved to cultivate a good relationship with him. Determined not to offend him lightly, Yi Wu, disguised as the Earl of Pingyang, stealthily emerged from a narrow alley in a slum, his eyes gleaming with a cold, murderous intent. Auctioning my family's martial arts? Ah, you'd best survive until tomorrow. As night fell, the surroundings of the Marquis of Divine Might's estate fell into a profound silence. Even the lights extinguished, leaving no trace of illumination. Yi Wu unhesitatingly converted the 3 innate pills into the system, acquiring 80 points of source power. The initiation of the Burial of Heaven technique consumed merely 50 points of source power, and with 80 points at his disposal, entering the Celestial Ascension Fist should pose no challenge. As the source power diminished, the system interface began to transform. Host, Yi Wu Martial Technique, Celestial Ascension Fist, Initiation, Source Power. 40 An exceptionally unique aura suddenly erupted from Yi Wu. Akin to a celestial being ascending to the heavens, it astonishingly consumed only 40 points of source power, significantly less than anticipated. Indeed, only the Burial of Heaven technique and the Ghostly Divine Fist are exceptional. Yi Wu then endeavored to extrapolate the subsequent levels of the Celestial Ascension Fist, aiming to elevate it to mastery. After initiation, he could distinctly sense the might of the Celestial Ascension Fist. Truly a heavenly-grade martial art, it could immensely elevate his individual combat prowess. Although merely at the initiation level, its power eclipsed that of the advanced-level Thunder Fist. At that moment, Yi Wu suddenly furrowed his brow lightly. A peculiar and sharp pain surged directly into his consciousness, instilling within him an unsettling sensation, as if he were being pricked by thorns. Something was amiss. The Zhongtian True Qi instinctively activated, forming a robust layer of black True Qi defense around his body. A murderous intent. Someone was attempting to assassinate him. Chapter 17. Blood Robe Tower, the Dark of Night Ha. It was merely an auction for 2 martial arts techniques. And already someone was unable to contain themselves. Yi Wu attempted to discern the identity of his would-be assassin, only to discover that the assailant was concealed with utmost skill, and no traces could be found. This was no ordinary assassination. It was the work of a professional killer. Swish, at that very moment, a frigid sword light suddenly struck from the shadows, cold and sharp. The piercing pain at his brow reached its zenith in that instant. Boom! Yi Wu displayed no sign of panic. He unleashed the 5 Thunder Fist, the Ascending Feather Fist, and the Ghostly God Fist in succession. Thunder roared, immortals ascended, and the specter of death descended. Waves of terrifying power erupted from Yi Wu's fists. Yet they proved utterly ineffective. Under that icy and dark sword light, they were shattered as if they were mere twigs. Not a match. They were fundamentally unequal. The chasm between them was vast, akin to 2 separate realms. The assassin's cultivation was at least at the enlightenment stage, if not hired a Disha martial artist. The sword light broke through martial technique restraints and pierced through Yi Wu's body, all occurring in the blink of an eye. Crack! The defensive layer formed by the Zhongtian True Qi could not withstand the assault, shattering entirely, leaving fine sword marks on his skin that instantly oozed blood. The murderous intent of the sword light was palpable. As Yi Wu faced imminent death, swish, in that fleeting moment, a terrifying sword aura suddenly sliced through the air, obliterating all attacks. It then vanished into the darkness, followed by a sound of painful groans. The Sword Duke had arrived. How audacious, to dare assassinate the future Marquis of Dezhou. Die. The Sword Duke's rage was palpable, and in that moment, the overwhelming might of his sword aura manifested terrifying lethality. Fortunately, he had heeded Yi Wu's words and remained at the Shenwei Marquis. Otherwise, Yi Wu might indeed have perished in this assassination attempt. Yi Wu had been correct. Someone truly dared to commit such a grave offense at this critical juncture. The hidden assassin sensed the imminent danger and prepared to flee. However, the enraged Sword Duke would never allow him an escape. Steward Qin arrived as well. Yet, instead of pursuing the assassin, he cautiously protected Yi Wu. Young master, your injuries are not serious. They are merely minor wounds that will heal swiftly. After glancing at his injuries, Yi Wu remained unfazed. The force behind the assassination was formidable. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been slain beneath that sword light. Yet, his Zongtan true Qi defense was exceedingly formidable. Although the sword light shattered the defense, it failed to inflict any fatal damage upon him. Most of the harm was mitigated by the Zongtian true Qi. I fear I have still underestimated the quality of this true Qi. I have yet to fully unlock its complete power. Normal innate true Qi does not possess such terrifying defensive capabilities. It is as if I have gained an unfair advantage. He retrieved a healing elixir and consumed it, beginning to meditate to recuperate. Before long, the Sword Duke returned, dragging a black-clad man, who had been thoroughly beaten. Behind him, it has been revealed. He is an assassin from Blood Robe Tower. Moreover, he is a silver-ranked assassin at the pinnacle of the Enlightenment stage. Already beginning to comprehend the essence of the world, mere steps away from grasping the Disha power. The Sword Duke's expression turned grave as he recounted the assassin's origins. Today, someone had placed a bounty at Blood Robe Tower, offering 3 elementary Earth-grade elixirs and 10 top-tier human-grade elixirs, along with a mid-level magical artifact for your life. What? A silver-ranked assassin? Steward Qin gasped, his fury igniting. How ruthless! Such a bounty is enough to slay a Disha martial artist. Now, it is being used to target an innate martial artist, killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. At the same time, it reveals the determination of the individual who placed the bounty. Uncle Son, have you uncovered the identity of the benefactor behind the bounty? The Sword Duke shook his head with regret, stating, Blood Robe Tower has strict rules. Assassins can only accept tasks, and they have no access to information about the benefactor. Haha, it seems someone is truly desperate. Yi Wu chuckled, considering that at this moment, the individual bold enough to commit such a grievous offense is likely not hard to guess. Steward Qin blurted out, Young master, are you suggesting it is the Pingyang Duke? Or perhaps the Liang Wang's heir? He then ground his teeth in anger. It could be them, but it might also be others wishing to frame them. Yi Wu shook his head. There are far too many wolves eyeing the Shenwei Marquis. He had not forgotten how his previous incarnation had met a sudden demise. The true puppet master remained silent. Hidden deeper than anticipated, Steward Qin, cripple this assassin and send him to the Dali Temple. Just as the emperor proclaimed a title, I was nearly assassinated. Haha, I suspect there are those who will be even more anxious than us. Our foremost task now is to ensure that tomorrow's martial arts auction proceeds smoothly. Yi Wu approached the assassin, looting everything he had amidst the assassin's resentful gaze. Utilizing his system abilities, he appraised the items, totaling a value of 10 source points. Quite the impoverished fellow. Nevertheless, a mosquito's leg, no matter how small, is still meat. Steward Qin nodded. With a single strike, he crippled the assassin's cultivation, also breaking his limbs, and dragged him out the door. Heading straight for the Dali Temple, be safe. I will guard you tonight, in case someone truly becomes desperate. The Sword Duke declared, still somewhat worried, for Blood Robe Tower has a rule that if the first assassination attempt fails, there will be a second and third. Only after 3 failures will they temporarily cease, awaiting the employer's instructions. Simultaneously, news of the assassination attempt on the heir of the Shenwei Marquis spread swiftly following the assassin's delivery to the Dali Temple. Like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, ripples of chaos ensued. Useless. The Pingyang Duke stood in his study, his expression dark as he paced back and forth. Blood Robe Tower boasted so confidently, believing their success was assured. Even if they failed, they anticipated at least causing Yi Wu some trouble. Yet unexpectedly, they not only failed but also allowed him to be captured and sent to the Dali Temple. Assassinations can occur in the shadows, but once brought to light, it spells disaster. The Liang Wang's heir shook his head in disappointment, lamenting the luck of that boy. How could he survive such an ordeal? Blood Robe Tower is truly incompetent at this moment. Those eagerly seeking assassins are unlikely to be the Pingyang Duke and his ilk, right? After hearing the news, Song Hui initially felt regretful. That little wretch truly had exceptional luck. Then, an involuntary thought crossed his mind. Could it be his father who arranged this? The chief eunuch, Su Peixiong, received the news from his subordinates and, in a fit of rage, shattered the chair beneath him. What audacity! Blood Robe Tower! How dare you! Just as His Majesty issued a decree, someone had the gall to attempt to assassinate the heir of the Shenwei Marquis. This is an affront to the current emperor. Go and deliver a note to the Dali Temple. This case must be dealt with severely. Saying this, Su Peixing made his way to the imperial study. This matter must be reported to His Majesty. That night, many in the imperial city found little rest. Chapter 18. The elder of the ascending feather sect arrives as the golden crow ascended. Numerous individuals had gathered outside the Shenwei Marquis. All were prominent figures, nobles and clansmen, amounting to nearly 30 families. This was still due to time constraints. Some sects or large clans lacked a foothold in the imperial city and could not arrive in time, while others did not dare send representatives without proper authority. Otherwise, the number of attendees for the martial arts auction today would likely have doubled. These individuals whispered among themselves, discussing the auction topics of the day. Whether it be the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique or the Ascending Feather Fist, all were truly exceptional treasures that no one could refuse. Even the 1,000-year-old families found it impossible to turn down martial arts of such caliber. Previously, they had no opportunity. Now that a chance presented itself, they were determined not to miss it, eager to acquire these true legacies of their families. By the way, there was also a discussion regarding the assassination that took place last night. Many individuals instinctively directed their gazes towards the direction of the Pingyang Duke's residence, their expressions peculiar. Indeed, everyone harbored suspicions that the assassination was orchestrated by the Duke of Pingyang. Who stands to gain the most? That person is likely the culprit. I end this auction of the divine arts hosted by the Shenwei Marquis estate. The Pingyang Duke's residence suffered the most significant losses, and under such circumstances, it is only natural that they might resort to desperate measures. Of course, it could also be the disciples of the Yuhua immortal sect, employing the blood-clad assassins to evade suspicion and avoid a direct confrontation with the great Zhou dynasty. Regrettably, there is no sight of the Yuhua immortal sect disciples. It remains uncertain whether they have yet to arrive or are merely lurking in the shadows, yet to make their presence known. Song Hui wore a grim countenance, feeling an intense sense of frustration. Conversely, the Duke of Pingyang appeared remarkably composed, betraying not a hint of emotional fluctuation on his countenance, as if he were entirely oblivious to the events at hand. As long as he did not confess, no one could openly accuse him of wrongdoing. The heir to the Liang King, Zhao Xing, was also present, naturally drawn by the allure of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique and the Yuhua Ascension Fist. As a member of the royal family, the Liang lineage had no fear of retribution from the Yuhua immortal sect. Valuable treasures must be seized. Creak. At that moment, the grand entrance of the Shenwei Marquis as his estate swung open from within. The crowd immediately surged forward, guided by the attendants into the already prepared martial arts arena. This space had been transformed into an auction venue. Welcome, esteemed guests, to today's auction of divine arts. The items on the block will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Yi Wu stood at the center, his face adorned with an exceedingly radiant smile. His expression resembled one observing a field of chives. To Yi Wu, the noble dignitaries present appeared as nothing more than ripe chives, each one presenting an opportunity to furnish him with ample source power to elevate his cultivation. Alas, time was not on his side. If he delayed further, more influential families and sects would arrive to partake in the auction, thereby increasing his potential gains. However, such a delay would also grant the Pingyang Duke's residence and the Yuhua immortal sect more time to prepare. A delay could lead to unforeseen complications, perhaps jeopardizing his ability to continue auctioning the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique and the Yuhua Ascension Fist. The losses could then be even greater. He needed to convert these two techniques into the cultivation resources he required in the shortest time possible to enhance his own prowess. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd could not help but silently ridicule the Shenwei Marquis' heir for his sudden audacity. Here he was, auctioning someone else's techniques, all while boldly proclaiming that he would not disappoint anyone present. Only the Pingyang Duke's residence and the Yuhua immortal sect bore the brunt of the fallout. Yi Wu. At that moment, a furious shout abruptly interrupted Yi Wu's words. Immediately thereafter, a figure burst forth from outside the estate, an overwhelming aura bearing down upon Yi Wu with ferocity. Unrelenting, it lunged towards him. Who dares to publicly auction the techniques of the Yuhua immortal sect? What audacity you possess! Die! The disciples of the Yuhua immortal sect had arrived. Their opening move was a devastating strike, unhesitatingly aimed at subduing Yi Wu. It was none other than the esteemed Tianheng Elder of the Yuhua Immortal Sect. His martial prowess had ascended to the late stage of the earthly fiend realm, and Yi Wu was about to face dire consequences. A spectacle was about to unfold. Some recognized the identity of the newcomer. The crowd gasped in astonishment, then swiftly gathered to observe the unfolding drama. This scene was entirely within their expectations. The might of the Yuhua Immortal Sect was indeed formidable. Previously, they had conducted a relentless pursuit over 1,000 miles to eliminate an individual who had stolen the Yuhua Ascension Fist. Now, with the Shenwei Marquis' heir brazenly auctioning the Yuhua Ascension Fist, it was a clear provocation, a slap in the face to the Yuhua Immortal Sect. If the sect remained passive, it would indeed be a grave oversight. Some spectators were merely eager to watch the spectacle unfold, while others smirked in the shadows, hoping that the Tianheng Elder would seize this opportunity to eliminate Yi Wu, thus sparing them future troubles. Die. Song Hui silently gritted his teeth, seething with rage, since the Yuhua Immortal Sect had dispatched the Tianheng Elder. Regardless of whether they successfully reclaimed the Yuhua Ascension Fist, severe repercussions awaited him, all thanks to Yi Wu, an earthly fiend warrior. Young master, allow me to handle him. Steward Qin felt the enormous pressure. The Tianheng Elder's cultivation level was evidently superior to his own. Merely the aura emanating from the Elder was enough to weigh heavily upon him. Yet he stepped forward, ready to confront the threat, only to be halted by Yi Wu. He is merely an elder of the Yuhua Immortal Sect. He cannot stir up much trouble. Yi Wu scoffed dismissively. Why Yi Wu was not at all surprised by the appearance of the Yuhua Immortal Sect as personnel. If they did not come forth to prevent the auction of the Yuhua Ascension Fist, allowing it to be acquired by others, that would indeed be strange. Yuhua Immortal Sect? Ha! In the capital of the Great Zhou. To brazenly assassinate the heir of a marquis, a future marquis of the Great Zhou. I say it is the Yuhua Immortal Sect that truly seeks their own demise. Swish! Just as Yi Wu's words fell, a black arrow suddenly shot through the air with astonishing speed, so swift that even a warrior at the earthly fiend realm could not react in time to perceive it clearly. A post-shattering arrow. Tianheng Elder could not help but exclaim, his complexion shifting dramatically. The arrow was already less than 3 feet away from Yi Wu, poised to seize him, yet he could not advance a single step further. He was forced to grit his teeth and retreat, attempting to evade the arrow. The post-shattering arrow was a specialized projectile crafted by the Great Zhou dynasty, forged with unique, earthly, fiend energy. Possessing immense lethality capable of effortlessly piercing through the true chi defenses of earthly fiend realm warriors, it was a true weapon of war. The Great Zhou dynasty's ability to dominate the world and suppress numerous external sects was significantly aided by the post-shattering arrow. To assassinate the future divine might marquis of our Great Zhou, such audacity warrants death. The officials from the Dali Temple had arrived, led by a young official whose gaze radiated a chilling, murderous intent. Last night, the steward of the Shenwei Marquis' estate had personally delivered the assassin from the blood-clad tower. Following that, a decree from the palace, signed by the Grand Eunuch Su Peixiong, arrived before they could catch their breath. They were met with the Emperor's vehement reprimand. The entire Dali Temple had spent the night in restless anxiety, each member holding their breath in trepidation. Today, they had come prepared to oversee the proceedings, just in case. Yet unexpectedly, the disciples of the Yuhua Immortal Sect had come to disrupt the event. Moreover, it was a highly ranked elder. In broad daylight, they mercilessly targeted Yi Wu. They could not allow this. The anger that had simmered within the Dali Temple officials ignited in an instant. A barrage of post-shattering arrows streaked through the air. The terrifying murderous intent instantly sealed off the surrounding space, causing the Tianheng Elder to experience an overwhelming sense of deathly peril. The individuals from the Dali Temple genuinely intended to kill him in public. You dare? I am an elder of the Yuhua Immortal Sect. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the Tianheng Elder could no longer maintain his previous composure. His aura diminished, and he desperately sought an escape route, but found all avenues of retreat firmly locked down by the young official from the Dali Temple. This young official was also a warrior of the earthly fiend realm. Although he was slightly inferior in martial prowess, he was not intimidated in the slightest, especially with the Dali Temple's coordinated assault of shattering arrows at his back. Thus, the Tianheng elder immediately called out for assistance from the Pingyang Duke and the other external sect members present. Phew! Thankfully the Dali Temple has come to our aid. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. And it would have required the intervention of the Sword Duke. Steward Qin let out a heavy sigh of relief. Yi Wu regarded the Pingyang Duke's family and the various external sect members with keen interest. Would they extend their hand for assistance? Chapter 19. Fist kills earthly fiend. Gratitude to the benefactor for the 3 melons and 2 dates. The gazes of the gathered crowd shifted, their focus now diverted to the unfolding drama. The spectacle of the day had transformed into something far more significant. This auction might very well erupt into an unprecedented show. Amidst the expectant gazes of the multitude, the Pingyang Duke remained utterly unmoved. As if he had not heard the Tianheng elder's plea to tea this moment. The Duke's heart was already howling in fury. The Dali Temple had mobilized almost entirely, even deploying the shattering arrows used by the military. What did this signify? It was clear they were resolutely intent on capturing the Tianheng elder. In such circumstances, should he dare to step forward and rescue Elder Tianheng, there is a high probability that he would endanger his own life. He had not anticipated that the response from the Dali Temple would be so frenzied, even resorting to the use of the shattering arrow. Song Hui had already withdrawn his head, not daring to utter a word. He understood that his fate was sealed. The current developments had spiraled completely out of control. The various sects present, upon witnessing this, naturally exhibited no inclination to intervene to a dead comrade is of no concern to the living. They were not fools. At such a critical juncture, to offend the great Zhou dynasty for the sake of an elder from the Ascension sect would indeed be a grave miscalculation. If the Ascension sect were to lose an elder as a result, they would only find it to be fortuitous, as it would deplete the sect's living resources. After all, the competition among these external sects was equally fierce, and they were far from a harmonious alliance. If the Ascension sect were to clash with the great Zhou dynasty, it would be to their advantage a dog-eat-dog scenario. Indeed, how short-sighted they are. Elder Tianheng, in a fit of rage, could only laugh bitterly. Casting a glance over the gathered crowd, a flicker of madness igniting within him, the Dali Temple's junior official maintained a frosty demeanor, with a hint of regret lurking deep in his eyes. What a pity! Not a single one of those external sect members made a move to save him. Otherwise, he could have secured more captures and even redeemed himself for his transgressions. He was acutely aware that His Majesty had long harbored intentions to take action against these external sects, but had yet to find a suitable opportunity. If he could eliminate a few more, it would undoubtedly earn him the Emperor's favor. Suddenly, Elder Tianheng's true energy erupted with fervor, charging directly toward Yi Wu in defiance of the shattering arrow. His speed was significantly greater than before to rise from the brink of death. If he could seize Yi Wu, leveraging him as a hostage, he might find a glimmer of hope to escape this dire predicament. How dare he resist and act violently? Seeking death, the Dali Temple's junior official, cold as ice, felt an even stronger urge to kill, promptly retrieving a shattering bow, drawing the bow and releasing the arrow. The shattering arrow shot forth like a meteor, piercing the void in an instant, surpassing the previous arrows in speed. Before Elder Tianheng could even react, it struck him, penetrating his defensive true energy. The force was overwhelming. The terrifying power erupted instantaneously, disrupting all of Elder Tianheng's movements, and a look of agony contorted his face. Arrow after arrow followed in rapid succession, striking with lightning speed. Although Elder Tianheng managed to deflect a few, he ultimately could not withstand them all. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows pierced flesh and blood. Elder Tianheng let out a heart-wrenching scream, akin to a mighty eagle with its wings shattered, plummeting from the sky. His body was riddled with arrows. This scene prompted everyone present to instinctively shrink back, a wave of goosebumps washing over them. Especially the members of the external sects, who felt a profound sense of sorrow, akin to a rabbit mourning a fox. Truly, the shattering arrow is exceedingly lethal. A late-stage earthly fiend realm warrior, under the shattering arrow, found his true energy to be as fragile as paper, offering virtually no resistance. In A Wonder the Great Zhou dynasty could suppress numerous external sections. It is worth noting that the Great Zhou dynasty possesses not only the shattering arrow, but also the piercing arrow, specifically designed to eliminate celestial fiend realm warriors. Its power is even more horrifying. Roar! Elder Tianheng's expression twisted in rage as he unleashed a furious bellow. Though the shattering arrow had breached his protective true energy, it had not managed to slay him outright. The vitality of an earthly fiend realm warrior is exceedingly robust. This granted Elder Tianheng an opportunity. His icy gaze fixated intently on Yi Wu. Infused with an aura of death, he charged forward, a late-stage earthly fiend realm warrior. Despite being gravely injured, could still unleash a terrifying level of lethality. Qin Bo, allow me. Just as Steward Qin was about to intervene, Yi Wu suddenly spoke up, stepping forward. The glint of madness, even more intense than that of Elder Tianheng, flashed in his eyes. Earthly fiend realm? Ha! Today I shall publicly slay an earthly fiend. Were it a fully powered earthly fiend warrior, even one newly initiated into the realm, Yi Wu would not dare to utter such boastful words. Yet alas, Elder Tianheng was not. He was already gravely weakened. The frailty of his aura was such that even the assassin from the blood-clothed building who had attempted to kill him the previous night was inferior. Boom! At that moment, Yi Wu advanced rather than retreating. 5 Thunder Fists. Ascension Fist. Various offensive techniques erupted simultaneously, harnessing the power of the 5 Thunder, ascendance to immortality, under the enhancement of the buried heaven true energy. The might of the 5 Thunder Fists and Ascension Fist converged. Like an immortal bathed in thunder and lightning, he ascended. The sheer, unstoppable power transcended Elder Tianheng's speed, arriving before him in a heartbeat. Seeking death, Elder Tianheng laughed maniacally. The attacks of the two collided instantaneously. Bang! Yi Wu's assault was predictably shattered. However, Elder Tianheng's attack was equally neutralized, failing to inflict any harm upon Yi Wu in the next moment. It was as if a terrifying specter had broken through the gates of hell, descending upon the mortal realm. Demon God Fist. Mastery of the Demon God Fist. Puff! Elder Tianheng was struck as if by lightning, his expression freezing in shock. All his attacks, all his defenses, crumbled before the Demon God Fist, resembling nothing more than fragile paper. His body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the training grounds. Silence. At that moment, the entire training ground fell eerily quiet. 1 could hear a pin drop. The expressions on every face transformed into one of astonishment, shock, incredulity. A mere second-layer innate warrior had nearly slain an earthly fiend realm warrior with 2 punches. Even if severely injured, he was still an earthly fiend warrior, not some run-of-the-mill rabble. The Ascension Fist, he had mastered the Ascension Fist and the Demon God Fist. After a prolonged silence, someone suddenly exclaimed, awakening the crowd from their stupor, igniting a fresh wave of excitement. They were acutely aware of when Yi Wu had acquired the Ascension Fist. In just a day or two, he had grasped such a profound and enigmatic celestial-level martial art. Such talent. They could not help but recall the various rumors surrounding Yi Wu. If this astonishing aptitude could be deemed as a martial arts waste, then what did that make them? Rubbish. Or even inferior to refuse. The defenses had been breached. The complexion of the Liang Wang's son changed drastically. Ping Yongbo instantly clenched his fists at Li Shan, lurking in the shadows, also wore an exceptionally grim expression. An elder from the Ascension sect? Merely a worthless fool. Yi Wu chuckled coldly. As Elder Tianheng's eyes bulged with rage, he swiftly incapacitated his martial arts prowess with a single kick. With a flick of his wrist, he seized the storage bag, executing the action with such swiftness that none present could react in time. The junior official of the Dali Temple stood dumbfounded. Why was this act of plundering spoils executed with greater finesse than their own? Song Hui could not help but clench his fists. The scene was all too familiar. TSK. Impressive. No wonder he is an elder of the Ascension sect. The treasures are plentiful, erasing the spiritual imprint on the storage bag. Yi Wu opened it, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. What elation! He roughly estimated that the treasures within the storage bag could yield at least 1,000 points of source power. Perhaps even more. Overnight riches. Thank you, esteemed members of the Ascension sect. Should there be such fortunate occurrences in the future, do remember to seek me out. I shall gladly accompany you to the end. Yi Wu sincerely expressed his gratitude. Previously, Song Hui had gifted him several hundred points of source power to aid his cultivation progress. Now, an elder from the Ascension sect had traveled great distances to bestow upon him a substantial fortune. It would be remiss not to issue a good Samaritan card. You have gone too far. The elder Tianheng roared, his fury overwhelming him, resulting in a spurt of blood from his mouth. He fainted from the sheer rage. The gathered crowd fell into a profound silence, as the actions of the son of the godly might Marquis were ruthlessly heartless. The animosity had been drawn too deeply. However, after witnessing Yi Wu's display, they truly had to reassess this son of the godly might Marquis. Yet others, hidden in the shadows, sneered coldly. Their murderous intent toward Yi Wu grew ever stronger. They did not wish to see the godly might Marquis rise again. Yi Wu had already gained the momentum of the godly might Marquis Yi Qi if allowed to continue. Who knew, perhaps in a couple of years, a second godly might Marquis would emerge. This was absolutely intolerable. The subordinate of the Dali Temple stepped forward, securely binding the elder Tianheng. His demeanor towards Yi Wu had notably softened compared to before. Yi Wu surveyed the gathered crowd, his smile radiant and infectious. One couldn't help but wonder if anyone was dissatisfied with today's auction of martial arts techniques. If there were, they could step forward, and we could have a chat first before proceeding with the auction. There was no rush. Chapter 20. A frenzied harvest. As soon as Yi Wu uttered these words, the crowd could not restrain their astonishment, their mouths agape. Even the subordinate of the Dali Temple struggled to maintain his composure. What a character! It seemed he had become addicted to this wool gathering, fixated on the task. Consequently, all gazes instinctively turned towards the Earl of Pingyang. The implication was unmistakable. Hurry up. We are eager for the spectacle. The Earl's expression nearly faltered, a curse almost escaping his lips. Damn it. What do you all mean by looking at me like that? While the Earl felt speechless, he inwardly cursed Elder Tianheng. What a useless fool. If he couldn't even handle such a trivial matter, failing to eliminate Yi Wu was one thing. But to have implicated himself was utterly foolish. It seemed that thwarting Yi Wu's auction today was now beyond possibility. Simultaneously, his intent to kill Yi Wu reached unprecedented heights. Yi Wu must die. His previous actions had irrevocably offended Yi Wu. Once the Shenzhou Marquisate rose again, the first to be extinguished would undoubtedly be the Earl's estate. With Yi Wu's newfound martial talent, it wouldn't be long before he could catch up. The Heavenly Gang realm? That would hardly suffice. Yi Wu felt a twinge of regret. Why was no one stepping up to stir trouble? Another round would allow him to gather more spoils. For instance, the Earl of Pingyang possessed treasures that, while perhaps not on par with Elder Tianheng of the Yuhua immortal sect, were likely substantial. Alas, seeing that no one was making a move, all behaving quite obediently, Yi Wu resignedly announced the rules for this sale. I do not accept ordinary gold or silver. The unit price shall be one heavenly grade elixir. The Xintian Dan, I only accept heavenly materials, spirit elixirs, or equivalent value magical artifacts. The price for the Yuhua Ascension Fist was set at 2 Xintian Dan, while the Day Sun Burning Heaven technique was priced at 3 Xintian Dan. You're robbing us. Song Hui immediately leapt to his feet, roaring in anger, his body trembling. Robbing? Yi Wu chuckled. No, I'm a law-abiding citizen of the Great Zhou. How could I possibly engage in such nefarious acts? Moreover, robbing is far less lucrative than my current venture. Instantly, some couldn't help but laugh out loud. His words rang true. Even if one were to rob, amassing such a fortune in a short time would be quite challenging. The Xintian Dan, though a basic heavenly grade elixir, was still a heavenly grade item, and its value could not be trivialized. Given the rank of the Day Sun Burning Heaven technique, if it were perfect, it would naturally be worth several Xintian Dan. Yet, due to its flaws, its value had significantly diminished. 0.3 Xintian Dan was exorbitant. Even 2 would require careful consideration. This was clearly Yi Wu's intention, to deliberately irritate the Earl of Pingyang. Among the many factions present, It was evident that the Earl valued the day sun burning heaven technique the most. Thus, this inflated price was aimed squarely at the Earl's estate, pressuring them to pay a premium to reclaim the technique. If they chose not to buy, no matter. Eventually, the price could be lowered, and surely some faction would be willing to purchase it. In that case, the day sun burning heaven technique would inevitably be disseminated. This was a blatant scheme. The Earl of Pingyang discerned this immediately, his murderous intent bursting forth uncontrollably. Yi Wu's eyes lit up, his breath quickening, seemingly urging, "Strike. Hurry and strike." The Earl of Pingyang gritted his teeth. "I will endure." The Dali Temple's personnel were watching closely. Should he dare to act, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be himself. Under the disdainful gazes directed at him, the Earl was compelled to pinch his nose. Gritting his teeth, and offered 3 Shintian Dawn to procure the day sun burning heaven technique. That I too wish to purchase a copy of the day sun burning heaven technique. That I haven't brought Shintian Dawn, but I can trade this high-grade magical artifact. The earth fire pearl. That moment, an elderly man leisurely stepped forward, directing a pearl toward Yi Wu. Boom! The murderous intent that the Earl had barely contained erupted, finding an outlet for his fury. Raging. "Humph! What? Earl of Pingyang, do you wish to kill me? I from the Jiang Valley will not back down." The old man snorted coldly, exuding the aura of the earthly fiend realm. Standing firm, unafraid of the Earl, though his realm was slightly lower, he would not yield in terms of momentum. The crowd recognized the identity of the elder, Li Wu, an elder from the external sect. Jiang Valley. The name itself suggested a focus on the cultivation of Yang attribute martial arts. Jiang Valley had long been eyeing the Earl of Pingyang, eager to obtain the day sun burning heaven technique. However, opportunities had eluded them until now. Naturally, they could not afford to miss such a chance. 3 Shintian Dawn were merely a small price to pay, though a bit steep, it was worth it. The Earl's unleashed murderous intent collided against an unyielding wall, abruptly ceasing, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. Jiang Valley. He could not afford to offend them. Thus, his resentment shifted back onto Yi Wu. "Oh dear, it seems we have a friend from Jiang Valley," Yi Wu remarked. Refusing to accept the earth fire pearl, returning it without hesitation, in the midst of elderly Wu's puzzled gaze, Yi Wu continued, "Since we are all friends, there is no need for such a high price. 1 Shintian Dan will suffice at cost price, merely to forge a friendship." Upon hearing this, elderly Wu quickly grasped the situation. Having lingered in the imperial city for so long, he was well aware of the enmity between the Shenzhou Marquis and the Earl of Pingyang. He held the Earl's actions in disdain. Naturally, Yi Wu's display resonated with his own temperament. Life is fleeting. If one cannot indulge in revenge, what is the point of cultivating martial arts? Haha. I, Li Wu, shall consider you a friend. After all, it is merely an earth fire pearl of little value. Take it. When you have time, you are welcome to visit Jiang Valley. Li Wu unhesitatingly pushed the earth fire pearl back toward Yi Wu, urging him to accept it. Puffed. "Yi Wu, you are shameless." The Earl of Pingyang was so enraged that he spat blood, his finger trembling in accusation toward Yi Wu. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never had he seen such audacity. "Shameless?" Yi Wu laughed heartily at the Earl, dismissing him. "Can I be more shameless than you, Earl of Pingyang, the ungrateful wolf? The price is now changed. It is only 1 innate Dan to take home the day sun burning heaven technique. Interested buyers, act swiftly. Miss this opportunity, and it may not come again." Boom! The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Whether from noble families or major sects, none could remain seated. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. 3 Shintian Dawn had been exorbitant. Only factions like Jiang Valley, which urgently needed the day sun burning heaven technique, would commit to such a purchase. 1 Elixir required considerable contemplation. However, with the price reduced to 1 innate Dan, the situation was entirely transformed. A single earth-grade elixir for a technique capable of cultivating to the heavenly gang realm, even if flawed, was a clear giveaway. Anyone who hesitated was a fool. "Give me one. I want one too." "I'll take it." In no time, every person present had secured a copy of the day sun burning heaven technique. Even the Crown Prince Liang and the subordinate of the Dali Temple silently purchased a copy. As the original owner of the day, sun burning heaven technique, the Earl of Pingyang was so enraged that he could hardly utter a word, his body trembling uncontrollably. Why Yi Wu's knack for irritation had reached an apex that left others in awe. He was furious, casting a cold glance at Yi Wu. The Earl turned to leave, unwilling to linger any longer. Song Hui followed closely behind, his head bowed. This time, the Earl of Pingyang had thoroughly embarrassed himself. They would become the laughingstock of the entire realm. All of this was brought upon them by Yi Wu. The departure of Lord Pingyang did not dampen the spirits of those present. Rather, it seemed to elevate their emotions even further. The sale of the Feather Ascension Fist proceeded more smoothly than anticipated, with nearly every individual acquiring a copy. After all, many had come specifically for the Feather Ascension Fist. While the Feather Immortal sect was formidable, the numerous families and sects gathered were equally unyielding. Moreover, the law does not hold the masses accountable. If the Feather Immortal sect possessed the capability, they could eliminate all the families and sects present. If they could not do so, they would have to swallow their indignation or unleash their fury squarely upon the SHNW I Marquis 8, targeting only the SHNW I Marquis 8. Yi Wu, you have irrevocably offended the Feather Immortal sect today, leaving no room for reconciliation. They might not be able to act against us, but they will certainly retaliate against you with double the ferocity. You must tread carefully. Elderly Wu from the extreme Yang Valley cautioned before departing, finding Yi Wu quite likable and wishing to see him spared from the wrath of the Feather Immortal sect. Thank you for your concern, Elderly. I shall remain within the Imperial City. If they possess the audacity, let them come to the Great Zhou Imperial City to kill me. I shall welcome them. Yi Wu replied with a smile. Having made such a bold move, he was naturally prepared for the possibility of retaliation. As long as the Feather Immortal sect was not entirely irrational, they would not dare to openly assassinate him. Nor would they risk sending high-ranking martial artists unless they wished to sever ties with the Great Zhou dynasty completely. His decision to sell openly at a fixed price instead of through auction served this very purpose, to draw the ire of the Feather Immortal sect upon himself as much as possible. This way, fewer would hesitate, and more would come to purchase. The source power he could gain would naturally increase. As for the Feather Immortal sect's vengeance, he had already incurred their wrath and did not mind an additional affront. Li Wu was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Indeed, the Great Zhou Imperial City, as the foremost benevolent place in the world, had Yi Wu, the son of the SHNWI Marquis, as a recent figure of great renown, drawing attention at every turn. The Feather Immortal sect would not dare to act openly unless they were utterly foolish. Suddenly, a sharp beam of light silently shot forth, aimed directly at the back of Yi Wu's head. Chapter 21. The Second Assassination. I Seek Enlightenment. Watch out. Li Wu's expression changed dramatically as he attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Yi Wu felt a chilling sense of impending death, but remained remarkably composed. An assassin from the blood-clad tower. Yet he exhibited no panic, maintaining his calm demeanor. Steward Qin's eyes widened in horror. The speed of that beam was astonishing, and the timing impeccable. No one expected the blood-clad tower's second assassination attempt to come so swiftly. Prince Liang's son, Zhao Xing, looked on with excitement and coldness, fervently wishing for Yi Wu's demise. The pressure Yi Wu exerted upon him had grown unbearable. Only in death could he find peace, in that critical moment. A surge of sword energy arrived just in time to shatter the deadly beam. The blood-clad tower's scoundrel. I've been waiting for you to take the bait. Lord Tianjian had been lurking in the shadows, previously remaining hidden to prepare for such an eventuality. With the breakthrough Heaven Sword technique, he unleashed a dazzling sword energy that formed a protective lotus around Yi Wu. The sword light surged forth, targeting a specific location in the void, enveloping the space in a terrifying aura. Has Lord Tianjian broken through to the celestial realm? The young official of the Dali Temple, who had yet to depart, suddenly paled, his face a mask of disbelief. He knew all too well how long Lord Tianjian had been stalled at the perfected earthly fiend stage. How could he have broken through so suddenly? Could it possibly be related to Yi Wu? A thought flashed through the young official's mind, unbeknownst to him that his suspicion was indeed correct, leveraging the potency of the ascending dragon pill. Lord Tianjian had successfully grasped the essence of the celestial realm, achieving a breakthrough. The next moment, Lord Tianjian returned, holding a bloodied head aloft. Initially intending to capture the assassin alive, he found the foe's skills formidable, employing various assassination and escape tactics that nearly allowed him to flee. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to deliver a fatal blow. Here are some of his belongings for you. Upon seeing the golden badge of an earthly fiend assassin, the young official of the Dali Temple was astonished. How could such a notable figure from the blood-clad tower perish so easily? Thank you, Uncle Sun. Ye Wu accepted the spoils from the golden badge assassin with great delight. That a golden assassin is indeed a golden assassin. The wealth amassed was clearly far superior to that of the silver badge assassin from the previous night. The treasures he possessed could convert into about 50 or 60 points of source power. While it may not seem like much, it was certainly significant as the events of the day unfolded at the SHNW Marquis 8. The news of the auction's conclusion spread swiftly, leaving countless onlookers in awe. They were deeply shaken. After learning of the blood-clad tower's failed second assassination attempt, Lord Pingyang locked himself in his study, which resonated with a terrifying aura of murderous intent. Outside, Song Hui trembled, his legs weak and nearly unable to support him. Li Manor. Li Shan returned home in a daze, while Li Mengxue was likewise lost in stupor. The Imperial Palace. The young official of the Dali Temple stood in the Imperial study, reporting the various occurrences at the SHNW Marquis 8 that day. The chief eunuch, Su Peixiong, was left speechless. Astonished by the actions of the SHNW Marquis' son, the martial emperor remained silent for a long while before bursting in a hearty laughter. What a Yi Wu! What a SHNW Marquis' son! What a future SHNW Marquis for our great Zhou! In a certain part of the imperial city, the situation had begun to spiral beyond control. Yi Wu must die. The SHNW Marquis could absolutely not rise again. The Burial Heaven Sutra. All changes began after Yi Wu mastered the Burial Heaven Sutra. The root of the issue lay within that very sutra. We must find a way to obtain the Burial Heaven Sutra. We cannot delay any longer. The longer we wait, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. In the future, we may very well see another SHNW Marquis arise, the SHNW Marquis 8. In his room, Yi Wu began eagerly tallying today's earnings. The Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique and the Feather Ascension Fist together yielded 43 Xiantian pills, 1 high-grade magical artifact, the Earth Fire Pearl, and 35 innate pills. From Elder Tianheng of the Feather Mortal Sect, he acquired a storage bag valued at nearly 10 Xiantian pills, along with the spoils from the Golden Badge Assassin of the Blood-clad Tower. What a bountiful harvest! Never had he imagined that one day he could be so affluent. After completing his tally, Yi Wu opened the interface, tossing all items into the system. Convert all of it into source power. Host, Yi Wu Realm. Second layer of innate realm bloodline. None divine powers. None cultivation techniques. Burial Heaven Sutra. Entry level. Martial skills. 5 Thunder Fist. Mastery. Spectre Fist. Mastery. Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique. Incomplete. Not yet mastered. Feather Ascension Fist. Entry level. Source power. For 1,000 gazing at the source power value displayed on the interface, Yi Wu found himself momentarily entranced. He had indeed struck it rich. A full 4,000 points of source power, a sum he had never possessed before. Time to level up? Yi Wu's heart swelled with excitement, unable to contain his joy. With this source power, he could elevate his martial prowess to unprecedented heights. System: allocate points. Level up the Burial Heaven Sutra. Yi Wu took out 2,000 points of source power to upgrade the Burial Heaven Sutra. The sutra was fundamental. The more he practiced, the more he could perceive its terrifying potential. His earlier feat of defeating Elder Tianheng with innate strength against Earthly Fiend was largely attributable to the Burial Heaven Sutra. The source power value on the interface plummeted at a visible rate. The level of the sutra displayed similarly fluctuated wildly. Once the 2,000 points of source power were exhausted, the sutra's transformation came to a halt. Cultivation technique. Burial Heaven Sutra. Second transformation. Boom. The terrifying essence of Zhang Tian surged forth from Yi Wu's body, Enveloping him in a dense and expansive shroud, it resembled a dreadful black abyss capable of devouring all existence and annihilating the heavens. Under the nurturing of this Zongtian essence, Yi Wu's being underwent a horrifying transformation from within, fundamentally altering his nature. Outside the door, the vigilant steward Qin immediately sensed the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the room. The ascension through the realms was alarmingly rapid. First to the third layer of innate, then the fifth, and finally the ninth. By the time Steward Qin comprehended the situation, the aura had already reached the level of innate perfection. "This is bad." Steward Qin was taken aback, his expression filled with dread. Could the young master be using the Xintian pill to force a breakthrough in his innate realm? Utilizing a heavenly tier pill to aid in cultivation naturally accelerated progress. Yet it jeopardized the stability of the foundational realm. The repercussions could be dire, potentially rendering future breakthroughs to higher realms impossible. Moreover, the potency of the heavenly tier pills exceeded the capacity of an innate warrior to withstand. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences. Steward Qin was anxious. He was about to push the door open to prevent Yi Wu from consuming any more heavenly tier pills when an even more terrifying aura burst forth from within the room, halting his steps abruptly. Could such an aura truly belong to the innate realm? As a genuine expert of the earthly fiend realm, Steward Qin was overwhelmed by the innate energy radiating from Yi Wu, which instilled in him a profound sense of danger, as if a monstrous beast capable of devouring the heavens and the earth was lurking within, fixating on him. Steward Qin was bewildered. This aura was anything but unstable. Rather, it was astonishingly solid. In the next moment, he realized that the energy within the room was still climbing higher and higher. Enlightenment. Qin was utterly astonished, rendered momentarily dazed. This breakthrough in realm was astonishingly effortless. Even the Marquis had not experienced such rapid advancement during his own ascent to the innate realm. Chapter 22. Seize the illness, claim the life. Enlightenment. As Yi Wu felt the breakthrough in his realm and the enhancement of his cultivation, a radiant smile involuntarily graced his lips. Leap across an entire major realm brought immense benefits. Enlightenment signifies the opening of the 365 innate acupoints within the human body, refining them to the point where they can fully harness the forces of heaven and earth. Each acupoint unlocked deepens the connection with the cosmos, thereby granting a more formidable augmentation of earthly power. Once all 365 acupoints are opened, one may sense the world and accept the earthly fiend's power. Currently, 30 acupoints within Yi Wu's body were fully opened, filled with an almost inexhaustible dark essence of Zongtian. It was as if 30 terrifying black abysses churned within him, voraciously consuming the great forces of the universe for his own use. Yi Wu sensed that as more acupoints opened, the totality of his true energy would likely escalate to an extraordinarily frightening level, almost impossible to deplete. However, the consumption of source energy was equally immense. 2,000 points of source energy had barely advanced the Zongtian Sutra to its second phase, with the third phase still seeming distant. Receiving 4,000 points of source energy at once appeared substantial. Yet when genuinely expended, it proved insufficient. With 2,000 points remaining, Yi Wu poured half of it into the 5 Thunder Fist, causing an explosive surge in his understanding of the technique. In no time, his proficiency with the 5 Thunder Fist skyrocketed from mastery to perfection. The perfected 5 Thunder Fist, compared to its mastered state, represented an entirely different concept. The latter merely allowed the wielder to summon the power of lightning, while the former unleashed robust bolts of lightning, creating a terrifying electric cage akin to apocalyptic scenes, truly worthy of being classified as an earthly tier martial art, although it could not rival heavenly tier arts. Its power, unleashed upon reaching perfection, was still extraordinarily formidable, capable of genuinely harnessing the entirety of natural forces. Advancement within each minor tier of earthly tier martial arts was exceptionally challenging. Yet the combat prowess gained upon success was equally astounding. Yi Wu felt as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning, freely traversing among the storm, wielding the terrifying force of thunder and lightning. With the 5 Thunder Fist perfected, it was time to turn his attention to the ghostly Divine Fist. The remaining 1,000 points of source energy were wholly invested into the ghostly Divine Fist. His comprehension of the technique continued to deepen, gradually revealing the true terror of the ghostly Divine Fist. It was no wonder that his father, the Marquis of Divine Might, could dominate the world with this very technique. Though 1,000 points of source energy merely elevated the ghostly Divine Fist by a minor tier, the combat enhancement it provided far surpassed that of the perfected 5 Thunder Fist. The disparity between the two was substantial. Even heavenly tier martial arts should not exhibit such terrifying effects. Could it be that there existed a tier beyond heavenly? Perhaps such a possibility was indeed plausible. The sheer prowess of the ghostly Divine Fist was already formidable. What then of the Zhongtian Sutra? It was important to note that 2,000 points of source energy had only barely advanced the sutra to its second phase, with 7 or 8 more phases yet to cultivate. The source energy required for further progression would likely amount to astronomical figures. Yi Wu pondered whether he would truly have the opportunity to gather such energy. He wondered how far his father, the Marquis of Divine Might, had developed both the Zhongtian Sutra and the ghostly Divine Fist. Contemplating this, Yi Wu immediately connected with the ghostly Divine Fist imprint within the protective jade pendant, carefully sensing its power. After a long while, Yi Wu withdrew his consciousness from the pendant, his expression one of shock. His own nascent level of the ghostly Divine Fist was utterly inferior to the imprint contained within the protective jade pendant, akin to a mere infant before a fully grown man. The chasm between them was as profound as the divide between heaven and earth, insurmountable. This signified that Yi Qi, the Marquis of Divine Might, had attained at least a major success level in the ghostly Divine Fist, if not perfection. Given that the ghostly Divine Fist was a martial art above the heavenly tier, it inherently possessed unfathomable power. Once achieved at a major or perfected level, combined with a more potent Zhongtian Sutra, the resulting power would undoubtedly be even more terrifying and formidable. In such circumstances, how could my father, who seemed to possess such prowess, have been killed? Furthermore, not even a trace of his remains could be found. Was there truly an inconceivable being of immense strength in the North Mang? This notion seemed somewhat implausible. If such a being existed in North Mang, they would have long since breached the northern wall and stormed into the heart of the Great Zhou, rather than allowing the current situation where the wall appeared breached but was quickly reinforced by the Great Zhou's response. Repelling North Mang's assault, Yi Wu suspected that the Marquis of Divine Might, Yi Qi, might very well be alive, having faked his death to achieve some ulterior motive. The root cause of all this likely lay within the Zhongtian Sutra. Yet, this was merely a conjecture. Only time would reveal the truth. Opening the system panel. Host. Yi Wu Realm. Enlightenment Stage. Level 1 Bloodline. None Divine Powers. None Cultivation Method. Zhongtian Sutra, Second Phase. Martial Arts. 5 Thunder Fist, Perfection. Ghostly Divine Fist, Minor Success. Great Sun Incineration Technique, Incomplete. Not yet initiated. Ascending Feather Fist, Initiated. Source Energy. 0, though the 4,000 points of source energy had been nearly exhausted. The benefits accrued by Yi Wu were immeasurable in terms of both cultivation and raw combat power. He had multiplied his capabilities several times over. Compared to before, he was now on an entirely different level. In the realm of enlightenment, he was invincible. Beyond enlightenment, he could still contend. Yi Wu was filled with vigor at this point. He truly possessed the means for self-preservation, having earned the right to stand firm in this foreign world. He would no longer tremble in fear, constantly worrying that a moment's carelessness would lead to his demise. Yet his source energy remained insufficient. It was high time to reclaim what belonged to him from the Li family. Yi Wu's gaze flickered. The treasures bestowed upon Li Mengshue's family could undoubtedly yield 1 to 2,000 points of source energy combined. That was no trivial sum. Who goes there? Outside the door. Just as Butler Qin had not yet had the chance to rejoice, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura of murder approaching. Almost immediately, he observed several masked figures stealthily emerging from the shadows. 2 warriors at the earthly destruction realm, and 2 at the enlightenment realm. Chapter 23. Smash, smash, smash. An ambush. Young master, flee quickly. Go find Lord's sword. Butler Chin exclaimed inwardly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he let out a fierce shout and transformed into a streak of light, launching himself into the fray. Kill! Swiftly resolve this. The masked intruders had not anticipated being detected so rapidly, and they too issued a fierce battle cry. Two of them engaged Butler Chin, rendering him unable to assist Yi Wu. Meanwhile, the other two swiftly directed their assault towards the room, having already locked onto their target. Undoubtedly, these four masked individuals were intent on assassinating Yi Wu. With such a formidable lineup, even slaying warriors of the earthly destruction realm would be a trivial task. Yet they were now focused on Yi Wu. This clearly demonstrated the urgency and ruthlessness of the puppeteer behind this attack, who sought to eliminate Yi Wu without mercy. The door was shattered in an instant, and an attack infused with earthly destruction power surged toward Yi Wu at a speed so swift it was almost imperceptible. Anything that stood in its path was crushed to smithereens by the terrifying force. Another warrior at the Enlightenment realm stood aside, drawing his bow and releasing several arrows that instantly pierced the air, sealing off all escape routes for Yi Wu, leaving him no opportunity to flee. Butler Chin's eyes widened in desperation. Yet under the relentless assault of a warrior of equal strength at the earthly destruction realm and a top-tier Enlightenment realm warrior, he found himself unable to protect Yi Wu. Just as everyone believed Yi Wu was doomed, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, connecting the earth and sky. The arcs of lightning filled the surroundings, and before the arrows could reach Yi Wu, they were obliterated by the rampant lightning. 5 Thunder Fist. One of the masked figures exclaimed in shock, terror etched across his face. The 5 Thunder Fist, as a technique of the earth rank, could unleash endless arcs of lightning after mastery. However, to achieve such an overwhelming power, one must reach perfection in the technique. Only a perfected 5 Thunder Fist could manifest such incredible might that Yi Wu had previously concealed a portion of his strength, not revealing his full capabilities. But how could someone of his tender age have mastered an earth-rank martial art to such a consummate level? This was utterly astonishing. All the weaknesses Yi Wu had displayed earlier now appeared to be mere feints. A deliberate act of deception. All of you insignificant creatures, perish, Yi Wu thought, seizing the opportunity to use them as his offering. In the face of these assassins who exceeded his realm, he remained unperturbed, his fighting spirits soaring. First, he shattered the arrows with the 5 Thunder Fist, then unleashed the Ghostly God Fist. The power of the Ghostly God Fist was already fearsome, and upon reaching the minor completion stage, it could communicate with some special divine force from the unknown that it seemed as if an ancient ghostly deity had opened its eyes in the void, unleashing its wrath. Boom! The earthly destruction realm warrior and the top-tier Enlightenment realm warrior, upon meeting Yi Wu's gaze, were instantly struck as if by lightning. Their spirits felt as though they were being eroded by an exceedingly terrifying, mysterious force, causing their combat effectiveness to plummet in that instant, rendering them incapable of resistance. This was the inherent spiritual attack of the Ghostly God Fist. After elevating it to the minor completion stage, the accompanying spiritual assault had nearly materialized into something tangible, truly horrifying. Seize the moment of your illness to claim your life. Yi Wu's gaze was icy as he pressed forward, pushing the Ghostly God Fist to its utmost limits. Each punch was infused with an ultimate killing intent. A curse from the ancient ghostly deities. Yi Wu had not anticipated that even in broad daylight, there would be those audacious enough to attempt to assassinate him. Some had indeed reached a boiling point of impatience. Alas, he was no longer the person he once was. Casting a glance at Butler Chin, who was entangled with 2 earthly destruction warriors and 2 top-tier Enlightenment realm warriors, it was evident that the shadowy hand behind this assault harbored no intention of leaving him any chance of survival, eagerly desiring to eliminate him. Had these masked figures arrived an hour earlier, he might have truly faced dire consequences. The earthly destruction realm masked figure finally regained his senses, biting his tongue to snap himself awake, his expression one of horror as he swiftly retreated. The Ghostly God Fist. Is this truly the legendary technique? He thought, awestruck by its incredible might. The terrifying power was far beyond what any ordinary being could possess. It was the true might of gods and demons. Furthermore, He now realized that Yi Wu was not merely in the congenital realm as reported, but actually at the Enlightenment realm, though it appeared to be a mere step of difference. The disparity in combat power was monumental. The earthly destruction realm mass figure managed to evade the influence of the ghostly god Fist, but the Enlightenment realm warrior was not so fortunate. Bang! Like a meteor plummeting to Earth, the impact unleashed catastrophic destruction. The Enlightenment realm masked figure barely had time to react before his already fragile spiritual will was shattered by the force of the ghostly god Fist. A piercing scream erupted as ghostly fists rained down from the void, pulverizing him. Dead, a top-tier Enlightenment realm warrior was thus obliterated before the eyes of all. Next, it shall be your turn. Yi Wu's gaze was as sharp as an arrow as he advanced, unleashing the full fury of the ghostly god Fist. The might of the earthly destruction realm warrior was indeed formidable, but having perfected the ghostly god Fist to the minor completion stage, he was not without the strength to contend. Boom! The earthly destruction realm mass figure grew increasingly alarmed, his eyes wide with incredulity. The combat prowess of this young master of the divine, might Marquis, was simply terrifying. His fists felt as if they were forged from pure gold. Every clash sent tremors through him, making him feel as though his hands would be crushed. Moreover, the black as ink innate true energy surged forth unceasingly, showing no signs of depletion, like a fearsome demon emerging from the depths of hell. Even the mightiest of Enlightenment realm warriors should not possess such terror. In haste, he called upon the other two to assist. The two masked figures surrounding Butler Chin were equally astonished, their faces reflecting disbelief. Today, they were witnessing history, an earthly destruction realm warrior being driven back relentlessly by a warrior of the Enlightenment realm, completely dominating the fight. It was utterly incomprehensible. Butler Chin was initially shocked, then overjoyed, desperately restraining the two masked figures attacking him. Just then, Yi Wu, who had been fiercely assaulting, suddenly redirected his charge towards Butler Chin. Chapter 24. Do Not Lament. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The two masked figures had no time to react before Yi Wu barreled through. Boom! The Enlightenment realm masked figure, with eyes wide in terror, was struck squarely by Yi Wu's fist, his body shattering into pieces. The earthly destruction realm warrior, who had been surrounding Yi Wu, also failed to react, his subconscious having barely registered a sigh of relief when he witnessed his companion being brutally dispatched by Yi Wu's punch. In that moment, the remaining two earthly destruction realm masked figures were consumed by fear and dread. This young master of the divine might Marquis was far too enigmatic. Curse be it, the intelligence was entirely erroneous. They thought, realizing the extent of their miscalculation, had they known Yi Wu was so terrifying, they would never have dared to come. Let us go. The two earthly destruction realm masked figures exchanged glances, unleashing their utmost strength to push back Yi Wu and Butler Chin. Then, they fled. To ensure their escape, they even resorted to burning their essence blood, striving to depart with utmost haste that if they lingered any longer, they risked meeting the same fate as their fallen comrades in this divine, might Marquis residence. Who could have anticipated that the so-called martial arts waste of the divine, might Marquis heir would prove to be so formidable? Overpowering earthly destruction, crushing top-tier enlightenment, such achievements were beyond what any ordinary warrior could attain. It was simply outrageous. Butler Chin instinctively started to pursue, only to be halted by Yi Wu. Chin Bo, do not chase. Do not pursue a fleeing enemy. It is not that Yi Wu is unwilling to pursue. Although his prowess in combat is remarkable, he lacks the same impressive speed. To expend his vital essence in the pursuit of those few individuals would indeed be an unworthy endeavor. However, he is not entirely inactive. After all, one can escape the monk, but not the temple. Let the bullets fly for a while. Perhaps unexpected rewards may come. Qin Guanjia halted, his gaze intensely fixed on Yi Wu, his voice trembling as he remarked, "If the Marquis is watching from the heavens, he would surely be greatly comforted by this sight." He had not anticipated that after Yi Wu's significant breakthrough in martial mastery, he would display such astonishing combat capabilities that he felt that in a life-and-death struggle, he would likely fall victim to Yi Wu's blade. Truly, the Marquis must be watching over them. With the array of techniques Yi Wu has exhibited, It is only a matter of time before the Shenhui Marquis regains its former glory. Qinbo, go report this incident. As he surveyed the scattered corpses, Yi Wu's expression turned frigid, creating such a commotion in broad daylight. He was eager to uncover which individuals could no longer restrain themselves. That Yi Wu was acutely aware that with his recent displays, those harboring enmity toward the Shenhui Marquis would no longer remain passive. Especially the unseen hand responsible for the death of his predecessor, who would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him at the first opportunity. Yet, he was uncertain which faction was behind this assassination attempt. To mobilize 2 earthly fiend realm warriors and 2 top-tier enlightened realm fighters without significant backing was no small feat. It was clear that only a formidable force could orchestrate such an operation. Furthermore, those coveting the Zhang Tianjing would not passively watch as he ascended to power. They would inevitably strike from the shadows. By heavens! As soon as Qin Guanjiao left, Wang Shi returned in haste. His expression frozen in shock at the sight of the bloodied ground and dismembered bodies. A chilling dread surged from his feet to his head. Yi Wu, what has transpired here? The scene before him was too horrifying to comprehend. Yi Wu briefly recounted the events, leaving Wang Shi utterly astonished. What on earth? I was gone for just a day or two, and Yi Wu's power has undergone such a drastic transformation. The thought that Yi Wu could defeat enlightened realm warriors and send earthly fiend warriors fleeing filled him with an involuntary chill. Before Wang Shi could recover from his shock, officials from the Dali Temple arrived, led by the same junior official who had previously visited. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he was still taken aback by the carnage before him. His expression was complex. Rest assured, young master, these villains are so audacious that our Dali Temple will provide you with an explanation, the junior official declared. He could already imagine the emperor's wrath upon receiving this news. Sure to be a tempest of fury, the information spread rapidly from the Shenhui Marquis, inciting a wave of shock and uproar in the Liang Wangfu. Zhao Xing leapt to his feet, astonished by the news delivered by his servants. What did you say, enlightened realm? Did Yi Wu not just break through to the innate realm? How could he suddenly attain enlightenment? Furthermore, news of him defeating 2 top-tier enlightened realm assassins has surfaced. The information had been confirmed by the Dali Temple that he could scarcely fathom how Yi Wu accomplished this feat, the ghostly god Fist and the Zhang Tianjing. I see now. Only that legendary Zhang Tianjing could enable Yi Wu, once deemed a waste, to manifest such incredible prowess. Zhao Xing's countenance darkened. As a member of the royal family, he had access to more accurate intelligence. That it was a foregone conclusion that Yi Wu would inherit the title of Marquis of Shenwei. There was no stopping it. Coupled with Yi Wu's recent displays, the resurgence of the Shenhui Marquis was inevitable, a tide that could not be halted by a mere 2 individuals, unless, of course, Yi Wu were to fall along the way. But with even earthly fiend realm warriors fleeing, the likelihood of eliminating Yi Wu was exceedingly slim. Mengxue locked herself in her room, tossing objects about in a fit of rage. Enlightenment. How could Yi Wu achieve enlightenment? She ground her teeth, her heart brimming with seething resentment. Previously, she had asserted that Yi Wu was unworthy of her. Now, he had surpassed her in attaining enlightenment, even managing to kill 2 top-tier enlightened realm warriors with ease. This humiliation was an indelible stain upon her reputation, rendering her a true laughingstock in the imperial city. I understand now. All of this was a deliberate ruse by that Yi Wu. He is trying to provoke me into calling off the engagement. She was certain of it. Consumed by regret, she realized that although the Liangwang heir was not without merit, should the Shenhui Marquis rise again and Yi Wu display sufficient martial talent, there would be no comparison between the two. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Li Mengxue declared, pushing open her door. She would seek out Yi Wu to settle the score. A cancellation of the engagement? That was absolutely out of the question. The Shenhui Marquis was a match she had already set her sights on. Chapter 25. Hooking the true big fish. Yi Wu, why did you summon me so urgently and mysteriously? That night, the Sword Duke evaded all spies outside the Marquis, stealthily entering the Shenhui Marquis. After achieving the Tiangang realm, the Sword Duke's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. His mastery of the sword escape technique had reached an extraordinary level. rendering him undetectable to the spies stationed outside the Marquis. I believe I have hooked a big fish and would like to request Uncle Sun's assistance to oversee matters, just in case I accidentally catch a whale and find myself dragged down into the depths. Yi Wu stated. The Sword Duke immediately grasped the situation and inquired, "Have you traced the whereabouts of those mysterious assassins from earlier?" Yi Wu nodded. The reason he had refrained from pursuing them immediately was to adopt a strategy of long-line fishing. Hoping to uncover the mastermind behind the attack, he had already implanted a tracking mark on one of the assassins, a technique derived from the ghostly god Fist. After reaching a minor mastery of the ghostly god Fist, he naturally acquired some unique abilities. The earthly fiend masked man who had ambushed him was left with the mark of the ghostly god Fist imprinted deep within his psyche after being overwhelmed by its will. As long as the mark remained intact, he could track the assassin using his mastery of the ghostly god Fist. What are we waiting for? Let us go. The Sword Duke could hardly contain himself, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, eager to charge forth and unleash a flurry of strikes to eliminate those lurking in the shadows. Qin Guanjia shared his fervor, his own bloodlust boiling over. Under the cover of night, Yi Wu, the Sword Duke, and Qin Guanjia stealthily departed from the Shenwei Marquis. Truly, the Zhong Tianjing is remarkable. Not only does it enhance combat prowess, but it also possesses an astonishing ability to conceal one's presence. Along the way, the Sword Duke marveled at the effectiveness of the Zhong Tian true energy in cloaking their movements, rendering them utterly undetectable. Following an instinctual pull, the trio hastened their pace, swiftly arriving at the southern district of the Imperial City. The Great Zhou Imperial City is divided into 4 districts: east, west, south, and north. The south district is primarily inhabited by high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants. This is the place that Yi Wu came to a silent stop. Ahead lay a grand estate bearing the name Zhou Mansion, where the aura of the ghostly god Fist lingered, having remained unmoved for quite some time. How intriguing to find it hidden in such a location. It is indeed well concealed. Who would have guessed? The Sword Duke mused. Indeed, the darkest corners often harbor the greatest dangers, rendering them the safest havens, easily overlooked by others. The Sword Duke sighed in realization. Although the Dali Temple and Jingzhou Prefecture were conducting large-scale searches, they had largely overlooked such places. In earthly fiend realm, fugitive hiding within the confines of a wealthy merchant's estate would never raise suspicions. The Sword Duke sensed the presence of an earthly fiend warrior. Though the individual was making great efforts to remain concealed, yet, as a Tiangang realm expert, his perceptive abilities were not to be underestimated. Zhou Mansion. What exactly transpired here to result in such a massive debacle? 4 martial arts masters, unable to subdue a single innate warrior, found themselves in such dire straits, suffering significant losses. Zhou Tiansheng gritted his teeth, his furious gaze fixed intently on the 2 earthly fiend warriors before him. What should have been a surefire plan had gone awry, disrupting all their meticulous arrangements. According to the original strategy, such a formation could have effortlessly dispatched the son of the divine, Might Marquis. And even the earthly fiend steward, Qin Yuan, could have been swiftly eliminated. Before the incident had unfolded, they could have made a rapid exit from the Imperial City, seeking refuge in distant lands that may to that point. With the vastness of the world at their disposal, finding the culprits would have been nigh impossible. But can we be blamed for this? The 2 masked figures were similarly engulfed in a surge of fury, which erupted uncontrollably. Was it not due to your utterly absurd intelligence? The ability to kill with a mere snap of the fingers, to restrain the earthly fiend. This was perhaps more terrifying than that former divine, Might Marquis. Yet, the information indicated he was an innate warrior. Tell me, which innate warrior could achieve such feats? I now harbor doubts that the realm he displayed was not merely a facade. His true strength likely lies within the earthly fiend level. Otherwise, to accomplish this at the innate level is simply unfathomable. It utterly shattered their understanding. Zhou Tiansheng gradually pieced together the circumstances surrounding the divine Might Marquis' estate, his eyes widening in disbelief as he involuntarily gasped in shock. Suddenly, a murderous intent surged, causing the 2 masked assassins present to instinctively withdraw. Truly, the son of the divine Might Marquis. The saying, "a tiger cannot father a dog," proves true. He had concealed his abilities so deeply, deceiving everyone around him. Had it not been for Yi Qi's sudden predicament, this secret might have remained hidden until the very end, until his skills reached their zenith. Zhou Tianxing's expression darkened. The more exceptional Yi Wu appeared, the greater the threat he posed to them that he must die. They had already deeply offended the divine Marquis' estate. Under these circumstances, if Yi Wu were to survive and fully mature, it was they who would likely meet their demise. The Dali Temple and the Jingzhou Prefecture were already scouring the entire city. While they might evade capture temporarily, evading it for a lifetime was impossible. Once discovered, even that esteemed individual would not be able to save them. They could not remain hidden here indefinitely. They needed to seize an opportunity and depart swiftly. Only by leaving the imperial city for distant lands could they hope for a sliver of survival. "Leave! Where do you intend to flee?" Just then, a voice suddenly resonated, causing the three individuals present to change their expressions dramatically. Someone had stealthily infiltrated their vicinity, and they had been completely unaware. "Who goes there?" Steward Zhou, alarmed, acted without hesitation, brandishing a talisman and launching an attack toward the source of the voice. A terrifying flame erupted instantaneously. The two masked figures exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of dreadful astonishment. The son of the divine Marquis. They would never mistake that voice, but how had he pinpointed their location with such precision? It was indeed the son of the divine Marquis. One of the masked figures roared, crashing through the window and fleeing in the opposite direction. "We must split up." The other masked figure echoed this sentiment, wishing fervently for two more legs to escape faster. Zhou Tianxing's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Yi Wu. He too reacted instantly, seizing the opportunity provided by the flame talisman as he fled at a pace that matched that of the two masked assassins. Since the son of the divine Marquis had approached them undetected, it implied that he was not alone. Surely, he had allies. Perhaps many of the court's experts had also come along in the grand imperial city of the Great Zhou. Opposing the court's martial artists was akin to seeking one's own demise. Where do you plan to run? Who would have thought they'd truly caught a big fish? I wish to see who is pulling the strings behind you. Daring to be so audacious, Lord Tianjian squinted, his gaze frigid. Could a mere wealthy merchant dare to engage in such heinous acts? It was utterly implausible. Unless they were truly seeking death, this meant that behind this wealthy merchant, there existed an even greater mastermind. That was the real big fish. A sword chi lotus suddenly materialized, hovering high in the air, instantly unleashing countless streams of piercing sword chi that shot down from above. Under the onslaught of the sword chi, the power of the flame talisman was extinguished in an instant. Zhou Tianxing and the two masked figures barely had time to escape before they were pierced by the sword chi. All resistance proved futile against its might. Lord Tianjian. Zhou Tianxing plummeted from the sky, his eyes now filled with an all-consuming horror. His vital energy surged, raging within his dantian self-detonate. In that moment, Zhou Tianxing chose to self-destruct without hesitation. Faced with a Tiangong-level Lord Tianjian, neither his status nor his mere innate cultivation was sufficient to contend that "I will not allow you to die." Yi Wu suddenly appeared, his burial heaven vital energy intertwining with Zhou Tianxing's, swiftly suppressing all of Zhou's vital energy. As fellow innate warriors, Zhou Tianxing's so-called vital energy was utterly insignificant compared to Yi Wu's. Zhou Tianxing collapsed under the pressure, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. Previously, when those two had spoken, he had harbored doubts, but now, experiencing it firsthand, he immediately grasped the sheer terror of it. That vital energy was as dark as ink, resembling the power of a dark demon. Seemingly infused with the boundless might of the universe, ceaselessly flowing. Once it invaded him, his own vital energy felt akin to a chick encountering the might of a golden rock, offering no resistance and willingly succumbing. All his cultivation sealed away. The two earthly fiend warriors were swiftly subdued by Lord Tianjian, their martial arts abilities sealed without a chance for self-destruction. Subsequently, Yi Wu began to take action, scouring the area for valuable treasures identified by the system. Packing them all into a storage bag. Point one does not truly grasp the value of sustenance until they bear the burden of providing for it. The areas where source energy was required were innumerable. Quietly assessing with the system, he discovered these treasures could convert into 300 to 400 points of source energy. Quite a sum. With the concealment of the storage bag, Yiwu had no reservations as he converted all the gathered treasures into source energy. With provisions in hand, there was no cause for alarm. Lord Tianjian and Steward Qin both turned their heads away. Choosing to ignore this scene at IT was simply too embarrassing. The esteemed son of the divine might Marquis was behaving like a naive bumpkin who had never seen the world. Young master, leave this to me. I assure you I will pry their mouths open and reveal the mastermind behind this. Steward Qin, with a cold glint in his eyes, grasped Zhou Tiansheng and the others, prepared to interrogate them. But just then, 3 arrows suddenly sliced through the darkness, aimed directly at Zhou Tiansheng and his companions. The speed was astonishing, leaving onlookers in awe. What audacity! Lord Tianjian bellowed, unleashing his sword chi to shatter all 3 arrows. Steward Qin immediately took the 3 individuals and retreated into a nearby room. For these 3 could not die, just Yiwu's gaze turned icy. The response from the mastermind was impressively swift. Attempting to kill and silence them. Stay here. I shall return shortly. I wish to see what kind of fiends dare to act with such boldness. Lord Tianjian transformed into a streak of swordlight, piercing through the night as he pursued the direction for which the arrows had come. Having already been bullied right under their noses, Lord Tianjian could not possibly swallow this humiliation. Soon, fierce sounds of battle erupted from the darkness. Lord Tianjian was entangled. This revelation caused Yiwu's expression to shift drastically. To ensnare Lord Tianjian meant that the hidden assailant was likely another master at the Tian gang level. Let us enter the house. Avoiding all sight lines to prevent being ambushed again, Yiwu amplified his sense of power to its maximum, just in case. The might of the 3 arrows just now posed a significant threat to him. And even in his current state, being struck would lead to considerable trouble. This time, it was not merely about catching a big fish. It was even possible that a giant whale might surface. As soon as the 2 entered the room, they had yet to catch their breath when the lights within extinguished in unison, plunging the space into silence. An unspoken chill surged from their feet straight to their heads, causing both to shudder involuntarily. The sensation of death erupted instantaneously. This was bad. A classic tactic of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair. Yiwu quickly realized the gravity of the situation. The archer was merely a decoy. The true crisis had now unveiled itself. An expert had been concealed within the Zhou estate all along. Evading the perception of Tian Jianbo, a blade of light sliced through the darkness as Yiwu and Butler Qin instinctively dodged. However, 2 heads soared into the air almost instantaneously. The masked assailants caught unawares, their lives severed before they could react. Zhou Tiansheng closed his eyes, though his heart brimmed with reluctance. He offered no resistance. He understood that from the moment he was exposed, his life had entered a countdown. The master pulling the strings from behind the scenes would undoubtedly not permit them to live and divulge more secrets. Stealing his resolve, Butler Qin lunged into the darkness to thwart the pursuers from claiming Zhou Tiansheng's life. Yiwu snorted coldly, unleashing the complete force of his thunder fist, which erupted in brilliant arcs of lightning. Piercing the shroud of darkness, the hidden warrior was instantly revealed. A lean, diminutive middle-aged man, exuding a terrifying force of Earth Sha. Another Earth Sha realm warrior, Butler Qin gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Clearly outmatched by the lean, small-statured martial artist. No, your martial arts are not from the great Zhou. Suddenly, Butler Qin's realization struck him. He shouted vehemently, recognizing the style as that of the Bei Mang dynasty, asserting that the assailant was not of the great Zhou. The martial arts from Bei Mang bore fundamental differences from those of the great Zhou, being far more brutal and savage in their combat style. The lean, small warrior's fighting technique was unmistakably of this nature. Though he attempted to conceal it, some aspects inevitably surfaced. What? Zhou Tiansheng's expression changed dramatically, bewilderment flooding his gaze. A Bei Mang warrior. How could it possibly be a warrior from Bei Mang? This was collusion with foreign enemies. Ah, how utterly delightful. You people truly overestimate me, a warrior of Earthsha reduced to mere fodder. And here, in the grand capital of the Great Zhou, a hidden Earthsha warrior from Mang. To kill me, you would stop at nothing. Yi Wu's eyes turned increasingly frigid, a chilling intent surging within him. He was eager to uncover the identities of those lurking behind the scenes, audacious enough to conspire against him. Collaborating with Mang to assassinate him was a far cry from being targeted by the people of the Great Zhou. This signified betrayal of the Great Zhou itself. He had not anticipated that this night's events would entwine with Mang. Mastering the thunder, at that moment, Yi Wu seemed to transform into a deity wielding thunder, perfecting the essence of the Thunder Fist. Massive bolts of lightning cascaded from above, relentlessly striking down upon Lin. Small warrior, intertwining in Yi Wu's hands to form an enormous net of thunder, enveloping him. While an Earthsha warrior was indeed formidable, Yi Wu was not weak either. Slaying one single-handedly was challenging. Yet merely restraining him was considerably easier. Moreover, the ghostly god fist was conjured forth, employing its unique effects to continuously disrupt the lean Mang warrior. The results were immediate. Butler Qin regained the upper hand, driving the lean Mang warrior into retreat, sustaining numerous injuries in the process. The lean warrior's expression turned cold, a menacing rage brewing within his depths. He sensed the might of the ghostly god fist. His murderous intent became ever more pronounced, seemingly incensed. And no wonder he is the son of the divine Marquis, long deemed a waste. It turns out he had been biding his time, successfully deceiving us all these years. Ultimately, we have nurtured a calamity. Had we known, we should have eliminated him in his infancy, thus avoiding the current peril. But this ends here. Today, you must die, and no one shall save you. The lean Mang warrior erupted, an extraordinary crimson radiance bursting forth from him. His cultivation surged dramatically in that instant. With but a single punch, he sent Butler Qin flying, spitting blood, effortlessly overpowering him. Chapter 27. Traitor, Blood Demon Burning Blood Technique. Butler Qin's face paled as he shouted urgently, "Young master, flee! This is the Blood Demon Burning Blood Technique of Mang. By consuming one's essence blood, it grants immense power in a short time, unleashing terrifying destructive force. I cannot withstand it." Empowered by the Blood Demon Burning Blood Technique, the lean Mang warrior's martial prowess surged to the late stages of Earthsha realm, 7th layer of Earthsha. Such prowess was beyond their capacity to contend with. Cursed be the divine Marquis. You, son of the divine Marquis, too shall perish. The lean Mang warrior was driven to madness, his entire being suffused with blood-red true energy. He sensed the approaching presence of official martial artists from the Great Zhou. In his current state, escaping unscathed was evidently improbable. Thunder Fist, Ascending Feather Fist, Ghostly God Fist. In that moment, Yi Wu unleashed every conceivable means at his disposal, elevating his combat prowess to its zenith. Under the overwhelming force, even a warrior of the 1st or 2nd layer of Earthsha would likely be obliterated. The might and terror of the Burial Sky scripture became starkly evident at that moment. Yet, alas, even with all his efforts, the Mang warrior's power, bolstered by his blood sacrifice, far surpassed Yi Wu's. Despite his relentless attempts, Yi Wu found himself suppressed, unable to turn the tide. This is the Burial Sky scripture cultivated by the divine Marquis. Truly terrifying, a flicker of fervent greed flashed in the depths of the lean Mang warrior's eyes. Such martial arts, if acquired, would present him with immense opportunities. But alas, boom! The lean Mang warrior unleashed his fury, shattering all of Yi Wu's attacks. The sensation of impending death enveloped Yi Wu's heart. Die! Did you truly believe you had me cornered? Yi Wu smirked coldly, a dazzling sword light suddenly erupting from his hand. The sword intent seemed capable of piercing through the very heavens. Heaven-piercing sword chi. Swish! The heaven-piercing sword chi followed him relentlessly, striking towards the lean Mang warrior with blinding speed. The warrior's expression shifted drastically, the sense of impending doom shifting but not dissipating. The Mang warrior felt a chill run down his spine. You thought I came unprepared, did you? Prior to this encounter, Yiwu had received protective sword qi from Tian Jianbo, specifically to guard against such circumstances that he had not anticipated its timely utility. Although the Bei Mang warrior's combat prowess was indeed formidable after burning his essence blood, he stood no chance against the full-force heaven-piercing sword qi unleashed by Tian Jianbo. He was instantly pierced through the heart. His eyes bulged wide, filled with profound unwillingness, as he crashed heavily to the ground. The life force of an Earth Sha warrior was indeed resilient, yet when the heaven-piercing sword qi extinguished his heart and obliterated his soul, no amount of vitality could sustain him. Fate had its own designs. Ultimately, one miscalculation led to the survival of the son of the divine might Marquis. Regrettably, there would be no chance to capture him alive and extract more secrets. Yi Wu sighed deeply, his gaze instinctively falling upon Zhou Tiansheng, who trembled violently, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. Dead. He was actually dead. Yet, a sense of relief surged within him, as he recognized that he had preserved his own life. I am willing to divulge all matters. I am ready to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Zhou Tiansheng faced Yi Wu's murderous gaze and quickly exclaimed, I had no knowledge that the individual was a warrior from Bei Mang. Had I been aware, I would have reported him without hesitation. There was no way I would have collaborated with him. Although I, Zhou Tiansheng, am not a virtuous person, I am certainly not a traitor. I refuse to be a pawn of treachery. If survival is an option, who would willingly choose death, especially under the current circumstances? The noble figure behind me evidently has deep ties with Bei Mang. Otherwise, why would he risk bringing a Bei Mang warrior of the earthly fiend realm into the imperial city? This is treason, a crime worthy of exterminating the entire clan. If discovered, even if I fled to the ends of the earth, there would be no escape for me. Particularly as a mere insignificant figure, I would undoubtedly be discarded like a pawn. Zhou Tiansheng was aware of much. The noble figure behind him not only collaborated with the Bei Mang dynasty, but also sought the death of the esteemed Lord Shenwei's only son. Does this imply that the fall of Lord Shenwei and the previous breach of the Northern Great Wall are intricately linked to the person behind him? The thought sent chills down his spine. Zhou Tiansheng felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Qin Guanjia approached, beginning to interrogate Zhou Tiansheng while Yi Wu meticulously searched the Bei Mang warrior, discovering numerous valuable items within the storage pouch. Among them was a shining piece of evidence, the Wolf Head Gold Order. This was the official insignia of the Jinlang Guard, an elite organization under the Bei Mang dynasty. The Jinlang Guard held a prestigious position within the Bei Mang dynasty, directly under the emperor, serving as his personal armed force. Even within Bei Mang, a warrior of the earthly fiend realm could be considered a true expert, and his standing within the Jinlang Guard was likely significant. Such a Bei Mang expert had stealthily infiltrated the imperial city. Indeed, the audacity of the shadowy mastermind was astonishing. Yi Wu's expression turned icy. He retrieved a healing elixir from the storage pouch for Qin Guanjia, tossing the remaining treasures into the system once more. First, he would recharge. The source power value on the panel increased once again. Source power, 800, but although not in abundance, it was still a considerable amount, sufficient for yet another upgrade of a martial art. Before long, Lord Tian's sword returned with a sullen countenance, accompanied by personnel from the Dali Temple. Young master, we meet again, said the Dali Temple's deputy minister, his expression fraught with bitterness. Prior to arriving, he had already gleaned substantial information from Lord Tian's sword, and his heart was ablaze with fury. The successive assassination attempts had been an affront to the dignity of the Dali Temple, dragging their reputation through the mud. The assailant had managed to escape, his intent evidently to draw attention away from the main target. Moving with incredible speed and avoiding direct confrontation, that he must have cultivated a speed-based technique, likely at least of Earth grade, and potentially even reaching the Celestial grade, marking him as a top-tier earthly fiend warrior. If it were a direct confrontation, he would undoubtedly have been no match for me, succumbing to my breaking heaven sword technique without recognition. However, alas, his speed was simply too great, even with the Dali Temple's forces surrounding him. He managed to elude capture. It was unavoidable. Lord Tian's sword lamented. Yi Wu recounted the events that had transpired and shared his speculations that I suspect that the sudden fall of the Northern Great Wall and my father's death at the hands of Mang are closely intertwined with this shadowy mastermind. If a warrior of the earthly fiend realm from the Jinlang Guard can so quietly infiltrate the imperial city, what could they not accomplish? What are they afraid to undertake? Lord Tiansword was instantly filled with rage. A terrifying killing intent erupting forth. How shocking it is to discover that within our great Zhou imperial city lies such a traitor. The Dali Temple's deputy minister and his colleagues gasped in horror. An unspoken chill surging from their feet to their heads, a grave situation loomed. They had initially believed the attempts on Yi Wu's life to be mere retaliation from enemies of Lord Shenwei. A reasonable conclusion. However, with the involvement of individuals from the Mang dynasty, particularly the Jinlang Guard, the implications were entirely different. This matter must be reported to the emperor, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple insisted. Involving the sworn enemy Mang. This situation surpasses what I, as a mere deputy minister, can handle. Even my superior, the minister of the Dali Temple, would be alarmed. The gravity of the matter had exceeded their jurisdiction. Chapter 28. To eliminate future troubles, young master, we have obtained the information, Qin Guanjia announced as he approached, recounting everything Zhou Tianxing knew. The deputy minister of the military department, Su Qing, Yi Wu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this so-called mastermind would be the deputy minister of the military department. As one of the 6 ministries, the military department wielded immense power, and the authority of its deputy minister was vast. Beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, such a figure clandestinely orchestrating events could indeed create considerable turmoil. Does my house have enmity with him? What would compel him to risk so much in committing such an act of treason? Yi Wu pondered, finding it difficult to comprehend unless there existed some profound grudge. Indeed, there is animosity, Lord Tiansword interjected, clearing his throat. Su Qing has a son named Su Xiao, who served in the military at the Northern Great Wall 5 years ago. Due to his arrogance and reckless ambition, he led thousands to their deaths in the inferno set by Baiman. By the time Lord Shenwei arrived, it was too late. The soldiers had perished in the flames. While Su Xiao survived thanks to protective artifacts bestowed by Su Qing, suffering only injuries that in his wrath, Lord Shenwei executed Su Xiao under military law, which is how their enmity was forged. Yi Wu understood. If this were the reason, it indeed made sense. The deputy minister of the Dali Temple's face turned ashen. He had not expected such a monumental malignancy to lurk within his jurisdiction, a high-ranking deputy minister of the military department. Openly colluding with the Mang dynasty over a personal vendetta amounted to treason. You are not lying? The deputy minister of the Dali Temple fixed his gaze upon Zhou Tianxing, who felt his limbs weaken at the intensity of the scrutiny. He understood the gravity of falsely accusing a high-ranking official. It was a crime punishable by death. Zhou Tianxing hastily replied, I swear to heaven, every word is true, with no embellishments, if you do not believe me. My lord, you may investigate the locations I mentioned. You are sure to uncover some clues. Yi Wu silently chuckled, remarking, the deputy minister of the military department, how unexpected it is that my house, the house of Shenwei, has become so loathed that he would conspire with Mang to eliminate me, the son of Lord Shenwei. If that is the case, how can I, as the son of Lord Shenwei, allow him to be disappointed? Qinbo, Sun Shu, let us pay a visit to the deputy minister's residence that we must prevent him from fleeing in fear of retribution. The deputy minister of the Dali Temple quickly interjected, Young master, you must not act rashly. I must first report to the emperor before making any decisions. Otherwise, yet before he could finish, Yi Wu, Lord Tiansword, and Qin Guanjia had already departed. Ensure he is kept under strict surveillance. He must not escape or meet with any misfortune. The deputy minister of the Dali Temple hurriedly followed, realizing the situation had escalated dramatically. Could mere deputy minister of the military department truly orchestrate such a plot? At the deputy minister's residence, in the study, upon learning that his hired assassins had failed to eliminate Yi Wu, Su Qing became increasingly restless, a foreboding sense of dread gnawing at him. Though he endeavored to mitigate the fallout, he understood all too well that the more he attempted to cover his tracks, the more evident his involvement would become. complicating any subsequent efforts to conceal the truth, increasing the likelihood of exposure. Yet, with matters having reached this point, he could only proceed cautiously, taking each step as it came. Before long, a figure materialized, bearing an unmistakable pallor. Had Lord Tiansor been present, he would have recognized the individual who had previously attempted to assassinate Yi Wu. Bai Yuan, what news? Su Qing sprang to his feet, anxiety etched upon his features. That my lord, the attempt failed. We could not silence him. The Beimang warrior has been slain, but Zhou Tiansheng has survived, Bai Yuan reported. What? Su Qing's complexion changed dramatically as an unsettling premonition surged within him. He hastily inquired whether the identity of the Northern Mang warrior had been exposed. The Tianjianbo was pursuing closely. And with people from the Dali Temple nearby, he dared not probe too closely. Remaining unaware of the ultimate outcome, it was highly probable that the exposure had indeed occurred. Anxiously pacing in his study, Su Qing realized that the individual in question was undoubtedly a member of the Northern Mang's Golden Wolf Guard, carrying a token of identification. Should he be slain, his true identity would inevitably be revealed. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Tiansheng would not dare betray him. However, in this dire situation, it was highly likely that he would divulge information. Cursed be it, I ultimately failed to eliminate that wretched creature and avenge my son. Su Qing's face contorted with rage and resentment. Though the Marquis Shenwei Yiqi had died, his son still lived, prompting the desire to target the Shenwei Marquis following Yiqi's demise, with the intent to eliminate Yi Wu. An eye for an eye. Upon discovering that Yi Wu's previous displays of incompetence had merely been a fade, Su Qing resolutely decided to kill Yi Wu. Regrettably, he had underestimated Yi Wu. The combined efforts of 2 earthly fiend warriors and 2 top-tier Enlightenment Realm warriors had ultimately come to naught. This was all the elite power he could muster, but it was no simple matter to summon such a formidable array. Given his status, the Northern Mang brutes were unreliable, achieving little while causing much chaos. Su Qing was filled with loathing. Initially, he would never have dispatched a warrior from the Golden Wolf Guard, as exposure would have dire consequences, leading to potential ruin. Yet that individual had acted on his own accord, a Northern Mang earthly fiend warrior seeking to act independently, especially to eliminate the sole heir of the Marquis Shenwei, was something he could not hinder. Resolutely analyzing his predicament, Su Qing swiftly made the decision to flee. You must take me away now, before our exposure. Let us hastily depart from the imperial city, and then we shall devise further plans. As he spoke, he turned without hesitation towards the door, but as soon as his hand brushed against it, he found himself frozen, a look of agony and disbelief washing over his face. Looking down, he saw a dagger piercing through his heart, protruding from his chest. Do not blame me, Lord Su. Surely you understand my reasons, Bai Yuan stated calmly, twisting the handle of the dagger without a hint of remorse. Su Qing coughed blood, his expression shifting from incredulous anger to a gradual acceptance of the harsh reality. The Vice Minister of War. I knew all along that in the eyes of those individuals, I was merely a pawn to be discarded at will. With a final breath, Vice Minister of War Su Qing succumbed, his body crashing to the ground as Bai Yuan withdrew the blade. Bai Yuan shook his head in regret. He had not wished to resort to violence, but orders from above dictated that should circumstances become untenable, Su Qing must be eliminated to avert future troubles, lest traces be left behind. Casting a glance around the study, Bai Yuan's eyes locked onto a particular compartment, his gaze igniting with fervor. He was well aware that Su Qing, the Vice Minister of War, possessed numerous valuable items. Even as an earthly fiend warrior, he coveted them, but he had previously noted that Su Qing had hidden several treasures within that compartment, and now they would all belong to him. He approached to ransack it, intending to stage the scene as a burglary, hoping to buy some time and divert the attention of the Dali Temple. However, in the next moment, as if sensing something, his expression shifted dramatically, and with a reluctant glance at the compartment, his form vanished from sight. Su Qing, come out! Boom! A fist imbued with boundless thunder surged from the heavens, tearing through the pitch-black night sky, striking down upon the residence of Vice Minister of War Su Qing with unstoppable force. The 5 thunder fist. The guard at the residence reacted immediately, launching counterattacks, yet all were repelled. The overwhelming power of Yi Wu's furious Five Thunder Fist was far beyond what these guards could withstand. Vice Minister of War Su Qing conspired with the Northern Mang to subvert the Great Zhou. Are you all complicit in this wrongdoing? Yi Wu bellowed, his voice echoing through the night, causing the guards to turn pale, instinctively halting their actions. Even officials from nearby residences were roused, bewildered by the commotion at that moment. The voice of the Tianjianbo resonated, affirming Yi Wu's claims. The vicinity of the vice minister's residence was already a hub for officials, and the revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The gravity of the accusation, coming from a noble of the Great Zhou, was monumental. A vice minister of war colluding with the Northern Mang and betraying the Great Zhou dynasty. If true, this would be a calamity of epic proportions. Yi Wu and Steward Qin dove down, seizing a guard, and, upon learning Su Qing's whereabouts, rushed straight to the study. To their surprise, the study door was ajar. However, upon entering, they abruptly halted, their gazes fixed on the figure sprawled on the ground. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Chapter 29. The Crisis of the Fallen Dynasty. The Scent of Blood. To their senses, the figure on the ground was unmistakably a corpse, devoid of any signs of life. Expanding their perception, they found no trace of vitality within the study, which lay in eerie silence. Young master, let me check. Steward Qin stepped forward cautiously, flipping the body over, his eyes widening in shock. That it was Vice Minister of War Su Qing. He had been fatally stabbed from behind, his heart shattered in one swift blow, his face still bearing a hint of disbelief. Clearly, Su Qing had been caught completely off guard, unaware that someone would strike from behind. This indicated that the assailant was someone Su Qing had trusted. Otherwise, he would not have been so defenseless. Moreover, I suspect that the perpetrator may very well be a more significant mastermind, orchestrating Su Qing's fate. After all, Su Qing was an Enlightenment realm warrior. Even if his heart were pierced, he should have been able to resist to some extent. Steward Qin quickly analyzed the scene, reconstructing the events as though he had witnessed them firsthand. Yi Wu was unperturbed by the sight of the corpse. Upon encountering it, he had already steeled himself. Someone had come before them, assassinating Vice Minister of War Su Qing and severing this lead, which meant that those involved were not limited to Su Qing alone. There was a more formidable puppet master behind the scenes. This matter was becoming increasingly intriguing. He was eager to discover just how many high-ranking figures of the Great Zhou were intent on extinguishing the life of the only son of the Shenwei Marquis. At this moment, Tianjianbo arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, he was consumed by fury. This was utterly unacceptable. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Qing was a vice minister of war, a genuine figure of the upper echelons of the Great Zhou dynasty. The fact that he had met such an inexplicable end within his own home carried profound implications. Tianjianbo understood all too well what this signified. Simultaneously, he realized that with the unexpected death of Vice Minister of War Su Qing, this incident would undoubtedly escalate, provoking even greater turmoil. Some of the bolder guards did not flee immediately. Instead, they quietly approached, their expressions shifting to shock upon discovering their master's body. The Vice Minister of War had been murdered. The news swiftly spread throughout the residence, and soon after, it echoed beyond its walls. While Steward Qin continued his meticulous examination, Yi Wu stepped into the study. The room was in disarray, as if it had been rifled through. Resembling a scene of a burglary, it was evident that these traces had been deliberately fabricated to mislead. The purpose of this was self-evident, as the inky black energy of Zhang Tian surged forth, enveloping the entire study. Yi Wu soon detected a hidden compartment. Before he could pry it open, he was met with a miniature formation blocking his way. There are indeed treasures within. Yi Wu's eyes suddenly brightened with realization. Indeed, Su Qing, as a dignified deputy minister of war, held significant power and influence that it would be inconceivable for him to lack valuable possessions, particularly given his clandestine collusion with Bei Meng. Now that Su Qing was deceased, it was only fitting that his wealth should rightfully belong to him, serving as a form of compensation. The formation, upon contact with the burial sky's true energy, seemed to trigger some special mechanism, immediately activating and emanating an almost imperceptible aura of destruction. which caused Yi Wu to change his expression instantly. Wait a moment. That is a microburst formation. There is danger. The sword master immediately sensed Yi Wu's movements and discovered the hidden compartment. Upon witnessing Yi Wu activate the microburst formation within, he let out a horrified shout. The terrifying sword energy swiftly transformed into a lotus of sword chi, attempting to shield Yi Wu within its embrace. However, it was too late. Boom! The micro formation trembled, instantly unleashing a destructive force that engulfed Yi Wu entirely. In that fleeting moment, the burial sky's true energy reached its pinnacle, firmly encasing Yi Wu as if he were cocooned within a dark chrysalis. After receiving the alert, Butler Qin swiftly kicked Su Qing's corpse aside and darted out like a cheetah. The sword Chi Lotus erupted repeatedly, and the sword master unleashed his celestial power, forcefully suppressing the explosive force of the microburst formation, significantly reducing its impact. Cough, cough. As the dust settled, the protective barrier of the burial skies, true energy lay in tatters. Yi Wu, covered in grime, coughed incessantly, filled with rage. How dare Su Qing set such a destructive trap here? Even in death, he could not find peace, nearly leading to Yi Wu's downfall. Yi Wu was filled with trepidation. Had it not been for the formidable nature of his burial sky classic and the rigorous refinement of his body after reaching the Qi awakening stage, he would have surely suffered grave injuries from that formation's assault. Do not be deceived by the microformation's size. The destructive power it unleashed was already on par with the earthly fiend realm. Caught off guard, even a warrior at the earthly fiend level could have sustained severe injuries. Seeing Yi Wu emerge merely disheveled and uninjured, the sword master let out a slight sigh of relief, inwardly lamenting. The burial sky classic is indeed extraordinary. Such a formation's explosive power could not inflict any harm upon Yi Wu, highlighting the terrifying defensive capabilities of the true energy cultivated through it. Even the most elite of celestial martial arts could not achieve such an extraordinary effect. Alas, the treasures are gone, obliterated. Yi Wu could not help but wail in despair. This loss was significant. The once hidden compartment in the bookshelf was now reduced to rubble, the entire study having been flattened by the recent explosion, leaving nothing behind. The sword master furrowed his brow and remarked, "Something feels amiss." While the microburst formation's power was indeed formidable, if there were truly treasures hidden here, they could not have been completely annihilated. It appears more like a deliberately set trap to divert attention, suggesting that the real treasures are likely not here. Yi Wu's eyes lit up. Uncle Son, let us search quickly. A deputy minister of war would undoubtedly have hidden substantial treasures, perhaps even offering us a unique surprise. The sword master nodded in agreement. Su Qing's deceptive arrangement was clearly intended to conceal the true hidden compartment. The young official from the Dali temple hurried over, having heard the earlier rumors. Upon seeing the partially destroyed corpse on the ground, he felt faint, nearly collapsing. That it's over. Deputy Minister Su Qing is really dead. He was too late. Following closely behind was Fan Wenxi, the junior official of the Dali Temple, who realized the gravity of the situation after receiving news from his colleague. Despite their haste, they ultimately arrived too late. After Butler Qin explained the situation, both Fan Wenxi and the young official instinctively sighed in relief, grateful that it was not the son of the divine Might Marquis who had committed the murder. However, they quickly realized that this was an even larger problem. It was evident that another, far more powerful figure was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes, eliminating Su Qing merely to sever the trail of evidence and facilitate their escape. This was a case of silencing witnesses. It indicated that within the Great Zhou dynasty, there were individuals of even higher status collaborating with Bei Meng in the shadows. This was the true crisis. Meanwhile, on another front, the sword master and Yi Wu joined forces to uncover a deeply hidden underground chamber beneath the ruins of the former study, a full yard deep. Without careful searching, it would have gone entirely unnoticed. Revealing Su Qing's meticulousness, upon finding the entrance, the sword master descended first, ensuring no danger lurked within before Yi Wu followed suit. What treasures! All splendid treasures! As soon as he entered, Yi Wu was dazzled by the array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the underground chamber. promptly activating the system's appraisal ability, which displayed a flurry of data on the interface. Various elixirs, magical artifacts, and spiritual herbs combined could yield a staggering 1,000 points of source power. This figure sent Yi Wu into a fervor. The Deputy Minister of War was indeed a generous man. Even in death, he had left behind a considerable fortune. However, he was also quite greedy, a quintessential corrupt official. 1,000 points of source power. Behind this figure lies a substantial wealth, solely relying on a Deputy Minister of War's salary. Even given 2 lifetimes, he could not afford such treasures that Yi Wu hastily stored all these treasures into a spatial pouch. They were their spoils of war, best taken first. They could divide the riches upon returning. After all, it would be rather inappropriate to claim these treasures in front of the officials from the Dali Temple once they arrived. The Swordmaster naturally did not impede Yi Wu's actions and casually opened a wooden box. Upon seeing its contents, his expression changed dramatically, his eyes widening in shock. Chapter 30. If you don't die. Who will? Yi Wu noticed the Swordmaster's change in demeanor and quickly approached. Peering inside, he too was stunned by what lay within the wooden box that contained not mere trinkets, but a thick stack of letters, each one more explosive than the last. They included evidence of Su Qing's bribery, as well as correspondence with Bei Mang, and even discussions targeting the divine Might Marquis' household, all meticulously documented. Goodness, they all deserve to die. Pulling out a letter detailing how to undermine the divine Might Marquis' household, Yi Wu's gaze turned icy, a palpable aura of murder coalescing around him. The letter outlined strategies to bring about their downfall and, ultimately, to silently eliminate the sole heir of the divine Might Marquis. The prior decline of the divine Might Marquis' estate had Su Qing's fingerprints all over it. Moreover, the presence of the Bei Mang's Golden Wolf Guards was to eliminate him and secure his soul fragments to send back to the Bei Mang court. Aiming to utilize the bloodline connection from his soul fragments to ascertain whether his adoptive father, the divine Might Marquis, had truly perished or was merely feigning death to evade capture, hiding in the shadows. This entire plan had been progressing smoothly until an unexpected twist occurred. He had crossed over, usurping the true Yi Wu's place, and subsequently thwarting all of Su Qing's plans, resulting in their meticulous arrangements falling apart. The Swordmaster was equally furious. Su Qing's death was too easy, and it truly benefited him. Otherwise, he would have ensured Su Qing faced 100 tortures, making him wish for death. Unfortunately, these documents bore no clues as to Su Qing's true superior. The Swordmaster sighed, acknowledging the man's caution. Had there been even the slightest trace, they could have followed the clues to uncover the true mastermind behind the scenes. Yi Wu nodded slightly, regretting that he could not find the perpetrator responsible for his predecessor's demise. The contents of these letters clearly indicated that the death of his predecessor was not orchestrated by Su Qing, but rather by someone else. Uncle Son, has my father truly fallen? At that moment, Yi Wu suddenly inquired. He had harbored suspicions before, and the emergence of this evidence only solidified his conviction that his rather unremarkable father might not have perished in battle after all. Tianjian Bo shook his head and replied, I am uncertain. I had infiltrated that battlefield covertly, yet it has since been sealed off by Bei Mang. With formidable powerhouses stationed there, I could only observe from a distance. Too fearful to approach. However, based on the current signs, it appears that Marquis Shenwei likely has not truly fallen. This uncertainty has undoubtedly left some individuals hesitant, preventing them from taking excessive actions. Yi Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it were not for this lingering doubt, his current predicament would surely be of a different nature. At that juncture, the officials of the Dali Temple also descended, and upon viewing the contents of the letter, they were immediately struck as if by lightning. The evidence contained within was explosively incriminating, with each piece capable of inciting capital punishment. Lord Fan, I entrust this evidence to you that I believe the Dali Temple shall not let the Marquis Shenwei's house down. Yi Wu remarked, handing over the wooden box with a calm voice. Fan Wensi, the minister of the Dali Temple, received the box filled with evidence, feeling a mix of emotions, neither laughter nor tears, realizing that he had been handed a proverbial hot potato. Should the contents be exposed, it would not only cause a stir within the bureaucratic circles, but could potentially shake the entire Dezhou dynasty to its core. as the one responsible for unveiling this. He would inevitably attract all the ire, with the risk of losing his own life looming large. Nevertheless, Fan Wensi resolved to handle the matter. Given the circumstances, managing it effectively was of paramount importance. The risks were immense, yet if handled well, the rewards could be equally substantial. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan, sensing the arrival of Yu Wu and his companions, chose not to leave at once, but instead concealed himself in the shadows. Meticulously observing the movements at the residence of the Deputy Minister of War, disturbances emerged from within the estate, and upon the discovery of the so-called underground secret chamber, Bai Yuan's heart sank with a foreboding realization. He cursed Su Qing, calling him cunning as a fox for having concealed such a contingency, evidently prepared against him. The traps in the hidden compartments filled him with dread, had it not been for the sudden arrival of those from the Marquis Shenwei's house. He would have surely found himself in dire straits that a moment's delay would have led to his capture by Tianjian Bo. He could easily surmise what lay within that secret chamber, leading him to feel a sense of relief for having eliminated Su Qing. That fellow had likely harbored ulterior motives long before, evident in his elaborate scheme to create such an underground lair. Without any further hesitation, Bai Yuan swiftly turned to depart, since he could not prevent the unfolding events. He needed to relay the information back to his superior as soon as possible. Simultaneously, the news reached the assembled dignitaries and aristocrats, instantly sending them into a state of shock. Seasoned bureaucrats. Their instincts were remarkably sharp, and they quickly recognized that a grave situation was unfolding. The treachery of the Deputy Minister of War implicated numerous individuals and matters, forming a perilous vortex that could consume them all. As the turmoil escalated, the emperor's wrath boiled over, resulting in an imperial edict issued from the palace. The capital trembled as the imperial guard mobilized, sealing off the city and hunting down all individuals connected to Deputy Minister Su Qing. Guilt or innocence mattered not. Anyone with ties was subject to arrest, and those daring to resist would be summarily executed without mercy. Panic ensued. Bai Yongbo gazed out at the chaos from his window. His expression icy, he was acutely aware of the enmity between Su Qing and the Marquis Shenwei's house, and knew that following the news of Yi Qi's death in Beimang, Su Qing had begun to covertly target the Marquis's residence. The rapid decline of the Marquis Shenwei's house within a mere 2 months was largely attributable to Su Qing's machinations. Yet, he had not anticipated that Su Qing would act so recklessly, daring to collude with Beimang. Even going so far, Song Hui was somewhat apprehensive. The reputation of the Yuhua immortal sect loomed large. Having spent many years within its confines, he was acutely aware of its formidable strength, which was incomparable to that of the great Zhou dynasty. However, if they wished to obliterate the Pingyang Duke's residence, it would be as effortless as eating or drinking. Presenting no challenge whatsoever, he could not outright refuse. He needed to devise a strategy. Duke Pingyang fell into a brief silence, as he too had to concede that in the face of the Yuhua immortal sect, his residence was akin to an insignificant ant, with no room for resistance. The two parties were simply not on the same level. The disparity was glaringly apparent. It was only through the backing of the great Zhou dynasty that he and the Yuhua immortal sect could engage in equal discourse. At that moment, a reckless thought suddenly materialized in Duke Pingyang's mind, causing his eyes to gradually brighten. Since direct confrontation was not feasible, he resolved to stir the waters first, to create chaos from which they could fish for opportunities. Song Hui listened, his eyes wide with disbelief, his body trembling, not from excitement, but sheer terror. Was this not a tad too reckless? After all, this was the Yuhua immortal sect. Should they fail or be detected, there would be no chance for recovery. It could very well be fatal. It was no wonder Song Hui was so frightened. Duke Pingyang's plan involved pitting the forthcoming elder of the Yuhua immortal sect against the great Zhou dynasty. Hoping to profit from their conflict, while using Yi Wu as a point of leverage, he intended to orchestrate a situation that would lead to direct confrontation between the two parties, thus outmaneuvering the elder of the Yuhua immortal sect. Once the opponent sustained significant injuries, they would then devise a scheme to capture him, thereby reaping a substantial reward. Capturing an elder from a top-tier sect would undoubtedly catapult them into immense wealth. resulting in a life of luxury. Yet, should they fail, the consequences would be dire. Song Hui's expression shifted continuously until, with a sudden grit of his teeth, he resolved to proceed. At worst, it would lead to his demise. After all, once he divulged the Yuhua sentient fist, the Yuhua immortal sect would surely not spare him. Even with his master's protection, the best outcome would be the forfeiture of his cultivation and expulsion from the sect. With that in mind, he figured it was better to gamble on something grand. Within the Liangwang manor, Zhao Xing sighed and shook his head, lamenting Yi Wu's extraordinary luck. Even in such dire circumstances, he remained unscathed. The Minister of War, Su Qing, and that barbarian from Beimang were all utterly inept, failing to manage even such a trivial matter and instead creating a colossal mess. How unjust fate was, favoring Yi Wu so greatly and granting him such remarkable achievements. Before Zhao Xing could act, his father, the Liangwang, approached him, sternly advising him to avoid trouble and refrain from provoking the formidable heir of the Shenwei Marquis, Yi Wu, lest he find himself embroiled in this major incident. Presently, Yi Wu was akin to a volatile powder keg, capable of exploding at any moment. A single misstep could result in chaos for onlookers. Moreover, he cautioned Zhao Xing to keep a distance from Li Mengxue. She was merely a woman, relying solely on the patronage of the Shenwei Marquis' household, which had afforded her a modicum of success. In essence, she remained a liability. She could be toyed with, but the prospect of her entering the Liangwang manor was utterly inconceivable. Such a notion was preposterous. Even if he were to acquiesce, her mother would undoubtedly disapprove. "Yes, father, I understand," Zhao Xing replied, acknowledging that his interest in Li Mengxue was merely a fleeting amusement, intended to undermine Yi Wu, given the long-standing rivalry between the Shenwei Marquis' household and the Liangwang manor. He lowered his head, acutely aware of his father's stern demeanor, which instilled in him a profound fear that deterred any rebuttal. As for Li Mengxue's intentions, he was not oblivious. She was merely a frog aspiring to feast on swan meat, foolishly believing he would treat her with unreciprocated kindness like before. Such delusions were laughable. Zhao Xing was well aware of Yi Wu's eventual fate. The Li family were nothing but vampires, and a woman of such ilk was unworthy of entering the Liangwang manor. As the heir to the Liangwang, he could have any woman he desired and would never hang his hopes on a single tree. It was merely a dalliance. Once he had his fill of amusement, he would cast her aside without a second thought. Chapter 32. Scatter Soul Powder, Yi Wu's Dead End. As long as you are aware, I need not elaborate further. You shall handle the rest. The Liangwang nodded and turned to leave. Zhao Xing remained silent, yet his resentment towards Yi Wu deepened. Despite Zhao Xing's outwardly flattering remarks before the Liangwang, the reality of his situation was clear only to himself. He had lost too much faith in Yi Wu's presence. Upon returning to his study, the Liangwang found a figure waiting within, the very Bai Yuan who had assassinated Minister Su Qing. Even Su Qing had no inkling that Bai Yuan was affiliated with the Liangwang. The subordinate has failed in his duties. I implore the Wang to mete out punishment. Upon seeing the Liangwang, Bai Yuan immediately knelt, his head striking the ground with fervor, soon staining the floor with blood. "Rise. You're not to blame for this that Su Qing, it seems, has been audacious enough to leave himself an escape route. Were it not for this incident, I might have remained oblivious to the secrets hidden right beneath my nose." The Liangwang sighed deeply, fully aware of Su Qing's motivations, self-preservation. However, this betrayal was utterly intolerable to him. Bai Yuan knelt, trembling with fear, his legs quaking to the point he could scarcely stand. Having served the Liangwang for so long, he understood the nuances of his temper. The Liangwang's outward calm only masked a growing fury. Though he appeared amiable, he was but a mere facade. The true Liangwang was a tyrant, fierce as a demon, instilling terror. What of his earthly fiend realm? Bai Yuan suspected the Liangwang had already ascended to the celestial fiend realm. Perhaps even beyond that, a typical celestial fiend could not effortlessly obliterate a top-tier earthly fiend warrior, as if slicing through melons. "Bring forth the shadows," the Liangwang commanded from his grand chair. Lightly tapping his fingers on the table, suddenly, a figure seemed to coalesce from the air itself, appearing before him. "Shadow 10 pays respects to the master." The shadow knelt, Exuding utmost reverence, Bai Yuan lowered his head further, not daring to utter a word. This was one of the Liang Wang's shadow guards, rumored to practice an exceptionally unique martial art, allowing them to partially phase through reality, concealing themselves in darkness and completely masking their presence, more elusive than a corpse. Even earthly fiend warriors, once targeted by such a shadow guard, would meet a fate of certain demise that a slip of paper flew from the table into Shadow Ten's hands, inscribed with several names. Anyone present would recognize that each name belonged to a high-ranking official. To go. Eliminate these threats. We cannot allow my esteemed nephew, the martial emperor, to uncover any traces that could implicate me in this matter. That would spell disaster. Yes. Shadow Ten glanced at the names on the paper, and in the next instant, the paper ignited spontaneously, turning to ash, while Shadow Ten vanished without a trace. Bai Yuan, having received his orders, swiftly exited the study, exhaling deeply only once he was far away. The Liang Wang's power was overwhelming. He couldn't help but wonder if the Liang Wang's true strength had surpassed even the celestial fiend realm, reaching an entirely different echelon. Shiny Marquis, Yi Wu, the Liang Wang murmured, a silent smile creeping onto his face, his eyes glinting with a savage intent that starkly contrasted with his outward demeanor, resembling a true demon descended upon the mortal realm. The revelation of Minister Su Qing had unearthed a multitude of complications. The Liang Wang had no choice but to ruthlessly eliminate any influential officials who could potentially implicate him, eradicating future threats. These officials had taken him considerable time and effort to cultivate and recruit at great personal cost. As a result, before they had the chance to exert their influence, they were to be ruthlessly eliminated. And the cost was simply too exorbitant. Even King Liang, when faced with this decision, felt a profound sense of regret. However, he found himself compelled to act. Thusly, he was acutely aware that his nephew, the martial emperor, possessed capabilities that rivaled his own, and in certain aspects, even surpassed them. Should he be ensnared by any of his nephew's schemes, the repercussions would undoubtedly be far greater. You two, father and son, truly excel at providing surprises for this king, consistently disrupting his plans. One has feigned death to escape, and now the other has unwittingly drawn an immense trouble upon him. Given the circumstances, this king shall engage with you in a most entertaining manner. A prodigy of martial arts? Ha! There is nothing I relish more than vanquishing such talents. Beneath the tyrannical facade of King Liang lay a chilling smile as he summoned a shadowy figure and tossed forth a small black vial. This was the soul-dispelling powder. He instructed the shadowy envoy to ensure that Wang Shi made Yi Wu consume it by any means necessary. If successful, the Wang family could reclaim their position in the imperial city and restore their past glory without issue. However, should they fail again, this king would have little patience left. The shadowy envoy accepted the black vial, acknowledged with a nod, and vanished without a trace. King Liang's gaze flickered. He had previously wondered why the last attempt to poison had failed. But with Yi Wu's recent actions, he came to understand. It was due to the inferior quality of the poison he had provided. If Yi Wu had merely pretended to be at the acquired realm while actually being at the enlightened realm, then the medicine he had given, naturally, could not produce the desired effect, and failure was to be expected. Yet this soul-dispelling powder was a celestial-grade toxin, colorless and tasteless, capable of silently dissolving the 7 souls of a human, leading to inevitable decay and death. Once Yi Wu ingested it, he could not fathom a scenario in which it would fail again. Yi Qi, oh Yi Qi, I refuse to believe that once your son perishes, you will not emerge from the shadows. The burial sky scriptures, the ancient divine treasures, shall all belong to this king. King Liang harbored grand ambitions. He not only sought to seize control of the great Zhou, but also aspired to attain a higher realm of martial arts. Becoming a true deity of martial prowess, he aimed to be the eternal supreme. Wang Shi received the command to administer the poison once more without any surprise, gazing at the black vial in his hand. A fierce determination surfaced on his face. Yi Wu, do not blame me. Direct your ire solely at your father. You have already become the Marquis of Divine Might, yet you refuse to aid my Wang family in restoring its former glory or imparting the profound burial sky scriptures. Since you have acted so callously, do not fault my family for abandoning all notions of sentiment. Only with your demise can my Wang family hope to return to the imperial city. Only then can my clan rise once more. Wang Shi's expression was ruthless. Those who aspire to greatness cannot afford to be overly concerned with sentimentality. Pragmatism must reign supreme. Simultaneously, Wang Shi's eyes were set upon the burial sky scriptures. His heart aflame with ambition that if he could also cultivate the burial sky scriptures, could he not become a formidable prodigy of martial arts, akin to the Marquis of divine might? In the imperial city, turmoil and intrigue swirled, yet the architect of it all, Yi Wu, returned home peacefully, observing the tempest unfold. The greater the commotion, the better. It would serve to strike fear and force those hidden serpents in the shadows to reveal themselves. Though these lurking vermin were not deadly, their occasional disruptions were exceedingly irksome. To crush them all at once would be utterly delightful. Furthermore, the more noise created, the more likely the hidden puppet master would be unable to remain composed, thereby exposing more of their hidden schemes. Yi Wu remained intensely curious about the identity of this so-called puppet master. Pondering which significant figure could be behind it all, he retrieved a true earth pill from his storage bag and handed it to Butler Qin, instructing him to refine it to enhance his martial prowess. This pill was discovered within Su Qing's underground chamber, crafted from exceptionally pure earth energy and infused with the essence of Earth Tao, making it a top-tier earth-grade spirit pill, immensely beneficial for warriors of the Earth realm, capable of significantly elevating their martial cultivation. Butler Qin was elated, though he was already a warrior of the Earth realm. He increasingly felt that his strength was insufficient amidst the recent upheaval, unable to provide substantial assistance. After all, his young master had an unparalleled knack for attracting trouble, drawing the attention of either enlightened or Earth realm masters, placing immense pressure upon him. Were it not for the presence of the Sword Sovereign, Yi Wu would have encountered countless predicaments by now, filling Butler Qin with guilt and amplifying his urgency to elevate his own strength. With such a true earth pill at hand, he was naturally unwilling to let it slip away. Meanwhile, Limengxue had also arrived at the Marquis of Divine Might's residence, urging the servants to announce her presence promptly. Chapter 33. The Great Sun Burning Heaven. The Great Sun glazed glass. Limengxue, what brings her here? Upon hearing the servant's report, Yi Wu's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he promptly inquired whether she bore any items with her. The servant shook his head, indicating he had seen nothing. Yi Wu furrowed his brow. Was she not here to return something? What could her purpose be? He stepped outside to find Limengxue waiting at the entrance. Limengxue maintained her haughty demeanor, convinced that if she chose to accept Yi Wu once more, he would undoubtedly come scurrying back to her. She held this confidence. As for Yi Wu's previous declaration of breaking off their engagement, she regarded it as nothing more than an emotional outburst, a mere expression of his frustration over her unattainability. Upon seeing Yi Wu emerge excitedly, her conviction in her thoughts only solidified, though she had prepared to accept him again. She felt it necessary to make him demonstrate his worth to atone for his past disrespect. Men are inherently fickle. The easier something is to obtain, the less they cherish it. It is only by dangling the prospect before them, compelling them to invest their emotional resources, that they will truly learn the value of appreciation. Yi Wu stepped outside, confirming the servant's report. Indeed, Limengxue bore nothing with her. Could it be hidden in her storage bag? Limengxue, have you come to return something? If so, please present it. You may leave thereafter. Upon speaking, Yi Wu left Limengxue utterly dumbfounded, caught off guard, her expression faltering in an instant. What did you say? You truly expect me to return something? You genuinely wish to break off our engagement? Limengxue's voice was shrill, her composure shattering, only to regain her haughty posture moments later, as if bestowing a favor. I understand. You are attempting to attract my attention in this manner, that I can only say that your approach is exceedingly juvenile and utterly immature. However, considering you still harbor feelings for me, I shall overlook your rudeness. Furthermore, all my actions were merely tests, aimed at provoking you into achieving something. Look, has it not worked? With that, Limengxue attempted to enter, treating herself as if she were an honored guest, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Now it was Yi Wu's turn to be taken aback, casting a skeptical glance at the servant, questioning whether he had truly misheard. Did I misinterpret that? The servant shook his head, responding in an oddly incredulous tone. Young master, you did not mishear. It is exactly as you heard. The servant felt he had stumbled upon an extraordinary spectacle today. In this world, there were still individuals capable of such naive self-importance. Leaving him utterly astonished, he was well aware of Li Mengshue's previous actions. Yet she now arrived to distort the truth, uttering such incredulous statements. He had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Today had truly opened his eyes. Outside the Marquis of Divine Might's residence, spies from various families had long since surrounded the area, and Li Mengshue's remarks had similarly left them astonished, questioning the very fabric of reality. Was this truly something a rational person could declare? How had they not perceived that the ninth-ranked beauty of the absolute beauty list, Li Mengshue, was such a person, utterly a blend of green tea and white lotus? Surely, the heir of the Marquis of Divine Might would not fall for such antics. Would he? Amidst the gazes of eager anticipation, Yi Wu delivered a resounding slap, sending Li Mengshue sprawling backward, showing no mercy to this so-called beauty of the absolute beauty list. In truth, Li Mengshue was no match for Yi Wu now. Lacking even the power to defend herself, Li Mengshue, do you take me for a fool? Or have you mistaken yourself for one? Get out. Remember, everything that you owe the Marquis of Divine Might's residence must be repaid in full. No less. Try to shortchange me, and you shall see. I would never sell you to Fengqi Lu, the ninth beauty on the Dezhou's list of unparalleled beauties. Surely, such a transaction would fetch a handsome price. However, Fengqi Lu is far from a respectable establishment. It is a high-end brothel that caters exclusively to nobility and influential figures, including prominent families and sections. Casting a glance at the astonished and incredulous Li Mengshue, Yi Wu turned and strode into the mansion, instructing the servants to promptly close the gates, deeming the encounter as ill-fated. Should this woman dare to return, simply expel her without hesitation. I do not wish to sully my eyes with her presence. Yes, young master, the servant shouted, casting a disdainful glance at Li Mengshue, before slamming the gates of which left her utterly dismayed, jolting her out of her stupor. Yi Wu. Li Mengshue erupted with a piercing scream, pounding on the gates of unable to maintain her previous composure. It was only at this moment that she truly comprehended the reality of Yi Wu's actions. They were not mere figments of her imagination. Yet what shattered her the most was the realization that her pride in her beauty was rendered utterly ineffective in Yi Wu's presence, a truth she found most intolerable. Alas, an ordinary woman is indeed just that, an ordinary woman. How naive to think she could demand without offering anything in return, completely devoid of self-awareness, that why Yi Wu could surmise her thoughts. She believed that by turning back, he would scurry after her like a lovesick fool. Utterly oblivious to the fact that the world does not revolve around her whims, he resolved to elevate his cultivation further before approaching the Li family to reclaim everything that had previously bestowed upon him. Those were all sources of power. Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Wu activated the system panel, glancing at the source power value displayed. Source power, 1,700 points, 1,700 points of source power. Substantially more than he had anticipated, should enable him to elevate his cultivation to new heights. After several attempts, Yi Wu opted against upgrading the as the source power required for their enhancement exceeded his current reserves. The elevated rank of these martial arts, while advantageous at times, also proved burdensome due to their exorbitant consumption. Yi Wu sighed and shook his head. Had these been ordinary martial arts, he would have already perfected them multiple times over with 1,700 points of source power. Since the series was unfeasible for upgrade, he had no choice but to focus on enhancing the that held a slightly higher rank, while the being incomplete would likely require less source power. However, once perfected, its might would be no less formidable, as it too belonged to the heavenly tier of martial arts. Clearly, any heavenly tier martial art would not fall short in terms of power. The capabilities of were evident from the conduct of It was not as weak as it appeared on the surface. Moreover, Yi Wu had set his sights on the housed within the sought to pilfer his, but merely extracting the in return was far from sufficient. He desired that banner as well. This was a true case of returning the favor in kind. Though Yi Wu had previously belittled the, implying a lack of respect, it remained an exceptional weapon surpassing the ordinary. Its power undeniably formidable. His current achievements were not solely attributed to his father. The played a significant role in his success. Moreover, divine weapons were not commonplace, being even scarcer than heavenly tier techniques. According to his father, there was forged around the, forming a low-grade divine weapon that resonated deeply with its power. Should the two harmonize, whether the or the, they would unleash extraordinary and terrifying might. Thus, if Yi Wu could grasp the essence of the at a level surpassing that of the, he might be able to entice the from him, while others might find such a feat impossible. Requiring an extensive duration to master that to such a degree, by that time, they would likely have ascended to another level of cultivation, rendering it too late. But Yi Wu was different, with the augmentation of source power and the system's assistance. As long as he had sufficient source power, progressing from novice to mastery would be a mere moment's work, devoid of any difficulty. Should he acquire a divine weapon, even a low-grade one, his combat prowess would ascend to unprecedented heights. At that juncture, slaying earthly spirits would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. With fervent anticipation, Yi Wu's excitement grew. He was determined to claim the, casting a glance at the system panel. He promptly funneled all his source power into the ascend. Boom! An immensely terrifying and searing force erupted from within Yi Wu's being, beginning as a mere spark before evolving into a roaring inferno. Ultimately transforming into a blazing sun, a true stellar sun, quietly gestated deep within Yi Wu, as if it sought to transmute his entire essence into the grand sun of the nine heavens. The aura it exuded underwent a profound transformation in an instant, as though he had transmuted from an ordinary individual into a resplendent and supreme emperor. The sun, indeed, is the emperor of endless stars. The essence of the lies in this very principle, serving as the foundation for its creation and evolution, aiming to harness the true power of the solar deity. Thus, a wisp of solar divine power silently burgeoned forth from the depths of Yi Wu's body, coalescing in his dantian and radiating throughout his limbs and bones. In this process, the acupoints within Yi Wu's body were continuously shattered open. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30, the so-called barriers of acupoints ceased to exist in that moment, ignited by blazing solar flames, as if miniature suns were birthed deep within their cores, giving rise to the resonating with the core essence of the the incessantly evolved. The solar divine power relentlessly forged and refined Yi Wu's sinews, skin, blood vessels, and even his soul, transforming his corporeal form toward the state of crystalline perfection, enhancing his physical prowess to an extraordinary level. This was a transformation achievable only after cultivating the to an extremely profound level and comprehending the true essence of the. It represented a special physique harmonizing with the, enabling one to unleash its complete might to the fullest extent. Initially, even if it were cultivated to its utmost, it would not engender such a complete, due to the core essence being incomplete, lacking the most critical elements. Yet, with Yi Wu's fortuitous circumstances, the source power proved too mysterious and astonishing. As a foundation, the evolution of the naturally encompassed the derivation of the, rectifying the deficiencies within the. With the continuous evolution of the, Yi Wu could distinctly sense that his physical form had been enhanced to an unfathomable degree. Not only had his strength increased significantly, but his bloodline appeared to be undergoing transformation as well, nurturing an even more potent solar essence, seemingly resonating with the sun above the nine heavens. In every movement, he felt as if he carried immense divine strength, as though celestial forces imbued him, enabling the manifestation of true solar flames, and the capable of incinerating the universe and obliterating the cosmos with bare hands. This augmentation in combat prowess left Yi Wu utterly exhilarated. How fortuitous! He had not anticipated that the would possess such an incredible capability. It had indeed manifested a remarkably unique combat physique. Only upon reaching this stage could one truly comprehend the magnitude of this power. It was evidently far from the simplicity it outwardly projected. Initially, he had merely sought to enhance his combat abilities, yet he had stumbled upon an immense opportunity, reaping unimaginable benefits. Now, he was not merely awakening the bloodline of the... His cultivation was continually advancing due to the unceasing opening of his acupoints. Was this great truly just a simple heavenly tier martial art? In the depths of Yi Wu's heart, a sense of bewilderment arose. He had never heard that the celestial tier martial arts, when cultivated to their utmost limits, could evolve into some extraordinary physical constitution, that if such an unfathomable effect truly existed, the value of celestial tier techniques would be immeasurable, far beyond the reach of individuals like them. Monopolized long ago by the foremost powers, that it is essential to understand that special physiques and unique bloodlines are not commonplace commodities. Rather, they are exceedingly rare entities that offer extraordinarily miraculous enhancements to martial cultivation, akin to an alternative golden finger or cheat, something that can be encountered but not sought. Moreover, the power exhibited by the great sun glazed battle body is formidable to a terrifying degree, almost as if it were born for combat. Grounded in this foundation, it can evolve the great sun burning heaven technique, potentially amplifying its might by 2 to 3-fold. Yet, this is merely the beginning. As the great sun glazed battle body is developed to even deeper levels, the combat power it can bestow will become even more fearsome. This further affirms that the great sun burning heaven technique is anything but ordinary. It is certainly not a standard celestial tier martial art. If celestial tier martial arts lack such effects, what are the martial arts above that tier? Could they transcend the mundane and, through the power of martial arts, give rise to countless extraordinary physiques and bloodlines? Yi Wu pondered. It is said that above celestial tier martial arts lies the more mysterious divine tier techniques, which transcend the ordinary realm and inherently possess various incredible powers. Chapter 34. Divine tier martial arts fishing. Poisonous entry. The incomplete Great Sun Burning Heaven technique is already classified as celestial tier martial arts. So could the complete version be the legendary divine tier martial arts? Based on the current manifestations, there might indeed be such a possibility, as the extent of the incompleteness has led to a significant drop in grade, barely maintaining the celestial tier level. After all, if it were merely a celestial tier martial art, the source power it could provide, no matter how astonishing, could not possibly materialize the great sun glazed battle body out of thin air. Only if the great sun burning heaven technique itself possesses such attributes could the system utilize the properties of source power to fill in the gaps and bring it forth. As for divine tier martial arts, what about the Burial Sky Sutra? Does it also belong to the divine tier? Yi Wu suddenly recalled the mysterious qualities of the Burial Sky Sutra, which far exceed those of the great sun burning heaven technique. If it truly is a divine tier martial art, it would likely rank among the top even within that category. Unfortunately, the system does not categorize martial arts by rank, as the source power on the panel was depleted. The transformation of the great sun glazed battle body also reached its conclusion, and the opening of various acupoints within his body gradually ceased, unable to continue. Opening the panel revealed significant changes. Host, Yi Wu. Realm, 5th layer of aperture opening. Bloodline, great sun glazed battle body, awakened. Divine ability, none. Technique, Burial Sky Sutra, 2nd transition. Martial skills, 5 Thunder Fists, perfection. Ghostly God Fists, minor achievement. Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, incomplete, major achievement. Ascending Flight Fist, entry level. Source power, 0. The data on the panel displayed substantial alterations, with his martial arts cultivation directly elevating by 4 small realms to the 5th layer of aperture opening. After a brief assessment, he realized that precisely 100 acupoints had been opened, no more, no less. Each of these acupoints harbored terrifying energy, resonating with the true chi within his dantian, the total amount far surpassing that contained within the acupoints of a typical aperture opening rel practitioner. In the bloodline section, an entry for the great sun glazed battle body appeared, marked with awakened. There was also an option to expand it, which, when selected, displayed a detailed description indicating that one could accelerate the awakening of the bloodline traits through the infusion of source power, allowing the great sun glazed battle body to reach perfection. Another devouring beast. The development of a special physique may prove even more challenging than the cultivation of martial arts. undoubtedly requiring an even greater consumption of source power. Source power, it all comes down to source power. Yi Wu contemplated silently. The source of power had severely constrained his ability to enhance his strength, but acquiring sufficient source power in a short period remains a formidable challenge. After all, even a celestial tier elixir provides only a 2 to 3-digit source power value. It may seem considerable, but when truly utilized, the amount provided by a single celestial tier elixir is merely a drop in the bucket. Progress must be gradual. That moment. The section of the panel recording the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique suddenly changed, revealing a message. You can consume double the source power to complete the martial arts deficiencies, evolving it to a perfect state. Yi Wu was momentarily taken aback, and then his eyes brightened with fervor. He had not anticipated that the system possessed such a function, that if he could fully restore the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique to its complete form, the benefits it would bring would be immense. Simultaneously, he could truly confirm whether his conjecture was correct, whether the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique is indeed a divine tier martial art. However, it still comes back to source power. Yi Wu sighed deeply. Double the source power is no trivial sum. He wondered how many precious resources would be necessary to gather such an amount. I need to carefully consider how to piece together this portion of source power. Wait, perhaps I could squeeze a bit more from Pingyang Bo. Yi Wu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Let us see. I'll start from Pingyang Bo, discreetly informing him of the possibility that the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique is a divine tier martial art, luring him step by step. I refuse to believe that under such immense temptation, Pingyang Bo can resist the family heirloom martial art of the Pingyang Bo mansion. He must be well aware of whether the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique qualifies as a divine tier martial art. Even if he is uncertain, he might still be swayed by this temptation. With or without dates, let us cast the line first. Pingyang Bo, you are my target. Meanwhile, the events unfolding outside the Marquis of Divine Might's residence quickly spread like wildfire. Limeng Xue had lost face and once again locked herself away in her room. Aishan wore a worried expression, utterly unprepared for Yi Wu's resolute stance. He also never imagined that his daughter, ranked 9th on the Great Zhou's beauty list, would one day lose her charm. This clearly indicates that the Marquis of Divine Might has made a firm decision to break off the engagement, with no possibility of reversal. This also means that everything the Li family previously received from the Marquis of Divine Might must truly be returned. Otherwise, however, some items had already been consumed, making it impossible to return them, even at a reduced value. What to do? Li Shan felt a surge of anxiety, and just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the garden, causing him to jump back in alarm. Instinctively on guard. Who are you? He demanded. I am here to assist you, the visitor replied, introducing himself as Elder Qingyu of the Ascending Immortal Sect. This revelation left Li Shan in a state of shock. Hastily bowing in respect. What brings Elder Qingyu to me? Li Shan's mind raced. The Li family had no ties to the Ascending Immortal Sect. The appearance of a long-standing elder from the sect at their doorstep seemed suspicious. Elder Qingyu smiled and said, I am here to help you resolve your predicament, that I will provide what your family owes the Marquis of Divine Might. Not only that, but I can also offer your daughter, Li Mengxue, a place within the Ascending Immortal Sect, guaranteeing her a position as an inner disciple. What? Li Shan's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily speechless as he processed the shocking offer. Was this a stroke of luck falling from the heavens? While Li Shan could be considered shameless and greedy, he was far from foolish. Regaining his composure, Li Shan quickly grasped Elder Qingyu's intentions. The root of all this likely lay with the Marquis of Divine Might. After a brief internal struggle, Li Shan resolutely stated, Elder Qingyu, what do you wish for me to do? Dealing with an astute person is always a pleasure. Elder Qingyu laughed heartily, meaningfully handing Li Shan a jade vial. Inside this vial is a life creation pill. You simply need to return this pill to the Marquis of Divine Might. Beyond that, you need not concern yourself with anything else, even if issues arise. They will not implicate you to... Aishan's hand trembled slightly. He did not dare to open the vial containing the life creation pill, but could surmise that this pill must carry significant issues, unlike the harmless ones he had consumed years prior. All right, Elder Qingyu, rest assured, I will ensure everything is handled properly and will not disappoint you. Having reached this point, Li Shan was acutely aware that he possessed no power to refuse, leaving him with no choice but to proceed step by step. Elder Qingyu smiled faintly, handing Li Shan a storage bag, and remarked, "The contents within should suffice for you to repay the Marquis Shenwei's estate. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me." The moment the words left his lips, Elder Qingyu vanished instantaneously from the spot, a speed so astonishing that Li Shan's pupils constricted, and a wave of even greater shock surged within his heart. Could it be that this Elder Qingyu is a formidable master of the Tiangang realm? The awe-inspiring Elder Qingyu did not truly depart immediately. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows, awaiting Li Shan's subsequent actions before nodding with satisfaction. Those who recognize the times are indeed the wise. Thereafter, he made his way toward the Pingyang Marquis' estate, his expression growing increasingly calm as he approached, ultimately transforming into an icy demeanor as he silently entered the estate. Meanwhile, upon consuming the earth-shattering True Pill, Steward Qin underwent a rigorous refinement process, and his cultivation level began to alter dramatically. A top-tier earth-grade elixir. The efficacy of the earth-shattering True Pill was indisputable. Yielding remarkable results, he had ascended to the 7th level of the earth-shattering realm. This placed him at the late stage of the earth-shattering realm, drawing him exceedingly close to its completion. Feeling the changes in his cultivation, Steward Qin was overwhelmed with excitement, aware of the significant enhancement in combat prowess that accompanied such an advancement. The next time he encountered those assassins, he would no longer feel so powerless. "I shall take their heads one by one." Steward Qin, brimming with confidence, emerged from his seclusion as if to share the joyous news with Yi Wu. However, upon laying eyes on his young master, his expression subtly shifted, revealing a glimmer of incredulity. "Young master, is that the Grand Sun incineration technique?" The moment he beheld Yi Wu, Steward Qin felt an immense pressure, akin to being engulfed in an endless inferno, scorched by the blazing sun. This sensation was strikingly reminiscent, if not identical, to his earlier confrontation with the Pingyang Marquis. Song Kaixing didn't know. To be precise, it was even more terrifying than the manifestation of the Grand Sun incineration technique displayed by the Pingyang Marquis. Yi Wu smiled and nodded, stating, "I happened to gain insights into the Grand Sun incineration technique and successfully cultivated it. By the way, Steward Qin, having been by my father's side for so long, you must be quite familiar with the Pingyang Marquis. How much do you know about this Grand Sun incineration technique?" The Grand Sun incineration technique. Upon learning that Yi Wu had mastered the technique and elevated his cultivation level, Steward Qin was naturally delighted. After a moment of thought, he replied, "The Marquis seems to have mentioned something along the lines of the Grand Sun incineration technique being incomplete due to the absence of its most crucial latter half. Had it been complete, its grade would undoubtedly surpass many martial arts in the world, and it might have even had the chance to fully restore the Grand Sun battle flag, elevating the Pingyang Marquis' estate to unprecedented heights. It could potentially rival those top-tier sections beyond that. I am not well-versed, as the Marquis has not delved deeply into this topic. You suspect that the Grand Sun incineration technique harbors issues?" Yi Wu nodded, articulating his doubts, prompting Steward Qin to agree. Indeed, there existed this possibility. After all, the Grand Sun battle flag was forged based on the Grand Sun incineration technique. If the Grand Sun incineration technique were merely an ordinary celestial-grade martial art, it would be impossible to craft the Grand Sun battle flag. Regrettably, even if the Grand Sun incineration technique were indeed a divine-level martial art, it remained incomplete and nearly devoid of hope for restoration. Unless one could transcend the Tiangang realm and ignite divine fire, which would then allow for the possibility of completing the technique's subsequent deficiencies. Steward Qin was far from optimistic about the Pingyang Marquis' ability to achieve such a feat. The Tiangang realm was already immensely difficult to attain, let alone breaking through it to ignite divine fire, a task as daunting as ascending to the heavens. The Pingyang Marquis had reached the Tiangang realm, which was likely his limit. Further advancement seemed utterly impossible, unless the Pingyang Marquis could uncover other fortuitous opportunities to break free from the limitations of the Grand Sun incineration technique. Ascending to a higher realm would render the need to restore the technique unnecessary. Yi Wu silently nodded, acknowledging the validity of this reasoning, which solidified his belief that the Grand Sun incineration technique was indeed a divine-level martial art, given that it was truly a divine-level martial art. The situation could be managed more easily. With this thought in mind, Yi Wu shared his intentions, momentarily leaving Steward Qin speechless, before his expression transformed into one of exhilaration. "Young master, are you serious? Restoring the martial art? Moreover, to elevate a celestial-grade martial art with missing key components to divine-level status. Such a feat is utterly inconceivable. Even the Marquis Shenwei would struggle to accomplish this that divine-level martial arts, as their name suggests, pertain to the powers of deities and are beyond the grasp of ordinary martial artists like themselves. Yi Wu, of course, could not divulge the secrets of the system. Instead, he spoke of the Grand Sun glazed body, demonstrating its capabilities as a means to rationalize his quest to restore the Grand Sun incineration technique. As the Grand Sun glazed body erupted forth, it resembled a true golden sun descending upon the mortal realm. Steward Qin was once again left in awe, momentarily rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the revelation. The Grand Sun glazed body, a terrifyingly unique constitution. Who would have thought that the essence behind the Grand Sun incineration technique was intertwined with the Grand Sun glazed body? I once encountered related records in an ancient tome. If this Grand Sun glazed body is cultivated to its utmost perfection, it could genuinely manifest the essential characteristics of the sun, granting mastery over a portion of the sun's authority. At that point, one would indeed become invincible in the world. No wonder the young master harbored such suspicions. He had been bestowed with such an extraordinary fortune, resulting in the emergence of this formidable constitution. With the Grand Sun glazed body at his disposal, the young master's future would undoubtedly be more radiant. However, the Pingyang Marquis, Song Kaisheng, had concealed his secrets quite adeptly, managing to keep this revelation hidden for so long without exposure. It seemed he had not mastered the Grand Sun glazed body. Otherwise, he would not merely be the Pingyang Marquis, but rather the Pingyang Duke. Nonetheless, having ascended to the Tiangang realm, he should theoretically have grasped a portion of the Grand Sun glazed body, thus confirming that the original grade of the Grand Sun incineration technique was indeed divine level. If it were truly possible to complete the Grand Sun incineration technique and transform it into a genuine divine level martial art, the Pingyang Marquis would undoubtedly go to great lengths to acquire it, regardless of the cost. However, should the Pingyang Marquis learn the divine level martial art, it would not bode well for US at that point. He would possess an even greater command over the Grand Sun incineration battle flag, unleashing its formidable power. Our attempts to seize it would likely become even more arduous. With the Pingyang Marquis' ambitions, it was plausible that he would take preemptive measures against us, ruthlessly seeking to obtain the young master's burial heaven scripture. Steward Qin did not contest Yi Wu's plan, but harbored considerable concerns. The Pingyang Marquis was not a benevolent figure. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly act without mercy, striking with overwhelming force. Steward Qin had thoroughly discerned the true nature of the Pingyang Marquis, recognizing him as a shameless wolf in sheep's clothing. Rest assured, Steward Qin, since I dare to proceed with this course of action, I will certainly take precautions to prevent the Pingyang Marquis from retaliating against me. Yi Wu replied with a smile that, at worst, he could leave a hidden backdoor within the restored Grand Sun incineration technique, ensuring that if the Pingyang Marquis dared to strike, he would not be spared the consequences. Moreover, since it was a divine-level martial art, there was no rule stating it could only be sold to the Pingyang Marquis. Those interested in divine-level martial arts would be plentiful, and they would be willing to pay a steep price. The resources expended could easily be recouped multiple times over. After all, this was a genuine golden goose. Therefore, it would be necessary for Steward Qin to take a trip and relay this information to the Pingyang Marquis, generating some anticipation. Upon seeing that Yi Wu had made up his mind, Steward Qin ceased further discussion, nodding in agreement. "Leave it to me. I will ensure everything is handled meticulously, without delaying your important affairs in the slightest." With that, the Pingyang Marquis turned and departed, silently leaving the Shenwei Marquis' estate. Shortly thereafter, a servant arrived, bearing food, and upon receiving Yi Wu's consent, entered to serve the meal. Ever since Yi Wu had decisively altered the situation within the Shenwei Marquis' estate, Life within the estate had naturally returned to its previous standards. The food Yiwu consumed was consistently of the highest nutritional value, often medicinal in nature, providing significant benefits for the flesh and bones, thereby greatly assisting in martial arts cultivation. However, after consuming 2 bites, Yiwu's countenance gradually shifted, an intangible sense of weakness beginning to permeate throughout his body. Chapter 35. Changes in the system. An inside job. Poisonous. Yiwu's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. The great sun burning heaven technique roared with fervor as one after another. The great sun golden crows soared from their respective acupoints, spewing forth the true fire of the sun, relentlessly washing through his body. However, that debilitating sensation did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to spread unabated. This weakness originated from his very being. Soon enough, Yiwu discerned the essence of this frailty. It stemmed from the dissolution of his 7 spirits, which were being gradually eroded. Although the degree of this erosion was slight, it was indeed occurring. This was a poison specifically targeting the 7 spirits. It inflicted no harm upon any other aspect of his being, honing in solely on the 7 spirits, which rendered its toxicity exceedingly fierce and its destructive potential far more terrifying. What a vile concoction! Merely through a preliminary experience, Yiwu had already surmised the insidiousness of this poison, colorless and tasteless. It was designed to assassinate the 7 spirits of the human body, undetectable until it was too late. Just like now, Yiwu could only watch helplessly as his 7 spirits were slowly eroding away, his physical form silently weakening without any means to resist. Undoubtedly, this was the work of the same shadowy mastermind who had previously targeted his predecessor. Yiwu had never imagined that after waiting so long, the method of poisoning would be so rudimentary, merely mixing the toxin into his food. The first time he fell victim was forgivable, but now, even with precautions in place, he had been ensnared once more. This indicated that the poisoner was still lurking within the manor, not having departed. Who could it be? Given his current cultivation level and the strength of his physique, to still be ensnared in such a manner suggested that the quality of this poison must be at least of top-tier earth grade, if not heaven grade, truly extravagant. What level of enmity must one possess to be willing to repeatedly expend such immense resources to see him destroyed, since the great sun-burning heaven technique proved ineffective in suppressing the poison? It was time for a change. Subsequently, the burial heaven true chi surged forth, akin to a world-ending black dragon emerging from the abyss, roaring forth from his dantian, staining every opened acupoint a pitch-black hue, as if transforming into dark abysses radiating towards his limbs and skeleton. This time, the situation changed dramatically. That feeling of weakness was immediately curtailed. Effective. Yiwu's eyes brightened. The power of the burial heaven true chi was beyond imagination. Tiny, colorless, and tasteless particles were forcibly expelled from every corner of his body by the burial heaven true chi, becoming perceptible to Yiwu's senses. Ultimately, the toxicity introduced by the poison was thoroughly suppressed by the burial heaven true chi. The toxic substance was sealed into a compact mass, forcibly compressed into the dantian, unable to wreak further havoc. However, the initial damage inflicted upon the 7 spirits by the poison could not be erased. It would require some time and diligent cultivation for recovery to why Yiwu gazed at the food on the table, the very thing that had nearly claimed his life. Had it not been for the burial heaven scripture, he would have surely met his demise this time. The system's power was cast forth. The blood pattern B from demonic beast could extract 0.1 points of source power. The heaven-grade poison, spirit dissolving powder, could extract 111 points of source power. Upon hearing this name, combined with his earlier experience, Yiwu understood all too well the purpose of the spirit-dissolving powder. Indeed, it was a heaven-grade poison. Moreover, it could yield over 100 points of source power, making it one of the finest within the heaven grade. Yiwu's gaze flickered. Such a poison, if assessed purely for its value, was undoubtedly more precious than many heaven-grade elixirs or even top-tier artifacts. In terms of worth, it would naturally be more expensive, at least equivalent to 1.5, if not 2, elixirs of the same grade. After all, while many substances could threaten human life, Achieving the quality of heaven-grade poison was no simple feat, requiring far more effort and materials than crafting ordinary elixirs. T.O. expend such considerable resources merely to see him poisoned. What was the mastermind truly after? Yi Wu pondered deeply, unable to fathom the underlying reasons unless there existed a profound and personal vendetta driving such reckless actions. If it were merely to acquire the burial heaven scripture, it would not warrant such extreme measures. There must be factors unknown to him at play. The system panel trembled as the blood-patterned beef and spirit-dissolving powder were converted into source power. Wait, could the spirit-dissolving powder ingested into his body also be converted by the system? Yi Wu had a sudden inspiration and immediately set about testing this theory. To his delight, the spirit-dissolving powder within him was also extracted by the system, yielding 1 point of source power. This discovery ignited a brilliant light in Yi Wu's eyes. The system had indeed not let him down. Had he attempted to refine it himself, expelling the mass of spirit-dissolving powder from his dantian would have been a formidable task, requiring considerable effort. Now, that was no longer necessary. After conducting a series of experiments, Yi Wu confirmed that substances ingested could indeed be drawn upon by the system panel for their source power, retaining their potency even after being consumed. Of course, this was predicated on the condition that the ingested materials had not been digested or refined. Henceforth, he could disregard any concerns regarding poisons, even divine-grade toxins, provided they did not kill him instantly, could be siphoned for their source power by the system. Through his observations over time, Yi Wu had discerned that source power was the fundamental essence of all things. Once the source power was extracted, the substance would turn to ash, and all previous effects would vanish without a trace. This was precisely what Yi Wu valued. In a certain sense, it afforded him an invulnerable position. This time, in a sense, it was a blessing in disguise, allowing him to reap a bounty of source power. Moving forward, Yi Wu's gaze turned steely. He was determined to unearth the identity of the poisoner lurking in the shadows. Following the earlier upheaval, he had already instructed Qin Bo to tighten security within the manor. Anyone exhibiting even the slightest hint of suspicion had been expelled, leaving only those he deemed trustworthy. Yet, the emergence of a similar problem now indicated something far more sinister. Yi Wu understood this all too well. There was an insider. Moreover, this insider was likely one of their own, concealed until now without detection. Contemplating this, Yi Wu's heart grew colder, his murderous intent sharpening. Ever since the poisoned food had been brought into Yi Wu's room, Wang Shi had been monitoring the situation closely on the surface. He appeared calm, yet internally he was fraught with anxiety, fervently hoping that the poison would succeed. If it did, he would face no repercussions. Everything he desired would be within his grasp. However, should he be discovered, not only would all his efforts be rendered futile, but his very life would also hang in the balance. This was no longer the same as before. Yi Wu's series of actions not only left him profoundly shaken, but also instilled an immense pressure, leaving him without any semblance of confidence. The burial heaven true qi surged, and his perception expanded wildly, enveloping the entire manor. Ever since mastering the great sun burning heaven technique, under the ultimate tempering of the great sun's divine power, Yi Wu's mental acuity had undergone a monumental transformation, with his sensing range multiplying exponentially. Now, enveloping the entire divine might Marquis manor within his mental perception posed no challenge. Utilizing this mental sensing ability, he could discern the spiritual fluctuations of everyone in the manor. Should anyone exhibit even the slightest abnormal emotional response, he would capture it, thereby identifying the culprit. In the next moment, Yi Wu seemed to sense something. The previously calm emotional state suddenly erupted into violent fluctuations, and an expression of incredulous confusion flickered in the depths of his eyes. How could the insider be him? Chapter 36. Yi Wu's Marriage Proposal. A profound mental resonance enveloped the entire residence of the revered Marquis Shenwei. Under such circumstances, the emotional fluctuations of any individual were akin to the rustling of grass in the wind. Swiftly perceived by Yi Wu, the household was already sparsely populated, making the act of sensing mental waves all the more effortless. Yi Wu was the first to detect the mental surge emanating from his cousin Wang Shi. who appeared expressionless on the surface. Yet internally, his mental energy was tumultuous. Yi Wu discerned thoughts within that wave, which conveyed a startling revelation. The traitor was none other than Wang Shi. Initially, Yi Wu thought it might be a miscalculation of his mental sensing, but he immediately concentrated all his mental prowess to focus solely on Wang Shi. The disparity in cultivation levels between Wang Shi and Yi Wu was stark, ensuring that Wang Shi remained oblivious to Yi Wu's mental perception. He continued to silently pray for Yi Wu to succumb to poison while pondering the rise of the Wang family. This revelation was crystal clear to Yi Wu, leaving him utterly incredulous. It was important to note that during the previous turmoil in the Marquis, the Wang family, his mother's kin, had provided substantial assistance to prevent total collapse. Wang Shi, in particular, had taken considerable risks to offer help, which greatly moved Yi Wu. Yet now, Yi Wu remained composed, continuing to capture the fluctuations of Wang Shi's thoughts, confirming his earlier sensing was indeed accurate. The demise of his predecessor was also due to Wang Shi's treachery. Gradually, Yi Wu began to understand Wang Shi's motives, merely the resurgence of the Wang family. The Wang clan was fully aware of this and fervently supported it, with no dissenters among them. Furthermore, Wang Shi intended to eliminate him and subsequently seek possession of the family's burial skyscraper, thereby usurping everything belonging to the Marquis Shenwei. Leveraging the Marquis's influence to help the Wang family re-establish itself in the imperial city, restoring its former glory. Yi Wu was somewhat knowledgeable about his mother's family history. The Wang family had been a prominent noble clan during the previous dynasty. Unfortunately, they had aligned with the wrong faction during the regime change, leading to their decline. Later, they had staked their fortunes on the Marquis Shenwei, which proved successful, allowing them to gradually regain their vitality. However, the Marquis ultimately perished on the battlefield of Mang. That a wave of unspoken bitterness surged within Yi Wu, rendering him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet the current outcome, the greatest betrayal emerging from his maternal grandfather's family, had never crossed his mind. Yi Wu continued to observe, seeking to uncover the true mastermind behind Wang Shi's actions. Merely relying on Wang Shi or the waning Wang family could not procure the unique heavenly-grade poison, scattered soul powder. Regrettably, within the tumult of thoughts, he could find no pertinent information, only that the shadowy figure had promised the Wang family that once their ambitions were fulfilled, they would be aided in returning to the imperial city and reclaiming their former glory. What a grand illusion! Yi Wu scoffed silently, feeling an even deeper sense of desolation, if he remembered correctly. The Wang family's past glory during the previous dynasty was only slightly inferior to that of the Marquis Shenwei at its peak. Achieving such a status again would require intervention from someone powerful within the imperial palace. Otherwise, no one else could wield such authority. Should anyone possess the capability to accomplish this, it would not be long before they occupied the imperial throne themselves. However, in this world of extraordinary martial prowess, the emperor held not only absolute imperial power, but also unparalleled martial strength. Yi Wu was aware that the current martial emperor had seemingly shattered the celestial barrier even before ascending the throne. As for his current capabilities, apart from the martial emperor himself, no one else could possibly know. The notion of the martial emperor orchestrating events from behind the scenes? Yi Wu shook his head, dismissing this possibility entirely. A figure with such absolute power would have no reason to engage in such thankless endeavors. Thus, the grand illusion was merely that, an illusion. Yi Wu could discern this. So how could the Wang family not? It was evidently impossible, yet the Wang family chose to believe it, wholeheartedly investing their efforts. Yi Wu understood the implications of this. Either the Wang family was utterly foolish, having lost their wits in their pursuit of resurgence, or the enigmatic figure promising them such grand ambitions truly possessed the capability to realize them. At the very least, even if they lacked such power now, they could instill faith in the Wang family regarding its imminent arrival. Throughout the vast Zhou dynasty, few could boast such strength. Names of individuals with genuine influence emerged in Yi Wu's mind, each a person of considerable authority. Wang Shi was anxiously praying when he seemingly sensed something. Abruptly raising his head to discover Yi Wu silently standing before him, his gaze icy and piercing. This startled Wang Shi, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. "Cousin, you still remember? I am your cousin?" Yi Wu spoke with an impassive countenance. Wang Shi appeared to recall something, a sudden ominous premonition flooding his mind. "I don't know, cousin. What do you mean by that?" Wang Shi feigned composure while surreptitiously observing Yi Wu. Upon confirming that Yi Wu showed no signs of poisoning, his heart sank even further. How? How could he not be poisoned? Yi Wu immediately captured Wang Shi's thought, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him. As Yi Wu uttered the words, "scattered soul powder," Wang Shi seemed to be drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground in utter despair. Although he had long anticipated discovery, he never expected it would happen so swiftly. Leaving him no time to react. "Speak! Who instructed you to do this?" Yi Wu's gaze bore down on Wang Shi, his mental perception firmly locking onto him to capture his thought waves. Wang Shi remained silent, refusing to acknowledge the situation, let alone disclose the true mastermind. However, amidst his intense emotional turmoil, Yi Wu managed to capture a crucial keyword: King Liang. In that instant, it felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over Yi Wu, chilling him further. It was indeed him. King Liang had been on Yi Wu's list of suspects. If the mastermind was King Liang, then the series of actions taken by the Wang family could be rationalized. King Liang certainly possessed the means to assist the Wang family in achieving their objectives. However, even for King Liang, accomplishing this would require a significant sacrifice. It was not something that could be achieved with mere words. But would King Liang be willing to expend such effort for the sake of the Wang family? Unless King Liang had other means to achieve these ends. Yi Wu's gaze turned cold as he uttered the name King Liang, causing Wang Shi's pupils to contract sharply. "Why do you know this?" Once the words escaped Wang Shi's lips, he realized he had made a grave mistake. Yet he could only resign to his fate. "Even if you uncover the truth, what of it? Do you dare to kill me? I am your mother's only nephew. You wouldn't want your mother to rest uneasily in the afterlife, would you? If you were to do so, it would be the utmost act of filial impiety." Wang Shi sneered, shedding his initial panic, growing increasingly bold in his words. "Release me now, and we'll pretend nothing has happened. It would benefit both of us. After all, you are not poisoned, nor have you suffered any harm. There is no need to cling to this matter, as it brings no advantage to you to be honest. No matter how remarkable you appear now, the decline of the Marquis Shenwei is already a foregone conclusion, incomparable to the Liang royal house. In my opinion, you would be better off aligning with King Liang, offering up the burial sky scripture, for you may yet gain substantial benefits from him. Moreover, our families are already linked by blood. There is no need for us to fight to the death. We are family. What deep-seated enmity could there possibly be? Wouldn't it be better to unite as one? In time, you could marry into the Wang family, and with the burial sky scripture, our clan would surely rise again, while your Yi family would also reap immense rewards. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Wang Shi, surprisingly, grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Should this vision truly come to fruition, the Wang family would undoubtedly ascend directly from the ground. At that juncture, it would not merely be a restoration of former glory. They could potentially surpass their past, reaching an entirely new zenith. How audaciously shameless. Yi Wu shook his head, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile. He had never encountered such unmitigated shamelessness, rivaling that of the infamous Song Kaisheng of Pingyang. Wang Shi stood in stunned silence, an overwhelming sense of weakness washing over him, his expression one of incredulity and disbelief. You have actually stripped me of my martial arts prowess." Wang Shi could scarcely fathom that Yi Wu possessed such a ruthless disposition. To have his martial arts dismantled was a fate far worse than death, a torment more profound than he could bear. In a fit of frenzied curses, Wang Shi's defenses collapsed entirely, culminating in Yi Wu piercing his heart with a surge of radiant energy. Under the searing flames of that energy, his heart was reduced to ash in an instant. Even in death, Wang Shi could not believe that Yi Wu would dare to kill him. In his previous life, he might have hesitated upon encountering such a scenario, but Yi Wu was no ordinary person, a transmigrator. How could he be ensnared by so-called morals? The the slayer must inevitably face the sword. Not just Wang Shi, but the entire Wang family would also have to pay a grievous price for their transgressions. Suddenly, applause erupted, and a figure materialized before Yi Wu, the voice resonating with an ethereal quality. What a splendid performance! Truly worthy of the bloodline of the godly might Marquis, swift and decisive in execution. Even against kin, you exhibit such ruthless resolve. The newcomer's aura was elusive, and Yi Wu had sensed not a whisper of their presence until they appeared, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Chilling realization gripped Yi Wu. This unexpected visitor was a warrior of the celestial treading realm. He recognized that faint aura, having sensed it previously on both Song Kaisheng and the Tianjin Marquis. Thus it was not foreign to him, an unfamiliar warrior of the celestial treading realm infiltrating the godly might Marquis' estate could not bode well. Cautiously, Yi Wu retreated, inquiring about the stranger's identity. Your arrival uninvited seems rather improper, he stated in a grave tone that I am Qing Yu, an elder of the feather descended sect. The elder replied, fixing his gaze on Yi Wu with a smile. Young man, do not harbor such hostility. The conflict between you and my feather descendant sect are not irreconcilable. Previous altercations were merely youthful skirmishes. Why escalate matters unnecessarily? Having stripped the feather descendant sect's elder Tianheng of his martial arts and imprisoned him in the Tian Lao of the Dali Temple. While publicly exposing the feather descendant's fist, those grievances are indeed substantial. Can we simply overlook them? Yi Wu queried. Elder Qing nodded, responding, the matter of Elder Tianheng is a concern between our feather descendant sect and the great Zhou dynasty, and it bears little relevance to you. As for the leakage of the feather descendant's fist, that was the fault of Song Hui, the son of Marquis Pingyang, and the principal blame cannot be placed upon you. Yi Wu was taken aback. This response was entirely unexpected. The elder had inverted the narrative, absolving him of any wrongdoing with surprising ease, a demeanor far removed from the ruthless reputation he had heard. Elder Qing Yu continued, the enmity between you and the Liang Wangfu has reached an irreparable state, rendering reconciliation impossible. Although you have managed to evade them this time, their retaliation will surely be more ferocious in the future. The Liang Wangfu's strength, when unleashed, will far surpass that of the godly might Marquis' estate. If you are willing to join my feather descendant sect, I can personally guarantee you the position of a true disciple. Under our protection, henceforth, all grievances you bear against the Liang Wangfu will be shielded by my sect, sparing you any concern that Yi Wu felt a stir in his heart, quickly surmising Elder Qing Yu's intentions. And promptly asked, I find it hard to believe in such fortuitous offers. If the feather descendant sect is willing to grant me so much, what price must I pay? You do not intend for me to surrender the Zong Tianjing. Do you? Elder Qing Yu smiled and nodded, indicating that should Yi Wu relinquish the Zong Tianjing, the feather descendant sect would not only assume all his grievances, but also dedicate extensive resources to nurture him. All martial arts of the sect would be unfettered to him, devoid of any hidden agendas that in the future, should Yi Wu excel among the true disciples, he could even ascend to the position of sect leader. Unimpeded by any that it was evident that their interest was solely in the Zong Tianjing, which did not surprise Yi Wu. This realization only solidified his understanding of its immense value, far exceeding his prior assumptions. Pondering deeply, Yi Wu began to inquire about the Zong Tianjing that he knew it was precious, yet remained unclear about the implications surrounding it. His adoptive father, Yi Qi, had not divulged much information in this regard, likely due to his prior display of martial ineptitude, that in a world dominated by extraordinary martial prowess, knowledge could indeed bring peril. The more one knew, the greater the potential danger. Elder Qing Yu's eyes glimmered with longing as he spoke of the Zong Tianjing, a legendary martial art said to be tied to the ancient burial site of primordial deities. The Zong Tianjing served as a key. Only those who had cultivated it could gain access to the ancient divine repository and the treasures within. Of course, this was merely a legend that Yi Qi had cultivated the Zong Tianjing to an advanced level but had never reached that fabled repository. Otherwise, he would not have perished on the battlefield of Baiming. Nevertheless, the potency of the Zong Tianjing was indisputable, Capable of ranking among the top martial arts, even among the myriad of sections, Elder Qing Yu was not intentionally belittling the Zhong Tianjing. He was acutely aware that as more individuals coveted it, its worth would inevitably become apparent. To disparage, it would only reflect poorly on himself. Although Elder Qing Yu spoke earnestly and generously, asserting that the Feather Descendant sect would accept any reasonable conditions Yi Wu proposed, he ultimately shook his head in refusal. Despite the elder's enticing words, Yi Wu recognized the underlying truth. These favorable terms were mere bait, all aimed at acquiring the Zhong Tianjing. Once they obtained it, the Feather Descendant sect could easily renege on their promises. Even a heavenly contract or oath would hold no value in such a scenario. He would become a pawn, subject to their whims. This revelation darkened Elder Qing Yu's countenance, the previous nonchalance evaporating, replaced by a terrifying aura that enveloped Yi Wu. What? Is Elder Qing Yu incensed, planning to resort to force when persuasion fails? Yi Wu remarked with a wry smile, activating the Zhong Tianjing, as black energy surged, extinguishing all murderous intent without leaving a mark on his spirit. Refusing a toast only to drink a punishment. Elder Qing Yu huffed, foregoing further pleasantries, and launched an assault on Yi Wu, intending to capture him by force. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically as he was compelled to abandon his pursuit. Raising a hand to intercept the lethal sword energy hurtling towards him. How brazen of your Feather Descendant sect. First, you eliminate a warrior of the earthly fiend realm, and now another from the celestial treading realm emerges. Do you think the great Zhou dynasty is devoid of capable individuals? The sword sovereign has arrived, wielding the heaven-breaking sword, which radiates an endless brilliance of sword energy. The terrifying light of the sword seems capable of cleaving the very fabric of the world and slicing through all existence. Yi Wu had retreated to the sidelines early on, emboldened to turn against the situation suddenly, because he had discreetly informed the sword sovereign of the emergence of a formidable martial artist, thus preventing any unethical behavior from the opposing side. Just as he anticipated the potential betrayal, the sword sovereign arrived on cue. Faced with a powerful celestial realm warrior, he dared not display any negligence or carelessness. A single misstep could cost him his life. After all, this was a celestial realm warrior, 2 entire realms above him, far beyond what he could withstand, even with the unparalleled power granted by the Burial Sky Sutra. Elder Qing Yu was forced to retreat continuously, compelled to defend against the heaven-breaking sword's energy, and he dared not unleash his full strength in the grand imperial city of the Great Zhou. If he recklessly unleashed his celestial realm prowess, he would no longer have the hope of returning alive to the feathered immortal sect. The heart of the Great Zhou, the imperial city concealed far more powerful beings than it appeared. Even if the feathered immortal sect could avenge him later, it would all be in vain if he were already dead. Elder Qing Yu harbored great reservations, in stark contrast to the sword sovereign, who held no such concerns. Each strike was executed with unrestrained ferocity, pushing the heaven-breaking sword technique to its utmost limits, as if it were a matter of life and death. Consequently, despite Elder Qing Yu's superior cultivation realm, he found himself continually retreating before the sword sovereign's relentless assault, proving no match for him. This ignited a deep-seated fury within Elder Qing Yu, his anger swelling to the brink of explosion as he longed to unleash all his power and slay the sword sovereign on the spot. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed an overwhelming crisis looming from the shadows, a faint yet palpable will locking onto him from afar, conveying a clear message. Should he dare disregard the rules, his demise would be inevitable. This doused Elder Qing Yu's fiery anger with a cold splash of reality, extinguishing it in an instant, leaving him utterly frustrated at a glance at Yi Wu, who was merely spectating. Only intensified his discontent. He had initially believed his visit would be a guaranteed success, that after a series of threats and intimidation, he would easily seize Yi Wu and acquire the Burial Sky Sutra. Yet, here he was, in this predicament. He sensed several powerful auras approaching, undoubtedly all belonging to celestial realm warriors of the Great Zhou. Should he be cornered, he would likely suffer severe consequences. Had he known, he would have crept in stealthily, dispensing with all pleasantries and simply capturing the fellow. Regret came too late. With this thought, Elder Qing Yu ceased to ponder further and unleashed in even greater force. sending the sword sovereign tumbling back. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, darting out of the Marquis's estate and swiftly vanishing into the horizon. The sword sovereign shook his head in disappointment. Refraining from pursuing him further, he understood well the reason behind his ability to dominate Elder Qingyu, whose realm was ostensibly higher. Once outside the imperial city, the elder would shed his inhibitions, and it would be he who would be crushed in turn. "That fellow didn't harm you, did he?" The sword sovereign scrutinized Yi Wu thoroughly, and upon confirming his safety, he let out a sigh of relief. Upon learning of Elder Qingyu's intentions, he spat contemptuously. "How shameless! I've truly never encountered such brazen arrogance. It's as if they are mocking the heavens." The sword sovereign chuckled coldly, feeling fortunate that Elder Qingyu was not present. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to pursue him, aiming to pierce several holes through the elder's form. "And thankfully you weren't deceived, not be fooled by their sweet words. They are merely performing for an audience, once their goals are achieved. Even if they cannot openly turn against you due to various constraints, they possess numerous means to evade their obligations, should you perish outside, or meet an accident while cultivating and fall into madness. They would naturally be free from their commitments." Yi Wu listened, wide-eyed. Although he had been mentally prepared, hearing the sword sovereign articulate it left him with a lingering sense of dread. Had he been swayed into compliance, he might have found himself on the receiving end of 108 treacherous stabs. The martial world was indeed fraught with darkness and peril. One misstep could cost him his life. Soon, the Minister of Justice arrived, his expression one of profound exasperation. The great Zhou's imperial city seldom witnessed significant events throughout the year. Yet recently, a series of major incidents had transpired, all linked to the illustrious heir of the Marquis of Divine Might, Yi Wu, each involving formidable martial artists of the earthly fiend realm and even celestial realm warriors. This left him utterly speechless, igniting an impulse to resign immediately. Conducting his duties had become nearly impossible. Upon learning the full story, the Minister of Justice promptly declared that they would hold the feathered immortal sect accountable. He was genuinely outraged. The recent actions of the feathered immortal sect had seriously infringed upon the great Zhou's boundaries, demonstrating a blatant disregard for the imperial authority, a transgression they could never tolerate, especially at such a critical juncture. With the recent exposure of collusion between the Ministry of War's deputy minister and the Northern Mang, now the feathered immortal sect had audaciously stirred up trouble, effectively slapping the great Zhou in the face. Even if they could withstand it, the martial emperor within the palace would certainly not turn a blind eye. The minister could easily envision the fury that would erupt when this matter was reported. He then gazed down at the lifeless body on the ground, recognizing it as the cousin of the Marquis of Divine Might's maternal family. Yet now, he lay dead in silence within the Marquis's estate. The sword sovereign had also taken note of this. Initially, he had suspected Elder Qingyu of committing the act, but it appeared that was not the case. He directed an inquisitive gaze at Yi Wu. Yi Wu did not conceal the truth, explaining the poisoning incident involving Wang Shi and presenting the scattered soul powder. He had deliberately preserved as evidence. However, he refrained from revealing the true mastermind. The Liang Wang.it was not due to a lack of trust in the Minister of Justice or the sword sovereign, but rather that even if he disclosed it without concrete evidence, it would serve no purpose and could become a weapon for Liang Wang to strike against him. Such a thankless task was one Yi Wu would choose to avoid. "What audacity!" the sword sovereign exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. He had heard from Butler Qin how the Wang clan had risked everything to assist them during the Marquis of Divine Might's tribulations. Yet now, they harbored such malevolent intentions, seeking not only to seize the Burial Sky Sutra, but also to eliminate the sole heir of the Marquis of Divine Might, to usurp his position entirely. Instantly, the sword sovereign was engulfed in a wave of murderous intent. His fury could not be contained. This behavior was far more reprehensible than a mere attack on the Marquis of Divine Might. The Minister of Justice was equally stunned, particularly upon witnessing the scattered soul powder presented by Yi Wu. He found himself rendered speechless. How far has this escalated? While others may have reasoned motives for targeting the Marquis of Divine Might, the Wang clan's actions are utterly devoid of compassion. So cruel, so heartless. The minister departed, Taking with him Wang Shi's corpse and the scattered soul powder, he intended to dispatch individuals to apprehend those from the Wang clan and report the matter up the chain. The Sword Sovereign remained behind, inquiring, "Is there anything you have yet to disclose to the Minister of Justice? Do you know who the true puppet master is? To know me is to know Sun Shu." Yi Wu chuckled, this time opting for transparency as he revealed the truth behind Liang Wang's machinations, which incited a furious reaction from the Sword Sovereign. Chapter 38. To kill your son is to kill your son. What do you intend to do? Although the Sword Sovereign was consumed with rage, yearning to charge into the Liang Wang's estate, he ultimately had to temper his impulsiveness and refrain from acting recklessly. After all, Liang Wang was nominally the current martial emperor's uncle, and with such a status, they had to tread carefully, unable to treat him as they would others. The crux of the matter was that they currently lacked indisputable evidence linking Liang Wang to this act. Additionally, it was crucial to note that Liang Wang possessed formidable martial prowess, not someone they could easily handle. Patience is key. We can afford to wait. The one who should be anxious now is Liang Wang. Not us. That individual, after all, possesses an identity that is most extraordinary on the surface. Even if we wish to take some action, we find ourselves constrained, unable to truly unleash our capabilities that if, by chance, we were to be caught off guard and exposed by the opponent, it would be we who suffer the consequences. Yi Wu is acutely aware of this principle. A silent smile crept across his face, yet that smile bore an exceptionally chilling quality, underscoring a palpable intent to kill. Are you implying that the Sword Sovereign, while feeling a sense of relief, remains somewhat perplexed about Yi Wu's intentions? Is it possible that he intends to simply swallow this grievance? That seems rather uncharacteristic of Yi Wu. Naturally, it is a matter of returning the favor in kind. Yi Wu smiled faintly and chose not to elaborate further. How could he possibly swallow this grievance without retaliation? The Sword Sovereign would return to contemplate the recent turmoil and strategize on how best to avenge the Liang King. Before departing, the Sword Sovereign repeatedly cautioned Yi Wu against taking any unilateral actions, lest he fall into the traps set by the Liang King. Meanwhile, the events unfolding at the divine Marquis residence quickly spread, leaving many in shock while relishing the unfolding drama. Indeed, it has been a tumultuous affair, rife with unexpected turns. The Liang King, who had been observing these developments from the shadows, soon received all the pertinent information, his expression darkening as he nearly smashed his study in frustration. Fool! 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 His ire was directed not only at Wang Shi, but also at the elder from the feathered ascendancy. The former had attempted to poison twice, both times failing spectacularly. The first failure was shrouded in mystery, while the second ended with him being caught red-handed. Instinct told the Liang King that Wang Shi might have exposed him as the mastermind behind the scenes. However, he felt no real concern. After all, his status afforded him certain protections, and given the historical conflicts with the divine Marquis residence, unless there were irrefutable evidence linking him to the orchestration of these events, he could easily counter-accuse Yi Wu of fabricating evidence to slander him. What truly unsettled the Liang King was the speed at which he could be exposed, jeopardizing his future plans. The latter, as a celestial warrior, had not only failed to capture Yi Wu, but had also caused a significant uproar in the aftermath. Given the current circumstances, the elder from the feathered ascendancy would no longer have the opportunity to act, unless he sought his own demise. Yet, the sudden arrival of a celestial elder from the feathered ascendancy raised questions about their true intentions. The Liang King's brow furrowed. He quickly deduced that it was likely related to the burial heaven scripture. This realization instilled a sense of urgency within him. With the recent demise of Yi Qi on the Northern Mang battlefield, those secretly coveting the burial heaven scripture were becoming increasingly audacious. This time it was merely the feathered ascendancy, but next time there could be even more factions involved. Contemplating this, the Liang King envisioned an ambitious plan, since matters had escalated to this point. Why not make a grander move? He could summon external sects and ancient families to stir the waters of the imperial city, creating chaos from which he could profit, all while suppressing the incident involving the Minister of War. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly to seize the opportunities that belonged to him before anyone else could. His gaze turned cold, filled with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. For the sake of the burial heaven scripture, he had long plotted. even willing to covertly collaborate with the Northern Mang dynasty. He would not allow any misstep in his plans at the Li family estate. Upon learning of the elder's escape, Li Shan felt a mix of shock and dread, yet his expression revealed a knowing anticipation of such an outcome. If Yi Wu were truly so easily vanquished, he would have perished long ago, not linger until now, in the next moment. A voice echoed in Li Shan's mind, causing his body to freeze in place. It was the voice of the elder from the divine Marquis residence, instructing him to proceed according to their original plan. Ishan discerned a palpable intent to kill within that voice. Evidently, the visit to the divine Marquis estate had thoroughly enraged the elder from the feathered ascendancy. Subsequently, he silently retrieved a pre-prepared storage pouch and departed the Li family, heading towards the divine Marquis residence. He knew that once he took this step, there would be no turning back. Yet he had no grounds to refuse. He could only follow the elder's plan. What a remarkable scion of the divine Marquis. What a useless elder from the feathered ascendancy. Truly, this has opened my eyes. The Duke of Pingyang smirked slightly. He felt no surprise at the elder's failure. If the plan had succeeded, it would have indeed been a miracle. While the strongest force at the divine Marquis residence appeared to be merely an earthly realm steward, there were others willing to assist the divine Marquis. For instance, the Sword Sovereign. Celestial warriors are undeniably formidable, and the elder from the feathered ascendancy was no novice in the celestial realm. However, within the confines of the great Zhou imperial city, the elder could not exert his full might. Achieving even 70 to 80% of his capability would be the utmost limit. Moreover, given the current situation, the emperor had also set his sights on the divine Marquis residence. With this in mind, it was becoming increasingly implausible to mobilize high-level forces to eliminate Yi Wu. Nevertheless, the Duke of Pingyang quickly dismissed the matter from his mind, as his thoughts turned to a note he had just received. The note contained little information, merely stating that the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique could be perfected, completing its previous deficiencies when fully realized. The Great Sun Burning Heaven technique might evolve into a divine-level martial T.O. instill confidence. The note also claimed that upon reaching an advanced level, the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique would automatically manifest a special body. The Great Sun Glazed Battle Body. If others were to read this news, they might dismiss it, but not the Duke of Pingyang, that he understood that the complete Great Sun Burning Heaven technique was indeed a divine-level martial art. However, due to his family's decline, the technique had suffered significant losses, relegating it to the ranks of earthly martial arts. He had only managed to cultivate a mere 1% of the Great Sun Glazed Battle Body's traits through sheer happenstance. Yet, even with this severely flawed version, the enhancements it provided allowed him to surpass other celestial warriors of the same tier. If he were to fully realize the Great Sun Glazed Battle Body, what kind of terrifying power would that unleash? Furthermore, the note bore the faint yet genuine aura of the complete Great Sun Glazed Battle Body, a far cry from the incomplete version he had cultivated. It nearly stirred the dormant spirit within his Great Sun Burning Heaven battle flag. All this evidence was sufficient to validate the claims of the mastermind behind the scenes. They could indeed restore the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. The Duke of Pingyang's first thought was of Yi Wu, as he was the first, aside from the Duke, to cultivate the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. However, this notion was quickly discarded. While Yi Wu was undeniably talented and practiced a martial art above the earthly level, the notion that he could restore the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique to its divine status was utterly impossible. Only those who had transcended the celestial realm, igniting the divine fire, could comprehend the essence of a divine-level martial art. Who could possibly be such a formidable figure? The Duke of Pingyang's expression shifted as he pondered, mentally reviewing all the potential powerhouses he could conceive, yet ultimately failed to arrive at a definitive answer. Thanks to Yi Wu, the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique had nearly become ubiquitous. Anyone unafraid of the Duke's influence likely possessed a copy. Those slightly less daring probably also practiced in secret. Under these circumstances, deducing the identity of the mastermind was evidently an impossible task. This deepened a resentment in the heart of Lord Pingyang. After extracting the note, he silently read its contents once more before the paper spontaneously turned to ashes. The information on the note did not merely reiterate previous details. It also urged him to gather ample heavenly materials and earthly treasures, regardless of their grade, as long as they were sufficient to aid him in completing the grand sun burning heaven technique. However, the cumulative worth of those materials was such that even selling his entire estate would not suffice to procure them. Nevertheless, a sudden thought flashed through Lord Pingyang's mind. Perhaps he could indeed gather the heavenly materials and earthly treasures mentioned in the note. Once the grand sun burning heaven technique was perfected and evolved into a true divine-level martial art, the benefits to him would be unimaginable. His long-stagnant cultivation realm could advance to new heights, enabling him to break through the celestial barrier and ignite the divine fire. He had yet to seize such an opportunity. Lord Pingyang decided to take a gamble. Meanwhile, having just left Elder Qingyu, Li Shan was forced to flee in anger once more, for a martial artist of the celestial barrier from the Great Zhou was pursuing him. After discreetly conveying the message, Steward Qin swiftly returned to the Marquis' residence, only to learn of the events that transpired in his absence. While disbelief washed over him, an immense fury surged within. He could hardly fathom that Wang Shi and the Wang family harbored such wolfish ambitions. Their hearts were deserving of punishment. How could they commit such acts? How dared they speak of negotiations? In his wrath, Steward Qin found himself at a loss for words. There was no need to concern himself with such matters. They were merely insignificant pests, akin to a flock of chickens and ducks. Yi Wu waved his hand dismissively. Although he felt some anger, ultimately, he did not dwell on it. The Wang family was nothing more than a horde of ants. The Dali Temple has already begun apprehending individuals. You are to visit the Wang family and retrieve all their possessions, even the most ordinary of low-grade elixirs. Yi Wu instructed, deeming it the Wang family's compensation to him. Naturally, Steward Qin did not decline, responding fiercely, "Rest assured, young master, I shall leave them with nothing, not even a blade of grass." Subsequently, Steward Qin recounted the happenings at Lord Pingyang's residence and uncertainly inquired, "Young master, do you truly believe that Lord Pingyang will take the bait?" "Have no fear. With such a grand lure before him, I cannot believe that Sun Caishen can resist." Yi Wu reassured instill confidence in Lord Pingyang. He had deliberately showcased the might of the fully realized Grand Sun Burning Heaven technique and inscribed a trace of the Grand Sun glazed battle body-esque characteristics. The combination of these two elements would surely compel Lord Pingyang to bite. Unless he had completely abandoned the cultivation of the Grand Sun Burning Heaven technique, in King Liang's chamber, Yi Wu's gaze flickered with determination. Having been deeply wronged by King Liang, he could not simply swallow his anger. Revenge was imperative. He must ensure that King Liang felt the sting of his loss. Thus, a thought burst forth in Yi Wu's mind, to return the favor in kind by eliminating Zhao Xing, the heir of King Liang. If King Liang sought his life, Yi Wu would ensure that the king tasted the pain of losing a child. With the plan set, Yi Wu immediately prepared for action, striving for a swift resolution. King Liang would never anticipate that he would be so eager to exact revenge. The strategy centered around the element of surprise. In this manner, he might even have the chance to clear his own name, preventing King Liang from suspecting him right away. Before Yi Wu could step out, a servant approached to report that Li Shan had arrived from the Li family with urgent matters to discuss. What could Li Shan possibly want at this moment? In the sitting room, Yi Wu encountered Li Shan. Though Li Shan possessed superior martial prowess, a confrontation would yield a different outcome, especially given Yi Wu's greatly enhanced capabilities. Li Shan's expression was complex. It would be impossible for him to feel no regret. Yet, regardless of his current feelings, there was no remedy. Without much further ado, he produced a storage bag and handed it to Yi Wu. "This is a gift returned from our Li family. You may inspect it. Some items have been used, but I have replaced them with treasures of equivalent value. If not more," Li Shan stated before turning to leave, showing no inclination to linger for further conversation. Observing Li Shan's hurried departure, Yi Wu opened the storage bag, and indeed, it contained an impressive array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that nearly dazzled his eyes. Utilizing the system for appraisal, a series of data appeared, ultimately revealing a total conversion of 3,300 source power points, second only to the previous sale of 2 celestial-level martial arts. Goodness, my predecessor was truly generous, sending such an abundance. With these additional source points, his martial cultivation could ascend yet again. Furthermore, he might even be able to deduce and complete the Grand Sun Burning Heaven technique, unveiling the true power of this complete divine-level martial art. However, where had the Li family managed to gather such treasures? Even selling the entire Li family multiple times would not yield such a sum. Clearly, there were influential figures backing the Li family. The question remained, who were they? Yiwu squinted slightly, a sharp glimmer flashing in his pupils. The willingness to pay such a price indicated deeper schemes at play, perhaps to gain even more. Thus, Yiwu promptly emptied the contents of the storage bag and assessed each item through the system panel. His gaze ultimately fixed on a jade vial containing the life creation pill, uncorking it to reveal its contents. The life creation pill could extract 120 points of source power, while the so-called spirit-controlling goo could extract 130 points. Merely a single life creation pill. Yet the system panel displayed two names. The name spirit-controlling goo was certainly not one to be taken lightly. Yiwu immediately immersed his spiritual perception into the life creation pill, eager to discern the true nature of the spirit-controlling goo. However, he was taken aback when he discovered that, within the life creation pill, there was nothing at all, not even a trace of the spirit-controlling goo. Yet, the System S appraisal could not be mistaken, implying that the spirit-controlling goo could evade spiritual detection. Intriguing that he considered probing with his vital energy to locate the spirit-controlling goo, but soon abandoned the idea, realizing that doing so would likely ruin the precious pill, which was worth over 100 points of source power. Such a waste could not be tolerated. After resealing the pill, Yiwu made his way to the Marquis' library, diligently searching for literature, but he soon found relevant records regarding the spirit-controlling goo, a highly peculiar type of parasitic insect capable of embedding itself within a person's soul and spirit, ultimately establishing roots and fully taking control of the host, transforming them into a puppet of the spirit-controlling goo. However, it had been extinct for 3,000 years. Upon reaching this point, Yiwu could no longer deny the true purpose of the spirit-controlling goo hidden within the life creation pill. It was intended to control him. Once under its influence, he would be compelled to comply with any demands placed upon him, rendering him unable to resist. For instance, he could be forced to surrender the complete text of the Burial Heaven Classic. Truly ingenious, indeed. The audacity to contrive such a scheme is remarkable. Yiwu's eyes narrowed slightly as a flurry of thoughts cascaded through his mind. The potential source power derived from the spirit-controlling goo revealed a significant issue. Its value exceeded that of the life creation pill, a top-tier elixir, indicating its immense worth, something far beyond the reach of the Li family. This could only originate from a top-tier power. The people from the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect had come first, followed by the Li family. What a remarkable coincidence! As the events of the day replayed in his mind, a flash of insight illuminated Yiwu's thoughts, leading him to a realization. The Feather Transformation Immortal Sect. The words of Elder Qingyu had indeed rung true. Their intentions to act against him were genuine. However, the murderous intent displayed was merely a fade, a deliberate act of deception, should they succeed in their initial attempt. All would be well. If not, they would resort to a backup plan that a martial artist of the Celestial Barrier could strike with enough force to severely injure him. And in such circumstances, Li Shan's delivery of the life creation pill would present an irresistible temptation for him to consume it for healing. The essence of spiritual power eludes perception. Thus, it is naturally impossible to discern any flaws within the Shengsheng Zhao Hua Dan from its exterior. Moreover, utilizing true energy to probe into it would likely yield no results, as one would probably fail to detect the presence of the spirit-subduing goo. The audacity displayed by the Yuhua Immortal Sect in executing such a scheme suggests a significant level of confidence that their actions would go unnoticed. Once ingested, the spirit-subducing goo embedded within the Shengsheng Zhao Hua Dan would undoubtedly and silently infiltrate my soul, voraciously consuming my spiritual energy to facilitate its growth, ultimately leading to my complete subjugation. Given the nature of the spirit-subduing goo, it would not only devour my spiritual energy, but also my myriad memories. In such a scenario, I would remain blissfully unaware, as would those around me. Even if I were to be replaced, the goo would have wholly assimilated my memories and habitual behaviors, rendering me indistinguishable from my former self, such that even the closest of companions would be unable to detect any anomaly. This particular spirit-subduing goo has undoubtedly undergone refinement, which implies that once parasitized, I would irrevocably become a puppet in another's grasp. Contemplating this, Yi Wu's gaze grew increasingly frigid, imbued with a palpable sense of murderous intent. Such methods are exceedingly sinister. Were it not for the existence of the system, detection would have been impossible, for no one could have anticipated that a spirit-subduing goo, long believed extinct, would be surreptitiously seated within the Shengsheng Zhao Hua Dan. According to ancient texts, should one indeed fall completely under the thrall of the spirit-subduing goo, the outcome is far graver than merely becoming a puppet. One's very soul would vanish entirely, rendering reincarnation impossible. In times past, the goo sect, having cultivated the spirit-subduing goo, instigated a brutal and blood-soaked upheaval, with countless elite warriors for various sects falling victim to its clandestine control, all in an attempt to dominate the realm. At that time, nearly half of the external sects succumbed to the goo sect's influence, including the reigning dynasty, which became a mere vassal to the goo sect, subject to its whims. However, this nefarious plot was swiftly uncovered and met with a concerted assault from various factions, leading to the swift annihilation of the goo sect, alongside the total eradication of the malevolent spirit-subduing goo. Yet now, it appears that the situation is far more complex. During the campaign against the goo sect, how many factions concealed the spirit-subduing goo and failed to eradicate it entirely? Only the various powers themselves hold the answer to that question. Elder Qingyu's initial scheme may have faltered, yet the unblemished Shengsheng Zhao Hua Dan has still been dispatched, indicating that the Yuhua immortal sect intends to continue its machinations against me until I am severely weakened and compelled to consume this very Shengsheng Zhao Hua Dan. Only in this manner would I be susceptible to the goo embedded within it. With this realization, a wild notion sprang forth in Yi Wu's mind. If Elder Qingyu of the Yuhua immortal sect can scheme against him in such a manner, could he not reciprocate with a scheme of his own? To find an opportunity to ensnare him in turn, that a celestial elder from an external sect likely possesses a wealth of valuable items. Eliminating him would surely yield a considerable bounty of gold. With that thought, Yi Wu's resolve solidified, though he recognized that now was not the moment for action. Elder Qingyu was likely being pursued relentlessly, leaving him with little energy to target Yi Wu. It would be far more prudent to eliminate Zhao Xing first. Chapter 40. The Death of the Heir. Nightfall. Clad in a black night cloak, Yi Wu enveloped himself in the shroud of darkness, silently departing from the residence of the Marquis Shenwei and approaching the vicinity of the Wang family. After surveying the area, Yi Wu stealthily scaled the walls and navigated through the Wang estate. The unique nature of his Zhongtian true energy perfectly concealed all traces of his presence, allowing him to infiltrate the Wang residence with confidence for the purpose of eliminating Zhao Xing. The Wang estate was expansive, and having never been there before, navigating it proved quite laborious before he finally located Zhao Xing's quarters. Yet, Yi Wu remained vigilant, utilizing his Zhongtian true energy to absorb all fluctuations, blending into the surroundings like a lifeless stone, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. During his stealthy approach, Yi Wu was horrified to discover several formidable presences within the Wang estate, each belonging to top-tier earthly fiend realm warriors. Among them, there was even the aura of a celestial realm warrior, though it was well concealed. Had it not been for his cultivation of the Zhongtian Sutra, he would never have detected it. Moreover, there were not just one but multiple celestial-level presences. Their aura, far surpassing that of the Tianjian Bo. The Wang estate was deeply shrouded in secrecy. On the surface, its displayed strength seemed limited to top-tier earthly fiend realm. Yet now, to discover high-ranking celestial realm warriors within its depths, what could the Wang be plotting? However, now was not the time for such considerations. Eliminating Zhao Xing took precedence. Once Zhao Xing was dead, chaos would surely ensue within the Wang estate, and these concealed celestial warriors might inadvertently reveal themselves. after receiving a warning from his father and amidst the recent unpredictable shifts in the situation. Zhao Xing had confined himself within the Wang estate, rarely venturing beyond its gates. Instead, he dedicated himself to frenzied cultivation. The Wang estate certainly boasted abundant resources for training, and, as the Wang family heir, Zhao Xing had access to even more. Perhaps spurred on by Yi Wu's provocations, Zhao Xing truly managed to break through, forcibly reaching the 9th layer of the innate realm. Yi Wu. Oh Yi Wu, I truly owe you my gratitude. Were it not for your actions, I would have found it impossible to achieve the consummate stage of the innate realm in such a short time. While outwardly expressing thanks to Yi Wu, Zhao Xing's demeanor was laced with an insatiable desire for revenge. However, he was acutely aware that, given Yi Wu's terrifying combat prowess, his own 9th layer innate realm was woefully inadequate. Furthermore, Yi Wu's cultivation was at the open aperture realm, placing him a full tier above Zhao Xing. But what of the open aperture realm? One day, I, Zhao Xing, shall slay you. Who do you think you are? Speaking ill of others behind their backs. Such behavior is hardly commendable. That a soft voice suddenly echoed within the room, causing Zhao Xing's expression to shift dramatically. Whew. With a furious roar, Zhao Xing reacted swiftly. Unleashing his full cultivation, without hesitation, he retrieved a golden bell from his storage pouch, channeling all his true energy into it. It was a superior-grade magical artifact. The bell instantly expanded, growing larger than the temple's bronze bell, radiating a dazzling golden light that enveloped Zhao Xing, while a terrifying chime resonated, sending ripples of sound toward the source of the voice. Anyone capable of silently infiltrating his chamber could not possibly be an ordinary person. Their martial prowess must exceed his own, as he knew his current strength could not match them. Thus, he opted to shield himself with the magical artifact while utilizing its chime to alert those within the Wang estate, ensuring they would arrive post-haste. However, a pitch-black, true energy surged forth even more swiftly, enveloping the entire room before Zhao Xing could activate the bell-shaped artifact. From the outside, there was no indication of any disturbance within the chamber. Zhao Xing's countenance shifted as he realized that the sound waves generated by the bell had failed to produce any effect, all absorbed by the encroaching black true energy, even silencing any noise from escaping. Then, he watched in horror as the dark true energy surged forward, ensnaring his golden bell, sending a sharp pain through his mind. The imprint he had left within the bell was forcefully erased. This was the innate ability of the Zhong Tian true energy, capable of extinguishing all, absorbing sound waves, and erasing imprints. Merely its most basic capability. With a mere gesture, Yi Wu seized the golden bell, forcibly claiming it for himself. A superior-grade magical artifact. Another bounty of source energy acquired. Zhao Xing's countenance shifted dramatically, and he immediately prepared to activate his protective talisman. But alas, it was already too late. The ominous energy of Zhong Tian pierced through Zhao Xing's brow, forcefully extinguishing all traces of his mental resolve. Having resolved to act, Yi Wu naturally harbored no intention of showing mercy. With a sweep of his vital energy, he seized Zhao Xing's storage bag into his grasp. Without a second glance, he deposited it, along with the golden bell, into the system, where it was converted into source power. It felt more reassuring to convert everything into source power, for he was uncertain whether Zhao Xing's belongings contained any hidden tricks left by Wang Liang. Should he be tracked down because of this, it would indeed be a cause for lament. Wherever the Zhong Tian energy flowed, all traces and scents were obliterated without a remnant, illustrating the unique nature of Zhong Tian, the annihilation of all, leaving no trace behind when wielded with intent. This was precisely why Yi Wu dared to undertake such audacious actions, without means of concealment. Even if he were to slay Zhao Xing, he would likely be exposed, rendering the endeavor a futile loss. Once he had completed all of this, barely a breath of time passed before Yi Wu swiftly departed once more, moving with greater speed than upon his arrival. The news of the death of the crown prince, Zhao Xing, could not be concealed. It was only a matter of time before Wang Liang became aware. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within Wang Liang's heart, causing a sudden pang of anxiety. Soon after, he felt the disquieting tremor of severed bloodlines, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Wang Liang's strength was not as simplistic as it appeared. His innate perception was exceptionally keen. In an instant, his mental will radiated outward, enveloping the entirety of the Wang residence. At once, he discerned the situation concerning Zhao Xingboom. A terrifying aura erupted from Wang Liang, only to retract almost immediately afterward. With a grim expression, Wang Liang shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, heading toward the courtyard where Zhao Xing resided. Concurrently, numerous masters within the Wang residence were stirred into action, hastening toward the scene. They were all acutely aware of the reason behind Wang Liang's fury. The crown prince Zhao Xing had been quietly assassinated under their very noses within the confines of the Wang residence. This heralded impending disaster. The grand formation of the Wang residence was activated in an instant, radiating an endless brilliance that enveloped the entire estate. Not even a fly would escape unscathed beneath the protective array. Under the dark night sky, the commotion at the Wang residence resembled a massive beacon, instantly drawing the attention of many. Chapter 41. The Mad King, the upheaval within the Wang residence, even at this late hour, captured the notice of countless observers, with spies eagerly flocking to ascertain what had transpired. Even within the imperial palace, martial artists cast their gazes toward the Wang residence, their expressions rife with suspicion and uncertainty. The disturbance caused by the Wang residence was too monumental. The sudden activation of the protective array signified that something of great consequence had occurred within. Given the current tumultuous situation, the commotion from the Wang residence could not help but provoke deep speculation. I could see this moment. Yi Wu had silently exited the Wang residence, yet he felt a lingering sense of trepidation, his body slightly trembling as he quickened his pace into the night. Casting a glance over his shoulder at the Wang residence, he plunged deeper into the darkness, his speed now considerably heightened. Had it not been for his swift escape, he might have found himself ensnared within the Wang residence. The might of the protective array was formidable. Even a celestial realm martial artist could potentially meet their demise if trapped within its confines. Moreover, he distinctly sensed the fleeting yet terrifying aura emanating from Wang Liang. Earthly fiends. That was preposterous. Who among the good people of the earthly fiend realm could attain such an unfathomable level of power? Even 100 earthly fiend realm martial artists combined would likely be crushed to dust before that aura. Celestial realm. It bore resemblance, yet was undoubtedly not the pure essence of the celestial realm. Yi Wu was resolute in his conviction. Even the most elite celestial realm martial artists would retain their essence. Yet within Wang Liang's aura, there lingered an anomalous quality. What this signified was clear to Yi Wu. Wang Liang had likely either broken through to the celestial realm or was on the verge of doing so. Either possibility was sufficient to demonstrate his extraordinary might. Initially believing that the Wang residence merely concealed celestial realm martial artists, Yi Wu now realized that the true issue lay with Wang Liang himself. A shiver ran down Yi Wu's spine as he contemplated this, a sense of relief washing over him. Had it not been for the unique nature of the Zhongtian Sutra, he might not have escaped the Wang residence at all. This reinforced his appreciation for the Zhongtian Sutra's might, a martial art of transcendent caliber, perhaps even beyond the realm of divine techniques. How chaotic the imperial city seemed, too tranquil for Yi Wu's liking. A bit more turmoil would afford him the opportunity to navigate the murky waters. His gaze hardened. The depths of the waters within the great Zhou imperial city were far more profound than he had imagined. A single misstep could lead to an untimely demise. Far from the simplicity it outwardly projected. Could the earthly fiend realm truly dominate? Merely a jest, if the Wang residence could conceal such depths. What of the other great families? Surely, they too harbored similar secrets. And what of the imperial palace? Yi Wu raised his gaze toward the palace, his expression grave. The great Zhou's founding emperor, who overthrew the previous dynasty and established his dominion, wielded unparalleled martial prowess that deterred various sects from encroaching upon his territory, a testament to the profound foundation of the great Zhou. The current monarch, self-styled as the martial emperor, harbored ambitions that required no elaboration. His martial prowess was undoubtedly unfathomable. Perhaps he had already breached the celestial realm and ignited the divine flame. Within the Wang residence, the gathered individuals stood in the courtyard of the crown prince. having already surveyed the gruesome remains within the chamber. The sight was one of utter devastation, indicative of a complete lack of resistance, the result of a stark disparity in power between the two parties. Amidst their fury, they were also struck by awe. What manner of individual could execute such an act silently beneath their watchful eyes, leaving them utterly oblivious? That they had been deceived was one thing, but the fact that even Wang Liang had been kept in the dark was altogether extraordinary. They were acutely aware of the terror that lay beneath the facade of Wang Liang, who ostensibly possessed only earthly fiend realm cultivation, far surpassing their own levels of power. Could it be the work of some ancient specter? My lord, the protective array has enveloped the entire estate, and we have thoroughly searched every nook and cranny, yet we have found no traces whatsoever, reported the steward of the residence, his body trembling as he spoke, but he fully understood the implications of this revelation. He could scarcely fathom that beneath such a formidable array, someone could depart without leaving a trace. The ability to achieve such a feat indicated an extraordinary level of power. It was undoubtedly the work of a true master, perhaps even one wielding top-tier artifacts capable of evading the array's detection. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to leave so quietly. Wang Liang's teeth ground together in frustration. The celestial realm martial artist, examining Zhao Xing's body, rose with a heavy expression. His demeanor cautious. My lord, the assailant was exceedingly cautious, erasing all possible traces. Even the residual energy of their vital force remains absent. Capturing the identity of the perpetrator is utterly impossible. This revelation deepened Wang Liang's scowl. His murderous intent akin to a vengeful specter emerging from the abyss, chilling the hearts of all present. Were they to find themselves in Wang Liang's position, they would undoubtedly exhibit similar reactions. Find them. Even if we must scour the entire imperial city, we shall unearth the identity of the perpetrator. Yes, a multitude of skilled individuals from the Liang Wang mansion scattered like frightened birds and beasts, rushing towards various corners of the imperial city with the ferocity of wolves and tigers. If they were to seek the murderer, stealth was not an option. They needed to create a commotion, to incite panic within the culprit, for only then would they stand a chance of uncovering the perpetrator. The Liang Wang's gaze was somber as he pondered the identity of the assassin. Naturally, he considered Yi Wu, especially since the incident had just transpired earlier that day. It was entirely plausible that Yi Wu had learned of his role as the mastermind and, in a moment of heated impulsiveness, might resort to irrevocable actions. However, this conjecture merely flitted through his mind before being cast aside. Despite the possibility of Yi Wu's involvement, it was inconceivable that he possessed such strength, unless, of course, Yi Wu had reached the Tiangang realm, which was utterly impossible. Even with the mystical prowess of the Zhong Tianjing, it was beyond belief that Yi Wu could attain such mastery at this age. The only alternative was that another individual was responsible. Nevertheless, the situation could be leveraged to create some inconvenience for Yi Wu. Subsequently, the Liang Wang departed the mansion, making his way towards the imperial palace. Though the Liang Wang had many heirs, there was only one heir apparent. Even though a new one could be appointed after the death of the current heir, he certainly could not allow such an event to transpire without a fight. Simultaneously, news of the assassination of Zhao Xing, the Liang Wang's heir, within the Liang Wang mansion spread like a thunderclap, leaving countless individuals in the imperial city slack-jawed and incredulous, momentarily unsure if it was a jest. The slaying of the Liang Wang's son within his own residence was a monumental affair. Not merely a blow to the Liang Wang's pride, but a direct affront to the royal family of the great Zhou. It was a slap in the face of the reigning emperor. Who could be the audacious fiend behind such a brazen act, displaying an utter lack of restraint? This led many to instinctively associate the act with the heir of the divine might Marquis Yi Wu, for if anyone bore a grudge against Zhao Xing, it would undoubtedly be Yi Wu. However, this notion was fleeting. While there was indeed animosity between them, the martial prowess of the divine might Marquis' heir was notable yet insufficient to execute such a covert assassination within the Liang Wang mansion. Li Shan abruptly sprang from his bed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Mingxue was left dumbfounded. Zhao Xing had died just like that, rendering her previous efforts utterly futile. It seemed she would have to find a new fish to cultivate in her pond. Duke Pingyang's eyes bulged as he inhaled sharply, unable to contain his shock at the audacity of the perpetrator who had so stealthily dispatched the Liang Wang's offspring, all beneath the very nose of the Liang Wang himself. How ruthless! As a friend of the divine might Marquis Yi Qi, Duke Pingyang was well acquainted with the Liang Wang, given the deep-seated grievances between the Liang Wang and the divine might Marquis. The fact that the Liang Wang retained significant power even after the ascendance of the martial emperor spoke volumes of his cunning. "Father, could it be Yi Wu?" Song Hui asked in a state of alarm, a thought that crossed his mind instinctively. Duke Pingyang, however, shook his head, asserting impossible. Even if Yi Wu were at the Disha realm, it would be inconceivable for him to silently slay the Liang Wang's heir within the mansion. The Liang Wang's faction is far more complex than it appears. The waters run deep. Speaking thus, Duke Pingyang shot a stern glance at Song Hui, warning him to refrain from venturing out in the coming days to avoid any unforeseen complications. An ominous premonition stirred within him, an instinctual sense that a storm was brewing in the imperial city of the Great Zhou. The martial emperor, too, received the news promptly, his brush dropping from his hand as he nearly doubted his own hearing. The grand eunuch Su Peisheng had to repeat the information cautiously, having initially thought he had misheard. Before the martial emperor could respond, a young eunuch entered to report that the Liang Wang was seeking an audience outside the imperial study. Taking a deep breath, the martial emperor instructed for the Liang Wang to be admitted. Simultaneously, a fire of rage ignited within him. While he harbored trepidation towards the Liang Wang's faction and had contemplated taking action against them multiple times, they were still part of the imperial lineage. He could exact punishment, but others could not act with impunity. While the commotion outside escalated, Yi Wu, having returned to his residence, paid little heed to the uproar. Instead, he opened his system panel, his gaze fixated on the source power value. Source power. 6,000. Previously, his source power was at 3,300 points, but after the Wang family estate was raided by Steward Qin, he received a substantial boost of 1,000 points. This starkly illustrated the decline of the Wang family. It was no wonder the Liang Wang had sought to manipulate them. Otherwise, considering the Wang family's foundations from the previous dynasty, how could they have only converted a mere 1,000 points of source power after being raided? It was far too little. For context, just the heir of the Liang Wang had provided him with as much as 1,700 points of source power. Truly, the Liang Wang's heir was rich in valuable assets, capable of yielding such a significant conversion that Yi Wu was elated. His current source power was at an unprecedented high, surpassing his previous maximum by over 2,000 points. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. This was merely a Liang Wang's heir. Should he manage to eliminate the old dog of the Liang Wang, the gains could potentially double. Yi Wu's eyes sparkled with ambition as he recalled the treasures he had witnessed in the Liang Wang mansion. They were undoubtedly plentiful. Alas, acquiring them would not be an easy endeavor. The ensuing turmoil was considerable. He decided to focus on cultivating his skills at home first. With 6,000 points of source power, he should be able to elevate his martial prowess significantly. Before Yi Wu could settle, the sword sage arrived, inspecting him thoroughly before finally exhaling in relief upon confirming everything was in order. "You scared me. I thought Zhao Xing had been killed by you," the sword sage exclaimed, having initially assumed that Yi Wu was responsible for the murder given the alarming nature of his earlier remarks. After all, the Liang Wang had broken the rules first, and it was entirely reasonable for Yi Wu, in a fit of rage, to retaliate. How could I possibly commit such an act? Yi Wu calmly shook his head, asserting his innocence, then added with a hint of schadenfreude. Perhaps a certain adept from outside the realm could not tolerate the Liang Wang mansion's misdeeds and took it upon themselves to eliminate Zhao Xing. The sword sage nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the possibility of such an occurrence, unaware that the so-called adept was standing right before him. Suddenly, a series of heavy knocks reverberated through the halls as someone pounded fiercely at the gate. As the doorman opened the door, he was unceremoniously kicked aside, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Chapter 42. An infringement of the above. Who goes there? All the servants in the Marquis' residence were roused from their slumber, rushing forth in confusion. But before they could comprehend the situation, they all met the same grim fate. The courtyard was soon filled with pained cries as several powerful martial artists surged through the entrance like wolves and tigers. Impudent, Steward Qin rushed out at the first sign of trouble, his anger flaring as he beheld the scene. Channeling his Disha realm power, he launched an attack without hesitation, but in the next moment, all his efforts were effortlessly shattered. A far greater force surged back towards him, causing Qin's expression to shift in alarm. Disha Realm 6. Who are you? This is the Divine Might Marquis' residence. How dare you act so brazenly? Steward Qin's gaze was fixed on the three martial artists, his voice a mix of fury and desperation as he fought back with all his might, eventually managing to dissipate the incoming attack. Then, he recognized the leading figure, his countenance shifting dramatically. Xiao Yun, is that you? What business do you have with the Liangwang mansion? Xiao Yun was indeed a martial artist from the Liangwang mansion, and Steward Qin had previously encountered him during conflicts between their factions in the time of the late Marquis. Xiao Yun scoffed coldly, his eyes icy. The heir of the Liangwang has been murdered, and I suspect Yi Wu is responsible. Now, I must ask the Divine Might Marquis' heir to accompany us for a moment. Qin Yuan, I hope you won't make things too difficult for me. Such actions are detrimental not only to us, but to you as well. How dare you? Housekeeper Qin could no longer contain his fury, never having anticipated that the people from the Liangwang mansion could be so shameless as to publicly frame and slander a future marquis. Xiao Yun's gaze turned icy, devoid of any superfluous words, and he immediately commanded the two earthly fiend realm warriors accompanying him to suppress the housekeeper. The two warriors unleashed their cultivation, reaching the 4th level. And although they were slightly inferior to Housekeeper Qin in terms of realm, their combined battle prowess overwhelmed him, forcing him to retreat steadily, leaving him in a state of deep anxiety, once confident that his subordinates could subdue Qin Yuan. Xiao Yun promptly made his way deeper into the Marquis residence, intending to capture the formidable young master Yi Wu. Is this the modus operandi of the Liangwang mansion, to resort to slander and deceit right from the outset? Such audacity! Do they truly believe I won't dare to retaliate against them? Yi Wu emerged, his eyes filled with an endless murderous intent, for he did not believe that his actions would be discovered by the Liangwang mansion so swiftly. Even if they did find out, it would not be for quite some time, certainly not this instant. Thus, the sudden assault from 3 earthly fiend realm warriors was all too clear. They aimed to deliberately provoke and trouble him. If they managed to capture him, that would be splendid. If not, there would be no repercussions. After all, one of their young masters, a member of the royal bloodline, had perished, and it was entirely understandable for the Liangwang mansion to act irrationally. However, Yi Wu was not one to indulge them. Boom! With unwavering resolve, Yi Wu unleashed the Ghost God Fist, instantly manifesting as if an ancient deity had traversed the endless expanse of time and space from the 9 nether hell, materializing behind him and enveloping the area with an infinite realm of ghostly power. This was the might of the Ghost God Fist at the minor accomplishment level. He advanced his cultivation of the great sun-burning heaven technique to perfection. The power of the Ghost God Fist surged tremendously, far surpassing its initial strength. Xiao Yun's expression shifted dramatically. He had indeed heard rumors about Yi Wu, but being at the 6th level of the earthly fiend realm, he had not considered him a serious threat. This complacency was precisely why he had volunteered for this mission. Capturing the young master of the Divine Might Marquis would be a significant achievement. Yet now, as the earthly fiend realm began to hone their martial will and communicate with the heavens, Xiao Yun's mental resolve was immediately affected under the shadow of the Ghost God Fist, causing what should have been a formidable martial will to waver and threaten to crumble. This was not due to the weakness of Xiao Yun's martial will. On the contrary, it was the overwhelming ferocity of the ghostly intent accompanying the Ghost God Fist that far exceeded ordinary martial wills. The 6th level of the earthly fiend realm was indeed formidable, but Xiao Yun ultimately struggled to shake off the influence of the Ghost God Fist's intent, and alas, he was struck hard by Yi Wu's devastating blow. The burial heaven true qi surged into Xiao Yun's body like a relentless plague, spreading through his limbs and bones, beginning its corrosive assault. Xiao Yun's complexion paled as the excruciating pain radiated from every inch of his flesh. Obliterating his composure, he immediately summoned his true chi to counteract the invasion, but to no avail. His true chi, upon encountering the pitch-black energy, crumbled like a mouse cornered by a cat, utterly powerless. Soon, he began to be consumed by the burial heaven true chi. No. Xiao Yun let out a piercing scream as his true chi descended into chaos, blood spewing from his mouth as he was thrown back. His eyes were filled with disbelief and horror as he gazed at Yi Wu. He could not fathom that as a 6th-level earthly fiend realm warrior, he was unable to withstand even a single strike from an insight realm practitioner, resulting in severe injury. What a disgrace. The sword master watched, shaking his head. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Yun would not have sustained such grave injuries. At most, he would have failed to capture Yi Wu, but would not have been defeated. However, the fact that he had underestimated Yi Wu from the outset allowed the latter to seize the opportunity to dare to take on the Ghost God Fist and allow the Burial Heaven True Chi to invade his body was undeniably bold. A feat even they, as celestial phenomenon realm warriors, would hesitate to attempt. The corrosive nature of the Burial Heaven True Chi was something that could be confirmed by the formidable warriors from the North Mang, who had suffered its effects firsthand. There, many celestial phenomenon and earthly fiend realm warriors still endured the torment of the Burial Heaven True Chi. We were sent to investigate. Yi Wu, how dare you? Are you not afraid of the Emperor's wrath? Xiao Yun could feel the intense, murderous intent emanating from Yi Wu, realizing that this young master of the divine, Marquis, truly intended to kill him. Deep within, Xiao Yun felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would never have accepted this task. Had he known, he would not have been so careless from the start. But in this world, hindsight is worth its weight in gold, and there exists no remedy for regret. Yi Wu's eyes narrowed slightly as he pushed his strength to its peak and unleashed the Ghost God Fist. Chapter 43. A Tear in the Veil. Little Demon, Wicked Man. Though Xiao Yun exerted every effort to defend himself, recklessly burning his essence to gain formidable power, it was ultimately too late, after his true chi was severely eroded by the Burial Heaven True Chi. No amount of burning his essence could reverse the tide. Struck by Yi Wu's Ghost God Fist, he was torn asunder and met a gruesome end. The sword master sighed, making no attempt to stop Yi Wu's actions. But he could not suppress his shock. After all, Xiao Yun was a 6th-level earthly fiend realm warrior, not some commoner to be trifled with. Even in the grand capital of the Great Zhou, the number of warriors at this level was limited, yet he had been obliterated by Yi Wu, a 5th-level insight realm practitioner. Had he not witnessed it himself, no one would have believed such a tale. From this alone, one could grasp the strange and terrifying nature of the Burial Heaven scripture. Was Yi Chi also this ruthless when he was at the insight realm? This thought suddenly crossed the swordmaster's mind, but he quickly extinguished it. While the divine Marquis had been powerful in his day, he had never reached such terrifying heights. Had he been that formidable, he would not have perished on the battlefield of North Mang. Yi Wu had truly surpassed his predecessor. The two earthly fiend realm warriors, currently besieging Housekeeper Qin, were taken aback. They could not have anticipated that Xiao Yun would perish at the hands of the young master of the divine Marquis. It happened far too swiftly. From Yi Wu's appearance to Xiao Yun's demise, only a few breaths had passed, and even if they had rushed to assist, they would have been too late by the time they reacted. They found themselves also ensnared by the murderous intent of the young master. To slay a 6th-level earthly fiend realm warrior with a 5th-level insight realm power was something they had never heard of before. It was utterly unheard of, yet today they witnessed it firsthand. Now, that fearsome figure had set his sights on them, and the chilling aura of murder made their very souls tremble. They were no match. An overwhelming sense of life and death crisis permeated their hearts. They wished to flee, yet found themselves unable to escape, for Qin Yuan, at the 5th level of the earthly fiend realm, was holding them back. Originally, they had intended to jointly restrain Qin Yuan, but now the roles had reversed, and they found themselves ensnared by him. For a moment, they could not break free, flee. The fate of Xiao Yun loomed before them. The remaining two warriors from the Liangwang mansion lacked the courage to continue the fight. Terror consumed them, though fleeing now would still lead to punishment upon returning to the Liangwang mansion. It was still preferable to dying here. They were utterly terrified. Moreover, they needed to relay this information back quickly. The formidable display of power by Yi Wu had far exceeded their comprehension, and the prince must devise a plan to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Nowhere to run. Housekeeper Qin laughed heartily. Initially, he had been deeply concerned, but upon witnessing his young master's decisive strike against Xiao Yun, that worry transformed into disbelief and exhilaration that Yi Wu's combat prowess could not be overstated. Truly, he was the bloodline of the Marquis, embodying his predecessor's spirit. What did it matter if the Liangwang mansion dared to offend the divine might mark her residence? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. In the days of the Marquis's residence, even the martial artists of the Heavenly Gang realm within the Liang royal palace had met their demise at the hands of its inhabitants. Otherwise, such an intricate enmity would not have been forged between the two parties. This compelled the two martial artists at the fourth level of the earthly fiend realm to resort to the burning of their own essence blood, seeking formidable power to extricate themselves from their predicament. The swordmaster did not intervene. Rather, he was intrigued to ascertain the limits of Yi Wu's prowess, and whether he could eliminate the remaining two earthly fiend realm warriors as well. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you regard my divine might Marquis's residence as a mere trifling place? Yi Wu's gaze was icy, and the killing intent within him surged like a volcanic eruption, reaching a boiling point. This night, not a single one of the three earthly fiend warriors dispatched by the Liang royal palace would return alive. Kill, one after another, the ghostly divine fist rained down in a frenzied assault, akin to ancient deities rampaging in the depths of the underworld. Under the restraint of Steward Qin, the fate of those two earthly fiend warriors was all but sealed. They were swiftly dispatched by Yi Wu, while he himself sustained only minor injuries. Nourished by the burial heaven genuine energy, he swiftly recovered. You surpassed my expectations. I never imagined you could master the ghostly divine fist to such an extent. You must have reached a small level of proficiency, the swordmaster inquired. The shock within him palpable. He had recognized Yi Wu's strength, but had not anticipated that he could cultivate the ghostly divine fist to this level. Yi Wu nodded in agreement, refraining from contradiction. Following the fierce battle that resulted in the death of the three earthly fiend warriors, he had gained a clearer understanding of his true combat capabilities. He then commenced the task of searching the corpses, retrieving all the storage bags from the three Liang royal palace warriors and opening them for inspection, but lo and behold, he exclaimed, discovering a considerable amount of valuable items. Upon evaluation through the system panel, it was revealed that they could yield 500 points of source power. While this may seem modest, it was indeed substantial, considering these three individuals were merely at the earthly fiend realm. Once acquired, their resources would primarily be used for personal advancement. So to have this much remaining was quite commendable. As he rummaged through the three storage bags, Yu also found several bottles of earthly fiend true elixirs, which he promptly gifted to Steward Qin. Good fortune should be shared with one's own kin. Steward Qin accepted graciously, recognizing that these bottles of elixirs arrived at an opportune moment. He understood that his current strength was insufficient and that he must rapidly elevate his cultivation level to confront the impending crises. After all, their recent actions had thoroughly offended the Liang royal palace, and once they realized the situation, retaliation would be inevitable. What do you plan to do with these three corpses? The swordmaster inquired. Yi Wu silently chuckled, replying, Naturally, I shall repay them in kind. The Liang royal palace dares to trouble me under such pretense, so I shall strike back. It's merely the death of a young lord. Now, let them mourn the loss of three earthly fiend warriors. Steward Qin, I must trouble you to visit the Dali temple and deliver these three corpses, claiming that intruders attempted to assassinate me and were slain on the spot. The spies outside the Marquis's residence can testify to our account. I refuse to believe they would dare send more people after this. Of course, if they do, it would be even better to eliminate them all. I am curious to see how many earthly fiend warriors the Liang royal palace can recklessly squander. Both Steward Qin and the swordmaster were rendered speechless, yet simultaneously raised their thumbs in admiration. They had not anticipated such a maneuver. The repercussions would undoubtedly be significant. Upon hearing the news, the Liang royal palace would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Very well. I shall proceed to the Dali temple at once. Steward Qin declared with fervor. The Liang royal palace's actions had brazenly trampled upon the dignity of the divine might Marquis residence. Under these circumstances, as the elder steward of the Marquis residence, he could not simply swallow his anger. The sword master expressed concern. This action effectively severs any remaining ties with the Liang royal palace. They may retaliate ruthlessly, which could prove detrimental to you. It is essential to prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard and suffering irreparable losses. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, if they do offend me, I shall eradicate them utterly. Yi Wu's resolve was unwavering. The sword master comprehended this principle and refrained from further commentary. I end this matter. Unless the Liang royal palace resorted to covert means, they would have to accept this humiliation publicly, as they were in the wrong. Even if the matter escalated to the emperor, the Liang royal palace would have no solid ground to stand upon. The events transpiring within the divine might Marquis residence were swiftly observed by spies from various families. Before they could relay the information, they witnessed Steward Qin leading a procession with 3 corpses, boldly making his way to the Dali temple. Upon recognizing the identities of the 3 corpses, the spies were left aghast. Their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. They collectively inhaled sharply, nearly causing the temperature outside the Marquis' residence to rise several degrees. What did they see? The 3 earthly fiend warriors who had brazenly invaded the divine might Marquis' residence had all been slain. As spies, their discernment was not lacking, and they immediately recognized the individuals as members of the Liang royal palace. Now, all 3 lay dead within the confines of the divine might Marquis' residence. Shortly thereafter, they heard news from the Dali temple stating that the 3 had intruded into the divine might Marquis' residence with the intent to assassinate the Marquis' heir. This left the spies for various families utterly bewildered. At a loss for words, they had witnessed instances of absurdities before, but this level of absurdity was unprecedented. Nonetheless, they relished it. This signified that the divine might Marquis' residence had thoroughly engaged in conflict with the Liang royal palace. Promising a spectacle worth watching, before long, the major factions within the imperial city had also learned of the news, their expressions a mix of astonishment and anticipation. They understood the implications behind these events. A confrontation was imminent. The death of 3 mid-level earthly fiend warriors would undoubtedly strain even the vast resources of the Liang royal palace. First, they lost a young lord, and now, 3 earthly fiend warriors, surely. Fate had dealt them a cruel hand. Many factions instinctively thought this way, their expressions peculiar. Simultaneously, they held a newfound respect for the audacity of the Marquis' heir. They had witnessed numerous acts of madness. But this level of recklessness was indeed a first. Moreover, had Yi Wu's combat prowess truly ascended to the point of being able to slay warriors at the 6th level of the earthly fiend realm? As they were astonished, they also felt a sense of curiosity, ordering their spies to probe deeper for the truth. Among those intrigued were the Earl of Pingyang and the elder Qingyu of the Feathered Immortal Sect. The Earl, while shocked, maintained a sense of composure. He had long understood the might of the Burial Heaven Sutra. Otherwise, he would not have sought to acquire it. Regrettably, his efforts had ultimately failed. Meanwhile, the elder Qingyu, who was evading pursuit from the Greizhou dynasty, became even more resolute in his desire to seize the Burial Heaven Sutra upon hearing this news. The strength Yi Wu displayed was fundamentally rooted in that very sutra. Without a doubt, the one most troubled by this situation was the Dali Temple's chief, who wished to resign from his position immediately. The clash of titans left the minor figures to suffer the consequences. What a chaotic turn of events! Though he understood the underlying truth, he could not render a verdict. Neither the divine might Marquis' residence nor the Liang royal palace could be offended by someone of his lowly status. Thus, he promptly reported the matter to higher authorities, leaving the emperor to grapple with the ensuing headache. The Liang prince, having just returned from the palace, learned of the news at once, his expression darkening with rage. Nearly overturning the table in front of him, T. Olu's 3 mid-level earthly fiend warriors in one fell swoop was a blow that even the prosperous Liang family could ill afford. The loss was simply too great. The divine might Marquis' residence. Yi Wu, a terrifying killing intent surged within the Liang prince, who had already suffered setbacks at the hands of Yi Qi. Now, he faced yet another humiliation at the hands of his son. It was as though both father and son had landed resounding slaps upon his face, leaving him stinging with pain. What a formidable heir of the divine might Marquis. Yi Qi, how unexpected it is that you have left behind such a tremendous surprise for me. Thus, this king shall accompany you and your father in a delightful game, to see whether you can vanquish this king, or whether this king shall cast you both into the depths of hell. Although the thought of eliminating Yi Wu is tempting, King Liang is acutely aware that the timing is not right at the very least. On the surface, he can no longer act openly if the three individuals in his court could successfully capture Yi Wu. Even if it were later discovered that his son's demise had no connection to Yi Wu, it would not pose a significant issue. At worst, he could offer a polite apology afterward. However, alas, the attempt to seize him failed. Thus, he cannot employ the same justification for a second attempt, as that would not only compromise his face but would also be difficult to explain to the martial emperor, leading to considerable trouble. It appears he must resort to more covert means. Yi Wu's rate of growth is alarmingly swift, and if not curtailed, there may be no opportunity left once he is fully matured. This time, the gains are substantial. Such a vast amount of source power is sufficient to elevate my realm to an entirely new level. I can only wonder how far I shall ultimately ascend. In the room, after bidding farewell to the Sword Elder, Yi Wu eagerly opened the system panel, the glaring 6,500 points of source power rendering his excitement uncontrollable. System. First complete the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique and evolve it to perfection. Let me witness the true might of divine martial arts. Chapter 44. The heavenly burial of the Great Sun Golden Crow on the system panel. The source power value began to plummet at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 points of source power were completely consumed. Following this, an overwhelming torrent of information regarding the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique erupted in his mind, manifesting various incredible phenomena. Subsequently, the memories associated with the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique naturally began to transform. Not only were many subsequent details completed, but even the earlier contents underwent significant revisions, evolving into a more cohesive form. The Great Sun Burning Heaven technique has been perfected and evolved into a low-grade, divine martial art that a line of text leapt from the system panel, immediately capturing Yi Wu's attention with its critical information. Divine martial art. Indeed, just as he had initially surmised, this Great Sun Burning Heaven technique is classified as a divine martial art as a low-grade, divine martial art. It appears that divine martial arts are also subdivided into multiple tiers. Yi Wu narrowed his eyes slightly. Though it is a low-grade divine martial art, a mere glance reveals its immense power and terror. Entirely distinct from the earlier heavenly tier version of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, it involves a far more formidable force, with its core directly targeting the laws of the sun's great path. Such a divine martial art, priced at a sky-high amount, would undoubtedly not be unreasonable. Yi Wu immediately calculated in his mind. He must sell it for no less than 2,000 points of source power, or else he would truly incur a loss. Indeed, earning less is tantamount to losing. After all, divine martial arts and heavenly tier martial arts are not synonymous. There exists a fundamental difference between the two. Heavenly tier martial arts can be sold in bulk, but that was due to the special circumstances of the time. Divine martial arts, however, cannot be treated in the same manner, regardless of how exorbitantly they are priced. There will always be buyers. The power of divine martial arts is such that even a mere guess would suffice. It is said that the Yuhua Immortal Sect's Yuhua Immortal Canon is a divine martial art, and that the Yuhua Ascension Fist, as recorded in the canon, is a top-tier heavenly martial art. The sheer strength of this technique has long been witnessed. If it could be paired with the complete power of the Yuhua Immortal Canon, it might even evolve into a divine martial art. Of course, this is merely a rumor circulating from the Yuhua Immortal Sect. As for its authenticity, only the high-ranking members of the sect would know. Even so, the value of the Yuhua Ascension Fist is astonishingly high, far exceeding that of typical top-tier heavenly martial arts. Now, should a complete divine martial art emerge, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the realm, fetching a high price. As for whether this would aid the enemy, Yi Wu did not overly concern himself. Reaching perfection in Earth tier and Heavenly tier martial arts is no simple task. let alone divine martial arts. Even for a low-grade divine martial art, genuinely grasping its fundamentals is exceedingly challenging. Achieving mastery or completeness is nearly impossible without a lifetime of dedication. The threshold for entry into the perfected Great Sun Burning Heaven technique has been significantly raised, rendering initial mastery exceedingly difficult, let alone subsequent cultivation. Yet Yi Wu is different. He merely needs to expend source power to reach perfection effortlessly, with no challenges whatsoever. The Great Sun Burning Heaven technique has been perfected. However, Yi Wu is not yet prepared to cultivate it to its fullest extent. Instead, he opened the Heavenly Burial Cannon. The Heavenly Burial Cannon is his core foundation. Only by elevating its level can his realm of cultivation experience a rapid surge and become even more formidable. Although the two-turn level of the Heavenly Burial Cannon is commendable, it ultimately falls short and requires further enhancement. Would you like to expend 3,000 points of source power to elevate the Heavenly Burial Cannon to the 3-turn level? A prompt appeared on the panel. Yes. Enhance. Boom. In that instant, the Heavenly Burial Cannon began to operate frantically, enveloping Yi Wu in a shroud of pitch-black burial energy, evolving into a massive black cocoon from which the sound of a heartbeat reverberated. Waves of burial energy surged forth, transforming into colossal black dragons that penetrated every inch of Yi Wu's flesh, continuously opening new acupoints. Initially, Yi Wu had already opened 100 acupoints, rich with solar energy, within which the Great Sun Golden Crow resided. However, with the successful cultivation of the 3-turn Heavenly Burial Cannon, those 100 previously opened acupoints underwent transformation, and even the Great Sun Golden Crow within was rendered black. Suffused with boundless burial energy, with a single cry, it seemed poised to annihilate all realms. The aura was terrifying beyond measure. The energy derived from the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique could not contend with the might of the 3-turn Heavenly Burial Cannon. It was completely assimilated. Moreover, under the enhancement of the burial energy, the power of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique simultaneously increased, evolving into a more formidable form. Although Yi Wu did not deliberately cultivate the perfected Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, he had already adjusted it in accordance with his mastery level, transitioning it to the divine version of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, endowing the solar energy within him with the characteristics of divine martial arts. Yet, even so, in terms of quality, it still cannot compare to the burial energy. The already assimilated Great Sun Golden Crow immediately soared from its original acupoint, charging toward the acupoints that remained in a chaotic, undeveloped state. Boom! 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 One new acupoint after another was opened under the assault of the 3-turn burial energy, until finally 300 acupoints had been established. Only then did it come to a halt. The consumption of 3,000 points of source power not only elevated the Heavenly Burial Cannon to the 3rd-turn level, but also opened an additional 200 new acupoints, each harboring a heavy and terrifying force, as if containing a miniature universe within. Throughout this process, the complete Great Sun Burning Heaven technique naturally operated in tandem, causing the 300 newly opened acupoints to all evolve into the Great Sun Burial Golden Crow. The Heavenly Burial Cannon serves as the overarching principle, while the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique is subordinate to it. The two are distinct yet harmoniously integrated in their operation, that Yi Wu felt an unimaginable explosive power coursing through his body. If he were to encounter those 3 martial artists at the 4th and 6th levels of the earthly fiend realm, he would need only 3 punches to obliterate them all. 1 punch for each. This upgrade has provided Yi Wu with an immense boost in strength, fundamentally altering his capabilities. His cultivation realm has risen from the 5th level of the opening acupoint realm to the 7th level, achieving an elevation of 2 minor realms. All that remains is to open the subsequent 65 acupoints, and naturally, the opening acupoint realm will reach perfection. The power of the 3-turn Heavenly Burial Cannon is truly immense. However, the source power consumed is equally formidable. Observing the consumption of source power displayed on the system panel, Yi Wu could not help but shake his head in despair. The amount of source power expended to advance to the 2nd and 3rd transformations was entirely on a different plane. To attain the 4th transformation, the required source power, even if doubled, would likely fall short, potentially reaching an astronomical figure. Glancing at the system panel, he noted the remaining 1,500 points of source power, which was evidently insufficient for further cultivating the Burial Heaven Sutra. Consequently, Yi Wu decided to invest it into the ghostly divine fist, only to be met with a notification that his source power was still inadequate for reaching the Great Completion Realm. Much like the Burial Heaven Sutra, the ghostly divine fist was also a colossal drain on resources. The only potential avenues for further enhancement lay in the bloodline Great Sun Glazed Battle Body, the Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique, and the Ascending Immortal Fist. Although the Ascending Immortal Fist was a celestial tier martial art, it involved the Ascending Immortal Sutra that if he could elevate it to the perfected state, perhaps he would have the opportunity to access the divine level martial art. The Ascending Immortal Sutra, that why Yi Wu reflected silently. It was evident from the Ascending Immortal Fist that if the Ascending Immortal Sutra was indeed a divine-level martial art, it would undoubtedly surpass the Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique in rank, either as a mid-grade divine-level martial art or a high-grade one. Nevertheless, Yi Wu opted to invest in the Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique. Should he cultivate it to perfection, augmenting it with the Great Sun Glazed Battle Body would grant him dual benefits, significantly amplifying his combat prowess. The essence of a low-grade, divine-level martial art could, in fact, surpass that of a top-tier, celestial-level martial art. Moreover, through the Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique, there existed the possibility of communing with the Great Sun Burning Heaven Battle Flag, potentially acquiring a low-grade divine weapon. However, Yi Wu soon discovered that his source power was still insufficient to propel the Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique to its perfected state. The remaining 1,500 points of source power could not possibly achieve this goal. After the Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique was completed, the value of source power required for its perfection had undergone a significant transformation. He opened the system panel. Host. Yi Wu Realm. 7th layer of the opening Spirit Realm bloodline. Great Sun Glazed Battle Body. Awakened. Divine abilities. None cultivation methods. Burial Heaven Sutra. 3rd transformation. Martial skills. 5 Thunder Fist Perfection. Ghostly Divine Fist, Minor Completion. Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique, Pseudo-Great Completion. Ascending Immortal Fist, Novice, Source Power. 1500 on the system panel. The various values had changed drastically, yet the cultivation level of the Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique had inexplicably dropped to the Pseudo-Great Completion stage. Upon seeing this, Yi Wu nearly lost his composure. He understood full well the reason behind this. After the Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique was completed, it had evolved into a low-grade, divine-level martial art. In many aspects had undergone a profound transformation. His previous Great Completion realm could no longer be applied, resulting in a drop in rank, now positioned between Minor Completion and Great Completion. Sell the cultivation method. Yi Wu immediately resolved to gather the source power needed to upgrade the Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique, deciding to reserve the current 1,500 points until he amassed enough to proceed. Young Master, we have received news from Duke Pingyang. It's quite significant, announced Steward Qin the following morning, delivering good tidings to Yi Wu. What do you mean? Has that fellow swiftly gathered what I require? Yi Wu's heart leaped with joy. It seemed the Chais had willingly presented themselves. Steward Qin shook his head, his expression tinged with disbelief. Duke Pingyang mentioned he wishes to exchange an entry token for the Divine Spirit Tomb, emphasizing that within that tomb lies a true divine-level inheritance. Should one pass the trials, they could obtain the legacy of that divine spirit and potentially become a true deity of martial arts. What? That old man possesses such a remarkable item. Yi Wu was taken aback. This was beyond his expectations. Refuse him. Tell Duke Pingyang that if he genuinely desires the complete Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique, he must show sincerity and not attempt to deceive me with such trivialities. If he is not interested in the complete technique, I shall seek out the extreme Yang Valley. They would surely be very interested. Furthermore, I have changed my mind. On top of the original price, I shall raise it by 1/3. If he still harbors the notion of exchanging for the complete Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique, the price will double. The so-called entry token for the Divine Spirit Tomb and the alleged divine inheritance might very well be genuine, yet the dangers lurking within that tomb were certainly substantial. Otherwise, Duke Pingyang would not be resorting to an exchange, but would have claimed the tomb for himself at that time. There would be a considerable chance to secure a divine-level martial art inheritance without the risks associated with seizing the Burial Heaven Sutra from him. The absence of such an item indicated that Duke Pingyang either had not entered the so-called Divine Spirit Tomb, or had done so, but failed to gain any significant rewards. Only by breaking through the Heavenly Gang and igniting the Divine Fire could one hope to attain the path to divinity. The formidable strength of martial deities was unquestionable. Within such a powerful tomb, it was certain to be rife with terrifying dangers, and one misstep might lead to a fate unknown. The Yi Wu would never risk such peril, especially since he already possessed a minimum of 2 divine-level martial arts, making him unencumbered by the need for further divine legacies. Exchange a true divine-level martial art for such insubstantial offerings would be sheer folly. I shall relay this message immediately. Steward Qin nodded. Having grasped Yi Wu's analysis that it seemed Duke Pingyang harbored ulterior motives, not just seeking to exchange for the divine-level Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, but also intending to ensnare them in a trap. Yi Wu settled down with a cup of tea, and if what he claimed was true, the fellow indeed had immense fortune, having acquired an entry token to a divine spirit tomb. Such luck was no small matter. No wonder he had reached the Heavenly Gang realm. In some tales, he would surely be the protagonist blessed with fortune. The divine spirit tomb undoubtedly harbored great danger. Otherwise, Yi Wu might have considered exploring it, for it surely contained numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Were he to convert them, he might extract an abundance of source power. Alas, he could only covet from afar. The prospect of risking his life to enter was utterly out of the question. The allure of the divine spirit tomb was enticing, yet his own life was of paramount importance. To have refused the temptation of a divine spirit tomb demonstrated remarkable resolve. His mind was indeed steadfast. How audacious of Duke Pingyang to threaten him with extreme Yang Valley. Duke Pingyang received feedback almost immediately. He had intended to wait and see, hoping to catch the informant who had conveyed the message, to discover who was scheming against him. However, he was met with empty hands, prompting a deep sigh of regret. It seemed the informant indeed possessed the complete Great Sun Burning Heaven technique and was not merely bluffing. Holding a divine-level martial art could effectively quell the greed within one's heart. However, with the price now inflated by a third, the pressure on Duke Pingyang had undoubtedly intensified with his current resources. Amassing the required amount was beyond his means. Nevertheless, this only solidified his determination to reclaim the complete Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, for on a newly received note was a fresh aura, distinct from that of the Great Sun glazed battle body, yet imbued with the essence of the perfected Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, faintly radiating the charm of divine-level martial arts. This was evidently a deliberate act by the informant, enticing him while simultaneously issuing a warning. Clearly, he had to take decisive action. Duke Pingyang's gaze flickered as he resolved to sell the entry token for the Divine Spirit Tomb. To be honest, he felt a twinge of reluctance. The token represented a chance at divine inheritance. If he could secure it, he might not miss the opportunity to become a new deity of martial arts. Regrettably, he had entered the Divine Spirit Tomb twice before, both times encountering terrifying dangers. Had it not been for his fortuitous escapes, he might have lost his life within those ancient walls. Henceforth, despite his covetous desires, he dared not venture inside again to guard Treasure Mountain, yet be unable to enter was a bitter fate. Soon, shocking news spread throughout the imperial city, capturing the attention of countless individuals and overshadowing the scandal involving Deputy Minister Su Qing and the assassination of the Liang royal heir. In 7 days, Duke Pingyang would publicly auction an entry token to the Divine Spirit Tomb. Divine Spirits. Merely 2 simple words have the power to drive countless individuals into a frenzy. This is particularly true for martial artists, who are acutely aware of the immense and terrifying strength possessed by deific-level warriors. They are true gods. Every utterance and action emanates an aura of divine authority. With a mere thought, they can obliterate an entire nation, existing on a completely different plane of existence. The phrase divine tomb carries profound significance, and any discerning individual understands its implications. Moreover, the token that grants access to such a place symbolizes the final legacy of a martial deity. Its value is incalculable. The mere appearance of such a token can incite a frenzy among countless martial artists, compelling them to acquire it at any cost. In an instant, ancient clans and external sects were stirred, dispatching emissaries towards the imperial capital of the Great Zhou. Faced with such a monumental temptation, even the most formidable forces wielding divine legacies cannot remain unmoved. It is impossible to remain indifferent. The greater the possession of divine heritage, the clearer the understanding of the terrifying potential of a complete divine legacy. Not to mention, within that divine tomb, there may well lie a multitude of heavenly treasures left by the martial god in life. News of this has even begun to spread towards the Northern Mang dynasty, prompting them to secretly send individuals towards the Great Zhou. The two dynasties have always been at odds, harboring deep-seated enmity. Should the Great Zhou acquire a divine legacy or some divine artifact, it would not bode well for the Northern Mang. Thus, the world is abuzz. Chapter 46. A Solo Feast, a Double-Edged Sword. Duke Pingyang has truly brought me a tremendous surprise. In the palace, the martial emperor gazes at the information laid before him, a cryptic expression flickering across his face, causing the chief eunuch, Su Peixiang, who stands nearby, to tremble slightly, his eyes lowered, afraid to utter a word. Go, observe the auction and discern which martial deity's tomb it is. After the great desolation, divine beings have vanished, and it has been an age since any trace of divinity has appeared. Who would have thought it would manifest at this moment? It seems that certain individuals can no longer contain themselves. Are those old-timers truly returning? Yes, Your Majesty. Su Peixiang immediately withdrew, exhaling a sigh of relief upon reaching the outer chamber, and promptly summoned a junior eunuch to inquire about movements from the Duke Pingyang's residence. Gazing in the direction of the palace's exterior, Chief Eunuch Su Peixiang narrowed his eyes, a fervent glint flashing deep within. That is the divine tomb of martial deities, holding the true legacy of the martial god. Who would have thought that Duke Pingyang would possess such a fortuitous opportunity? He holds the token to the divine tomb, yet he previously dared to covet the burial scripture of the divine Marquis. It appears that the divine tomb is fraught with peril. Acquiring the so-called divine legacy will not be a simple task. As for the other opportunities within, they are equally difficult to seize. Those who rise to the position of chief eunuch in the palace are certainly no fools. Su Peixiang immediately contemplated the intricate twists and turns involved. De Liang Wang's gaze was peculiar. He never expected that something so valuable would be in the hands of Duke Pingyang, Song Kaisheng, whom he had always underestimated. Although he possesses a similar legacy, divine artifacts are universally precious, and no one would disdain a lesser share. If he could obtain another divine legacy or the treasures within the divine tomb, it would greatly aid his forthcoming plans, perhaps even ensuring his success. Thus, after finding an opportunity, Liang Wang stealthily made his way towards Duke Pingyang's estate to discuss matters personally. Elder Qingyu, upon hearing the news, was infuriated, yet his speed of escape was even swifter. How could the people of the Great Zhou be so astute, akin to dogs with an acute sense of smell? He had hidden in so many places, yet they managed to track him down. After evading yet another round of pursuit, Elder Qingyu finally had time to ponder the uproar surrounding the divine tomb. The access token to such a tomb is truly a remarkable treasure. Who would have thought that this fellow possessed such an item, concealing it all along? What audacity! In his eyes, Duke Pingyang was nothing more than an ant. And yet this ant had clandestinely orchestrated such a grand affair without alerting their Yuhua immortal sect. In his view, this was an outright deception against his sect, which he could not tolerate. With this thought, Elder Qingyu carefully surveyed his surroundings before setting out once more, utilizing the cover of night to silently approach Duke Pingyang's estate. How brazen of Duke Pingyang to openly auction off the access token to the divine tomb. He has truly pilfered my idea, shamelessly. Upon hearing this news, Yi Wu's expression grew peculiar. He understood the motives behind Duke Pingyang's actions, simply to raise funds for the purchase of the divine martial art, the sun-burning heavenly art. This is indeed a clever strategy, allowing for swift monetization and potential wealth. After all, if the token remained in Duke Pingyang's possession without him entering, it would merely be wasted. Better to exchange it for what he needs in matters concerning the divine, Even a mere whisper could command a staggering price, let alone a genuine token, whose worth is surely only on the rise. Sell it, and I hope he sells as much as possible at a high price. Yi Wu smiled like a cunning little fox. Duke Pingyang is harvesting the fields, and he too is gleaning from Duke Pingyang's bounty. Now it is a race to see whose scythe is swifter, capable of reaping more. However, this action of Duke Pingyang also reveals that the divine tomb is undoubtedly fraught with extreme danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a choice. There is bound to be a show to watch, but one wonders how many will be drawn by this token. Why Yi Wu sent out inquiries and discovered that the entire imperial capital was in a frenzy over this news. Every living soul seemed to utter the words divine tomb in every third sentence. Duke Pingyang's residence was bustling with activity, teeming with nobles and individuals from prestigious families and sects, nearly causing the threshold to collapse underfoot. Faced with numerous top-tier forces presenting both overt and covert threats, as well as manifold temptations, Duke Pingyang remained unperturbed, accepting all gifts while deftly deflecting their demands, resolutely refusing to yield. These are sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Were it not for his remaining strength and the fact that this is the great Zhou imperial capital, he might have been completely devoured. Duke Pingyang's eyes flickered. For the first time, he realized that the imperial capital harbored so many ancient figures, each formidable in strength, vastly different from his previous understanding of the capital's dynamics. The allure of the divine tomb is simply too great. Were it not for the lack of options, he would prefer to keep the news of the divine tomb to himself, although the risks are substantial. Perhaps once he ascends further in cultivation, he could seize the divine legacy within. However, he ultimately cannot wait any longer. The sun-burning heavenly art must be secured, but it cannot be a single transaction. He must acquire a portion first. Though he has confirmed that the complete sun-burning heavenly art is genuine, Duke Pingyang still harbors concerns. Should he be deceived, he might end up losing everything. Caution is imperative. With this in mind, Duke Pingyang immediately resolved to contact that person in secret to arrange for a partial transaction. Even the introductory portion of the complete divine martial art would differ significantly from the previous incomplete version, thus allowing for verification of authenticity. Duke Pingyang is also one who will not act without evidence. However, before all this, there is still one task to accomplish. He must deliver a token of entrance to the palace. This opportunity is too great. With only his initial entry into the celestial transformation realm, he could not hope to safeguard it under normal circumstances without external assistance. Within the great Zhou imperial capital, the most substantial backing undoubtedly lies with the martial emperor in the palace. "Father, is this not a bit too risky?" Song Hui cautiously inquired from the side, his heart racing with trepidation. In the past few days, he had encountered nothing but top-tier individuals, some of whom even surpassed his father, the Duke of Pingyang, in status, individuals whom he would not normally have the opportunity to meet. Yet now, these powerful figures had come to him uninvited. Despite their seemingly affable demeanor, he could sense an underlying chill. Their intentions were evidently lethal. If we do not reveal ourselves, could we not seize the chance to fully claim the divine inheritance? Why create such a tumult, placing our Duke of Pingyang's household in the eye of a storm? Song Hui was utterly perplexed by his father's actions. The divine tomb was far too vast for their modest Duke of Pingyang's household to manage. It would be akin to being overwhelmed. The Duke shook his head, refraining from further explanation. In the next moment, as if sensing something, his expression shifted dramatically, and the power of the blazing sun shot towards a corner, as if a miniature sun had exploded. "Who goes there?" Song Hui let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground before he could comprehend the situation. That a figure emerged from the darkness, causing the Duke's countenance to change instantly. Prince Liang. He took a step back, instinctively shielding the unconscious Song Hui, his gaze fixated on the suddenly arrived Prince Liang with wariness. "If I am not mistaken, you have come for the divine tomb as well." Prince Liang did not deny this, cutting straight to the chase. "I require the entry token for the divine tomb. Hand it over, and I can offer you substantial benefits, including protection. In the future, when the time is right, I can facilitate your elevation to the rank of Marquis." The temptation was indeed considerable. Regrettably, before the Duke could utter a word, another presence abruptly interjected, exuding a forceful and domineering aura. Prince Liang, your desire to monopolize is rather inappropriate. Elder Qingyu had stealthily approached, harboring the same intent as Prince Liang, fixated on the divine tomb. Song Kaisheng, you must think carefully. Your son remains a disciple of our Yuhua Xianmen, and your family owes a significant debt to my sect. Should you offend us again, you are well aware of the consequences. Boom! In that instant, Prince Liang and Elder Qingyu locked onto each other, prepared to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. With a wolf in front and a tiger behind, being targeted by these two formidable figures thrust the Duke of Pingyang into an excruciating dilemma. Amplifying his stress, internally he cursed the audacity of Prince Liang and Elder Qingyu. The visitors from the past few days, while some sought to monopolize, at least adhered to basic etiquette, bringing gifts to show goodwill. Yet these two had arrived empty-handed, attempting to seize the entry token for the divine tomb, without recompense. He had never encountered such brazen individuals, rivaling his own boldness. Despite his grievances, the Duke found himself at a loss on how to navigate this precarious situation. Any action would offend one party or the other, resulting in significant loss on his part. Just then, however, another presence approached, its aura strikingly familiar to the Duke. Upon sensing this sudden arrival, Prince Liang's expression shifted, revealing a hint of surprise and reluctance. Yet ultimately, he turned and exited the room without hesitation, as did Elder Qingyu, who departed with a grimace, as if he had forgotten his original purpose. Master Su. The Duke of Pingyang stepped forward to greet the newly arrived figure, none other than the Grand Eunuch Su Peisheng. As Su Peisheng entered, he seemed to sense something, his demeanor instantly turning serious as a spiritual energy surged forth, as if hunting for something. Chapter 47. The Eunuch's Tiger Skin. The Grand Eunuch Su Peisheng had been by the side of the current martial emperor for an extended period, and his martial prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Although Prince Liang and Elder Qingyu had deliberately concealed their auras, Su Peisheng was still able to detect traces of their presence. Duke Pingyang, you are quite the busy man. It is already late. Yet you still have guests, Su Peisheng remarked with a smile. Prompting the Duke to change his expression but quickly regain his composure, he took out a blood-colored jade token from his storage bag and presented it. Explaining its origin and purpose, I had intended to present this token to His Majesty during tomorrow's audience. But since you have arrived tonight, I would appreciate it if you could personally deliver this token to the Emperor. The Duke, understanding the significance of the Grand Eunuch's visit, willingly handed over an entry token for the Divine Tomb, akin to paying protection money. The earlier visitations from Prince Liang and Elder Qingyu had instilled in him a profound sense of pressure. It was evident that without support, he would be unable to safeguard his interests against top-tier powerhouses. Of course, the token he provided was not the genuine entry token for the Divine Tomb, but rather a derivative imprint of the original. The complete token allowed for 10 entries into the Divine Tomb, of which he had already utilized 2, leaving him with merely 8 opportunities. The imprint, once separated, granted each one-time access to the tomb. As Grand Eunuch Su Peisheng held the blood-colored jade token, he immediately grasped its operational mechanics, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What a valuable item! A single entry opportunity can accommodate 10 individuals. Initially, Su Peisheng had thought that the entry token for the Divine Tomb permitted only one person. But it appeared he was mistaken. Each imprint token could allow 10 individuals to enter, significantly increasing its value and providing greater operational flexibility. However, entry was restricted to warriors below the Divine Fire realm. It made sense. Those who could ignite Divine Fire had already determined their martial path, making it challenging to shift to a new direction even if they obtained divine inheritance. The Duke's gaze flickered slightly, and he promptly shared everything he knew about the Divine Tomb, leaving nothing concealed. Shortly thereafter, Grand Eunuch Su Peisheng quietly departed the Duke of Pingyang's residence. Watching the Grand Eunuch's retreating figure, the Duke exhaled a subtle sigh of relief. After all his efforts, he could finally leverage the influence of the martial emperor, allowing him to auction off the remaining 7 entry tokens without fear of being usurped. Yet he wondered how Prince Liang and Elder Qingyu would react and whether they would return. Subsequently, the Duke summoned the housekeeper to carry the still unconscious Song Hui back to his room. Prince Liang and elder Qingyu had not strayed far from the Duke of Pingyang's estate. Witnessing the Grand Eunuch Su Peixing exit and enter the imperial palace, "What a scheming Duke Pingyang! I underestimated you." Prince Liang scoffed, opting not to re-enter the Duke's residence and turning to leave instead. The Grand Eunuch's arrival and departure indicated he had acquired what he sought, and Prince Liang was well aware of his nephew's temperament, recognizing that the Duke had temporarily found a formidable ally. To obtain that token, he would now have to rely on the auction at the Duke's estate 4 days hence. A mere Duke Pingyang had managed to deliver such a blow, severely undermining his dignity. And Prince Liang's anger simmered within, marking the Duke for future retribution. Elder Qingyu's gaze was icy. A mere novice in the Tiangang realm dared to disregard their Yuhua, Xianmin, truly courting death. However, Elder Qingyu could only entertain such thoughts, for the formidable eunuch Su Peixing was backed by none other than the great Zhou's martial emperor. Observing Su Peixing's expression as he departed, it was evident that he had secured what he desired. With the martial emperor lending his support, Elder Qingyu felt it prudent to maintain a steady hand for the time being. The martial emperor was not one to be trifled with, although he had once disguised himself to learn from their Yuhua immortal sect. His sentiments towards them were far from favorable, as evidenced by a series of past events that it was wise to extend a courtesy first. Once this matter concluded, he would ensure that the Earl of Pingyang paid a price for his actions. And that audacious Song Hui, who dared to disclose their secret martial arts, would meet a similarly dire fate. Nonetheless, the token for entering the divine tomb must be secured with this thought in mind. Elder Qingyu promptly sent a message back to the Yuhua immortal sect, requesting additional rare materials and the dispatch of a top-tier Tiangang realm elder. Elder Qingyu gazed in the direction of the Liang royal residence, his eyes narrowing slightly, a flicker of suspicion crossing his gaze. The Liang Wang seemed somewhat off. His cultivation level appeared more complex than it outwardly suggested. After a considerable wait, upon seeing the Liang Wang and Elder Qingyu reappear, the Earl of Pingyang knew that his plan had succeeded. He had secured the token. After some contemplation, the Earl of Pingyang discreetly changed into a different outfit and silently left his residence. Making his way to a secluded alley, he then entered an unoccupied house and did not emerge again. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Marquis of Shenwei, Steward Qin immediately sensed something and retrieved a piece of jade from his storage bag, upon which a line of clear text appeared. The Earl of Pingyang had evidently sent word rather swiftly. Upon reading it, Steward Qin promptly sought out Yi Wu, handing him the jade and providing a brief explanation. The house the Earl of Pingyang had entered was intentionally established as a communication outpost. Within it, he had set up a simple information relay formation. If the Earl wished to contact him, he could utilize that formation to send messages. Due to the simplicity of the formation, even top-tier experts would struggle to pinpoint his location through such a connection. This was naturally a precautionary measure for his own safety. Haha, truly the old fox. He is remarkably cautious and unwilling to suffer any loss. Yi Wu chuckled, recognizing the Earl's intentions. It seemed that over the past 3 days, he had indeed acquired considerable treasures. Otherwise, he would not have had the confidence to negotiate with them. "Young master, should we agree to his terms?" Steward Qin inquired. "Respond to him, stating that we have accepted his conditions, but the price must be raised by 10%. Yi Wu replied with a smile, believing it would be remiss not to take advantage of the opportunity presented by the Earl of Pingyang. Steward Qin was left speechless. Increasing the price by another 10% would skyrocket the cost. Yet it was nonetheless a favorable development. After all, the price would not be borne by the Marquis of Shenwei, so there was no need for excessive concern. Thus, Steward Qin conveyed the information through the jade in his possession. "This is outrageous." In the secluded house, as the Earl of Pingyang read the words manifested by the communication formation, he was taken aback. The audacity of the counteroffer was astonishing. The repeated price hikes made him feel as if he were being treated like a fool. Did they truly believe he would not dare to retaliate? "Fine. I shall endure for now. I must first obtain the martial art before anything else." After all, the rare materials he was offering in exchange were not his own, but gifts from those who had come to visit him. At worst, he could simply raise the auction price of the token for the divine tomb later on. The elite factions would have to bear the brunt of that inconvenience. After a series of back-and-forth exchanges, each party harboring their own ulterior motives, the two sides quickly settled on the location and method of the transaction. Steward Qin, be cautious and do not let that old fox. The Earl of Pingyang, catch you, Yiwu cautioned as he handed the prepared introductory section of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique to Steward Qin. Steward Qin smiled confidently and replied, "Rest assured, young master, I am quite adept in this matter. While I may not rival your martial talent, I possess my own unique skills in this field, an exclusive technique taught to me by the Marquis himself. Even amidst the chaos of the Northern Mang battlefield, I could navigate freely without issue. There will be no problems. Await my good news." Steward Qin swiftly departed the Marquis's residence, vanishing into the night like a wraith. Chapter 48. The bewildered true fire of the sun in the darkness. The Earl of Pingyang, who had been in pursuit, suddenly halted, his fingers moving in a rapid rhythm, as if he were deciphering some arcane technique. Ultimately, he stopped, his expression darkening with frustration. Who is this old coot that possesses such incredible concealment skills? At this moment, the Earl of Pingyang had indeed completed the transaction and acquired what he sought. However, he was not idle. He intended to seize this opportunity to unearth the mastermind behind the scenes. Yet, despite employing a myriad of strategies, his efforts proved futile, as the clandestine individual's methods were evidently superior, allowing them to elude his senses in an astonishing manner, disappearing without a trace. Gazing at the item in his possession, the Earl of Pingyang ultimately relinquished his pursuit with great reluctance, since he could not locate them. There was no need to continue the search. For now, it was best to avoid a confrontation. Upon returning to his residence, the Earl of Pingyang immediately entered his cultivation chamber, activating all isolation and defense formations. He extracted a sheet of paper from his storage bag in an instant. The Great Sun Burning Heaven technique he practiced began to resonate, responding to the technique inscribed on the paper. Even the lower-grade divine weapon, the Great Sun Burning Heaven battle flag, which had long lain dormant within him, stirred as if awakening from slumber. The Earl's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly igniting with fervor. Indeed, this is the complete Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. Merely the introductory content revealed significant differences from his own practice, promising a much more perfect form. As he diligently studied the introductory material, once he fully comprehended it, the Earl naturally resumed his cultivation, adjusting his practice of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. This adjustment was no simple task, yet it brought immense benefits. The true qi within his body underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, faintly infused with the essence of solar true fire. Initially, he had only managed to cultivate a flawed, embryonic form of the Great Sun Liuli battle body. However, with the training of the complete introductory section, it too underwent refinement. Though still in its embryonic state, its deficiencies were gradually being rectified. The 365 martial arts acupoints, previously established, naturally connected with the forces of heaven and earth upon entering the Disha and Tiangang realms. The influx of Disha and Tiangang vital energy permeated the acupoints, merging with the innate true qi he cultivated, thereby imbuing it with the characteristics of the elemental energies of heaven and earth, laying a solid foundation for future martial arts cultivation. Now, within the Tiangang and Disha vital energies at the core of the martial arts acupoints, a faint illusion of the Great Sun Golden Crow began to take shape alongside the completion of the embryonic form of the Great Sun Liuli battle body. Excellent, excellent. The Earl of Pingyang could no longer contain his excitement, erupting into hearty laughter. Having reached this stage in his cultivation, his realm was firmly stabilized, standing confidently on the first tier of the Tiangang realm. With his combat prowess exceeding that of before by over 2/3, the Great Sun Burning Heaven battle flag within him also received a degree of nourishment, although its restoration speed remained slow. It was significantly improved compared to before. The magnitude of this enhancement left the Earl of Pingyang in a state of exhilaration, the benefits far exceeding his prior expectations. Truly, this was a divine-level martial art. Merely practicing the introductory section had catalyzed a transformative evolution in his martial cultivation that if he were to acquire the complete, divine-level Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, what would that entail? He must obtain the entirety of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. No one could thwart him. Yet, contemplating the price made the Earl's heart ache. It was clear that the clandestine individual had him firmly in their grasp, which was why they could audaciously keep raising the price. But alas, he was indeed at their mercy. He could only turn his efforts towards manipulating the auction price. The gaze of Lord Pingyang flickered with fervor. It was only after mastering divine-level martial arts that one could truly comprehend the immense strength and terror encapsulated within a complete system of such arts. Within that divine tomb lay the authentic inheritance of divine-level martial arts, a treasure of monumental proportions. Thus, it seemed only reasonable to elevate the price slightly. That why Yiwu waited in silence. And before long, Butler Qin returned in a hurry, presenting him with a storage bag. "Master, I have fulfilled my mission. I was not discovered, was I?" "No," Butler Qin replied, shaking his head, a hint of derision gracing his features as he smiled brilliantly. "However, you were not entirely incorrect, Master. That old fox indeed intended to lay in wait, hoping to ensnare me at this opportunity. Unfortunately for him, I had already anticipated his anticipation. And no matter how formidable the Tiangang realm, he remains utterly powerless against me. That old fox has likely realized my maneuvering by now and is on the brink of fury. To be safe, I employed the unique sealing technique imparted by Lord Ho, implementing multiple layers of seals. Even if Lord Pingyang has left some special tracking methods, as long as the seals remain intact, he shall not trace me. Why Yiwu nodded. As long as no trouble arose. He refrained from opening the storage bag and instead utilized the system panel for identification. Soon, lines of text began to manifest on the system interface, culminating in a specific value: 1,500 points of source power. This revelation instantly ignited a gleam in Yiwu's eyes. That old fox, Lord Pingyang, was indeed wealthy, effortlessly producing treasures valued at 1,500 points. It appeared that the benefits bestowed upon Lord Pingyang by the Divine Tomb surpassed his initial expectations. Had he known earlier, he should have demanded more. Next time, he would sharpen his scythe. It was time to reap a greater harvest. Upon returning to his room, Yiwu wasted no time in recharging the entire storage bag, along with its numerous treasures, into the system. Even if Lord Pingyang had laid numerous traps within those treasures, they would prove utterly useless. If he had the capability, let him contend with the system and see who is truly superior. Before long, the source power value on the panel flickered momentarily before changing. Source power, 3,000 system. Initiate the completion of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. Shall I expend 3,000 points of source power to complete the inferior divine-level martial art? The Great Sun Burning Heaven technique? Yes. Yiwu nodded decisively, astonished at how swiftly he had amassed the necessary source power for the perfected Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. Lord Pingyang had indeed been a benefactor in his time of need. With such an abundance of source power, it surged into the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique like a tidal wave, fervently refining its essence. The Great Sun True Qi within his body surged violently, colliding and intertwining with one another, igniting in a fierce blaze, seemingly transforming into the very essence of solar fire. A spark, smaller than a sesame seed, of solar true fire quietly emerged amidst the torrent of solar true qi, rapidly consuming the Great Sun True Qi in his dantian and acupoints, using it as a foundation to grow stronger, from that initial spark to ultimately devouring all the Great Sun True Qi. It had evolved to the size of a mung bean. Although merely a small flame the size of a mung bean, its emanating aura was beyond comparison. At its core, it seemed to harbor a genuine miniature sun, nestled deep within Yiwu's dantian. Upon entering the dantian, that tiny spark of solar true fire exhibited an overwhelming dominance, fiercely impacting the funeral heaven true qi, as if attempting to expel it entirely and claim the dantian for itself. The solar true fire exhibited such unyielding ferocity that it seemed poised to extinguish all in its path, but then it was met with the funeral heaven true qi, which blanketed the dantian like an abyss, delivering a powerful blow that nearly expelled the tiny spark. Even in its initial state, it was almost snuffed out. Witnessing the spectacle, Yiwu could not help but gasp in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief, his heart quaking. That was not the great sun true chi cultivated from the great sun burning heaven technique. It was the evolved and pure solar true fire. The magnitude of its power was self-evident. A single strand of solar true fire could incinerate all. Even in the presence of a Tiangang realm warrior, facing such a spark of solar true fire would be a perilous endeavor, capable of leading to their demise. Yet now, before the funeral heaven true chi, the solar true fire seemed utterly inadequate, akin to an adult overpowering a child, easily manipulated and subdued. It appeared that the funeral heaven technique was perhaps underestimated. Who would have thought that merely the cultivated funeral heaven true chi could entirely suppress the solar true fire? This was solar true fire we were speaking of, though merely a spark. It was still solar true fire, not the wildfires found along the roadside. Even true deities would be reduced to ashes beneath its might, yet under the funeral heaven true chi, it resembled a mere child. This confirmed that the rank of the funeral heaven technique far surpassed that of inferior divine-level martial arts. Only with a sufficiently vast disparity in essence could such a dominating scenario unfold between true Qigong. After enduring a tremendous blow, the strand of solar true fire settled down, ceasing its previous arrogance and obediently retreating to a corner of the dantian, channeling all its power to bolster Yi Wu. In that fleeting moment, Yi Wu felt as though he had truly transformed into a sun, suspended above the heavens, illuminating all realms, akin to the great sun golden crow, capable of unleashing terrifying solar true fire with every movement. This sensation was entirely different from the previous experience of cultivating the great sun burning heaven technique, as if he had evolved from an ordinary person into a being endowed with extraordinary power. Undergoing a profound metamorphosis, during this process, the acupoints still in a state of chaos began to shift, one after another being opened, ignited by the spark of solar true fire within. Truly, the changes brought forth by divine-level martial arts were remarkable. Yi Wu's gaze was ablaze with intensity. The source power continued to deplete, yet the benefits were immense, with new insights regarding the great sun burning heaven technique constantly surfacing in his mind. Not only that, but even the already awakened great sun glazed battle body underwent certain transformations during this process, naturally compensating for its flaws as the great sun burning heaven technique reached perfection, enhancing its potency. Though the initially awakened great sun glazed battle body had been an evolution facilitated by the system through the miraculous source power, seemingly perfect, it was merely an illusion, ultimately rooted in the incomplete great sun burning heaven technique, inherently inferior to the complete divine-level version. Now, however, those deficiencies were being rectified. Once the 3,000 points of source power were fully expended, the personal attributes on the system panel underwent corresponding changes. The great sun burning heaven technique transitioned from the realm of pseudo-great accomplishment to a state of perfection, a feeling entirely distinct from before that a strand of solar true fire quietly manifested at Yi Wu's fingertips, instantly scorching the air to the point of distortion, as if unable to withstand the might of that tiny spark of solar true fire. This was merely pure fire, not yet having matured into the complete form of solar true fire. The acupoints were once again opened, with 15 more being activated, each hosting a spark of solar true fire that took root and flourished, resonating with the vibrations of the acupoints. However, his cultivation realm remained at the 7th layer of the opening acupoint stage. Unable to progress further, ascend to the 8th layer, it was estimated that he must open at least 300 to 400 acupoints. The enhancements brought forth by advanced martial arts were indeed substantial. Yet the consumption during this cultivation process was equally significant. To fully unlock all 365 acupoints would prove to be no simple task. Feeling the transformative state of every acupoint within his body, Yi Wu involuntarily took a deep breath. Were it another martial artist trained in heavenly tier techniques, the sheer amount of source force would have likely enabled them to reach a perfected state of acupoint opening multiple times over, rather than remaining, as Yi Wu was stuck at the 7th layer of acupoint opening. The low-grade divine martial art, the great sun burning heaven technique, combined with the seemingly superior divine martial art, the burial heaven scripture, had already led to an inconceivable metamorphosis of Yi Wu's physique, elevating it to an extraordinary pinnacle. Consequently, Not only had the difficulty of opening acupoints increased, but the foundation of those acupoints, once established, was also remarkably solid. If one were to liken the foundation of a typical martial artist's acupoints to ordinary glass, then Yi Wu's acupoint foundation could be compared to a super double-layered bulletproof glass. Though both may be glass, a vast and insurmountable chasm now separated them, rendering them almost entirely different entities. At T present, the true combat power I can manifest is increased by approximately 1/3 to 1/2, and the benefits are undeniably substantial. Sensing the series of changes occurring within his body, Yi Wu's gaze flickered. At the moment the great sun burning heaven technique reached its perfected state, he vaguely sensed an elusive connection emerging from the void, seemingly calling out to him. That direction, astonishingly, originated from the estate of the Duke of Pingyang. Yi Wu was acutely aware of what that faint call represented: the great sun burning heaven battle flag. His prior conjecture had not been mistaken. Upon reaching the perfected state of the great sun burning heaven technique, a connection with that battle flag could indeed be established. This investment had not been in vain. He would seek an opportunity to further probe and ascertain whether he could truly acquire that great sun burning heaven battle flag. The allure of a low-grade divine weapon was something Yi Wu could not refuse. Opening the system panel, host, Yi Wu realm, 7th layer of acupoint opening bloodline, great sun glazed battle body, awakened, divine ability, nun technique, burial heaven scripture, 3rd transformation, martial skills, 5 thunder fist, perfected, ghostly god fist, minor achievement, great sun burning heaven technique, perfected, feather ascension fist, beginner, source force. 0. The hard-earned source force had once again been squandered, yet had allowed the great sun burning heaven technique to reach its perfected state. The advantages of a perfected divine martial art were indisputable for Yi Wu. In the realm of acupoint opening, I am invincible. Beyond acupoint opening, I can also slay. Yi Wu sighed softly. Now he could finally be deemed to possess a modicum of self-preservation power. However, the mere acupoint opening realm still seemed somewhat insufficient. Reflecting on the individuals previously dispatched by the Liang royal estate, Yi Wu realized he needed to cultivate some talents. Only in this manner could he better safeguard himself and simultaneously dispatch others to gather more resources. Otherwise, every endeavor would fall solely upon him, or he would have to rely on Steward Qin, or perhaps seek assistance from Duke Tianjian. The manpower remained woefully inadequate, leaving him feeling somewhat constrained. Upon locating Steward Qin, Yi Wu articulated his thoughts, immediately garnering strong agreement from him. Young master, the Marquis had left a contingency plan. He secretly cultivated a team of 10 divine might guards, 5 of whom have been concealed within the imperial city to protect you, while the other 5 accompanied the Marquis to the northern Great Wall. Not long ago, I dispatched a confidential message, and the 5 in the imperial city have all responded. They can return at any time. Should you grant your approval, Yi Wu was somewhat taken aback, not having anticipated that his adoptive father would leave him such a contingency. It was indeed a significant asset. He then inquired, "What is the strength of the divine might guards?" "The weakest among them possesses the 9th layer of acupoint opening, while the strongest has surpassed me, reaching the 8th layer of earthly fiend realm." Had it not been for the Marquis' sudden misfortune, resulting in insufficient resources, they would likely have attained the perfected state of earthly fiend realm, Steward Qin replied. And the 5 at the northern Great Wall, Steward Qin shook his head. Their strength is even greater, all at the earthly fiend realm. However, after the message was sent, there has been no response from them. We have lost all contact and cannot ascertain whether they are alive or have been captured by the Northern Mang. Steward Qin sighed deeply. Unable to quell his worries, he was acutely aware of the tremendous effort the Marquis had invested in this team of divine might guards. Losing even half of them would be an exorbitant price. Let us first summon back the 5 still in the imperial city. As for the other 5, I shall send one of the divine might guards to personally journey to the northern Great Wall and conduct a thorough search. If they are alive, we shall see them. If they are dead, we shall see their corpses, Yi Wu declared, pointing to Steward Qin's brow. Steward Qin, the recently perfected great sun burning heaven technique, is in essence a divine martial art containing many insights from my cultivation process that I strive to enter the celestial polar realm at the earliest opportunity. The opponents we face are growing increasingly formidable. The earthly fiend realm cultivation has become a hindrance, making it difficult to withstand their ambushes. Divine martial art? Steward Qin was instantly taken aback, feeling a jolt of excitement as he absorbed the cultivation method of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique in his mind. While his previous martial art was commendable, a heavenly tier technique procured by the Marquis, it paled in comparison to the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. Merely glancing at it allowed him to sense its immense power and terror. Steward Qin was astonished by Yi Wu's unwavering trust in him, sharing the divine martial art without any reservations, deepening his gratitude towards Yi Wu. With the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, he could not only smoothly break through to the celestial polar realm, but also double his combat strength. Becoming even more formidable, soon, 5 figures silently infiltrated the estate of the divine might Marquis, each blending seamlessly into the night, resembling shadows devoid of any presence. Young master, these are the divine might guards left by the Marquis. Each was meticulously trained and is fiercely loyal to our estate, absolutely incapable of betrayal, Steward Qin introduced, urging them to pay their respects to Yi Wu. We pay our respects to young master. The 5 divine might guards emerged from the shadows, exclaiming loudly, their expressions curious as they regarded Yi Wu. Being in the imperial city, they were well aware of their young master's reputation. Yet they had never had such close contact. The transition from a martial arts waste to an unparalleled prodigy had occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving them momentarily stunned, though they were undoubtedly loyal to the divine might Marquis. Their personal feelings towards Yi Wu remained uncertain. Yi Wu discerned the thoughts of the 5 divine might guards and smiled faintly. In the next moment, a terrifying aura, akin to that of a deity or demon, erupted forth, enveloping all 5 guards present. If they held any doubts, he would compel their submission. Under the weight of absolute power, any dissent would be shattered into fragments. Steward Qin stood by, recognizing Yi Wu's intentions and refraining from intervening. While the strength of these 5 divine might guards was commendable, it remained insufficient before his young master. The instant Yi Wu unleashed his formidable aura, the expressions of the 5 divine might guards shifted dramatically. Instinctively, they released their own auras to counterbalance his. They understood Yi Wu's purpose, but as divine might guards, they each harbored their own pride. Chosen by the divine might Marquis, their talents were undoubtedly considerable. Though they had heard of Yi Wu's numerous accomplishments, they had never truly experienced them firsthand. Now, they finally grasped the meaning of overwhelming terror. The first to falter was the divine might guard at the 9th layer of acupoint opening. His complexion paled instantly, and his aura began to crumble. Following suit were the 3 divine might guards at the 1st, 3rd, and 5th layers of the earthly fiend realm, who all collapsed to the ground. Their eyes filled with sheer terror. They could hardly fathom that the Marquis's air could instill such fear. At the 7th layer of acupoint opening, he was capable of overwhelming them solely through his aura. Ultimately, even the divine might guard at the 8th layer of earthly fiend realm could not withstand it, choosing to concede defeat. The air is indeed formidable. We concede with full respect. The 5 members of the divine might guard swiftly retracted their initial arrogance, realizing in the presence of Yi Wu how laughable their previous pride truly was. Only at this moment did they genuinely grasp the profound despair that resided within the hearts of those earthly fiend realm warriors slain by their own young master, who, despite being overwhelmed, remained unable to retaliate. With this shift in mindset, the 5 of them became exhilarated. Following such a master was undeniably a fortuitous circumstance. Butler Qin breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that the young master's ability to subdue these 5 through his own strength was nothing short of remarkable. Subsequently, Yi Wu learned that the divine might guard was not known by any specific name, merely by codename. The 5 were named Divine 6, Divine 7, Divine 8, Divine 9, and Divine TAS for Divine 1 through Divine 5. They had ventured to the Northern Great Wall and had yet to return. Yi Wu couldn't help but twitch his lips at the casualness of such naming conventions, although he had to concede that they were indeed memorable. He had no intention of asking the divine might guard to change their names. Instead, he directly imparted the introductory chapter of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. Moreover, he embedded a restriction using methods from the Burial Heaven scripture, ensuring that the Divine Might Guard could neither impart it to others nor allow it to be spied upon. This Great Sun Burning Heaven technique should be familiar to you. It is not the celestial tier martial art you are accustomed to. Rather, it is a divine-level martial art. Although you are currently only learning the introductory chapter, mastering it will undoubtedly bring about a transformative change in your existing cultivation.as for the subsequent cultivation methods. That will depend on your future merits and performances. B. Why employing a stick to govern and then offering a sweet date. Yiwu was adept at this approach. Upon realizing the magnitude of the opportunity they had received, the 5 from Divine 6 to Divine 10 trembled with excitement. After all, this was divine-level martial arts, a concept that had only existed in legends. The recent uproar regarding the Divine Tomb in the Imperial City further illustrated the immense value of a divine inheritance. If released, it would undoubtedly provoke a horrific bloodbath that we swear our unwavering loyalty to the young master. The Divine Might Guard understood well the significance of such an extraordinary opportunity. They were, after all, akin to the death warriors of the Divine Might Marquis. And now, with Yiwu bestowing upon them such a generous gift, how could they not pledge their lives in service? As for why their young master possessed a more complete version of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique than that of the Marquis of Pingyang, such matters were beyond their concern as subordinates. They were acutely aware of which questions were appropriate and which were not. Now, their priority was to diligently practice the introductory chapter of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, converting their prior martial arts cultivation into the power of this newfound technique. Though their previous methods had merit, they paled in comparison to the divine-level Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. One was the heavens, the other the earth. As time passed and the auction date for the Divine Tomb's tokens approached, the influx of outsiders into the Imperial City grew, each one a warrior from ancient clans or top-tier sections. Even from the Beast Mountain region, ancient beasts emerged, blending into the Imperial City. During this process, some with ulterior motives sought to obtain the tokens ahead of time, only to be slain on the spot by the experts dispatched by the martial emperor, a move that deterred many from the ancient clans and outside sects from acting rashly. The Marquis of Pingyang felt fortunate for his earlier decision. Without the martial emperor's protection, he would have had no chance of preserving his position once the tokens were exposed. Simultaneously, this reinforced his determination to acquire the complete Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. The benefits derived from merely the introductory chapter were already immense, and the complete version promised even greater rewards. He was eager to see how many would dare to act so arrogantly against him thereafter. His recent days had been far from pleasant, as many regarded him as an easy target. Meanwhile, an elite from the Golden Wolf Guard of the Northern Mang dynasty concealed his identity and arrived at the Great Zhou Imperial City, silently infiltrating the Liang Prince's residence. Upon seeing the visitor, the Liang Prince's countenance shifted dramatically, and with a sharp voice, he exclaimed, "Are you seeking death? How dare you brazenly enter my Liang Prince's residence in broad daylight? Prince Liang, we are old friends. There's no need to be so angry." The Golden Wolf Guard expert replied with a smile, clearly unperturbed by the Liang Prince's fury. "Rest assured, I would not jest with my own life. Since I dared to come alone, I must possess sufficient confidence not to be detected by that martial emperor. Even if I were discovered, I would ensure you are not put in a difficult position." Upon hearing this, the Liang Prince immediately grasped something, scrutinizing the Golden Wolf Guard expert as he inquired thoughtfully, "Your confidence? Could it be that you carry the Concealing Heaven Map from the Northern Mang dynasty?" The Concealing Heaven Map, a divine weapon of the Northern Mang dynasty, could mask one's aura, obscure fate, and conceal luck. Its power in this regard was utterly astonishing. Even a martial artist of a higher realm would find it challenging to perceive another's presence unless they were standing right before them. On the North Mang battlefield, the Concealing Heaven Map had achieved remarkable feats, proving invaluable. The Golden Wolf Guard expert chuckled without responding directly, instead shifting the topic to the matter of the Divine Tomb, stating, "Prince Liang, I need your assistance in acquiring a token imprint for us from the North Mang. As the saga of the Divine Tomb continued to unfold, details concerning the tokens naturally emerged. As the Marquis of Pingyang divulged specific information, allowing everyone to understand the situation. This was, of course, intended to further inflate the price of the divine tomb tokens. To secure one for yourself at the auction would be simple enough. After all, you have concealed all your auras. Adopting a new identity is merely a matter of ease, so there's no need to worry about exposure. The Liang prince's expression darkened, as he had come to comprehend his martial emperor nephew's intentions. To obtain the tokens, one had to go through the auction channels. Should anyone dare to act privately, they could expect no mercy. He would indeed strike hard. Remember, do not approach the Marquis of Pingyang's residence. You are being watched by the clan affairs office. That if you seek your own demise, that is your prerogative, but do not involve me. The Golden Wolf Guard expert understood immediately. While he feared nothing, it was wise to exercise caution within the Great Zhou imperial city, especially under the watchful eye of the martial emperor. As a high-ranking member of the Northern Mang dynasty, he was acutely aware of the martial emperor's terrifying reputation. Then the Golden Wolf Guard expert broached the subject of a young master of the divine might Marquis and the burial heaven scripture, making his intentions clear. He sought the Liang prince's assistance in assassinating Yiwu. Even if complete assassination was unattainable, he brought with him a special treasure capable of quietly tearing apart a person's soul. At the opportune moment, they could utilize this treasure to extract a portion of Yi Wu's spirit. Do you still not know the specifics of Yi Qi's fate over in the North Mang? The Liang prince immediately comprehended the implication, his brow furrowing deeply. That demon island truly as terrifying as it seems. More than terrifying, it is a veritable realm of the living dead. No, it is better to say that even the dead might meet their demise anew, becoming tainted by an exceedingly dreadful curse. One is either completely annihilated or forcibly transformed into various types of malevolent undead. When the Golden Wolf Guard expert spoke of this, the horror and fear flickering in his eyes were unmistakable. He sighed deeply and continued, were it not for the unique nature of Demon Island, which exists as a self-contained realm sealed by formidable divine prohibitions, our North Mang dynasty might have already been consumed. I fear the Great Zhou would not fare much better. The entire world could become a paradise for malevolent undead. Once the divine might Marquis Yi Qi entered Demon Island, we attempted 3 separate rescues, all of which ended in failure. Yet, during the 3rd attempt, we received slightly better news. As he was returning, he perished, but he managed to relay some information indicating that traces of Yi Qi remained on Demon Island. This suggests that the divine might Marquis Yi Qi likely has not fallen and has not been contaminated by the malevolent curse of the island. We both understand how terrifying the burial heaven scripture is. This, in fact, is precisely what I fear. Should Yi Qi emerge alive, the first to suffer would be our North Mang dynasty. And as for you, Prince Liang, your fate may not be any better. After all, you are well aware of the deeds you have once committed in the depths of your heart. Toba Xian, are you threatening me? In an instant, the Liang Wang's gaze turned icy, a terrifying aura locking onto the formidable Toba Xian of the Jinlang Guard. Causing a tremor within Toba Xian's spirit, a look of horror involuntarily crept onto his face as he staggered back several steps. You still have one more chance to assassinate Yi Wu from the Blood Robe Tower. I will make arrangements for them to ACT that time. You can have your men blend in and strike from behind at AS for whether or not it will be successful in the end. That depends on you, the Liang Wang suddenly declared. N01 would have anticipated that the infamous assassin organization, Blood Robe Tower, was secretly established by the Liang Wang. Very well. Toba Xian nodded, exhaling deeply, then turned and left without a backward glance. Stating he would arrange for people immediately, awaiting your notification, it was clear that he did not come to the Dazhou dynasty alone, having discreetly brought several skilled fighters with him. Only after leaving the Liang Wang's residence did Toba Xian quietly breathe a sigh of relief, only to discover that his back was drenched in cold sweat. What a Liang Wang! I never expected him to be so profoundly concealed. His aura must surpass mine by a notch, with such a high realm of cultivation. Yet hidden so deeply, the Liang Wang's intentions are self-evident. However, the greater the Liang Wang's ambition, the more advantageous it would be for their North Mang dynasty. Ideally, chaos would first erupt within Dazhou, thus allowing them a chance to break through the northern Great Wall and trample the Central Plains. Meanwhile, Yi Wu also sensed that their Shani Hofu seemed to be under scrutiny again, with unfamiliar auras flashing by intermittently. Young master, those lurking in the shadows are likely after the burial heaven scriptures. All mere lowly creatures unworthy of mention. Steward Qin's expression was somewhat grim. Though he said as much, the weight on his heart was substantial, filled with pressure. However, the aura around Steward Qin had significantly changed, clearly indicating his successful cultivation of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. With Yi Wu's insights into the technique enhancing his practice, it was only natural for Steward Qin to progress swiftly. Yi Wu understood the reason. Many coveted his family's burial heaven scriptures, and now, due to the matter of the divine tomb, various unsavory characters had converged upon the imperial city, while some might have reservations. It was also possible that there were those reckless enough to take desperate measures. Not worry for now. Simply strengthen our vigilance. If any shameless individual dares to act, we are not without means to counter. Touching the protective jade pendant he wore, Yi Wu spoke calmly. His father had indeed left him some formidable trump cards. Next, he awaited the successful auction at the Pingyang Bo's residence, intending to reap another harvest to further enhance his cultivation. Yet that very night, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing all the servants in Shani Hofu to weaken, and before they could react, they all fainted. Chapter 52, displaying great skill before the gate of Guangong's Steward Qin, who had been on high alert, immediately sensed the change, his face paling as he realized an ambush was underway. It was too late. He too felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if his own true energy had been severely impacted, sluggish and unable to operate as efficiently as before. With a roar, Steward Qin sought to notify the 5 members of the Shani Guard. The 5 did not all conceal themselves within the Shani Hofu, but were instead dispersed around it. Monitoring the premises, they would have detected any slight disturbance instantly. However, during this ambush, they had felt nothing until Steward Qin sent the signal, at which point they suddenly became aware. Nevertheless, the 5 remained unflustered. Having endured the trials of the Northern Mang battlefield, they instinctively understood how to respond to such a crisis to mitigate the threat. Who is this? Yi Wu also sensed the upheaval, noticing signs of weakness in himself, clearly indicating someone had covertly employed poison with the aid of the wind. Yet, as the perfected Great Sun Burning Heaven technique surged within him, the signs of weakness were swiftly eradicated. Swish! The air trembled slightly as 2 shadowy figures flashed past, their sword lights slicing toward Yi Wu, yet no visible forms could be seen. Assassins from the Blood Robe Tower? Yi Wu narrowed his eyes but remained unfazed. How audacious to deploy a gold medal assassin from the earthly fiend realm. They had even learned to employ poison this time. Truly, they were vermin of the gutter, not disappointing me with their underhanded tactics. 5 Thunder Fists. Although this was an earth-level martial art, once cultivated to perfection, its might was unparalleled, unleashing terrifying lightning power that shattered the sword light, following closely behind in pursuit. How come you weren't affected by the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder? A figure, forced to descend from the air under the pressure of the 5 Thunder Fists, wore a shocked expression. Yet their movements remained swift and lethal. Swish, swish, swish. Following this, a flurry of blood-red silver needles shot towards Yi Wu, sealing off all his escape routes. Each needle was imbued with poison, should they pierce the skin. The terrifying toxin would invade the body, leading to instant death. However, upon contact with Yi Wu's body, the blood-red silver needles were all deflected away, unable to pierce his skin. The assassin responsible for the silver needles turned pale with disbelief. These needles were all mid-grade magical artifacts, each possessing extraordinary power, and with the added poison, they had an invincible quality. Even a warrior of the earthly fiend realm, having tempered their flesh with earthly fiend energy, would be pierced by his blood-red needles and meet their demise. Yet now, they were utterly unaware that the burial heaven scriptures inherently possessed the ability to refine the body. Following that, Yi Wu had perfected the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, which, during the process of opening his body as acupoints, further refined his physique with solar true fire, resulting in the awakening of the Great Sun-glazed battle body, naturally elevating his physical strength to an unfathomable height. far surpassing his martial cultivation realm. Under such circumstances, mere mid-grade magical artifacts could never hope to breach Yi Wu's physical defenses. It was akin to a fool's dream that why Yi Wu grasped several of the blood-red silver needles, unfazed by the poison upon them. With the solar true fire present, this toxin was like brandishing a blade before Guangong, utterly ineffective, disguising them as he stored them in a spatial pouch. He absorbed them into the system. Source power, 100, even the smallest of gains, such as mosquito legs, still count as meat. This was a significant harvest. However, the owner of the blood-red silver needles faced misfortune. After the system siphoned the source power from the needles, all traces were forcibly erased, the imprint severed, resulting in a backlash that caused him to spit blood. The 5 members of the Shenwei Guard, initially concerned and preparing to intervene, instead found themselves calm, watching with keen interest as their young master displayed his prowess. With their refined experiences from the Northern Mang battlefield, they could clearly see that these 2 earthly fiend assassins were no match for their young master. Their current task was to remain vigilant, preventing any unforeseen circumstances from arising. Given the current chaos in the Imperial City, the presence of assassins from the Blood Robe Tower did not preclude the possibility of other opportunists lurking about. They had also sensed that some warriors were quietly making their way toward the Hofu, seeking to pry into its affairs. Steward Qin also breathed a heavy sigh of relief, fervently channeling the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique to dissolve the effects of the 10 fragrance soft muscle powder. Gradually beginning to regain his strength, in the realm of reciprocity, one must always return a favor. Yi Wu has evolved the Ghost God Fist, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes as if they were free of cost. Given Yi Wu's current level of cultivation, such reckless application of the Ghost God Fist exudes an overwhelming power, striking terror at its peak. The 2 assassins from the Blood-Closed Tower found themselves utterly bewildered. Their expertise lay solely in the art of stealthy assassination, and once faced with a direct confrontation, their myriad techniques were significantly curtailed. However, the various martial arts techniques mastered by Yi Wu fortuitously countered their assassin's secret arts. Merely the thunderous might invoked by the 5 Thunder Fist compelled them to abandon their concealment in the air, forcing them to materialize. Once revealed, they were promptly overwhelmed by Yi Wu, meeting a dismal fate. Previously, they had only heard tales of Yi Wu slaying warriors of the earthly fiend realm, which they presumed was achievable only with assistance. Yet, after experiencing it firsthand, they realized they were the true jesters. In a tumult of unyielding resentment, they were brutally vanquished by Yi Wu, meeting a tragically grim end. Subsequently, Yi Wu commenced his customary search of the corpses, swiftly discovering 2 storage bags amidst the flesh remnants. As assassins, trust was a luxury they could not afford. Thus, they carried their entire wealth with them, a habit that inadvertently benefited Yi Wu. After a thorough inventory, he accrued an additional 300 points of source power, amassing a total of 400 points from the 2 assassins at that moment. A chilling sense of deathly crisis surged through Yi Wu, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Chapter 53. The Soul-Devouring Gourd. The Resurgence of the Divine Might Marquis. Without hesitation, Yi Wu spun around to retreat, but the sensation of impending doom only intensified, causing his very soul to tremble violently. There were still assassins lurking in the shadows, even more formidable. At his current level of cultivation, not even a fully realized earthly fiend warrior could instill such a terrifying sense of peril, indicating that the hidden foe was a celestial warrior. Remarkably, someone could no longer remain idle. Under the absolute pressure of realm disparity, no matter how extraordinary Yi Wu appeared, it had no bearing on the situation. A gap is a gap. Steward Qin had regained his mobility and instantly registered the scene, his expression transforming in horror as he charged forth, only to be violently repelled in mid-air, crashing heavily to the ground. A master of the celestial realm, Steward Qin let out a furious and incredulous roar of despair, realizing that his cultivation was utterly ineffective against such a vast disparity. The 5 members of the Divine Might Guard immediately unleashed all their power, recklessly rushing forward. However, their fate mirrored that of Steward Qin. Their bodies were forcibly suspended in midair before being struck down as if by a colossal hammer, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, resulting in instant devastation. In that moment, all defensive forces of the divine might Marquis estate were obliterated. Yi Wu, engulfed in the apex of deathly crisis, could not afford to divert any attention to other matters. Completely unaware that the divine might Marquis estate had fallen, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yi Wu could never have fathomed that someone would dare to brazenly assassinate him with a celestial warrior's power. In the next instant, a palm-sized black gourd, adorned with countless swirling runes, materialized in Yi Wu's perception. The gourd's mouth seemed to evolve into a vast black hole, attempting to forcibly consume his very soul. Alarmed, the will of the ghost god fist surged, and Yi Wu was abruptly jolted awake from that state, comprehending the dire situation. The black gourd was indeed attempting to devour his soul, given his current state of cultivation. No artifact of such caliber could disturb his soul. Only a divine weapon could achieve such a feat. A celestial warrior wielding a divine weapon in the shadows aimed to extinguish him. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment echoed from the darkness, as the will of the ghost god fist proved capable of interfering with the soul-devouring gourd. However, that was where it ended, under the power of this gourd. Unless one could summon the celestial, the soul was destined to be consumed by this divine artifact. The hidden assailant's murderous intent remained unwavering, clearly determined to devour Yi Wu's soul and bring him to ruin. This individual was undoubtedly a celestial warrior from the Golden Wolf Guard, lurking behind the blood-closed tower like a mantis after a cicada. Now he seemed to have succeeded. The divine might Marquis estate was utterly devoid of resistance, left vulnerable to his ravaging. Once, the Golden Wolf Guard had suffered innumerable defeats at the hands of the divine might Marquis Yi Qi, and now he could ruthlessly trample upon the son of the Marquis. One must acknowledge the cyclical nature of karma. Retribution is indeed relentless. At this moment, he had clearly sensed the commotion from afar, as someone had taken notice of the upheaval occurring at the divine might Marquis estate, and he immediately intensified his efforts to devour Yi Wu's soul. As long as he succeeded in consuming Yi Wu's spirit, he would achieve monumental success. Meanwhile, Tuoba Xian, hidden in the shadows, closely monitored the developments within the divine might Marquis estate. His heart filled with anxiety. This operation could only succeed. Failure was not an option. Simultaneously, top-tier experts within the imperial city sensed the turmoil at the divine might Marquis estate, each reacting differently. Prince Liang seemed to have anticipated this. The moment the two earthly fiend assassins perished, he sensed it, and his murderous intent towards Yi Wu surged to its zenith. In such a short span of time, Yi Wu had grown to this extent. If given more time, it would be him in peril. The Sword Duke rushed over with fervor, unleashing a devastating sword energy that cleaved through the air towards the divine might Marquis estate. Truly, a divine artifact of such caliber possesses terrifying might. Yi Wu sighed deeply. His soul had lost all capacity for resistance. Even the once invincible burial heaven scripture seemed to have lost its former power in this moment. Yet, in the face of such a life-and-death crisis, Yi Wu remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of calmness. The outcome was still uncertain. One might be celebrating prematurely. Boom! Before Yi Wu could finish his thought, the protective jade pendant around his neck radiated a resplendent light. An immensely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, akin to an ancient ghostly figure squeezing into the mortal realm from the depths of the underworld. Centered around this aura, an extraordinarily fearsome domain of ghostly might materialized, firmly shielding Yi Wu within. The soul-devouring gourd's attempt to consume Yi Wu was effortlessly thwarted, and under the onslaught of the terrifying will of the ghost god fist, it shattered, falling to the ground in multiple fragments. The horror of this aura, akin to a blazing sun rising amidst the night, stirred all martial experts within the vast Zhou imperial city, leaving them both astonished and horrified. Truly, the renowned divine might Marquis is terrifying beyond measure. Fortunately, he had perished on the Northern Mang battlefield. Otherwise, for decades, or even centuries to come, they would have been suffocated under his looming presence. Even the martial emperor within the imperial palace was stirred, casting his gaze toward the source of the aura, keenly sensing its power. Truly, The divine Might Marquis could unleash such inconceivable might with merely a token. With a deep sigh of amazement, the martial emperor summoned the chief eunuch Su Peixiong, instructing him to relay orders to the ancestral hall. It seemed he had been overly lenient. Such audacity to stir trouble. Even daring to assassinate the future divine Might Marquis of the Zhou. Go, bring me the head of this audacious individual. Chapter 54, A Deadly Trap. The Devil Island revealed. I wish to see which faction dares to act with such brazen impudence. Our Zhou's military might has lain dormant for years. It appears many have forgotten our formidable presence. The martial emperor's tone remained eerily calm, as if discussing what to have for breakfast, yet within that calmness lay an overwhelming sense of terror. Su Peixiong, trembling with fear, hurriedly retreated to issue the commands, fully aware that the martial emperor was genuinely enraged. Although it is said that the heir of the divine Might Marquis can confront and defeat earthly fiend realm warriors with his enlightened state, this is ultimately still merely the realm of enlightenment. The emergence of a celestial warrior is one matter, but now, a formidable presence has even appeared beneath the imperial feet, which is a serious violation and a blatant provocation to his majesty of the great Zhou. Utterly intolerable. Upon sensing the commotion from the divine Might Marquis' estate, Prince Liang was initially taken aback, followed by a heavy sigh. He realized that killing Yi Wu was no longer an option. Tuoba Xian, feeling both furious and helpless in response to the terrifying aura of the divine Might Marquis Yi Qi, immediately intensified his concealment using the celestial covering diagram and turned to flee without hesitation. It was astonishing that the divine Might Marquis had left such a protective measure for his only son. However, upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. How could one not leave behind some safeguard for their sole heir? Previously, when the heir of the divine Might Marquis faced numerous crises, he had not utilized this protective measure, leading many to subconsciously forget about it, believing that the Marquis had not retained any hidden cards. Consequently, some unfortunate souls fell victim, suffering significant setbacks. Tuoba Xian understood that the celestial warrior Golden Wolf Guard he had dispatched would likely perish there, never to return. The death of a celestial warrior represented an unbearable loss for any top-tier power. His heart bled at the thought. The Duke of Pingyang's eyes widened in shock, staring blankly, and then he felt an immense relief. Fortunately, he had not dealt a fatal blow that time, and Yi Wu had not activated this hidden card. Or else he would have surely met with Yan Wang, leaving not even a trace behind. Elder Qingyu sighed deeply, initially intending to seize the opportunity to rescue Yi Wu after he sustained a heavy blow, knowing that Yi Wu would undoubtedly resort to the life creation pill, thereby falling naturally into the hands of their Yuhua immortal sect. But now the divine Might Marquis, observing the terrifying figure resembling a deity. The celestial warrior of the Golden Wolf Guard was struck as if by lightning, his face turning pale as he instinctively sought to flee. The intimidation brought by the divine Might Marquis Yi Qi to the Northern Mang was truly overwhelming, becoming a psychological shadow for the people of Northern Mang. Any normal warrior from Northern Mang could not help but feel a chill at the mere mention of him. However, he quickly realized that this was not the true divine Might Marquis Yi Qi. The real Yi Qi was still trapped on that cursed island, making it impossible for him to appear here. This was merely a protective, ghostly imprint left by the Marquis. Even though he had grasped the situation, he was acutely aware that, despite being just an imprint, it was not something he could contend with. The martial will emanating from this imprint had already pressured him to the point of breathlessness, and his own cultivated martial will was on the verge of collapse, let alone engaging in battle to shatter it. Moreover, the commotion from the divine Might Marquis' estate would undoubtedly attract many martial experts, and he had lost the opportunity to act. If he did not flee soon, he would likely perish here, and the prospect of seizing Yi Wu's soul had become utterly hopeless. It was a pity that the divine grade treasure, the soul-devouring gourd, was shattered, resulting in a tremendous loss. Yet in the next moment, this celestial warrior was forcibly immobilized, his body unable to move, and the fear in his eyes erupted to its zenith. The martial will domain, evolved from the ghostly fist of the divine Might Marquis Yi Qi, had silently enveloped him, sealing his every mental intention. That moment, he truly comprehended the terror of the divine might Marquis Yi. This was the first and last time. His martial will collapsed first, followed by his mental will being reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a corporeal form gradually succumbing to decay, crashing heavily to the ground, dead. A celestial warrior of formidable stature was thus slain, meeting a woefully tragic end. The ghostly fist imprint, manifesting from the divine might Marquis Yi, did not dissipate immediately after the demise of the celestial warrior, but instead exuded an even more Yi Wu let out a cold laugh. The murderous intent boiling within him, his hand, which had been clutching the shards of a black gourd, suddenly halted as if a thought had struck him. He then handed the fragments of the black gourd to the sword master Tianjian, saying, "That fellow is rather peculiar. If he had exerted his full strength to launch a surprise attack, I would surely be dead by now. Even my protective jade pendant might not have had the chance to activate. Yet instead, he attempted to use this soul-devouring gourd to consume my very soul, that I sense that there may be other ulterior motives at play from the North Mang side." Tianjian furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing the shards of the soul-devouring gourd. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "This object appears to be a special treasure, specifically designed to target soul energy. The IT possesses a certain peculiarity, as it seems to harbor the strength of a divine weapon. Goodness, they even resorted to utilizing such an item. Their ambitions are truly grand. What exactly are they aiming for? The recent actions from the North Mang have indeed been rather abnormal, that I suspect their true objective is not you, but your father, the Marquis of Divine Might. In this world, there exist numerous powerful and enigmatic martial arts secrets capable of manifesting through the bonds of bloodlines, allowing for the fulfillment of unfathomable goals. By employing your soul as the foundation for their spell casting, they might ascertain whether your father is genuinely dead or merely feigning death. Furthermore, they could even deploy curses through this method. If Yi Qi is indeed alive, they could potentially use this to curse him to death." Yi Wu felt a sudden clarity. If that were the case, it would indeed make sense, and it would also serve as proof that his rather dubious father, the Marquis of Divine might truly still be alive. Otherwise, the North Mang would not go to such lengths to ascertain a mere outcome. However, if he were indeed alive, it would be a fortuitous turn of events, as it would provide him with a formidable ally in the future. Why Yi Wu resumed his endeavors in scavenging. True masters are unparalleled. The wealth amassed was incomparable to that of the two earthly fiends. After counting, he realized he could convert a staggering 600 points of source power. A windfall indeed. As the ancients rightly stated, fortune favors the bold. It was unfortunate, however, that he did not uncover any more valuable healing elixirs within. Indeed, the Marquis of Divine Might was formidable. Merely a trace of martial will left behind could unleash such astonishing power. Suddenly, a figure emerged from outside the Marquis's estate, followed by a contingent of soldiers. Prince Xianyang, the swordmaster Tianjian, immediately recognized the visitor's identity. He was a prince of the great Zhou royal family, who had once fought valiantly on the battlefield of North Mang before retreating to the royal clan's residence to recuperate due to injuries sustained. After producing a bottle of exceptional healing elixirs, Prince Xianyang swiftly explained his purpose. Upon receiving the emperor's command, he had rushed over at once, but en route, he sensed the terrifying aura of the spectral fist and instinctively understood that something had transpired. By the time he arrived, the situation had already been determined, rendering his presence unnecessary. While astonished, Prince Xianyang was also filled with immense anger. How could a master of the celestial phenomenon realm dare to stealthily assassinate the future Marquis of Divine Might within the imperial city? This was an overt provocation against the great Zhou dynasty. What? It was the Golden Wolf Guard of North Mang. Prince Xianyang's expression changed dramatically, his fury intensifying. Although he was aware of a previous infiltration by an earthly fiend from North Mang who had colluded with the Deputy Minister of War, Su Qing, that was merely an earthly fiend. Now another celestial phenomenon master had appeared. Upon examining the wolf-headed golden token, Prince Xianyang confirmed it was indeed a master from the Golden Wolf Guard of North Mang. A blatant affront to the great Zhou. Prince Xianyang, the matter may not be as simple as it appears. Swordmaster Tianjian quickly shared their earlier conjectures, causing Prince Xianyang to once again turn pale. This revelation was even more shocking than the previous one. I must immediately enter the palace to report. Prince Xianyang turned on his heel and ordered for the corpses on the ground to be taken away. These were irrefutable evidence. Dawn broke the next day. The news of the assassination attempt on the Marquis of Divine Might's heir spread like wildfire, undoubtedly overshadowing the events surrounding the Divine Tomb. Particularly upon learning the true identity of the assassin, many within the Great Zhou were filled with righteous indignation, vociferously condemning the North Mang's disgraceful actions. An assassination was one thing, but to resort to such underhanded tactics was a clear affront to the Great Zhou dynasty. This was intolerable. Numerous external sect members began to gather, eager to witness the unfolding drama, never expecting the audacity of the North Mang's Golden Wolf Guard to commit such a heinous act. They wondered how the Great Zhou would respond, having already suffered repeated humiliations. If every retaliatory action was met with disdain, they would scorn the Great Zhou and its emperor. Yet, they secretly hoped for both sides to engage in a fierce conflict, leading to mutual destruction, thus allowing them to seize the opportunity to reclaim their former glory amidst the chaos. Within the imperial palace, the emperor, fully aware of the entire situation, sat quietly upon the dragon throne, his gaze heavy and contemplative, uttering not a single word. However, the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the great hall rendered the ministers stiff with trepidation, each too afraid to speak. Even the usually boisterous censors chose to remain silent, acutely aware of the emperor's imposing silence. Upon meeting the emperor's solemn gaze, they instinctively held their breath, feeling an immense pressure weighing down upon them, as if the very air was charged with the gravity of impending consequences. Chapter 56. Heads will roll. The prince's fury. The atmosphere in the great hall grew increasingly tense, as though dark clouds loomed overhead. That moment, Sword Master Tianjian stepped forward, denouncing the North Mang's shameless conduct, and calling for a campaign against North Mang to exact vengeance upon the battlefield. His declaration shattered the oppressive tension that had pervaded the hall as if it had never existed. Many present discerned the emperor's tacit approval from the dragon throne. With one voice leading the charge, numerous military commanders swiftly rallied behind Sword Master Tianjian, demanding action against the North Mang dynasty to exact blood for blood, although some civil officials wished to intervene. Adhering to their long-standing tradition of opposing any military maneuvers, they fell silent upon sensing the renewed pressure emanating from the emperor. Indeed, when it came to interpreting the emperor's intentions, none were more adept than these civil officials. They understood that this time was different. The Golden Wolf Guard's actions had crossed a line, while many within the court had harbored desires to see the heir of the Marquis of Divine Might slain. The current situation was entirely different. The heir had not only survived, but had retaliated against the celestial phenomenon master of the Golden Wolf Guard, creating a new dynamic. The North Mang has insulted the Great Zhou excessively. This cannot be tolerated. The emperor's voice shattered the tension as he addressed the gathered officials, establishing a resolute tone. General Shenwei, the emperor called forth that I command you to lead the troops northward to the Great Wall, to launch an offensive against North Mang and claim a piece of their territory. Since they dared to act so brazenly, let them feel the pain of our wrath, a pain that draws blood. The emperor's icy demeanor and the commands he issued sent chills through the assembly of officials, for he was evidently at the brink of fury. Yet, many military commanders found their spirits lifted by the prospect of war. For them, the only path to advancement lay in military merit and accolades. If war was declared against North Mang, it aligned perfectly with their aspirations. Moreover, the emperor issued another decree to cleanse the Great Zhou of all North Mang spies. Particularly within the imperial city, any suspected traitors would be dealt with ruthlessly. Better to err on the side of caution than to allow them to escape. This command shocked the gathered officials anew. Yet none dared to voice dissent. In a world where might reigned supreme, the emperor embodied not just authority, but absolute power. They understood that their strength paled in comparison to that of the emperor seated upon the dragon throne. After the court adjourned, the chief eunuch Su Peixiang retrieved several precious healing elixirs from the imperial treasury and delivered them to the Marquis of Divine Might's estate, as per the emperor's directive. To ensure the future Marquis felt adequately appeased, as the Emperor's orders reverberated throughout the palace, the entire imperial city erupted in a frenzy, with the people of Great Zhou brimming with excitement. The Emperor Wu's resolute retaliation is precisely what they yearn to witness. Those who dare to insult the people of the Great Zhou shall pay a bloody price for their transgressions. Tuoba Xian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the Emperor Wu would choose to exact revenge in such a manner. Consequently, both his own predicament and that of the individuals he had brought along would likely become exceedingly troublesome. If they were to be entirely uprooted once more, the cost would be beyond his capacity to bear, gravely injuring the Golden Wolf Guard and rendering it incapacitated. Thus Tuoba Xian found himself, once again, contemplating the Prince of Liang. The most perilous of places is, without a doubt, the safest. No one would suspect that the leader of the Northern Mang Golden Wolf Guard would conceal himself within the residence of a royal prince of the Great Zhou. Nor would anyone imagine that the esteemed Prince of Liang would betray the Great Zhou and collude with foreign enemies. This is what one might call darkness beneath the lamp. Simultaneously, Tuoba Xian was eager to relay this information back swiftly, enabling the Northern Mang to prepare in advance and avoid being caught off guard by the Great Zhou. After all, that was the divine martial king, prior to the rise of the divine might Marquis Yiqi. He was undoubtedly the most formidable threat to Northern Mang, capable of quelling the cries of infants in the night. However, Tuoba Xian was horrified to discover that the Great Zhou had already made preparations. The entire imperial city had been sealed off with astonishing speed. Only entry was permitted, exit was forbidden. Indeed, even the transmission of messages had become exceedingly difficult, forcibly intercepted by a unique formation. Should he attempt to send a message, it would surely trigger the formation, thereby exposing his own whereabouts. A risk that would be far too great to justify that in the face of such a situation, many ancient clans and those from external sects naturally expressed their discontent, ostensibly targeting Northern Mang, who could know whether this would escalate and unjustly implicate them, seeking to exploit the opportunity to weaken their external sects. In such a scenario, it was not entirely impossible for the blame to be laid upon the Northern Mang Golden Wolf Guard. There were murmurs in the shadows, inciting public opinion, but the outcome was as expected, immediately thwarted by the adept guardians of the clan, who had been prepared from the outset. Their severed heads hung from the city walls, eyes wide with the bitterness of impending death. Simultaneously, some spies from Northern Mang, or those with certain ties to it, were unearthed en masse, all executed. This formidable stance caused all within the imperial city to fall silent. They fervently cursed the Northern Mang Golden Wolf Guard in their hearts, lamenting why they could not have chosen a different course, why they had to attempt to assassinate the divine might Marquis' heir. Now, not only did they suffer misfortune, but they had also been ensnared in the aftermath. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, the time for the auction of relics from the divine tomb arrived. Early in the morning, the vicinity of Pingyang Prefecture was teeming with people, all of whom were martial arts experts, including several who had attained the level of celestial phenomenon. Within the Marquis' residence, under the aid of elixirs from the imperial palace, Steward Qin and others had recuperated significantly, and with a few more days of rest, they would fully recover. The quality of the palace's elixirs was indeed remarkable, as he toyed with fragments of the soul-devouring gourd. Yi Wu felt a twinge of regret. Upon appraisal, this particular soul-devouring gourd was not an ordinary artifact, but rather a treasure of inferior divine weapon grade. Treasures of this nature are consumable weapons with usage limitations. Yet their potency often surpasses that of artifacts and divine weapons of the same rank. That it was precisely for this reason that Yi Wu had previously been restrained, unable to escape, with his current cultivation. It was naturally impossible for him to break free from a treasure specifically designed to target souls. What a pity, had it not been shattered, whether for personal use or conversion into source energy. It could have yielded far greater value. Now, casting it into the system merely resulted in the conversion of 300 points of source energy. While this may seem significant in comparison to an inferior divine weapon, it was woefully inadequate, hardly enough to fill gaps. Observing the 1,300 points of source energy displayed on the system panel, Yi Wu gently tapped his fingers on the table. Although this amount was considerable, It was evidently insufficient for upgrading the Burial Heaven Scripture and the Ghostly God Fist. The Sun-Burning Heaven technique had already reached perfection, and there was still the Ascension Fist to cultivate. However, the value of the Ascension Fist had diminished, no longer providing the substantial assistance it once did. The system related to the Sun-Burning Heaven technique could indeed be enhanced. Previously, when confronted with the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder, had it not been for the Sun-Burning Heaven technique's unique property that allowed him to refine a wisp of true solar fire, he might have truly fallen victim. Not only that, but in terms of sheer strength, the sun-glazed battle body's might was also terrifying, significantly augmenting his overall combat prowess. After all, this was a formidable physique evolved from divine-level martial arts. Yet this was merely the preliminary awakening of the sun-glazed battle body. Should it evolve to completion, its power would undoubtedly become even more fearsome. It was possible that it might even evolve to exude a trace of martial divine might prematurely. The sun-glazed battle body was inextricably linked to the divine-level martial art. The sun-burning heaven technique, which could develop his physique to an extraordinary level. Thus, during the cultivation process, it naturally facilitated the unlocking of his acupoints. Upgrading the sun-glazed battle body would, in turn, accelerate his own realm's advancement and hasten the completion of his acupoint opening, a twofold benefit. Therefore, Yi Wu decided to pour all the accumulated source energy into enhancing the sun-glazed battle body. Chapter 57. 3 Catastrophes. Boom! In that fleeting moment, the sun-glazed battle body fully revived, akin to a true solar war god transcending time, possessing Yi Wu. The more than 300 previously opened acupoints instantly ignited with blazing true solar fire, enveloping Yi Wu entirely, evolving into a cocoon of true solar fire, as if nurturing some formidable and terrifying fiery being. Once the cocoon of true solar fire dissipated, over a dozen additional acupoints quietly opened. Opening the system panel. Host, Yi Wu Realm. 8th layer of acupoint opening bloodline. Sun-glazed battle body. Minor completion. Divine ability. None technique. Burial Heaven Scripture. 3 transformations. Martial skills. 5 Thunder Fist perfection. Ghostly God Fist. Minor completion. Sun-burning heaven technique. Perfection. Ascension Fist, entry, source energy, 0. All source energy had once again been expended, yet the gains were equally tremendous. The sun-glazed battle body was elevated to the level of minor completion, and his realm seamlessly broke through to the 8th layer of acupoint opening. Moreover, the true solar fire, which had previously been no larger than a mung bean, had now grown to the size of a red bean, burning with even more ferocity. However, in the face of the abyss-like Burial Heaven True Chi, the augmented true solar fire remained no match, obediently retreating to a corner, clearly having learned its lesson from prior encounters. As the 3 transformations of the Burial Heaven Scripture continued to operate, the newly opened acupoints were once again filled with Burial Heaven True Chi, forcibly transforming the evolved illusion of the Sun Golden Crow into the Burial Heaven Sun Golden Crow, its might metamorphosing into something far more ferocious. Evidently, even the divine-level martial arts sun-burning heaven technique perfected was fundamentally no match for the 3 transformations of the Burial Heaven Scripture, which utterly dominated in essence. However, with the enhancement of the Burial Heaven Scripture, the power of the sun-burning heaven technique was imperceptibly elevated. The formidable nature of the Burial Heaven Scripture lay not only in its profound essence, but also in its ability to bestow incredible enhancements upon various martial arts, yielding unexpected and substantial benefits. Combat prowess surged once again, exhilarating. Feeling the transformation within his body, Yi Wu was elated. His choice had proven to be astute. The cultivation of the Burial Heaven Scripture was exceedingly challenging. If he were to continuously accumulate source energy solely for upgrading it, he would be burdened not only by his realm stagnation, but also by a decline in his true combat strength. In the grand scheme, it would pose an even greater threat to him. The Burial Heaven Scripture was foundational, while the multitude of martial arts were merely protective means in this journey, safeguarding himself while concurrently supporting the cultivation of the Burial Heaven Scripture. With the enhancement of both combat strength and realm, he could gather more resources, convert them into source energy, and subsequently feed them back into the cultivation of the Burial Heaven Scripture. There was no conflict between the two. Young master, we have leads on the matter you requested us to investigate. The following morning, just as Yi Wu concluded his training, Shun Shi rushed in, his face alight with excitement, saying, though the blood-robe tower conceals itself deeply, experts from the clan have managed to uncover some clues. We can now ascertain their hiding place. Why Yi Wu abruptly stood, a smile of joy blossoming on his face, which swiftly transformed into a stern, murderous intent. Excellent. Blood-robe tower, I desire to see them meet a fate where no grave shall mark their passing. Time and again, the blood-robe tower has struck at me with deadly intent, and I, Yi Wu, cannot simply swallow this bitter pill. Therefore, after a visit from the Grand Eunuch Su Peisheng, I voice my sentiments, advocating for the eradication of the blood-robe tower. Upon reporting to the Emperor Wu, I received his consent, instructing the Zhongrenfu to take decisive action. Such a malignant tumor, as long as it did not overstep too far, the Emperor would typically choose to turn a blind eye, feigning ignorance. However, this time, the transgressions of the blood-robe tower have gravely crossed the Emperor's threshold, rendering further tolerance impossible. Very well, I shall seek out a few old acquaintances. Together, we shall crush the blood-robe tower. Upon receiving this news, the sword master Tianjian immediately set out, gathering several colleagues who harbored enmity towards the blood-robe tower, and they reached a unanimous decision. These individuals, whether in the earthly fiend realm or the heavenly gang realm, possessed formidable martial prowess. More crucially, at least two-thirds of them had seen the battlefield, hailing from military ranks. Now, united, the destructive potential they could unleash was indeed formidable. The blood-robe tower has amassed a considerable amount of animosity over the years. Previously, they were elusive, their headquarters well concealed, making it nearly impossible to locate them for retribution. But now, circumstances have changed. Having been discovered, it is time for the blood-robe tower to pay in blood for their sins. After a brief visit from the Grand Eunuch Su Peisheng, one could almost feel the ominous foreboding. He silently mourned the blood-robe tower for 3 seconds. With such a colossal assembly, if the blood-robe tower were to survive, it would be a travesty of justice. Divine punishment may be endured, but self-inflicted retribution cannot be escaped. The blood-robe tower, having existed near our great Zhou imperial city for so many years, has finally met its reckoning, all stemming from the actions of the son of the divine might Marquis, Yi Wu. Were it not for Yi Wu, the emperor would never have taken an interest in such a minor entity as the blood-robe tower. Nor would he have dispatched the Zhongrenfu to investigate, thereby uncovering all their hidden outposts, none of which escaped unscathed. With a plan meticulously crafted, the group commenced their operation. Simultaneously, the auction of the divine relics from the spirit tomb at the Pingyang Marquis' estate began, captivating the entire imperial city's attention, thus creating a fortuitous opportunity for Yi Wu and his allies. Even the members of the blood-robe tower could not have anticipated that a vast net was silently closing in upon them. As the mastermind behind the blood-robe tower, the King of Liang was also present at the Pingyang Marquis' estate, intending to bid on a relic. However, he suddenly felt an inexplicable twitch in his eyelid, as if forewarning him of impending doom. Yet, upon reflection, that ominous feeling vanished without a trace, leaving the king perplexed. Nevertheless, in the heated atmosphere of the auction, he dismissed his momentary unease, prioritizing the bid for entrance into the spirit tomb, a matter paramount to his grand designs, which could not afford any missteps. After strategically mobilizing their forces, Yi Wu and his companions swiftly breached every outpost of the blood-robe tower. Before the blood-robe tower could react, the 8 gates locking formation descended upon them, encircling their headquarters entirely. This formation, utilized by the military, once ensnared within, rendered all avenues of escape utterly sealed, a true dead end. Only then did the assassins within the headquarters of the blood-robe tower grasp the dire situation. But it was already too late. Recent crackdowns in the imperial city had made even the blood-robe tower wary of provoking the emperor's wrath, under the covert restraint of the king of Liang. Their operations had been halted, awaiting calmer times to resume. Ironically, this pause provided Yi Wu and his allies with the perfect opportunity, resulting in their complete capture. The assassins of the blood-robe tower, unwilling to surrender easily, fought back fiercely, deploying all their hidden trump cards in a desperate bid for survival. However, the sword master Tianjian and his seasoned veterans, having encountered countless battles in the Northern Mang battlefield, had already anticipated the assassin's moves, sealing off every possible escape route, leaving no chance for survival. The air was filled with blood-curdling screams and anguished cries as crimson flowed across the ground, mingling with the shattered remnants of various magical artifacts scattered about. After a fierce confrontation, the outcome was as expected. The headquarters of the Blood Robe Tower was reduced to rubble, and all the assassins were slaughtered to the last man. These battle-hardened veterans showed no mercy, their blades delivering swift justice without hesitation. Who could have foreseen that the Blood Robe Tower would meet such a day? Truly, the wheel of karma turns, and retribution is inescapable. The leader of the Blood Robe Tower let out a grim chuckle, his arms severed, his energy in disarray. Though a practitioner of the Heavenly Gang realm, he found himself outmatched, surrounded by others of equal caliber. His survival thus far was a mere stroke of luck. He never anticipated that this day would arrive so soon. That it is indeed all due to you, the once inconspicuous son of the divine might Marquis. All of you were concealed by the two of you. At this juncture, the leader of the Blood Robe Tower understood the reason for the relentless assault upon his organization. 3 assassination attempts had brought about such catastrophic consequences. Everything was merely retribution. Those who commit numerous wrongs will ultimately meet their downfall. The Blood Robe Tower, having committed countless atrocities, would inevitably face this day. Yi Wu scoffed, unmoved. Indeed, the leader of the Blood Robe Tower sighed deeply. In the next moment, his remaining energy coalesced into a singular point, and he unleashed a blood arrow, propelled with blinding speed towards Yi Wu. This was the leader's final gambit. Even in death, he sought to take someone down with him. And Yi Wu, the son of the divine might Marquis, was undoubtedly the most fitting target. Among those present, many possessed lesser strength than Yi Wu, but none could match him in status. Even if he were to slay Yi Wu, it would hold no significance. Many of higher status were present as well, yet their strength was equally formidable. The leader had no hope of delivering a lethal blow to those senior figures. Chapter 58. A Devil's Bargain. 3 fists shatter the Emperor's dream. A dying strike from a master of the Heavenly Gang realm was indeed formidable, causing many present to pale in fear. Yet, they soon felt relieved, realizing that this final strike was not aimed at them. Otherwise, even if they survived, they would have sustained severe injuries. However, unfazed by this sudden threat, Yi Wu remained calm, fully aware that he must be prepared to confront the leader of this assassin organization. The power of that blood arrow was undeniably terrifying. Yet Yi Wu's strength far surpassed it. He was eager to test the limits of a master whose cultivation had fallen to its nadir. Would he be able to withstand the blow? Would he sustain serious injuries? Or could he even slay this Heavenly Gang master, with the ghostly god fist as the core, infused with the thunderous might of the 5 thunder fist and propelled by the burial heaven energy? He unleashed a punch, meeting the blood arrow that exuded an aura of impending doom. In that moment, the advantages of his upgraded great sun glazed body became evident. Had his physique not been robust enough, a typical body would have crumbled under the instantaneous concentrated output of such high-level power. The two forces clashed violently, and while the blood arrow was fearsome, effortlessly tearing through Yi Wu's layered defenses, it ultimately met its match. The leader of the Blood Robe Tower had not anticipated that his final assault would be so easily thwarted, inflicting no harm upon Yi Wu. The leader of the Blood Robe Tower was left in shock. All present were equally astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Had they just witnessed what they thought they had? The leader, despite having suffered catastrophic injuries, still possessed a shred of strength associated with the Heavenly Gang realm, whereas Yi Wu was merely at the 8th layer of the Enlightenment realm. Thus, they attributed everything to the might of the Burial Heaven Sutra. This, they believed, was the source of the divine might Marquis' son's extraordinary power. The allure of the Burial Heaven Sutra surged once more. The nearby Tianjian bow had reacted instantly, initially intending to shatter it directly. However, upon receiving a whispered message from Yi Wu, he hesitated to strike, only to witness an astonishing spectacle. That blood arrow, embodying the last remnants of the Blood Robe Tower's master's essence, shot forth, already nearing its end, akin to the last gasp of a strong bow. Subsequently, before the eyes of the crowd, Yiwu unleashed a formidable 5 thunder fist, summoning boundless arcs of lightning that engulfed the master of the blood-robe tower, by the time the tempest of lightning dissipated. The master had been reduced to a charred husk. The blood-robe tower, which had been a scourge for over a decade, was thus utterly obliterated. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, with all foes vanquished. It was only natural to divide the spoils. The blood-robe tower had rampaged for many years, amassing treasures within its headquarters. Some artifact would make even the most seasoned martial artists of the Tiangang realm drool, let alone Yiwu. Should he claim all these treasures for himself, he could amass several thousand points of source power, propelling him to break through the Qi-opening realm and soar to new heights. Alas, Yiwu averted his gaze, preferring not to dwell on the matter. With so many hands involved, he could not possibly monopolize all the rewards. After a thorough inventory, Yiwu received treasures valued at 500 points, a sum reflecting his decisive blow that felled the severely weakened master of the blood-robe tower. It was regrettable, as the spoils were scarce amid the multitude of claimants. Though diminished, receiving something was far preferable to leaving empty-handed, especially considering the resolution of a significant threat that had loomed over him. For days on end, being pursued by an assassin organization would wear down anyone's resolve. News of the blood-robe tower's demise spread swiftly, prompting laughter and applause from those harboring grievances against it. In the imperial city, numerous factions had long suffered under the tyranny of the blood-robe tower. Meanwhile, the auction at the Pingyang Bo's estate concluded satisfactorily. Representatives for various forces exited with grim expressions, some casting glances back at the estate, as if to engrave its memory deeply, their eyes betraying lingering malice. They had been duped. The Liang Wang shared a similar sentiment. Although he secured a spot in the divine tomb, the price exceeded his initial expectations. Soon, however, he received shocking news. The blood-robe tower had been annihilated. Its headquarters had been razed, blood staining the ground, and the bodies unceremoniously discarded in a mass grave. The revelation stirred a frenzy. The Liang Wang was left dumbfounded. How could he have merely attended an auction and returned to find his domain plundered? Such a jest was unbearable. The factions that had just concluded the auction were equally astonished upon hearing the news. Yet once the details emerged, they quickly regained composure, with the martial emperor's firm orders and the involvement of the Zhongren court. The obliteration of the blood-robe tower was to be expected. They expressed little more than mild surprise before returning to their respective enterprises, intent on the divine tomb. After all, a mere assassin organization's downfall was inconsequential. With the token for entry into the divine tomb in hand, they were eager to seize the opportunity before others could claim the divine legacies within. However, the ongoing lockdown in the imperial city posed a considerable obstacle. Upon returning to the Liang Wang's estate, he swiftly grasped the intricate details of the situation. Discovering the connection to the formidable Yiwu, he nearly ground his teeth in fury. How infuriating! The blood-robe tower was a crucial asset, providing substantial financial support for his endeavors, assisting with covert operations, and enabling him to eliminate political rivals under the cover of darkness. Over the years, he had leveraged the blood-robe tower for countless clandestine activities, making it an invaluable ally. Now, all was lost. Years of effort had come to naught. The prospect of cultivating another useful blood-robe tower seemed a distant fantasy. Tao Ba Xian, the Liang Wang, cast a dark glance in his direction. Tuo Ba Xian had also acquired a token for the divine tomb. Faced with the Liang Wang's ire, Tuo Ba Xian felt a twinge of awkwardness. He bore some responsibility for the tower's destruction. Had he not dispatched an overly powerful Tiangang realm warrior, the martial emperor's reaction would likely have been less severe, sparing the blood-robe tower from annihilation. Crucially, with the tower's demise came the loss of his own men, and their objectives remained unfulfilled. I can offer some compensation, Tao Ba Xian said, recognizing the necessity of diplomacy. It was not the time to sever ties with the Liang Wang. Their future collaborations were too significant. However, you must assist me in swiftly exiting the imperial city. The martial emperor's response has been excessively fierce. My few remaining spies in the city have been eradicated within merely days, and even traitors who had dealings with us have been imprisoned. All channels of information have been severed. The martial emperor's reaction is highly suspicious. He may seize this opportunity to unleash further chaos. We must relay this information back urgently. If the situation deteriorates, it would not bode well for you. As he spoke, Tuaba Xian felt a pang of regret. The repercussions of the previous assassination attempt on Yi Wu had already manifested, and the cost had far exceeded their capacity to bear. Too steep, the Liang Wang frowned. Currently, with the imperial city still under lockdown, covertly escorting a Tiangang realm warrior out was no simple task. Even as the Liang Wang, he had to tread carefully during such a sensitive period. However, when Tuaba Xian produced a sinister black stone radiating a dreadful aura as compensation, the Liang Wang promptly acquiesced. The Demon Stone, a rare treasure from Demon Island, imbued with its formidable power, its supply and binding was tightly controlled, rendering it nearly unattainable for outsiders. Utilizing the Demon Stone for curse techniques would significantly amplify their potency. Most importantly, it provided insight into the dark powers of Demon Island, potentially unveiling its mysteries that if one could grasp its essence, they might truly set foot on Demon Island. It was well known that the island harbored numerous coveted treasures. Though acquiring them was exceedingly difficult, this singular demon stone could offset a portion of his losses. Pingyang Bo also received word of the Blood Robe Tower's destruction, his countenance darkening. Truly pathetic, yet he quickly dismissed the matter from his mind, focusing instead on tallying the gains from the auction of the Divine Tomb token. And no matter how cunning their schemes, he had anticipated their every move, ensuring they would be left with naught but disappointment. Upon reflecting on the events that transpired at the auction, Duke Pingyang could not help but chuckle coldly. Numerous top-tier forces had already conspired in the shadows, devising strategies to acquire the entry tokens to the Divine Tomb at minimal cost. Unwilling to allow Duke Pingyang any unearned advantages in the realm of auctions, it is only natural to bid lower. No one could find fault in such a rationale. However, Duke Pingyang had also prepared in advance, discreetly orchestrating a scheme to inflate the prices. Consequently, the situation spiraled out of control. Shaking his head, Duke Pingyang smiled brilliantly. While prior arrangements were one matter, whether they could adhere to the original plan was an entirely different challenge. After all, each faction harbored its own intentions, seeking to maximize their benefits, irrespective of the potential detriment to others' interests. Furthermore, the martial emperor had similarly placed individuals in position, resulting in a fierce contest that naturally elevated the auction prices significantly. Initially marked by low bids, the subsequent auction prices soared, enriching Duke Pingyang immensely. Song Hui's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never before witnessed such an abundance of treasures, their brilliance nearly blinding him. He had never encountered so many valuable items in his lifetime, and the thought of fully harnessing these resources left him pondering the heights to which his cultivation could ascend, an unfathomable prospect. Alas, the absence of any trace of the mastermind behind this scheme was a lamentable oversight. Had he identified that individual, he might have spared himself considerable expense. The resources acquired from this auction could effortlessly elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Heavenly Gang realm without any issues. As he gazed at the vast array of precious materials before him, the realization that a significant portion would soon slip from his grasp caused Duke Pingyang's heart to bleed with anguish. What a monumental loss! Yet, in the face of such anonymity, he could only resign himself to being exploited, with no recourse available. The complete sun-burning heaven technique held immense value for him, far exceeding the worth of the treasures procured at the auction. Merely mastering the foundational entry would transform his martial prowess, resulting in a dramatic metamorphosis of his strength and loosening the stagnation that had previously constrained his advancement. If he could obtain the entirety of the divine martial arts, his path to ascendance would be unobstructed, devoid of significant obstacles. Contemplating this, Duke Pingyang resolved to reach out once more to the unseen puppeteer, eager to acquire the subsequent segments of the sun-burning heaven technique. However, he deemed it prudent to wait. The auction had only just concluded, and the various factions had suffered substantial losses, undoubtedly harboring a considerable amount of resentment. Now that he possessed the Divine Tomb entry token, it was quite possible that someone had already set their sights on him, preparing to strike and relieve him of his hard-won treasures. caution was indeed advisable. Little did Duke Pingyang anticipate that his concerns would manifest into reality that very night. As an intruder stealthily infiltrated his estate, intent on capturing both him and Song Hui, aiming to plunder the Duke's residence. Chapter 59. The terrifying shadow in the darkness. Secrets revealed. Treasures tempt the heart. Duke Pingyang had merely just entered the Heavenly Gang realm. Yet he was in possession of a substantial trove of resources that even the most formidable Heavenly Gang masters would covet. Naturally, this drew unwanted attention. Innocence is no shield when one possesses such riches. Had he not been targeted, that would have truly been a cause for concern. Fortunately, Duke Pingyang had adequately prepared for such an eventuality. He unleashed the lesser divine weapon, the sun-burning heaven battle flag, which erupted with tremendous force, creating a considerable commotion. Additionally, the intruder, wary of revealing their identity, chose to tread cautiously, preventing the situation from escalating further, thereby allowing Duke Pingyang to narrowly escape disaster. Nevertheless, Duke Pingyang suffered considerable harm. Without a period of rest lasting 10 days to half a month, he would likely struggle to recover fully. Upon hearing the news, Yiwu was first struck with astonishment, followed swiftly by fury. How dare someone attempt to rob his prized resources? Upon learning that no major calamity had befallen them, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Thankful that nothing was taken, that he was counting on Duke Pingyang to exchange the treasures acquired from the auction for the sun-burning heaven technique he possessed. Those were his precious resources. Have we uncovered the identity of the assailant? Yiwu inquired. However, he already harbored suspicions, believing the culprits were likely members of the external sects, known for their audacity. Faced with such a tantalizing lure, they would undoubtedly be unable to resist the temptation. After all, should they succeed, the rewards would be beyond imagination, of course. It was also possible that some individual from the imperial city was involved. As the seat of the greatest benevolence, the Great Zhou imperial city concealed numerous powerful figures. Shen Lu shook his head and replied. The individual responsible for the attack was exceptionally adept at concealment, erasing all potential traces of their actions. However, it is certain that they were a formidable master of the Heavenly Gang realm. Upon being discovered, they vanished without a trace. The city guards tracked them partway, only to lose their trail. The nighttime raid on Duke Pingyang's estate stirred yet another tempest, reigniting the already tense atmosphere within the imperial city. The Dali Temple dispatched personnel to search the residences of various external sect members without restraint. This incited a chorus of outrage from the external sects, expressing their indignation toward the Great Zhou for treating them with such contempt. Additionally, they were infuriated with the individual who had attempted to rob Duke Pingyang, lamenting their failure to achieve their goal, which only resulted in chaos that ensnared them in trouble. Some powerful external sects were inclined to retaliate, declaring that they would no longer endure such indignities. Following the auction of the Divine Tomb entry tokens, many external sects believed that this was nothing less than a grand scheme orchestrated by the Great Zhou dynasty to confine them within the imperial city. This way, the Great Zhou, having secured their own entry tokens, could preemptively access the Divine Tomb and seize the numerous treasures within, including the legacy of the ancient martial deity. However, under the threat of the Great Zhou's destructive arrows, they quickly fell silent, no longer daring to make a scene. They were acutely aware of the peril posed by these arrows and had no desire to test their efficacy firsthand within the Great Zhou imperial city. The destructive arrows and the piercing arrows could easily turn them all into pincushions. At this juncture, the formidable expert of the Golden Wolf Guard, Tuoba Xian, found himself in hiding within the Liang King's residence, fearful to venture outside, while simultaneously venting his frustration vocally. Had he known the identity of the individual behind the raid on Duke Pingyang's estate, he would have paid any price to ensure that that person met a most untimely demise. Initially, the Liang King had nearly arranged for Tuoba Xian's discreet escape from the Great Zhou imperial city, but this unforeseen incident had complicated matters significantly. It felt as if a heavy blow had landed on Tuoba Xian's forehead, nearly driving him to madness. The Liang King shared similar sentiments. After missing this opportunity, orchestrating Tuoba Xian's quiet departure would no longer be an easy task, and the ensuing complications would be considerable. The imperial city had once again tightened its security, and given the chaotic circumstances, the risk of exposing Tuoba Xian, a master of the Northern Mang Golden Wolf Guard, had increased markedly. Such a headache. When will the lockdown of the imperial city be lifted? Tuoba Xian inquired, his anxiety growing. Did the martial emperor intend to confine everyone within the city? Just wait. It will likely be lifted once the northern wall mobilizes its forces. The Liang king surmised he appeared to have grasped the martial emperor's intentions. Sealing the imperial city was a means to prevent information leakage to Northern Mang, thus allowing them to leave afterward. Tuoba Xian fell silent. By that time, everything would be predetermined, and his urgency to leave would be moot. Just as the Liang king had observed, no matter how anxious he felt now, it would serve little purpose. The more frantic he became, the greater the likelihood of mishaps. He could only resign himself to fate. Meanwhile, Duke Pingyang, who should have been recuperating at home, stealthily departed from the countess's estate once more. Upon his return, however, a smile of uncontainable joy adorned his face, though the thought of the cost he had incurred forced him to don a mask of anguish. Not let me uncover your identity. Otherwise, I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom so red. Lord Pingyang was consumed by a profound sense of anger and regret. The shadowy figure lurking in the background was utterly malevolent, exhibiting a gluttonous nature as he raised the price yet again, building upon an already inflated cost, an increase of 10%. Not a fraction more or less, precisely calibrated to inflict considerable pain upon Lord Pingyang, yet still within the realm of acceptability. Having traversed 99 steps, he found himself just shy of the final leap, and thus was compelled to endure the anguish of parting with a greater sacrifice in exchange for the subsequent segment of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. No pain, no gain, he reassured himself, convinced that acquiring the complete version of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique was worth every bit of it, for it was, after all, a divine martial art. In a bid to soothe his troubled spirit, Lord Pingyang reminded himself that such treasures were not truly his. He felt no regret over selling off his progenitor's assets. Gradually, he immersed himself in the cultivation of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, which promised unimaginable benefits and quietly transformed his cultivation level. The Great Sun Burning Heaven battle flag materialized, enveloping Lord Pingyang in its protective embrace, a precaution born from the psychological scars left by previous plundering incidents. As the ethereal flames of the sun flowed from the flag, they seeped into Lord Pingyang's body, complementing his training and nourishing his divine weapon, mending the damages of the past. However, unbeknownst to him, a shadow had been trailing him since he left his abode, observing every transaction and witnessing the significant transformations occurring within him. Neither Lord Pingyang nor the ever-cautious Steward Qin noticed this lurking presence. The Great Sun Burning Heaven technique that Lord Pingyang was cultivating had undergone an astonishing metamorphosis. The aura it emanated evidently surpassed the realm of heavenly martial arts, entering an entirely different echelon. The shadowy figure, concealed beneath layers of darkness, displayed an expression of utter disbelief. Divine martial arts. The Great Sun Burning Heaven technique was indeed divine. It was said that the Great Sun Burning Heaven battle flag was forged from this very technique. If this was a divine martial art, it could explain everything. After all, only divine martial arts could bestow divinity upon weapons and forge corresponding divine artifacts. Who was the individual Lord Pingyang had transacted with? To possess such a divine martial art as the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique? At this moment, the shadowy figure realized that the incomplete version of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique was merely a heavenly martial art, while the complete version was undoubtedly divine. Lord Pingyang had procured the full Great Sun Burning Heaven technique from another party. Who would have thought that amidst an auction for a relic from the divine tomb, the ultimate benefit would fall into the hands of someone else? The esteemed Lord Pingyang had unwittingly woven garments for another. This momentous auction, which stirred the entire realm, was likely a consequence of this very incident. How intriguing, indeed, within the grand capital of the Zhou dynasty. It was astonishing to encounter such an interesting individual, one who could conceal himself even more adeptly than I. My curiosity is piqued. Who are you? Truly, the shadowy figure continued to observe the changes in Lord Pingyang. and upon confirming his suspicions, swiftly departed from Lord Pingyang's estate, refraining from taking any action against him. Midway, another shadow suddenly materialized, merging with the first, causing the latter's movements to momentarily freeze in astonishment, as a look of greater shock spread across his face, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinarily remarkable. In the depths of his astonishment, he unhesitatingly changed direction towards the residence of the Marquis of Divine Might. Chapter 60. The Awakening of the Chives. Lord Pingyang was indeed affluent. It seemed he had profited handsomely from this auction. Experiencing a sudden windfall, within the Marquis residence, Yiwu held a heavy storage bag, beaming with joy. Initially, he had merely intended to see if he could glean a little more from the deal, thus raising the price at the last moment. To his surprise, Lord Pingyang had not haggled at all, readily preparing all the items he desired. Indeed, Lord Pingyang had shown no inclination to negotiate, stating his price firmly. Steward Qin remarked with a smile. To be honest, when the price hike was proposed, he was somewhat uncertain, having prepared himself for Lord Pingyang to react with anger. After all, an increase of 10% represented a significant cost, one that could even provoke desperation. Yet, Lord Pingyang merely blinked and acquiesced without negotiation. It was evident that Lord Pingyang was extraordinarily wealthy, having derived immense benefits from the auction of the Divine Tomb relic, allowing him to disregard the additional 10% increase. No wonder it had attracted the attention of a mysterious master at the Celestial Realm, who had committed a midnight heist. Nevertheless, this also illustrated Lord Pingyang's high regard for the complete version of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to secure it. As before, Yiwu did not open the storage bag, instead using the system panel to appraise its contents through the ceiling restrictions. Instantly, his smile grew even brighter. He was able to extract over 7,000 points of source power. This figure was dazzling, nearly blinding Yiwu, causing his breath to quicken. Excellent! With this source power, his cultivation could advance further, and reaching the perfected level of the Aperture Realm should pose no problem. Perhaps he might even have the opportunity to break through his limits and enter the Earthly Fiend Realm. As the system evaluated the contents, Yiwu suddenly noticed some unusual items, his face betraying a peculiar expression. No wonder they were so generous. It turned out to be a deceptive ploy. After the last failure, they had returned with even greater fervor, playing their cards with flair. The system panel revealed various detailed descriptions, among which one marked entry read, Soul Spirit Mark, capable of extracting 0.04 points of source power. Soul Spirit Mark, capable of extracting 0.05 points of source power. Soul Spirit Mark, capable of extracting 0.01 points of source power. Such marked information appeared in abundance, with at least 30 to 40 entries, each heavenly material and earthly treasure bearing one of these soul spirit marks, creating an overwhelming array that left Yiwu utterly gobsmacked. What did this signify? Yiwu understood all too well. Lord Pingyang was playing a dangerous game, trying to root him out. Had he not prepared in advance by sealing the storage bag and possessing the system for appraisal, he would have undoubtedly exposed his whereabouts and fallen into Lord Pingyang's clutches. Although he harbored no fear, it would still lead to unnecessary complications. Regrettably for him, he had encountered me. All his so-called schemes were futile efforts. Yiwu scoffed coldly, and with the system's extraction, all the soul spirit marks within the storage bag were forcibly drained of their source power. Lacking the essence of source power, the soul spirit marks naturally crumbled and were effortlessly erased. Suddenly, while immersed in his cultivation, Lord Pingyang's face turned pale as he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his pupils bursting forth with an astonishing killing intent. How remarkable! To think that in an instant, I could have my numerous soul spirit marks obliterated without even registering it. Truly a formidable strategy. Lord Pingyang realized what had transpired, and it only fueled his fury. His plans to spy on the mysterious figure had utterly failed. Having missed this opportunity, the prospect of locating the enigmatic figure in the future and reclaiming his losses would be increasingly difficult. Unless, of course, the other party chose to reveal themselves, which seemed highly improbable. Though filled with resentment, he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. Fortunately, He has acquired the complete version of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, so it cannot be said that he has gained nothing. Once he truly masters the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique and fully transforms his cultivation, further perfecting the Great Sun Burning Battle Flag, even if he has to turn the entire Great Zhou upside down, he will rescue the mysterious figure behind the scenes. Although that individual is well concealed, through these two transactions, Ping Yongbo has nearly grasped some insights. The opponent's strength is commendable, yet not overwhelmingly high. Otherwise, there would be no need for such meticulous caution during each transaction. Fearing that he might catch even the slightest hint, to be on the safe side, you will meticulously examine the situation through the system panel several times, and once he confirmed that there were truly no issues, he calmly opened the storage bag and retrieved several useful heavenly materials and treasures, along with medicinal pills, which he presented to Steward Qin and the 5 members of the Divine Might Guard. Take these heavenly materials and treasures for now, and strive to enhance your own strength as quickly as possible. Next, we are likely to face turbulent times ahead, fraught with greater dangers. The matter of the Divine Tomb seems to have concluded. But this is likely just the beginning that in the future, there may be even greater upheavals. Steward Qin and the 5 members of the Divine Might Guard wore grave expressions. They naturally understood the implications of Yi Wu's words. From the recent events occurring in the Imperial City, they could discern some troubling patterns. Whether it involved the Divine Tomb or the war against the Northern Mang dynasty, it would undoubtedly create a massive whirlpool. The storm is approaching. As one of the storm's epicenters, the Divine Might Mark residents will inevitably confront even greater crises and pressures. A single misstep could lead to their utter annihilation. Their strength remains insufficient. Just like not long ago, had their power been robust enough, they would not have allowed the assassins from the Blood Robe Tower and the Northern Mang Golden Wolf Guard to invade, nearly placing their young master in mortal peril. For them, this is a tremendous disgrace. A master shamed is a servant doomed. Such occurrences must never happen again. They must quickly elevate their strength. Rest assured, young master, we will not let you down. The 5 members of the Divine Might Guard shouted in unison. Turning back, they vowed to train relentlessly, unleashing their full potential to transform it into their cultivation. If the earthly fiend realm is insufficient, then they shall strive for the celestial gang realm. If that too falls short, they will resort to other means. Exchanging glances, the 5 members recognized the shared fervor reflected in each other's eyes. After parting, they gathered together, realizing that their strength ultimately could not keep pace with their young masters. In the recent 2 incidents, it was not them protecting the young master, but rather the young master safeguarding them. Having received such immense favor from the Marquis, they could be likened to reborn parents. The young master has treated them with unparalleled kindness. Yet, they had failed even in such trivial matters, burdening their young master instead. This is a profound humiliation that the Divine Might Guard can never wash away. It is shameful, said Shen Lu, his tone heavy with regret. Shun Qi and the others bowed their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. For the truth of his words weighed heavily on their conscience. They felt they had dishonored the old Marquis. They had let down their young master, had they been part of any other Marquis residence. Such repeated failures would have led to reprimand or even expulsion. Yet Yi Wu did not chastise them, but instead unconditionally supported them with various heavenly materials and miraculous pills, solely to help them enhance their martial prowess. Such a master is a rarity, almost impossible to find even with a lantern in hand. Throughout the entire world, I know that none of you are willing to accept this outcome for the future. If that is the case, we can only resort to the formation taught to us by the Marquis in years past. Only that formation can elevate our collective strength in the shortest time possible. Shen Lu declared with determination that we must achieve a remarkable feat to cleanse ourselves of this disgrace. At his words, the expressions of Shen Qi and the others shifted dramatically. They understood precisely what formation Shen Lu referred to. It was the 5 elements soul-extinguishing killing formation, an extraordinary array that the Divine Might Marquis had once fortuitously obtained that it harnesses the power of the 5 elements, and once perfected, it could merge with the universe's forces, obliterating both body and spirit. This truly is a world-shattering killing formation, possessing an unfathomable might. However, this formation also harbors a significant flaw. It is incomplete, presenting a grave risk. While annihilating foes, it would also inflict damage upon its user. A single misstep could lead to severe injury or even the obliteration of one's soul and spiritual essence. That it can be said to be both harmful to others and oneself, with a high price to pay. For this reason, although the Divine Might Guard had long since mastered the 5 elements soul-extinguishing killing formation, they had never diligently practiced it, fearing the consequences. But now, they could no longer afford such hesitation. Mastering a genuine, life-preserving killing technique is of utmost importance. If we are to cultivate the 5 elements soul-extinguishing killing formation, we must first forge the 5 elements soul-extinguishing formation flags. Merging our essence with the flags. Only then can we have the opportunity to deploy the formation instantly and unleash its full power. Then let us forge. The 5 members of the Divine Might Guard quickly reached a unanimous decision. They approached Steward Qin, who wholeheartedly endorsed their plan, and began preparing the materials needed to create the 5 elements soul-extinguishing formation flags. Although he understood that this would inflict some harm upon the Divine Might Guard, they could not afford to be concerned about that now. Moreover, sacrificing themselves for the Divine Might Mark residence was their duty. Unbeknownst to them, Yiwu quietly infused all the heavenly materials and treasures obtained from Pingyang Bo into the system. The source power value on the system panel immediately changed. Source power, 6,500, had he not extracted some pills and treasures for Steward Qin and the Divine Might Guard. This value would have been even higher, likely surpassing the threshold of 7,000 without a doubt. With 6,500 points of source power, Yiwu wondered if it would be sufficient to cultivate the Burial Heaven Scripture to its 4th transformation. To be honest, he lacked confidence, for the Burial Heaven Scripture resembled a bottomless pit. No matter how much source power was poured in, it seemed to absorb everything silently. Yet the advantage lies in that once a sound is finally heard, the resulting feedback could be terrifyingly astonishing. However, Yiwu did not rush to upgrade the Burial Heaven Scripture. Instead, he began cultivating the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. After several days of practice, bolstered by his perfected realm, his mastery of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique deepened further, and several acupuncture points within his body were opened anew. Now he had successfully opened 360 acupuncture points, with just 5 more remaining to achieve complete mastery of the acupuncture realm. Yiwu's thoughts were straightforward. Source power is precious and should not be wasted recklessly. Good steel must be used on the blade, serving a purpose at critical moments. With the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique already cultivated to perfection, leveraging this divine martial art as a foundation to open the remaining acupuncture points will pose no significant difficulty, requiring only a few more days of effort. There is no need to squander precious source power on this. After all acupuncture points are opened and the acupuncture realm is perfected, then he can upgrade the Burial Heaven Scripture, which will undoubtedly yield the greatest benefits. Perhaps he could even breach the threshold of the earthly fiend realm in one fell swoop. Previously, he had no choice but to acquire self-preservation power in the shortest time possible. Now, however, that urgency has dissipated. With the might he has gathered, it is highly unlikely that he would encounter any life-threatening crises in the near future. The surging and overwhelming energy of the Great Sun Burning Heaven True Qi, guided by the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, continually evolved within the 360 open martial acupuncture points, pinpointing the locations of the remaining 5 unactivated points. Then, he manifested the Great Sun Golden Crow, incessantly battering against the barriers of the acupuncture points, striving to open them. From a distance, Yiwu appeared as if he had transformed into a vast universe, within which terrifying suns ignited, evoking an immense sense of dread. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure lurking in the darkness observed this spectacle clearly, their hearts shaken beyond words. Initially, upon discovering that the mastermind behind everything was Yiwu from the Shenwei Marquis house, he was utterly astonished at that moment. He merely assumed that Yiwu had acquired the complete version of the Grand Sun Devouring Heaven technique. After all, considering the incredible fortune of the Shenwei Marquis, it did not seem entirely implausible for him to unexpectedly obtain the flawless Grand Sun Devouring Heaven technique. However, he could not have anticipated that it was not merely the case. Yi Wu had astonishingly cultivated this divine martial art to an unfathomable and mysterious level. The aura emanating from him clearly indicated that this divine martial art had been perfected by Yi Wu. This was indeed the divine martial art, to say nothing of divine martial arts, even cultivating a martial art of a lower tier, such as earth-level martial arts. To perfection in the opening realm is an exceedingly challenging endeavor, essentially devoid of hope. Even he himself had been unable to accomplish such a feat back in his day. Yet now, he found himself witnessing such an inconceivable spectacle. He never imagined that this scion of the Shenwei Marquis would conceal his abilities so deeply, deceiving everyone around him. The significance of divine martial arts is self-evident. They belong to the realm of the gods, and only true martial deities possess the qualifications to create them. It represents a brilliant path leading to martial divinity. Of course, mastering divine martial arts does not guarantee one will become a martial deity. It merely grants one the qualifications to aspire to such a status. However, with talents like Yi Wu, who could cultivate a divine martial art to perfection at the opening realm, becoming a deity is assured. This is indisputable. Such innate talent would surely lead to divinity, even without practicing divine martial arts. Moreover, Yi Wu was cultivating the legendary supreme martial art, the Burial Heaven Sutra. This surpasses ordinary divine martial arts in terms of sheer terror. The combat prowess of Yi Qi, the Shenwei Marquis, who practiced the Burial Heaven Sutra, had reached an exceedingly terrifying level, making slaughtering foes as effortless as eating and drinking. Had it not been for the unexpected incident on the Biming battlefield that led to his fall into the Demon Island, the Biming side would likely have been thoroughly devastated. Now, the talent exhibited by Yi Wu might far exceed that of Yi Qi, the Shenwei Marquis. This father-son duo was simply intolerable. Point 1 could not ascertain whether their extraordinary gifts stem from their inherent talents or the influence of the Burial Heaven Sutra. Were it not for the unusual findings regarding the Pingyang Duke, leading him to investigate further, he might never have uncovered such a monumental secret. Suddenly, the shadowy figure seemed to recall something and abruptly reacted. If Yi Wu could cultivate the grandson devouring heaven technique to perfection, then what of the Burial Heaven Sutra? Could it also have been cultivated to an astonishing height, akin to the grandson devouring heaven technique? As upon this realization, the shadowy figure could not help but draw a sharp breath. If his suspicions were correct, the implications would be terrifying. Given the Burial Heaven Sutra's incredible and fearsome properties, if Yi Wu had cultivated it to perfection as he had with the grandson devouring heaven technique, subsequent breakthroughs in realms would be smooth sailing, devoid of any bottlenecks. It is conceivable that he might even unearth the ancient divine treasure represented by the Burial Heaven Sutra. At this thought, the shadowy figure's heart surged with excitement. And if the ancient rumors regarding the Burial Heaven Sutra were true, the emergence of that ancient divine treasure would undoubtedly provoke chaos throughout the world. Countless long-lost ancient martial deities would reappear, and even the sealed realms would once again be unlocked. The vastness of the ancient era would be revived. The shadowy figure was exhilarated, and the concealed aura he had maintained wavered momentarily. Though fleeting, it was quickly reined in. It was just enough for Yi Wu, who had recently opened 2 new martial acupoints, to detect. Thus, an entire 362 golden crows soared from Yi Wu's body, transforming into an incredibly terrifying sun, descending violently from the skies. Chapter 61. Only the dead can keep secrets. Who goes there? Scoundrels, show yourselves. The sun blazed in the sky. All shadows were illuminated, leaving no room for concealment. Yi Wu abruptly opened his eyes, and in that instant, without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated all his power into a single point, unleashing a fierce attack towards the area where he sensed something amiss. Were it not for his heightened perception during cultivation, he might not have noticed the issue at all. The Shenwei Marquis house had been fortified under his management, yet under such circumstances, it had still been infiltrated silently. Despite being so close, he had failed to detect the problem in advance, which clearly indicated an issue. The shadowy figure let out a soft sigh. Although his shadow techniques were indeed formidable, cultivated to an exceptionally profound level, they were exposed under the extraordinary power of the grandson devouring heaven technique. After all, the shadow technique he practiced was not a divine martial art and inherently fell short in comparison, being fundamentally restrained. With Yiwu having perfected the grandson devouring heaven technique, an additional factor of suppression came into play. The combination of these two aspects resulted in the shadow technique he wielded experiencing intense repression, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat, utterly dominated. All the powers previously manifested on this foundation dissipated into nothingness. Ghostly divine fist. Upon sensing the mysterious figure within his perception, Yi Wu's eyes turned icy. And without a hint of hesitation, he concentrated all his power into the ghostly divine fist, evolving it to its utmost potential, crashing down fiercely. Your intrusion is that of a thief, and to act so stealthily. Spying on me. It's clear you harbor ill intentions. Please, Shenwei Marquis Scion, spare me. I mean you no harm. The shadowy figure shouted hastily, retreating repeatedly under the immense pressure of that punch, his breathing momentarily stilled. And his mental will was brutally scorched by the power of the grandson devouring heaven technique. In that instant, he finally comprehended the feelings of those who had perished at Yi Wu's hands in the earthly fiend realm. The ghostly divine fist was frightfully potent. Moreover, Yi Wu's overall strength was equally terrifying. It was far beyond what one would expect from a typical practitioner of the opening realm, having ascended to an entirely different level. Although he was at a significantly higher realm than Yi Wu, he now felt as if he were being crushed, nearly devoid of any advantage. Why Yi Wu said nothing, instead amplifying the ferocity of his punch's impact. Having already spied on his secrets, he could not simply claim to harbor no ill will. Even if he genuinely bore no malice, he would still have to pay the price for uncovering his secrets. Boom, boom, boom. The ghostly divine fist rained down in relentless succession, growing ever more ferocious, forcing the shadowy figure to retreat repeatedly, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration while also being profoundly shaken. The combat prowess displayed by the Shenwei Marquis Scion was astoundingly terrifying, far exceeding his expectations and surpassing all rumors. Housekeeper Qin and the five from Shenwei rushed over immediately. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were instantly filled with rage. Charge! Form a formation! Truly, what audacity for these vile creatures to insult the Shenwei Marquis house. In that moment, the five members of Shenwei were nearly driven to the brink of fury. They felt utterly disrespected, having been repeatedly bullied. With a furious roar, Housekeeper Qin charged forward, joining forces with Yi Wu to annihilate the mysterious shadowy figure. This only deepened the shadowy figure's bitterness. A single Yi Wu was already exceedingly challenging to deal with, and now there was an additional mid-earthly fiend realm housekeeper. The shadowy figure began to contemplate retreat, regretting his reckless intrusion. Had he known such an unexpected turn of events would occur, he would have never acted so impulsively. Who could have foreseen that even Pingyang Duke in the celestial realm failed to detect him, only to be ensnared by the scion of the Shenwei Marquis in the opening realm? If this continued, he would likely meet his end here. Thus, the shadowy figure unleashed a powerful burst of energy, temporarily breaking free, and without hesitation, turned to flee. Yi Wu, I truly harbor no ill intentions. My sudden arrival was merely a misunderstanding, and I acknowledge my fault. Next time, I shall come to make amends. Before he could finish his sentence, his voice shifted abruptly, as the formidable members of Shenwei Wei had already set up the 5-element soul destruction killing formation. Seizing the fleeting moment when the enigmatic shadowy figure attempted to flee, they lured him into the deadly array. This particular formation was hastily arranged, as the formation flags had yet to be crafted, thus its power was not exceptionally formidable. Yet it sufficed for their purpose. The mysterious shadowy figure immediately sensed an overwhelming danger. His mental faculties were in a frenzy, akin to encountering a nemesis. Recognizing the 5-element soul destruction killing formation, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. The combined efforts of 5 warriors, each nearly at the earthly fiend realm, disrupted the surrounding elemental forces, creating chaos that interfered with his mental will, imposing significant pressure on his soul. Under such circumstances, it was evidently impossible for him to break free from the confines of the formation in such a short span of time and escape unscathed. even if he managed to shatter the array. He would still face an earthly fiend warrior, not to mention the more formidable heir of Shenwei Ho, sealing his inevitable fate. Cursing his reckless actions once more, he reflected that while the shadow technique was indeed powerful, one cannot walk by the river without getting wet eventually. Ultimately, the 5 members of Shenwei Wei lacked sufficient mastery over the 5 elements soul destruction killing formation, allowing the mysterious shadowy figure to seize the opportunity and break free from the array. He quickly reiterated that he harbored no ill intentions and hastily swore to the heavens. Although he had escaped the formation, he had sustained some injuries, and Yi Wu's intense glare filled him with an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis. In the hall, the mysterious shadowy figure, with a bitter smile, explained his presence there and shared his background, revealing that he was named Zhang Hong and hailed from the Shadow Gate. He dared not conceal any detail. The individuals from the Shenwei home mansion were merciless. After he shattered the formation, they did not retreat, but instead exhibited an even more frenzied demeanor, as if they were eager to engage him in a deadly confrontation. Faced with this intensity, he had no choice but to surrender, fearing that a moment's delay could cost him his life. The Shadow Gate? Upon hearing this, Steward Qin seemed to recall something, his gaze intensifying as he fixed it on the mysterious shadowy figure. His expression peculiar. Wasn't your Shadow Gate eradicated by the Feathered Immortal sect during the previous dynasty? He was astonished to learn that it had resurfaced once more. As he spoke, Steward Qin elucidated the origins of the Shadow Gate and the enmity between it and the Feathered Immortal sect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong instantly gritted his teeth, displaying vehement hatred towards the Feathered Immortal sect, and then let out a bitter laugh, saying, "Steward Qin speaks the truth. Indeed, our Shadow Gate was annihilated by the Feathered Immortal sect in the previous dynasty. However, one elder and his disciple fortuitously escaped the massacre and subsequently hid in the shadows to rebuild the Shadow Gate. Over the years, although we have covertly targeted the Feathered Immortal sect, we have not achieved significant results. The re-established Shadow Gate has gradually declined and now consists of only a handful of members. Although Zhang Hong felt unwilling, he found himself powerless, despite being suppressed by the Great Zhou dynasty. The Feathered Immortal sect remained formidable, far surpassing many historical dynasties, rather than being weak. The path of martial cultivation is fundamentally a struggle for resources. After the Shadow Gate was destroyed by the Feathered Immortal sect, even though they rebuilt in secrecy, they dared not reveal themselves to avoid detection, resulting in a persistent lack of resources. Without sufficient resources, even the most extraordinary martial talent cannot produce results. It is a case of a skilled cook unable to make a meal without rice. Under such circumstances, seeking revenge on the Feathered Immortal sect and making them pay a heavy price became even more implausible. Moreover, even at its peak, the Shadow Gate had always been significantly inferior to the Feathered Immortal sect, existing on different tiers altogether. Zhang Hong had come to the Great Zhou imperial city upon hearing that the Feathered Immortal sect had encountered several major setbacks, hoping to observe the unfolding events and perhaps find an opportunity to strike down a few of their lackeys. However, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a monumental secret that ensnared him in this predicament. Yi Wu, too, found himself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, he never anticipated that all his efforts to remain undetected would ultimately fail. Steward Qin felt the same way. Be cautious. After concluding his dealings with Duke Pingyang, he had not hurried back to the mansion, but instead circled around in secrecy. In the end, it was all for naught. Man's calculations cannot match the heaven's design. Fortunately, it was this shadowy figure who had discovered them. Had it been a member of the Feathered Immortal sect, the consequences would have been far more dire. You harbor an irreconcilable grudge against the Feathered Immortal sect, and I too share an unresolvable enmity with them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Logically, we should be natural allies. Indeed, that is precisely it. We are essentially from the same faction, and there is no need for us to engage in conflict, which would only disrupt the harmony and cause pain to our kin while delighting our foes. That would be unfortunate, Zhang Hong eagerly asserted. Although I have been unable to contend with the Feathered Immortal sect, I have nonetheless gathered numerous secrets about them over the years. If we collaborate, We can surely inflict significant losses on the feathered immortal sect, making them pay a heavy price. Preserve his life. Zhang Hong divulged the information he possessed regarding the feathered immortal sect. You do make a valid point. However, you possess too many secrets, and I am hesitant to entrust my secrets to an outsider. Only the dead can truly keep secrets, Yi Wu replied with a smile, though his gaze was chillingly cold, brimming with unending killing intent. Steward Qin and the 5 members of Shenwei immediately surrounded him without hesitation, all displaying remarkable murderous intent. This sudden display sent a jolt of fear through Zhang Hong, overwhelming him with an acute sense of impending doom that left him trembling uncontrollably. Young master, my young master, I can be one of your own. Just spare my life, and I will do anything you ask. Zhang Hong began to pledge his loyalty at once. Having navigated the murky waters of the underworld for so many years, he understood the implications behind the words of the Shenwei heir. Were he in Yi Wu's position, he might have acted even more ruthlessly, opting for a clean kill rather than engaging in lengthy discussions. After all, the secrets exposed by Yi Wu were far too significant to be known by many. After accepting the binding mark placed by Yi Wu, Zhang Hong finally felt a sense of relief. Although somewhat aggrieved, he had, after all, preserved his life and avoided a fate of accompanying the king of hell for tea. He gently touched the binding mark and immediately sensed its terrifying nature. Realizing it was beyond his ability to, even a master at the celestial fiend realm would likely struggle to eliminate it without damaging his soul in the process. The fact that a mere Enlightenment realm warrior could wield such a fearsome and peculiar technique was undeniably alarming. Yi Wu, perceiving Zhang Hong's thoughts, reassured him that should he perform well in the future and achieve sufficient merits, there was a possibility for the binding mark to be lifted. Subsequently, he imparted the introductory chapter of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique to Zhang Hong. The shadow-based martial arts you practice are indeed powerful and possess unique advantages in concealing one's aura. However, they are not without certain shortcomings. Should you cultivate the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique and grasp its profound essence, you might have the opportunity to rectify these deficiencies, rendering your abilities even more formidable. At that point, a breakthrough to the celestial fiend realm may very well be within your reach. As for whether you can acquire the subsequent portions of the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, it will depend on your own efforts, just as it does for the members of Shenwei. Understanding the approach of offering a stick followed by a sweet date, Yi Wu was well aware of the implications. Nonetheless, as he stated, the martial arts of the Shadow Gate, when combined with the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, could indeed unleash even greater power. Zhang Hong was initially taken aback, then elated, overflowing with gratitude. The Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, that is a truly supreme level martial art. Even during the zenith of their power, the Shadow Sect's martial arts were merely classified as semi-divine. This refers to the Shadow Divine art he is currently cultivating. However, due to the unfortunate annihilation of his lineage, the Shadow Divine art has been partially lost, resulting in its current status being akin to celestial-level martial arts. Unexpectedly, fortune has turned in his favor, and he now has the opportunity to learn a truly divine martial art. Although it is merely an introductory chapter, it is nonetheless a genuine divine martial art. Consequently, the lingering feelings of dissatisfaction he had harbored were instantly washed away, leaving only an overwhelming sense of excitement. The chance to learn authentic divine martial arts, even if it comes with a binding mark, is still a rare opportunity that others would envy. Moreover, Yi Wu has mentioned that he may have the chance to learn the subsequent techniques of the Great Sun Incineration art in the future. This implies that he could potentially acquire the complete divine martial arts, provided he comprehends it thoroughly. Ascending beyond the celestial realm and igniting the divine flame would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Young master, rest assured, in the future, should you instruct me to head east, I shall not venture west. If you command me to slay, I shall not spare a flame. Zhang Hong promptly thumped his chest in loyalty, recognizing that such a favorable treatment would be foolish to take lightly. Young master, let us descend now. Shen Lu approached and dragged Zhang Hong down, for now that they were allies, it was time to strengthen their bonds. The other members of the Divine Might Guard gathered around, their smiles radiant yet laced with mischief, which sent a shiver down Zhang Hong's spine, a sense of foreboding blossoming within him. Young master, are you truly at ease with him? After Zhang Hong and the 5 members of the Divine Might Guard had departed, Steward Qin hesitated before inquiring. Although the binding mark had been placed upon him, he was still not entirely one of their own. Should he turn against them? Steward Qin, do not worry. Even if he were to betray us, it would not significantly affect us, Yi Wu reassured him, fully aware of Steward Qin's concerns. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on them. In the face of overwhelming strength, such minor miscalculations could not stir any substantial turbulence. Moreover, he had confidence in the binding mark, an extraordinary power derived from the Grave Sky Sutra. Even a celestial-level warrior would find it impossible to break it easily. Should one attempt to forcibly shatter it, the consequence would be the disintegration of their very soul. The power of the Grave Sky is not something that can be easily undone. Furthermore, keeping him around might yield unforeseen benefits in the future. Although the Shadow Sect had been eradicated, they bore a vendetta against the Feathered Immortal Sect and possessed a deeper understanding of it than we do, which could be leveraged against them. After all, the grievances between us and the Feathered Immortal Sect cannot be easily resolved, as they harbor relentless ambitions against us if an opportunity to strike first presents itself. So much the better. Moreover, the Shadow Sect's shadow-based martial arts hold immense utility. From Zhang Hong's performance, it was evident that even celestial-level warriors could not detect it, presenting us with a unique opportunity. Later, see if you can have him teach the various martial arts of the Shadow Sect. This way, the Divine Might Guard can also enhance their skills, thereby fortifying their survival capabilities. Steward Qin nodded in agreement. The many martial arts of the Shadow Sect indeed possessed unique qualities that, if wielded adeptly, could yield unexpected benefits. Yi Wu once again immersed himself in cultivation. As days passed, the tense atmosphere in the Imperial City dissipated alongside the lifting of the lockdown. The impatient martial artists from various external sects and some expert from the Golden Wolf Guard had not yet rushed out when news struck them like a thunderbolt. King of Divine Might led the Divine Might army in a surprise attack on North Mang, utterly decimating the North Mang Tsang Wolf army and pushing the front lines forward by over 100 miles. Damn that King of Divine Might, Tuoba Xian, who had not yet managed to leave the Imperial City, immediately heard this news, his expression darkening as he let out a furious roar. Had it not been for a shred of rationality reminding him that he was still within the Dazhou Imperial City, his murderous intent would have surely unleashed havoc. Wolf Lord, we must exact a fierce revenge on the Dazhou people. A Golden Wolf Guard member snarled, his tone filled with a fierce killing intent, determined to make the Dazhou pay in blood for their transgressions. Humph. Do you have the right to speak here? Prince Liang scoffed coldly. The Golden Wolf Guard member who had just spoken was immediately silenced, his body involuntarily flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, bones shattered, and spewing several mouthfuls of blood, his eyes reflecting nothing but sheer terror. Say another word, and I won't hesitate to ensure you leave the Dazhou Imperial City lifeless. Even Tuoba Xian wouldn't dare to plead for you. Tuoba Xian's complexion shifted once more. Yet as Liang Wang stated, he remained silent, swallowing his indignation. When one is under a roof, they must bow their heads. Speaking out of turn comes with its own repercussions. Furthermore, Liang Wang's might was not something Tuoba Xian could provoke at this moment. Thus, he had no choice but to retreat from the Liang Wang manor. And after escorting his people out of the Imperial City, Tuoba Xian did not immediately return to North Mang. The tragedy had already occurred. Hastily returning to North Mang now would be of no use. A fierce retribution was necessary. Martial Emperor, you have made North Mang bleed. Thus, I, Tuoba Xian, shall make Dazhou suffer. Chapter 62. The Grave Sky Bridge. System Black Screen. Tuoba Xian, capable of reaching the Celestial Realm and leading the North Mang Golden Wolf Guard, was certainly not a soft-hearted or indecisive coward. Once he made up his mind, he stealthily infiltrated the Dazhou Imperial City once more. However, this time, Tuoba Xian did not contact Prince Liang, but instead lay in wait. Carefully observing the situation at the Divine Might Marquis' residence, he intended to launch a surprise counterattack, targeting the heir of Divine Might Marquis. Yi Wu, isn't the Martial Emperor particularly fond of that heir? Then I shall make him feel the sting of loss. This is what is known as darkness beneath the lamp. No one could fathom that, even after the entire city had been searched multiple times and the imperial city had been unsealed. A North Mang individual would dare to engage in such self-destructive actions. Even though Yi Wu still possessed the protective measures left by the divine might Marquis Yi Qi, all Tuoba Xian needed was a single lethal strike. From the previous assassination attempt, it was evident that the protective means left by Yi Qi were not entirely passive. They required Yi Wu's active activation. This was his opportunity, as long as he acted swiftly enough. The various measures left behind by the divine might Marquis would become utterly ineffective. Tuoba Xian patiently lay in wait, mentally simulating all possible steps, striving for a guaranteed success, planning to eliminate Yi Wu while simultaneously seizing his soul. Even a fragment of the soul would suffice, as it could still be of USAS for what would come after. Tuoba Xian was confident enough to believe he could leave smoothly once he had achieved his goal. Regarding the Grave Sky Sutra, once he obtained Yi Wu's soul, the North Mang had numerous methods to extract the contents of the sutra from it, a twofold achievement. Meanwhile, the Qingyu elder from the Feathered Immortal sect had yet to leave the Dazhou Imperial City, not following the others to explore the divine spectacle, remaining in hiding. After all, he was still wanted by the Dali Temple. Once he makes his appearance, he will undoubtedly face the pursuit of the Dali Temple. Elder Qingyu harbors his own intentions. His plans concerning the heir Yi Wu of the divine might Marquis are still in their nascent stages, lacking the opportunity to manifest their full potential. He wishes to observe the situation, keeping a close watch on Yi Wu, waiting for him to consume the life-altering elixir imbued with the spirit-controlling goo. Unbeknownst to Yi Wu, he has once again attracted the attention of many. After several days of cultivation, on this particular day, Yi Wu successfully opened the remaining human martial arts ICU points at this moment. The 365 acupoints appeared to form a bridge between heaven and earth, seamlessly interconnected, with all their powers merging into a singular entity. The Great Sun Incineration technique reached its utmost peak as 365 golden crows emerged within each acupoint, centered around Yi Wu. All rays of sunlight were forcibly devoured, creating an absolute realm of darkness. Qin Butler and the others immediately sensed the tremendous commotion caused by Yi Wu, initially believing there was an enemy ambush, and hurried over. However, upon witnessing the scene, they were left utterly astonished. All of them practiced the Great Sun Incineration technique and had experienced the acupoint opening phase. Thus they understood the extraordinary phenomenon unfolding within Yi Wu. What he exhibited was an anomaly resulting from the complete opening of all human martial arts acupoints. Yet, the martial arts phenomenon he manifested was far more terrifying, surpassing their own experiences by a wide margin. Compared to Yi Wu, the commotion they caused upon reaching perfection in their acupoint opening was akin to mere fireflies, unable to hold a candle to the brilliance of Yi Wu's full moon. The disparity was strikingly apparent. From a distance, it seemed as though Yi Wu's body was illuminated by 365 colossal suns, transforming him into a terrifying solar deity. The acupoints he opened, rooted in divine-level martial arts, were astonishingly formidable. This foundation of acupoint opening was truly monstrous. If not unprecedented at the very least, it was unparalleled in history. Zhang Hong muttered in astonishment, as someone with a sex legacy. Zhang Hong possessed a deeper understanding of the esoteric secrets of martial cultivation. In his knowledge, even the most ancient of sects could not cultivate the acupoint realm to such an unimaginable extent. After all, no one had ever managed to fully realize a divine-level martial art at the acupoint realm. It was akin to an accomplished scholar tackling simple arithmetic problems. Under such lofty accomplishments, the achievements attainable at the elementary level would be astonishing. Yi Wu's current display was not merely at the acupoint stage, but it transcended into the realm of divine transformation. He was evolving acupoint deities. Each core of the acupoint housed a golden crow, embodying the acupoint deities, suppressing the deepest essence of each martial arts acupoint, continuously providing a source of power for the 365 acupoints. This was merely the beginning. Once all the martial arts acupoints were fully interconnected, the bridge between heaven and earth would be established. With such a terrifying foundation of martial arts acupoints, what kind of bridge would emerge? At this thought, Zhang Hong felt both immense anticipation and unparalleled shock. After opening all the martial arts acupoints, Yi Wu sensed that his perception of heaven and earth had dramatically changed, as if a different layer of awareness had emerged. He seemed to glimpse a more authentic aspect of the world, as various distinct forces of heaven and earth manifested before him. Like a tea that moment, each acupoint appeared to breathe, yearning to absorb the forces of the external world. Yet it was as if they were separated by a veil, akin to fish stranded on land, unable to draw from the water. The bridge between heaven and earth. Yi Wu immediately understood that he must establish this bridge for the human martial arts acupoints to resonate with the vast forces of the external world, allowing him to harness the power of the ground spirits for his own use. Only by achieving this could he truly claim to have perfected the acupoint realm. Presently, he could only be considered half a step toward perfection. Still lacking the final push, establishing the bridge between heaven and earth was, in essence, quite straightforward. The first step was to completely interconnect the 365 martial arts acupoints, merging their previously disparate powers into a unified whole. He had already accomplished this. The second step required wielding the integrated power of the acupoints to break the barrier between the human body and the vast external world, forging the bridge to enable the absorption of external divine power. This step might pose challenges for others, but for Yi Wu, it was simplicity itself, devoid of any difficulty. The perfected power of a divine-level martial art could effortlessly achieve this, and even go further, refining the bridge capable of drawing in the forces of heaven and earth to an even greater degree of perfection. However, Yi Wu chose not to employ the Great Sun incineration technique for this final breakthrough. Instead, he shifted his cultivation method, transitioning from the Great Sun incineration technique to the Burial Sky Sutra. Although the Great Sun incineration technique was indeed powerful, his martial arts foundation was rooted in the Burial Sky Sutra. While the bridge crafted from a perfected lower-grade divine-level martial art was immensely formidable, his intuition told him that using the Burial Sky Sutra to forge the bridge would be more fitting. With even greater potential, in an instant, Yi Wu truly transformed into an enormous black hole, devouring not only the power of the sun, but all rays of light and elemental forces in the universe. Even the vital energy within Qin Butler and the others was severely affected, as they felt their own life forces being forcibly consumed by the immense black hole Yi Wu had manifested. What? The onlookers turned pale, sensing an overwhelming terror. Without hesitation, they began to retreat in a frenzy, daring not to approach. It was only after they had completely exited Yi Wu's courtyard that the terrifying sucking force dissipated, leaving them relatively unscathed. Yet the shock within their hearts did not fade. Instead, it intensified. Qin Butler and the 5 Divine Might Guards genuinely felt delighted for their young master. However, the well-informed Zhang Hong perceived the true extent of the terror at play. Yi Wu was forging the bridge between heaven and earth, but he was not employing the divine-level martial art, the Great Sun incineration technique. It must be the Burial Sky Sutra. That terrifying sucking force was not a mere act of consumption. It was akin to a force of annihilation, obliterating everything within the universe, burying it within Yi Wu's very being. Although it appeared as consumption, its essence was entirely different. Was this the legendary martial art? The Burial Sky Sutra? Zhang Hong was profoundly shaken. Compared to the Great Sun incineration technique, the awe inspired by the Burial Sky Sutra was even more terrifying. Simultaneously, his anticipation grew. The Divine Might Marquis, after cultivating the Burial Sky Sutra, had already exhibited an extraordinary terror, suffocating the entire world. Now, Yi Wu's performance surpassed even that of the Divine Might Marquis, indicating that Yi Wu's future accomplishments would undoubtedly be far more formidable. Surpassing the former Divine Might Marquis was a foregone conclusion. The Burial Sky Sutra rotated, reaching the extreme level of its third transformation, as the 365 martial arts acupoints were simultaneously enveloped by the true energy of the Burial Sky. Transforming the Golden Crows into the Burial Sky Golden Crows, they merged into one, evolving into a colossal Burial Sky Golden Crow, casting a shadow over the heavens, plunging the entire world into an endless abyss of darkness and silence. As if seeking to bury all of existence within the universe, as the burial sky golden crow soared. The void of darkness was forcibly opened, an ancient bridge, inscribed with countless special runes, extended from within that void, traversing the darkness as if to reach an incredibly terrifying world beyond. There, vague silhouettes of worlds swayed in the distance. The bridge between heaven and earth. At that moment, Yi Wu's bridge was forged, breaking through the barrier between the human body and the vast external world. With the emergence of this bridge, the previously restless atmosphere of darkness was swiftly suppressed. It resembled a golden bridge leading to the other shore. A purple-gold beam spanning the sea. In the next instant, a relentless force from the heavens and the earth surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping along the celestial bridge and engulfing Yi Wu entirely. At that moment, the burial heaven true chi similarly intensified with a frenzied vigor, revealing an unparalleled and terrifying might. Zhang Hong stared in wide-eyed astonishment, his gaze fixated on the celestial bridge that seemed on the verge of forcibly materializing. For a moment he felt an urge to critique, yet found himself at a loss for words. Although he had anticipated the immense power of the celestial bridge forged by Yi Wu, he could hardly fathom that it could possess such an extraordinary magnitude. It was capable of manifesting. Furthermore, the surrounding forces of heaven and earth were forcibly subdued. The celestial bridge was initially merely a concept, a metaphor for the communication between the microcosm of the human body and the macrocosm of the universe. It was defined as a bridge because it served as a conduit for connecting the world of the Earth's malevolence. Yet, Yi Wu had truly created a tangible celestial bridge. Throughout his life, he had never heard of anyone achieving such a physical manifestation of their celestial bridge. It was utterly inconceivable. Was that truly a bridge? No. It was evidently an unparalleled divine weapon in the shape of a bridge. Whose celestial bridge could be so terrifying as to render one utterly powerless? After all, he was a genuine practitioner at the 9th level of the earthly fiend realm, yet he felt an overwhelming pressure before Yi Wu's celestial bridge. As if his martial will could barely withstand its crushing force, he could not imagine how profoundly deep Yi Wu's martial foundation must be to forge such an incredible celestial bridge. Akin to a divine weapon, it was a true manifestation of the ability to interfere with reality through spiritual will. Upon awakening, one must guide the malevolent forces of the earth to attain the earthly fiend realm. However, the malevolent forces of the earth were fearsome, and during the initial guidance, there were significant risks involved that a moment's carelessness could lead to injuries to one's martial apertures or damage to the forged celestial bridge. Given the terrifying nature of Yi Wu's celestial bridge, guiding the malevolent forces of the earth would likely be simpler than eating or drinking. With no concerns about danger, in the 72 layers of the earthly fiend world. During his own awakening, he had only managed to guide the power of the 25th layer. His master had succeeded in guiding the power of the 30th layer. With Yi Wu's formidable celestial bridge, it seemed plausible that he could pierce through all 72 layers in one fell swoop. Contemplating this, Zhang Hong felt not just shock, but a growing sense of anticipation. If he could truly penetrate the 72 layers of the earthly fiend world, the resultant mastery of the earthly fiend realm would be unfathomably terrifying. It would evolve into a genuine foundation for becoming a deity. This solidified Zhang Hong's conviction that aligning himself with the divine Marquis estate was indeed the right choice. As long as Yi Wu did not fall midway, it was virtually certain that he would attain a powerful martial divinity in the future, with no unexpected turns. Moreover, given Yi Wu's current astonishing cultivation speed, breaking through to the celestial realm and igniting the divine fire would likely not take long. The prospect of having a future martial divinity as a backing was an opportunity so rare that one could hardly stumble upon it, even if they tried. In the future, perhaps the Shadow Gate would have a chance to truly rebuild, standing proudly in the sunlight without the need for furtive concealment. That why Yi Wu was also quietly observing the celestial bridge he had manifested, feeling a sense of bewilderment regarding its terrifying evolution, that he too had not expected it to reach such a formidable level. His celestial bridge could transform freely between the tangible and intangible, and in a certain sense, it was akin to a remarkably unique divine weapon. With the celestial bridge, he could suppress all things. The burial heaven scripture was even more mysterious than he had anticipated. Yi Wu's gaze flickered slightly. The reason his celestial bridge could evolve to such a terrifying extent was entirely due to the burial heaven scripture, to be precise. This celestial bridge, forged through the collaboration of the 365 martial apertures of the human body, should be referred to as the burial heaven bridge, one bridge, suppressing all heavens, eradicating all heavens. Moreover, this burial heaven bridge was not yet in its ultimate state. As he continued to cultivate, it could further upgrade. Ultimately, it would not be impossible for it to evolve into an unparalleled divine weapon capable of truly suppressing all worlds, in addition to the burial heaven bridge. After reaching the pinnacle of the awakening realm, his physical body had also been refined to an unprecedented height. With every movement, it seemed as though he possessed the true power of the great heavens within the human body, capable of unleashing unparalleled destructive force. Shattering high-grade artifacts with bare hands would likely not pose a significant challenge. Although he was not yet in the earthly fiend realm, with his current combat prowess, crushing ordinary practitioners of that realm without any external aid was as effortless as eating or drinking. It was incredibly easy. No one could imagine that Yi Wu could cultivate the awakening realm to such a terrifying level. Reach this stage in the awakening realm, relying solely on source power, would require an expenditure exceeding 4 digits. Yet now, after merely waiting a few more days, he had saved a substantial amount of resources. The saved source power could naturally be allocated to more pressing needs, maximizing his benefits. With all 365 martial apertures fully opened, and the celestial bridge forged, he had reached the ultimate level of the awakening realm, leaving no further room for advancement. Next, it was time to delve into the essence of martial will, a crucial key point. Utilizing the celestial bridge as a conduit and martial will as the core, he aimed to penetrate the 72 layers of the earthly fiend world, drawing upon its power for his own use, thereby establishing the foundation for the earthly fiend realm. The significance of martial will in martial cultivation is self-evident. Without the ability to evolve one's martial will, further advancement in the earthly fiend realm would be impossible. Only a pure martial will could communicate with and penetrate the realms that exist between reality and illusion. Indeed, whether it be the 72 layers of the underground world or the 36 layers of the celestial realm, neither is a true material world. They are a special existence, caught in a blend of the illusory and the real, a unique world woven from both that could also be described as a particular conceptual area. Only martial will can successfully enter therein. Regardless of whether it is the true physical body or the soul, neither can enter smoothly without bearing a tremendous cost. For practitioners of the awakening realm, such a cost, even the most elite external sects at their peak, might not be able to bear. The evolution of martial will is indeed a troublesome endeavor. Yi Wu slightly furrowed his brows. The cultivation journey of others typically follows a steady progression, marked by numerous experiences, leading to an epiphany whereby their martial will is successfully evolved. However, his situation was entirely different. His pace of cultivation was astonishingly swift. With the infusion of source energy, his martial arts advanced rapidly, and his realm of cultivation soared effortlessly. Apart from encountering a few assassination attempts, he had not undergone any significant events. While many martial arts can indeed evolve corresponding martial wills after reaching a certain level, and one could substitute their own martial will with that of the martial art itself, without pursuing a more profound martial realm. This would merely mean inheriting the martial will of the artist's creator. This is a shortcut. Many warriors tread this path, as not everyone can seamlessly evolve their true martial will. Even if one can, it may not necessarily be formidable. Martial will, too, possesses varying degrees of strength. In such cases, taking the shortcut might be more advantageous. However, the consequences of such actions are quite apparent. This martial will is challenging to elevate further, effectively capping one's potential. Yi Wu was naturally unwilling to take this route. Although the divine martial arts, such as the sun-devouring technique, or the more enigmatic burial scripture and ghostly fist, could bring him terrifying benefits upon fusion, they ultimately did not belong to him. The advantages were significant, but so were the limitations that he must evolve a pure martial will that belongs to him. Only then could he truly ascend the pinnacle of martial arts. Moreover, his intuition warned him that to fully master the power of the burial scripture, he could not allow the martial wills of the ghostly fist or the burial scripture to replace his own. Otherwise, in the end, he might be forcibly assimilated by the power of the burial scripture, becoming its slave. Although this was merely a possibility, Yu was unwilling to take such a risk and felt compelled to extinguish it in its infancy. Martial arts must remain under his control. Not the other way around. To practice martial arts only to become a slave to them. What kind of fate was that? Yi Wu opened his eyes, and at that moment, all the extraordinary phenomena he had manifested were drawn back into his body, vanishing without a trace. In this instant, he appeared just like an ordinary person, utterly indistinguishable from a prodigious martial talent capable of overwhelming the earthly fiend realm. All his power was contracted to the deepest recesses of his martial acupoints, with not a whisper of aura escaping. This was an exceptionally unique ability that Yi Wu had evolved after maximizing the development of his martial issue points. That it was somewhat trivial, yet immensely powerful. Outside the courtyard, upon witnessing this scene, Steward Qin and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief and hurried inside. The various phenomena displayed by Yi Wu had indeed placed tremendous pressure upon them, making it clear to Steward Qin and the others the gap between themselves and Yi Wu. They understood they must quickly elevate their own strength, or else risk being deemed utterly useless. They could not let down the expectations of a young master. Yi Wu was about to inquire how Steward Qin and the others had evolved their martial wills, hoping to glean insights from their experiences. As the saying goes, the stones from other hills can be used to polish jade. Although he could not replicate the correct paths others had taken, there was certainly value in referencing their experiences to extract what he needed. However, in the next moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, and the panel that had been readily visible abruptly went silent and black. Chapter 63. The North Dipper's Seal of Demons. The system has gone black. This unforeseen turn of events left Yi Wu momentarily stunned. The next instant, a system notification chimed his ears, informing him that the system was undergoing an upgrade. During the upgrade, all source energy values would be frozen, and all functions would be unavailable. Upon hearing this notification, Yi Wu let out a slight sigh of relief. It was a relief that nothing was genuinely wrong. An upgrade, it seemed, had brought about this unexpected delight. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yi Wu's heart swelled with joy and anticipation. The current functionalities were already remarkably powerful. Surely, the subsequent upgrades would enhance them further, bringing even greater benefits. Yi Wu pondered silently, realizing that the system likely upgraded at this moment due to his successful bridging of the heavens and earth, having achieved perfection in the acupoint realm. The journey of martial cultivation begins from the postnatal realm, progresses through the reversal of the innate state, and culminates in the opening of the body's martial acupoints, laying the groundwork for communicating with the celestial and earthly forces. This process is essentially a gradual transformation from an ordinary individual into something extraordinary, a transcendence that the acupoint realm. No matter how powerful one becomes, they remain merely a normal person with a physical body, constrained by inherent limitations. Only upon reaching the earthly fiend realm do these constraints dissipate, allowing one to be classified as a non-human entity. I am currently at a pivotal juncture of transformation from mortal to non-mortal. And with further progress, I might seize an opportunity to grasp unparalleled power. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that the system triggered an upgrade at this moment. After confirming that everything was indeed fine, Yi Wu inquired of Steward Qin and the others on how to swiftly evolve his martial will. Apart from the well-known shortcut, if he wished to genuinely evolve his own martial will, it could not be imparted by outsiders. Zhang Hong, being quite experienced, immediately understood Yi Wu's current state upon hearing this and furrowed his brow. Continuing, each person's martial will is unique. It cannot simply follow precedent. Even if one references others, it holds little value. For instance, my martial will emerge during a life-threatening adventure. Even I cannot fully comprehend how it came to be if one were to forcibly seek it out. They might end up straying from their path, risking madness or even soul fragmentation. Zhang Hong's implication was clear. Yi Wu must delve into his own understanding, melding his martial cultivation with his experiences and aspirations for the future. Once he comprehended this, he might successfully evolve his own martial will. Steward Qin and the divine might guards echoed similar sentiments, recounting their own experiences of realizing their martial wills. Yi Wu observed that indeed, each person's method of grasping their martial will was entirely distinct. For example, that Shenba merely took a nap and awoke with an epiphany regarding his martial will. In contrast, Steward Qin had fought alongside his adoptive father on the Northern Mang battlefield. Only after facing numerous perilous situations did he come to understand his martial will. Yi Wu shook his head with a sigh. It appeared that he truly could not borrow from the experiences of others to take a shortcut. Young master, there is no need to rush in this matter. The comprehension of martial will is not something that can be achieved in a single leap. Let it unfold naturally, by understanding your true heart. You will inevitably come to grasp it. The most crucial point is to enlighten your true heart, as Lord Ho advised me in the past, Steward Qin remarked. Enlightening the true heart. Yi Wu pondered these 4 words. A fleeting glimmer of clarity flashing in his mind. It felt as though he was on the brink of grasping something. Yet that light flickered and vanished. But in the next moment, Yi Wu reacted. Was this not akin to the manifestation of his ideals, the essence of his pursuits? On this martial path, what did he truly desire? With this thought, Yi Wu realized how he ought to comprehend his martial will, though he knew it would require some time. Just then, a sensation of being watched suddenly surged within Yi Wu's heart. Immediately, that feeling of being observed transformed into an intense sense of life and death crisis. Not good. Yi Wu instantly grasped that another assassination attempt was imminent. This sense of impending doom was far more intense than previous encounters. Clearly, the assailant's martial prowess was significantly greater. Damn it! Is this never-ending? Time and again, they treat the residents of the divine might Marquis like some marketplace, coming and going as they please. Qin Guanjia and his companions, albeit belatedly, sensed the intense crisis looming before them. However, their reactions were far too sluggish, completely unable to match the speed of the assassin. By the time they became aware that Shadow had already materialized before them, moving with a velocity that transcended the limits of their reflexes, rendering it impossible for their naked eyes to capture it in time. They could not even accurately discern the presence of the opponent. This realization weighed heavily on their minds, for it was clear they were facing a formidable master of the Tiangang realm, and not just any ordinary one. In terms of cultivation and power, this individual likely surpassed the previous Tiangang master of the North Mang, the Jinlang Wei. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The figure they beheld was none other than Tuoba Xian, who had been fixated on the Shenwei home mansion for several days. With a frigid expression, Tuoba Xian had meticulously observed the situation, and at this moment, he struck without hesitation. The primary impetus behind his actions stemmed from the alarming changes he had sensed in Yi Wu, which evoked a profound sense of peril within him. Shenwei Hoyichi was already a terrifying adversary, yet Yi Wu's pace of cultivation was astonishingly swifter than Yi Qi's. The combat prowess he exhibited far exceeded that of Yi Qi. Should such an individual, harboring deep-seated animosity towards their North Mang, be allowed to mature unimpeded, it would herald an unprecedented catastrophe for the North Mang dynasty. He must be extinguished in his infancy. Although Tuoba Xian concealed all his aura, his true combat strength remained unmasked, focused entirely on launching an assault against Yi Wu at a full-force strike. The sheer intensity of this power, concentrated at a single point, would deter even a Tiangang master of the same rank from facing it head-on. The speed of a fully unleashed Tiangang master was beyond a reactive capacity of practitioner at the Kaiqiao realm. Even if Yi Wu possessed formidable trump cards, he would be unable to deploy them in such a critical moment that in this life-and-death scenario, Yi Wu's mental fortitude enabled him to calmly connect with a mark contained within his protective jade pendant. This time, it was not the martial will imprint left by Shenwei Ho. Terrifying energies erupted instantaneously from various corners of the Shenwei Ho mansion, coalescing into a celestial formation. Above, the northern dipper cast down its ominous radiance. Harmonizing with the formation on the ground, in that fleeting moment, the figures of Yi Wu and his companions vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The formation? Tuoba Xian was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such a turn of events, but he quickly regained his composure. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. The situation had shifted, and under the constraints of this formation, it was evidently impossible for him to eliminate Yi Wu smoothly. Any further actions would risk alerting others within the imperial city, potentially sealing his fate within the Grand Zhou imperial city. Yet in the next instant, Tuoba Xian's body stiffened, a chill coursing through him as an overwhelming sense of deathly peril enveloped him. A terrifying killing intent descended upon him, locking him in place, rendering escape futile. A killing formation, the Northern Dipper's demon sealing formation. The resonance of the formation's energies stirred something within Tuoba Xian's memory, causing his expression to shift dramatically in horror. No longer daring to hesitate, he retreated in a frantic and disordered flight from the Shenwei home mansion, not daring to linger. The earlier thought of concealing his identity was ruthlessly cast aside. Now, he yearned for additional legs to hasten his escape. Unleashing every ounce of strength he possessed, he could sense the chilling breath of death closing in. The Northern Dipper's demon sealing formation was another of Shenwei Hou Yiqi's ultimate techniques. Having once shone brilliantly on the battlefield of North Mang, the Northern Dipper commands death. It had claimed the lives of over 100,000 North Mang cavalrymen in one fell swoop, and had annihilated an entire army of 10 Tiangang masters, severely wounding the North Mang's vitality. For a decade, they dared not covet the lands of the Great Zhou. This had firmly established the notoriety of Shenwei Hou. Tuoba Xian could scarcely believe that Yi Qi had been so audacious as to set up the Northern Dipper's demon sealing formation within his own residence, entrusting its control to a mere child like Yi Wu. Did he not fear inadvertently annihilating his own kin? This was utterly beyond the realm of rationality. A madman. Yi Wu's expression was frigid. Commanding the power of the Northern Dipper's demon sealing formation, he directed it against Tuoba Xian, intent on stripping him of his skin, even if he could not slay him. His so-called father had bestowed not only 3 martial will imprints of the ghostly god Fist, but also the control mark of the Northern Dipper's demon sealing formation. This was a contingency left by Shenwei Hou Yiqi, intended for moments such as these. With the formation in hand, the urge to kill surged forth. What did it matter if Tuoba Xian was a master of the Tiangang realm? Under the might of his Northern Dipper's demon sealing formation, he would have no choice but to surrender. Such was the formidable nature of the Northern Dipper's demon sealing formation. With Tuoba Xian's outburst, Yi Wu recognized his martial path, which bore no allegiance to the Great Zhou and was imbued with the strong essence of North Mang. Another master of North Mang. This revelation intensified Yi Wu's murderous intent. The North Mang's desire for his ruin remained unquenched. The commotion caused by the Northern Dipper's demon sealing formation was too significant to go unnoticed, casting its light upon the clear sky, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous. Let alone, the formation originated from the Shenwei home mansion. In an instant, countless martial masters within the imperial city turned their astonished gazes toward the unfolding spectacle, their hearts shaken. These masters, like Tuoba Xian, were equally astounded by Shenwei Hou's madness in employing the Northern Dipper's demon sealing formation as a defensive array for his residence. Such actions were beyond the ken of normality. Concurrently, they were filled with curiosity regarding the audacious individual who dared to launch another assassination against Yi Wu amidst the ongoing turmoil. Just recently, the martial emperor had unleashed a wave of horrific slaughter due to the Shenwei home mansion incident, and the lockdown of the imperial city had only just been lifted. Yet now, someone was brazenly stirring trouble once more. This was a blatant slap in the face to the martial emperor. In the imperial palace, the martial emperor set aside the official documents he had been reviewing, casting his gaze toward the direction of the Shenwei home mansion. His eyes turned icy. The Northern Dipper's demon sealing formation? Interesting indeed. Summon someone. Investigate what transpires outside. How could such a killing formation arise in the esteemed land of the Great Zhou? What do they intend to achieve? Yes, Your Majesty. The chief eunuch Su Peixing bowed and retreated, though cold sweat dripped down his back. Despite the emperor's calm demeanor, the atmosphere was anything but tranquil.